When a seasoned HP fanfiction writer, Fanny, traverses into the realm of magic, unbeknownst to her, the entirety of Hogwarts can hear the musings of her heart. First year hall. She gazes at Snape, exclaiming, "The ultimate undercover." The love for Lily is profoundly moving. Harry's pupils tremble, and Snape's wand quivers. Ravenclaw, deduct 1,000 points. Second year chamber. As Riddle initiates the Cruciatus Curse, he is suddenly bombarded by a deafening mental theater. Voldemort, Voldemort, Voldemort. These ships are undeniably delightful. For the first time, the young Dark Lord wavers in his resolve to kill. Fourth year office. She intercepts the disguised Barty Crouch. Would you care to purchase limited edition Voldemort merchandise? Exclusive holographic cards accompanied by youthful portraits of the Dark Lord. The fervent Death Eaters are rendered utterly speechless. As laser tickets sweep through Diagon Alley, cotton candy dolls sell out across the magical world. This girl, a student of Dumbledore, Voldemort, and Nicholas Flamel, raises her wand to declare, "Let the brilliance of fanfiction illuminate every corner." Chapter 93, Power, Glory bows before me. How can this be? Riddle's handsome visage contorts abruptly. The previous smile vanishes from his face, a crimson glow swirling in his obsidian eyes as he fixates intensely on Fanny, his pupils constricting sharply. Affection levels undisclosed, falling out of the top 30? Yet, he had discerned her fragility and confusion, employing his proud charm to mimic those cheap, intimate gestures. He should have succeeded. He has always been able to enchant others at will. A cold fury swirled within him. The humiliation of being outsmarted surged from within as Fanny slowly withdrew her hand from his grasp. With a flick of her wand, a silent barrier charm unfurled from their center, isolating them from the outside world. Fanny ceased stirring her ice cream with a spoon. So you see through the fragile essence of love, do you? He had never seen such a light-hearted smile on Fanny's face. Hypocrisy? No, that smile was dazzlingly pure, sunlight filtering through her cascading hair, casting subtle shadows on her face. Fanny tilted her head, gently inquiring, "But have you ever felt love, Tom?" "What?" Fanny rose calmly, toying with her wand, as if leisurely strolling through a garden. "You've never felt love. How can you claim to see through its illusion and blithely wield it as a tool, even completely discarding it?" She chuckled softly, imbued with a compassionate understanding. "No, dear Tom, you are simply afraid of it. Afraid of that uncertain, trivial emotion, deriding it from the depths of your heart and unwilling to feel it, even wholly denying and objectifying it, imprisoning yourself in the cold cage of power. Rather than being strong, it is more accurately described as..." She gazed steadily at Riddle, whose emotional turmoil had rendered him rigid and insubstantial, and calmly strolled to the window, a cowardly defense mechanism. "You claim that power and control are eternal truths? That hoping to walk alongside you will cause the magical world to prostrate itself at our feet?" She arched her lips. "It sounds intriguing, but I do not favor it. Or rather, I harbor a deep-seated aversion to power." The afternoon sun bathed her in a golden glow, and she seemed to revert to the whimsical girl who casually chatted with him, her voice light and airy. Although it is undeniable that power is, to some extent, the best cosmetic, she sighed softly. "In my view, power breeds arrogance. Arrogance invites blindness, and blindness leads to destruction. Everyone becomes a slave to power, transforming into monsters in the pursuit of it." The sycophantic visage of Minister Fudge, Crouch's cold calculations, and the myriad souls twisted by power throughout history. She has long detested the insincerity and scheming steeped in the mire of power. How dare she to speak of his cowardice? To even utter it in such a pitiful tone? Anger ignited instantaneously, like a biting wind sweeping through every inch of Riddle's thoughts. The intricate web he had woven was effortlessly torn apart by Fanny, transforming into a blade that pierced deep into his most secret, reviled, and unmentionable vulnerability. The visage of the girl before him suddenly appeared unfamiliar and perilous, the sensation of losing control clinging to him. Intuition warned Riddle that he must find a way to eliminate her swiftly, yet the faint sting of his unbreakable vow cautioned him. An unfamiliar emotion surged within him, an amalgamation of offended rage, the humiliation of being seen through, and a twisted, electric shiver coursing down his spine. Riddle suddenly realized that the girl before him was far more resolute and independent than he had anticipated. No linguistic prowess could alter her intrinsic judgment. Ultimately, he stood, regarding Fanny with cold indifference. Disdain for power? What a naive and arrogant assertion. He curled his lips into a feigned smile. You abhor power, yet you have continually sought to see through me. You resist control, yet at this moment, you bind me tightly. He leaned in slightly, his ethereal breath brushing past her ear. Little Fanny, if you despise it, why then did you earlier dissect and wound me with such sharp words? Is that not another form of a power game? Admit it, Fanny. His translucent fingers entwined in her hair. Riddle spoke in a tone of nearly obsessive delight, one he did not fully comprehend. You have long since learned to wield power intuitively and are enamored with the sensation of controlling others. The air seemed to solidify. Riddle awaited her rebuttal or justification, preparing for the next round of their duel. I hardly think so. Yet moments later, he heard Fanny's sweet voice. She lifted her head, her azure eyes sincere and unguarded. But I only desire to control you, Tom. Riddle's heart skipped a beat. An inexplicable flush crept to the tips of her ears, and Riddle instinctively averted his gaze, only to hear Fanny's words. After all, for someone as dangerously extreme as you, if I do not harbor a semblance of control over you, the risk to my life would significantly increase. She chuckled softly, and I truly dislike being persuaded or seduced into doing anything. Friendship should be genuine. She pierced through Riddle's soul, eliciting a bright smile. Just in time, my ice cream is finished. Let us venture out and buy some stocks. Also, Tom, have you heard of City Walk? As she pushed open the shop door, the summer heat surged forth, enveloping them in a cacophony, and Fanny's lips curled into a smile. All along, I have relished walking alone down the street, taking in the scenery and drawing inspiration. If only there was some music at this moment. She strolled leisurely ahead without looking back, as if certain Riddle would follow closely behind her. Shall I sing you a song, Tom? Fanny beamed. Let's sing. Glory bows before me. I have always thought this song suits you perfectly. Chapter 94. The Delicacies of the Flower Planting Family. Riddle serenades her. To be fair, Fanny's voice was not particularly captivating. It was evident that she had not received any formal training. Her singing merely adhered to a realm where it was neither out of tune nor unpleasant. Her gentle melody blended seamlessly with the urban background noise and the summer cicadas, reminiscent of a fleeting breeze. The lyrics were in French. Yet Riddle effortlessly grasped the essence of the song. His linguistic prowess had always been remarkable, having conquered countless obscure texts in various languages within the forbidden section of Hogwarts. Why did she suddenly decide to sing? And with such lyrics? Riddle narrowed his eyes, silently trailing behind Fanny, the sunlight outlining her slender silhouette. Wisps of hair stirred by the gentle breeze, a scene that bizarrely overlapped with a moment from the previous autumn. At that time, he was equally certain that he would follow her, completely immersed in his own world, oblivious and utterly dismissive. Was her singing a declaration of victory? Or perhaps a mockery directed at him? Or was it yet another instance of her whimsical spontaneity? Riddle's mind raced, the lyrics of the song resonating disturbingly with his own predicament. A sense of frustration swelled within him, the girl's figure becoming more pronounced. Her soft humming intertwined with the cicadas, leaving an indelible mark upon his soul. If there existed beauty in this world, it ought to be claimed by him or obliterated entirely. The song abruptly ceased as Fanny halted in front of an exceedingly modern Western-style building. The relaxed smile on her face swiftly vanished, her fingers idly scratching her palm. Riddle could now clearly discern this as a sign of her anxiety. She retrieved a mirror from her pocket, seemingly checking if her current appearance was sufficiently mature and imposing. Stop looking, Riddle disdainfully thought. Unless she could instantaneously revert to the almost provocative ease she had displayed earlier in his presence. No amount of embellishment could conceal her compliant nature and the almost overflowing timidity she presently exuded. He had clearly expressed his willingness to teach her, to protect her, to guide her in establishing genuine authority in the face of those predatory wolves and tigers. Her pitiful demeanor might deceive the foolish masses and garner the pity of elders. But what of those astute merchants and cold-hearted politicians? They would descend upon her like sharks sensing blood, voraciously devouring her until naught remained. The colossal electronic display flickered with green numbers and abbreviations as Fanny pushed open the glass door to the trading hall. After a moment's hesitation, she approached the broker behind the counter. Yes, I just want to play a little. Her voice carried a deliberate naivete and an air of innocence. This one looks nice, I'll buy some. The broker evidently regarded her as a lamb to the slaughter, completing the transaction with a few casual remarks. The thin confirmation slip was soon handed to Fanny, and she finally exhaled in relief, exiting the suffocating trading hall. All right, my business is done. Once bathed in the summer sunshine again, Fanny walked briskly, faster than he had anticipated. By the way, Tom, I just sang for you. She turned to glance at Riddle, her lips curling into a smile. For the sake of fairness, shouldn't you sing something for me in return? Riddle's ethereal form momentarily faltered. Caught off guard by Fanny's abrupt stop, he nearly passed through her. Sing for you? He echoed involuntarily, evident disdain etching his features. I refuse. Had the subtle skirmish just now concluded? Did she dare to overstep, making such an absurd request? Had she shown even a hint of hesitation or a gentle refusal? Perhaps he might have considered it. Instead, Riddle stepped back 2 or 3 paces, his expression clearly offended, prompting Fanny to laugh outright. All right, she teased. The illustrious Dark Lord can't lower himself to coax a little girl to sing. I understand. With that, she turned away, humming another disjointed tune as if her prior suggestion had been a mere afterthought. However, just as she had taken a few steps and was about to pause at a traffic light at the crossroads, a deep, magnetic voice suddenly resonated behind her. Fanny spun around. Before her stood Riddle, his handsome face now tinged with an awkward and unnatural hue, his dark hair almost concealing the blush creeping to his ears. When her astonished gaze met his deep, black eyes, the song inexplicably faltered for a moment, as if scorched by her gaze, before it resumed its previous melody, albeit at a slower tempo. The voice was soft, devoid of intricate technique, yet paired with his naturally alluring timbre, it became unexpectedly melodious. Fanny's eyes sparkled with delight. Riddle suddenly regretted his actions. How foolish, he thought, to have engaged in such an act of pleasing her to garner her attention. It was utterly illogical. He quickly dismissed his uncontrolled behavior as insignificant, a whimsical response, and restored his enigmatic cold demeanor after the song concluded. Fanny finally deemed it appropriate to walk alongside him. Turning her head to compliment, your singing is quite lovely. What song is that? I've never heard of it. Riddle replied, it's from our era. It's no longer popular, so it's perfectly normal that you haven't heard it. In truth, it was a lullaby sung to him by adults at the orphanage during his childhood, and he himself could not fathom why this particular song sprang to mind when he decided to sing. Back then, he was relatively well-liked at the orphanage. The name his mother had given him before dying in childbirth, along with a series of strange utterances, led many to believe he was the illegitimate child of a wealthy family, one who would soon be taken home. Coupled with his easygoing nature as a baby and his handsome features that became apparent within months, most staff at the orphanage clamored to care for him. Even until the age of 2 or 3, they would still sing this song at his bedside. A lullaby, is it? Fanny said, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Tom, you should sing more often. Congratulations, Fanny's affection for Tom Riddle has increased to 20. I had originally planned to confine you in my diary for a while due to your insincerity, she remarked with a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. But considering your recent performance, congratulations, you've earned a reprieve. Riddle suddenly found himself regretting his earlier behavior less. He gazed at Fanny, her face illuminated by the sunlight, now appearing even more youthful and beautiful under its radiance. Her skin was delicate to the point of transparency, long lashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes. Her cerulean gaze sparkling with sincerity, and her lips were rosy and charming. He attempted to untangle her logic and regain his sense of control, yet only deeper. Sweeter confusion enveloped him. Fanny merely sighed and shook her head. Unfortunately, you're still in a spectral state, unable to interact with the physical world, and thus cannot enjoy any of this. She turned the corner, her expression animated as she gazed ahead at the food street, her wallet in her pocket seemingly vibrating with anticipation. The delicacies of the flower planting family. I'm back. Chapter 95. Memories of the Orphanage, Harry's Invitation. Fanny ultimately spent a week in China. She traversed nearly the entirety of S-City's urban area, acquiring stocks and casually handing them over to a new Muggle friend. The two quickly fell into conversation, and the young university student soon agreed to temporarily handle related affairs for her back home. Your investment acumen is indeed remarkable. The finance major sincerely nodded. Vanessa, right? I have decided to follow in your footsteps and purchase those stocks. Vanessa hummed a cheerful tune as she continued to wander through S-City, savoring a plethora of delicacies, including shaved ice and the currently popular chilled orange soda. Yet she neglected to visit the local prestigious institution, F University, lingering instead at its entrance for a long while. On the day of her departure to England, Vanessa rose early to pack her belongings and arrived at the airport well in advance for check-in. The sun had only recently risen when she settled into her window seat on the plane, soon succumbing to sleep as the aircraft took off amidst a slight turbulence. Fortuitously, The seat next to her was unoccupied, and Riddle's translucent spirit silently manifested beside her. Her face was bathed in the morning sunlight, exuding an almost crystalline clarity. Her eyelids gently lowered, concealing her azure eyes, with long, thick eyelashes casting a delicate shadow, appearing harmlessly serene before him. Rarely did Riddle extend his fingertip, tempted to tentatively touch Vanessa's face, only to retract his hand at the last moment. This week marked a rare opportunity for him to enjoy pure solitude with Vanessa. They were nearly inseparable, with her engaging him in conversation through her thoughts or pretending to chat on the phone. He finally realized that whether the so-called love and sentimentality were indeed the hallmarks of an artist's gift, Vanessa undeniably possessed the sensitive traits of an artist. She could keenly perceive the motives and emotions behind his words. It was only when he genuinely shed all malice and negative thoughts, conversing with her in purity, that she would sincerely soften her gaze and speak with him gently. Vanessa always exuded an elusive aura, inscrutable and intangible, even in her tranquil slumber. The inexplicable halo surrounding her was sufficient to distance her from the surrounding clamor. Riddle recalled that the day's fondness had briefly peaked at 60. Thus he understood that reaching a fondness level of 50 allowed one to access the fondness rankings. But who currently had a fondness rating of 50? The time was too short. He had not even glimpsed the fondness rankings. Was it that girl Lovegood, Malfoy, or Potter? Perhaps Dumbledore? Riddle furrowed his brow. If it were Lovegood or any other, it would be manageable, for they were unaware of his true name. But Dumbledore. As the midday sun streamed through the porthole, the plane landed precisely at 11:30 London time. Riddle languidly called out Vanessa's name, and she rubbed her sleepy eyes before rising from her seat. Without the aging potion, she was not tall enough and needed to request assistance from a flight attendant to retrieve her luggage from the overhead compartment, Riddle observed, thinking that if he had a corporeal form, he could assist her. The first order of business after disembarking was lunch. Vanessa entered a modestly renowned corner eatery and ordered several quintessential English dishes. However, as soon as she picked up her knife and fork and took a few bites, her expression quickly morphed into one of dismay. Is British cuisine truly that unpalatable? Riddle inquired. Back at the orphanage, Vanessa produced the hogsemaid signing document, requesting Mrs. Winter, the matron, to sign it. The courtyard outside the orphanage had been rejuvenated, adorned with countless vibrant flowers. A kind-hearted individual has anonymously donated a substantial sum to our orphanage, Mrs. Winter said, smiling as she ruffled Vanessa's hair while signing. Thus, I have refurbished the orphanage. The peeling walls have been repainted, the furniture replaced, and I have procured numerous stationery items, toys, and fresh new clothes. The children are currently crowding into a smaller room, awaiting the paint fumes to dissipate before moving back in. As for your room, I have not yet attended to it. I plan to renovate your room after the school term begins, so that by the time you return, the scent will have faded. Thank you, Mrs. Winter, Vanessa replied warmly, taking the hogsemaid document from her. Actually, I have one more question for you. She innocently tugged at her skirt, appearing harmless, about my origins. Do you know why I was sent to the orphanage? Mrs. Winter's expression faltered, her hand, which had been reaching for another document, paused mid-air. She lifted her gaze. The restless wind outside stirred the wind chimes hanging at the office door, memories flooding her eyes as if she could see through Vanessa's form. You were brought here in autumn, she softly remarked. It was raining that day, and to be precise, that rain had been persistently falling for nearly a month. The sky was overcast, leaves blanketed the ground, and few pedestrians graced the streets. A strangely dressed, eccentric woman brought you to the orphanage, insisting that I take you in. At that time, you looked to be merely a few months old. Mrs. Winter closed her eyes briefly, then continued in a tone tinged with nostalgia and confusion. I initially believed that woman was either your mother or grandmother, wanting to inform me that only orphans without parents could be taken in. If one has parents, the law mandates that they fulfill their duty of care. But that woman insisted that her parents were not within this realm. She did not notice Vanessa's eyes widen in surprise, and she chuckled lightly, so I thought she seemed quite eccentric. Perhaps she adhered to some religion, using their terminology, as she kept mumbling about divining souls, unceremoniously placing you into my arms. I hurriedly handed you over to another older child, braving the rain to chase after her down the street to a narrow alleyway. But when I turned the corner, she had vanished. I distinctly saw her turn into that alley. She smiled self-deprecatingly, then softened her tone. Of course, perhaps I was mistaken. After all, the autumn rain was so relentless. It is reasonable that I couldn't discern where she went amidst the misty rain. After all, how could someone simply disappear without a trace? Unless they were a wizard capable of apparition, divination, souls, parents absent from this realm? Vanessa's mind raced, emotions roiling within her, her hands unconsciously clenched. Just as she was about to muster a smile and respond casually to the matron, the office door was suddenly pushed open. A half-grown girl, panting, exclaimed Matron. And Vanessa's sister. Outside, there's a boy named Harry Potter, claiming to be Vanessa's sister's classmate, who wishes to invite her to his home for a visit. Chapter 96, A Gift? The most impoverished at Grimmauld Place. Vanessa's previously clenched hand gradually relaxed. Thoughts surged like a tide as she donned a gentle smile, reaching out to ruffle the girl's hair. He is indeed my classmate, she replied with a grin. I promised him I would visit during the summer holidays. The girl's face flushed as she stammered excitedly, and not only that, but behind that brother stands a very handsome uncle. Just how handsome? Her face reddened, her eyes sparkling, just as pretty as Vanessa's sister. Vanessa couldn't help but genuinely smile. She then turned her full attention to Mrs. Winter, expressing sincerely, "Thank you very much for sharing this with me. In that case, I shall tidy up my belongings and prepare to depart." Moreover, she retrieved a delicate box from her suitcase, containing small cakes I had purchased for the children at the orphanage. I would appreciate it if you could distribute them later. Before she could finish her sentence, Fanny pushed open the office door and returned to her dilapidated room. Given that renovations were forthcoming, it was imperative for her to organize some items within the room. After a moment's hesitation, Fanny waved her wand, meticulously peeling away the various drawings affixed to the walls. Some were her own creations from leisure hours, while many others were remnants of the original occupant's childhood. Fanny lowered her gaze, fixating on a piece drawn by the original owner at the tender age of 3, the clumsy outline of stick figures, crayon strokes spilling beyond the confines of the page, and the crooked script in the bottom corner that bore her name and age. With no parents present in that space, it was a realm of soul and divination. Fanny had previously noted how strikingly similar the original occupant's childhood drawings were to her own. "Do you wish to return home?" Riddle said softly from behind her. "Perhaps I could assist you in exploring time magic, allowing you to return to your rightful timeline sooner. Retrieve my diary from the suitcase, little Fanny." Riddle's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Have you not always felt that my presence within your consciousness infringes upon your privacy? Now, I can return to the diary." Fanny halted, surprised, and glanced back at Riddle. Had she finally failed to read his thoughts in an instant? A subtle pride flickered in Riddle's eyes as his smile deepened. He stepped closer, lowering his gaze to meet Fanny's. "As long as you are willing to chat with me every evening, documenting your daily activities in a diary. After all, we are friends, are we not?" His smile was benign and gentle. "So, did you truly have a habit of keeping a diary during your time at Hogwarts?" Fanny inquired with curiosity. Riddle, occasionally. "What did you write in the diary? Documenting your lofty ambitions and various secrets that you could not voice?" Fanny teased. "Who writes a diary, anyway?" Riddle's lips twitched slightly. Yet, Fanny remained unhurried, rummaging through her belongings to tuck the diary into her embrace. "I had planned to write in my diary every day, but ultimately, I could only manage to write on the day itself. This habit proved utterly unsustainable. Nonetheless, having it was rather charming." She rose on tiptoe to open the diary. "Very well, Tom, you may return now. I must go out and find Harry." Having packed her things, Fanny pushed open the creaking wooden door and hastily descended the stairs, exiting the orphanage. The afternoon sun radiated a languid warmth. As expected, her gaze immediately locked onto a pair of familiar, vibrant green eyes reminiscent of a newborn forest. Harry stood beside the tall and imposing figure of Sirius. Upon seeing her, the boy eagerly waved his hand, sunlight dancing upon his tousled black hair, creating a mosaic of shimmering gold. "Hermione and Ron are already at Grimmauld Place," he said. Hastening toward her, his voice lowered. "Creature's cooking is a disaster. Sirius said he would order me a birthday cake from a Muggle dessert shop, but he has no clue how to manage it, so it ultimately falls to me to make the reservation." Harry cast a quick glance at Sirius, noting that the cake collection was scheduled for the afternoon of his birthday. "Fanny," he suddenly averted his gaze, his voice becoming somewhat unclear. "Would you like to accompany me to collect the cake?" He paused and swiftly added, "Just the two of us." As if afraid of rejection, Harry eagerly dangled a tempting bait. "I know there's an ice cream shop on that street, and I've heard it's particularly delicious. The Dursleys often took Dudley there, but I've never been." He looked at her with those enchanting green eyes. "That sounds delightful," Fanny replied, grasping his hand, yet a tinge of confusion crossed her face. "But isn't it a bit inconsiderate not to include Hermione and Ron?" "Oh," she suddenly understood, her eyes brightening with realization, her tone buoyant. "You wish to give them some space for intimacy, right? After all, in the original story, Ron and Hermione are a couple. Harry, I can accompany you," Fanny said, her laughter ringing bright as she shook his hand. "By the way, Harry, what do you want for Christmas this year?" In the previous 2 years, she had little money, and her gifts for friends had mostly been handmade trinkets. Juggling school and numerous friends had left her creations somewhat lacking. Compared to the lavish gifts bestowed upon her by Harry, Sirius, and Draco, she felt inexplicably self-conscious. "I'm not the same now. I have money," she declared with pride. This Christmas, I will surely find larger and better gifts for everyone. Harry, tell me quickly, what do you desire? As the afternoon sun dipped lower, Fanny's lovely brows were adorned with a smile, her gaze fixed upon him. Harry felt an inexplicable flutter within his chest, akin to a golden snitch racing about. He instinctively touched his flushed face, tightening his grip on Fanny's hand. I don't really want anything, Fanny. The gifts you've given before were wonderful. I found them very thoughtful. He had kept them all carefully. Oh, right. I forgot that this fellow is also an heir to a substantial fortune, with Sirius, his wealthy godfather, by his side. Perhaps for him, the value of handmade items holds far greater significance than luxury goods. Reflecting on Grimmauld Place, she considered Hermione. Hailing from a family of dentists, and the Weasley twins, Fred and George, destined for success with their joke shop. Perhaps Ron is the only one in Grimmauld Place who is truly struggling. Fanny and Harry clasped Sirius's hand, relying on apparition to return to the Black family home. Oh, I forgot to tell you, Sirius, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke. We have a new addition at Grimmauld Place. Just then, a man with light brown hair happened to descend the staircase. Sirius swiftly approached, affectionately draping an arm around the man's shoulder. This is Remus Lupin, my dear brother. He is also the future professor of defense against the dark arts for the 3rd year. Fanny's gaze involuntarily fell upon Lupin's tattered, well-worn robes, their cuffs frayed and fuzzy. Oh, someone even more impoverished than Ron has appeared, she noted inwardly. Chapter 97. Harry, a secret date? As anticipated, Hermione and Ron had already settled in at Grimmauld Place. George and Ginny were engaged in a game of wizard chess in the living room when Fred stepped forward, pushing Harry aside to wave at Fanny. Hey, our benefactor has arrived, he said playfully, winking and flashing a bright smile. Fanny, these past few weeks, George and I have been utterly swamped. But the good news is, we found a fantastic location for our shop, perfect size, with enough window display space for all our surprises. In a few months, at most, the Weasley Wizard Wheezes will officially open. He lowered his voice, eyes gleaming with mischief. Originally, this grand plan would have to wait until after we graduated, and we might have had to find some dull job to save up for startup capital, but now, he exaggeratedly performed a hat tip. Thanks to your investment, Fanny. The feeling of realizing our dreams ahead of schedule is simply more exquisite than consuming 10 toffee candies in one go. So tell me, what would you like as an opening gift? Well, in that case, Fanny's eyes twinkled as they darted about. I simply hope you can work closely with my surroundings. She undoubtedly believed in the commercial genius of the Weasley twins as ordained by the original text. This was a certainty. Fred clapped his hands loudly, eager to say more, but was abruptly interrupted by Ron's disgruntled voice. Fred, you're disturbing my chess game. In an instant, he diverted his gaze towards Fanny, who was equally annoyed, with Harry behind her casting a similarly displeased look at Fred. And Fanny, don't listen to his boastful claims. Half of their products need improvement. What do you mean? George quickly retorted, rummaging through his pockets. Ron, would you like to try our latest invention? The living room was instantly filled with the familiar clamor of the Weasley household, accompanied by Hermione's exasperated sigh. Fanny, taken aback, found herself at a loss for words and instinctively turned to the slightly awkward Harry. It's getting late, he murmured, his voice incongruent amidst the cacophony. Shall I start dinner? Sounds great. Fanny's eyes sparkled. She had a fondness for men who excelled in the culinary arts. Time seemed to accelerate as it swiftly approached Harry's birthday. Ron was agonizingly completing his homework under Molly's insistence, while Hermione ventured to Diagon Alley to purchase an easel. This creature, adorned with ginger fur, was affectionately named Crookshanks by Hermione, who clutched it tightly throughout the day. Fanny couldn't resist ruffling Crookshanks' fluffy fur. Shoo, Harry whispered to her, placing a finger on his vibrant lips. Don't disturb them while they're working. He pondered the whereabouts of Sirius and Lupin, pushing open the door to Grimmauld Place. Harry muttered under his breath, they vanished early this morning. He was dressed in a crisp white t-shirt, his unruly black hair neatly arranged, and even his round glasses had been polished in advance. Perhaps they're preparing a birthday surprise for you? Fanny speculated, but before she could finish, Crookshanks curiously leaned forward, keenly observing the two as they planned to sneak away. Shoo, here is a cat treat. Don't tell anyone about me and Harry slipping out, Fanny chuckled, her eyes crinkling with mirth as she tossed the treat aside and unabashedly grasped Harry's arm, leading him outside. The July sun was fervent and generous, warming the muggle streets of London. Fanny moved like a gentle breeze infused with sweetness, her delicate cream-yellow dress accentuating her luminous skin, her slender legs swaying like the hem of her skirt, captivating Harry's gaze. He felt the wrist he held in his grasp growing slightly warm. Phew, have we managed to escape now? A drop of sweat trickled down Fanny's forehead as she stood beside an ancient tree, her lips slightly parted as she caught her breath, the gentle breeze causing dappled sunlight to dance upon her cheek. One of her braids had become slightly disheveled from the sprint, yet it only added to her unique charm. "It's so hot in summer," she remarked, pulling out a sunshade from her bag and lazily opening it. "I hardly applied any sunscreen. I'd rather rely on this." Although there were whitening potions available in the magical world, she preferred the Muggle methods of sun protection. The techniques practiced by her culture were simply marvelous. The umbrella was a vibrant blue adorned with sparse patterns, and Fanny effortlessly positioned it over both her and Harry's heads. Beneath the sun, their shadows were quickly engulfed by the large umbrella, leaving only 4 dark legs visible. "Let me handle it," Harry offered, his throat slightly constricted. "I'm taller. It'll be easier for me to hold." As their eyes met, Fanny noticed that the boy she once knew had transformed into a tall young man, now towering over her by half a head, exuding an air of maturity. He tentatively reached out, accidentally brushing against Fanny's fingers during the exchange of the umbrella. This was the first time their fingers had touched while maintaining eye contact, causing Harry's hand to instinctively tighten, and he hurriedly averted his gaze. As their fingers parted, the lingering warmth of the umbrella handle, a remnant of Fanny's grasp, sent Harry's heart racing. He struggled to maintain his grip on the handle as they continued walking, though his sidelong glances betrayed a hint of unacknowledged tension. "Mr. LeMay wants me to continue my studies at his residence in August. I'll likely be leaving in a couple of days after I pack," Fanny casually mentioned. "It's a bit tiring, but alchemy is genuinely fascinating. I assent it?" "Why, yes." "Indeed," Harry replied, his voice dry. An inexplicable agitation surged within him. He suddenly felt an urge to delve into alchemy himself. Fanny always seemed to excel at everything. She possessed foresight, adaptability, and had earned her first pot of gold at a young age through her literary talents and artistry. Not to mention her exceptional gifts that rivaled Hermione and Marfa's. In potions class, she received exclusive attention from Snape, and her self-taught proficiency in ancient runes was commendable. Not to mention, in defense against the dark arts and transfiguration, aside from flying lessons and Quidditch, she appeared to have no weaknesses. He felt an insurmountable distance between them. Even after reading all the fanfiction she had penned, it always seemed as though there was an insurmountable gap separating them. He needed to find more common ground with her. Weevee arrived. Harry suddenly halted, extending his free hand towards a quaint little cake shop adorned with charming pink and white striped awnings. "This is the one where I made the reservation." The shop showcased a delightful array of exquisite cake models in its window. As Harry opened the door, intending to glance back, a soft hand reached out and gently ruffled his tousled black hair. Chapter 98. A substitute? This dog resembles Sirius. The girl before him had her eyes crinkled in delight, her headband dancing in the sunlight. Harry abruptly turned, hearing her sweet voice. "I just felt the urge to ruffle it. You don't mind, do you?" Since childhood, she had always enjoyed tousling others' hair, finding solace in the tactile sensations of different textures. "Oh, of course not." Harry felt a jolt of electricity traverse his scalp, his face flushing as his lips parted slightly, only to hear Fanny's inner thoughts. "No wonder he's the savior of the 3rd year, looking so handsome now. Young boys often cherish such candid thoughts, didn't they?" A wave of warmth surged to Harry's head, prompting him to awkwardly turn away. The shopkeeper presented a beautifully packaged cake box from the refrigerated display. While Fanny leaned in closer, her curiosity piqued. "What does this cake look like?" "You'll find out soon enough," Harry teased. "All right, is that the legendary ice cream shop over there?" Fanny inquired cheerfully, lightly nudging his arm and gesturing diagonally across the street. Harry snapped back to attention. "Yes, right there." The ice cream shop boasted a sky blue sign, with wind chimes jingling at the entrance. Inside, the decor was fresh and minimalist, with wooden tables and chairs intertwined with climbing vines, creating a refreshing atmosphere, the air infused with the sweetness of various fruits and the richness of cream. Despite the sweltering summer sun, they found a relatively secluded spot to sit, yet they could still see the bustling street through the transparent glass window nearby. "What would you like to eat?" Fanny naturally settled beside Harry, her soft fingers gliding over the images on the menu. "Strawberry, mango, or chocolate?" She raised her gaze, her long eyelashes casting small shadows beneath her eyes. Though the seat was intended for one, Fanny, for the sake of the menu, sat beside him. As both of their figures were comparatively slight, yet Harry could distinctly feel the girl's shoulder pressing closely against his. He endeavored to steady his voice. "I would like to try the vanilla flavor. Then I shall have the matcha." The 2 towering servings of ice cream, generously drizzled with enticing sauces and toppings, were swiftly served. Fanny eagerly scooped a spoonful of the matcha-infused treat and contentedly brought it to her lips. Delicious," she mumbled, a hint of vibrant green matcha powder adorning the corner of her mouth. As Harry observed her satisfaction, his heart inexplicably raced once more. The essence of vanilla ice cream melted on his tongue, yet his mind wandered. His focus was entirely on Fanny, her slightly puffed cheeks as she savored her dessert. The adorable way she breathed in sharply from the cold, and that bothersome green powder at the edge of her lips. Harry's voice emerged slightly deeper than usual, tinged with an almost imperceptible rasp. He contemplated tentatively reaching out to wipe it away, but hesitated, fearing such an action might be too intrusive. At the sound of his call, Fanny lifted her gaze. His finger lingered in the air, as if a voice within urged him to act. The glass door of the shop swung open once more, the wind chimes jingling, and a familiar, irritable voice rang out. "Mom, look, isn't that Harry's back? Harry actually has a girlfriend." Harry's brow furrowed instantly, a wave of familiar irritation rising within him, just as he thought to stand and shield Fanny with his body. The voice from behind exclaimed abruptly, well, if it isn't Harry's cousin." Fanny smiled brightly at Dudley, tilting her head to kindly inquire, "Have you finished your summer homework?" Dudley's expression quickly morphed into one of terror. Harry suddenly recalled that he had yet to complete his own summer assignments. Fanny leisurely rose to her feet and approached Dudley. "What grade did you get? How about your quizzes? Are you prepared for the upcoming school exams? Did you get elected for any class positions?" She lowered her voice, casting a glance around the shop at the patrons enjoying their ice cream. "Do you know that one ought to maintain a low volume in public places? Just look at how everyone around us frowned at your recent ruckus. No one welcomes you here. It's hilarious. Who would like a bratty kid?" Dudley nearly burst into tears, clearly recalling the terror he had experienced at Fanny's hands the previous year. He abruptly turned to tug at Vernon's sleeve, seeking to complain, but found his father's face flushed with anger, reminiscent of a boiled lobster. "Did you not tell me that you had completed your summer homework?" he bellowed. "It was because you claimed your homework was finished that I agreed to bring you to this ice cream shop. You little liar." Mom. Dudley quickly shrank behind Petunia, but his hefty frame made her appear particularly diminutive, rendering the scene quite comical. Under the multitude of disapproving and irritated gazes, the Dursleys could only leave the ice cream shop in an awkward silence, accompanied by Vernon's stifled curses. Fanny blinked and effortlessly returned to her seat, all sorted. Harry suddenly felt that Fanny's recent actions bore a striking resemblance to Hermione's. Was she, in fact, standing up for him? This realization stirred within Harry a profound, indescribable flutter and warmth. "By the way, Harry," she resumed, "what did you just call me?" "Nothing." He quickly retracted his finger, his gaze fixated on the corner of Fanny's lips. "You've got something on your mouth." Fanny instinctively extended her tongue, gently licking her lip, dispelling the speck of matcha powder. This unconscious gesture caused Harry's breath to catch sharply, his fingers gripping the spoon tightly enough to turn pale. "All done?" she asked, oblivious. "Yes." Harry lowered his head, hastily scooping a large spoonful of ice cream into his mouth. The icy sweetness slid down his throat, the sensation jolting him back to reality. Upon finishing their treats, they pushed open the shop door, and the oppressive heat of the afternoon enveloped them instantly. Harry naturally accepted the light blue parasol from Fanny's hand, opening it with care, once again creating a small shade for the two of them. "Wait, Harry, look at that bush by the roadside." Fanny's elevated voice drew Harry's attention, and he followed her gaze toward the shrub, where he indeed spotted a small, dark figure. "It's a puppy," she said cautiously, moving closer, crouching down, and extending her palm. "Come here, sweetie." As if sensing her friendly demeanor, the little dog cautiously approached her outstretched hand. This little dog, Harry also felt puzzled, crouching down beside her. It seemed to resemble Sirius's breed. A small black dog, akin to Sirius, nuzzled Fanny's palm. After a moment's contemplation, she skillfully retrieved a sausage from her bag, biting into it to remove the packaging. "Good thing I have a habit of carrying snacks," she said, offering the sausage to the puppy, which appeared dirty and no more than a few months old. However, with Harry nearby and Muggles occasionally passing by, she couldn't conveniently wave her wand to clean the pup, so she tentatively brushed her fingertip against its head. "Not as dirty as I imagined," she mused. "Indeed, I have always preferred dogs." Her eyes sparkled. "Throughout my life, I have always felt I could understand dogs better than cats or other animals. Their emotions are so direct and passionate. I am a loyal dog person." Harry crouched beside her, his gaze unconsciously shifting from the puppy to the soft contours of her profile. As she spoke, the buttery yellow headband bobbed lightly in the sunlight, reflecting the pure joy in her eyes, softening Harry's heart in turn. After devouring the sausage, the puppy seemed to gain confidence, inching closer and affectionately nudging its little head against Fanny's palm. To their surprise, the puppy then sensed a new presence, extending its tongue to quickly and tentatively lick Harry's fingertip. Harry instinctively curled his fingers. "Looks like it likes you," Fanny chuckled. "Liking him and Fanny?" Harry's heart raced uncontrollably, as if the gentle lick of the puppy had brushed against a hidden string of his heart. "Harry?" She lowered her voice. "Shall we take it home? Back to Grimmauld Place?" Harry hesitated, considering Sirius and the others. "No." Fanny quickly shook her head. "I mean back to Hogwarts." "What?" Harry nearly jumped in shock. But Hogwarts doesn't allow students to keep pets, except for owls, cats, or toads. If Filch finds out. Shoo. Fanny immediately raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be quiet. Do you think I hold any reverence for school rules? Please, before I crossed over, I broke school rules every day. Sneaking my phone to school to play during breaks. Who cares about those silly regulations? She pretended to look around before leaning closer to Harry. So close he could catch the faint scent of sunlight in her hair and the lingering sweetness of their ice cream. So, this will be our little secret, okay? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Don't tell anyone. Especially not Hermione. She will surely recite the rule number that prohibits us. So we just keep it a secret? We could conceal it in the room of requirement, or perhaps in my dormitory. After all, as a single occupant, I can find a way. Hogwarts accommodates many wizards beyond just these 3 types of pets, does it not? It is so small that it would hardly attract attention. A secret shared between 2? The few concerns that lingered were completely swept away, replaced by a clandestine, sweet, and even somewhat thrilling sense of possession that enveloped him. Harry heard himself saying, very well. In an inconspicuous corner, Fanny and Harry made a simple arrangement for the little dog's dwelling, with her planning to return in a few days to take it from the LeMay residence. Upon their return to Grimmauld Place, the unnaturally quiet atmosphere startled both Harry and Fanny. In the sitting room, Sirius was sunk deep into the sofa, his head bowed, broad shoulders slightly slumped. Lupin sat beside him, a hand resting silently on Sirius's shoulder. The most striking sight was the pendant box that Fanny quickly discerned, as Sirius's large hand caressed it. The box, antiquated in style, emanated an ominous silvery green glow. At the sound of the door opening, Sirius jolted, quickly forcing a cheerful smile. You're back. Did you manage to get the cake? His voice was hoarse, yet he seemed pleased. Looks good. Harry, happy birthday. He added, I'll give you your birthday present later. Dinner is being prepared by Remus. Sirius, what's wrong? Harry noticed something was amiss with Sirius. Just then, George and Fred poked their heads from upstairs, wizard chess in hand. Hey, Harry, Fanny, fancy a game? Ron's going mad with homework and could use some company. They were positioned in a way that faced Sirius's back. Harry's gaze shifted nervously, but Sirius waved them off. Go on, children, have fun. His eyes briefly lingered on Fanny before he added, Fanny, could you stay for a moment? Soon, Harry ascended the stairs, glancing back multiple times, while Lupin moved into the kitchen, leaving only Sirius and Fanny in the living room. Fanny, Sirius gently called her name, trying to maintain a light-hearted smile. You already know about the heart's voice, don't you? Thank you for your subtle hints and for being willing to inform Dumbledore to bring extra bottled water. His palm unconsciously rubbed the false pendant box as he lifted his head, and Fanny noticed the redness around his striking eyes. Did you go to that cave today? Yes. Sirius hesitated slightly. Remus, Dumbledore, and Snape were there. He was responsible for concocting the antidote, while I drank the poison myself. Agony surged through my entire being. Dumbledore and Remus helped me manage the specters on the lake's surface. I cannot imagine how Regulus managed to walk through it alone back then. He was so young. I was such a fool in my youth. He has harbored hatred for so many years, convinced his brother was a coward and a traitor. Only today did he harshly confront the truth. The brother he had never regarded with a second glance had, in obscurity, bravely and tragically completed his betrayal of the Dark Lord, even attempting to protect the last twisted honor of his family, or perhaps the brother who had never offered him a shred of warmth. This belated truth tormented him more than any curse ever could. Sirius could speak no longer, burying his face deeply into the palm that clutched the pendant box. Grief hung palpably in the air as Fanny stood quietly, tears blurring her vision without her realizing. She did not interrupt or offer immediate words of comfort. Instead, she silently approached the sofa and sat beside him. When his breakdown finally subsided into muffled sobs, Fanny reached out, not to touch him, but gently and cautiously placing her hand over his that clutched the pendant box tightly. Sadness always ebbs and flows like the tide. It merely requires time to return. Fanny looked gently into Sirius's tear-streaked face. At least Regulus chose to become that ray of light rather than linger forever on the dark shore. He may not have been able to destroy the darkness himself, but he illuminated the path to its destruction, allowing you and us to see its existence. Her gaze fell upon the cold pendant box before slowly shifting to Sirius's tear-stained visage, ultimately delving deeply into his pained eyes. It illuminated the truth, as well as that corner of your heart, which has long been shrouded in hatred. That corner belonging to Regulus. Forgive me, I have lost my composure. Sirius grasped Fanny's hand in return, his eyes misty with unshed tears, locking onto her gentle azure gaze. After all, he is still a child, and I should not have displayed this vulnerability before you. He shook his head softly, his elegantly tousled hair inadvertently falling onto Fanny's shoulder. Regardless, thank you. You have helped me to know the true him. Sirius. Lupin hurriedly emerged from the kitchen, holding a newspaper, and paused awkwardly at the doorway. What is it, Remus? Sirius turned, still holding Vanny's hand. Because we ventured to the cave early this morning, we haven't had the chance to check today's Daily Prophet. Lupin, with a serious expression, spread the newspaper across the table, revealing a glaring crimson headline. Bellatrix Lestrange escapes from Azkaban. Current whereabouts unknown. Chapter 100. All 12 subjects? A punishment for Tom. Upon the release of the news regarding Bella's escape, the entire magical community was immediately engulfed in a tense atmosphere. Bellatrix Lestrange, Sirius's cousin, was Voldemort's most devoted and unhinged follower. At her trial in the Wizengamot, even while imprisoned, she had appeared disheveled, casting a chilling cackle to the heavens. It's him. That wretched Harry Potter. He.S. the one who killed my master. Her shrill voice echoed. Now, this demon had broken free from her cage, and her hatred for Harry would only fester more intensely after years of confinement. Bella, Sirius scoffed, slamming the Daily Prophet onto the table. Resolutely deciding to accompany Lupin to Hogwarts to protect Harry, countless Dementors were dispatched to the vicinity of Hogwarts to capture Bella, casting a heavy gloom over what should have been a vibrant start to the school year. As Fanny sat on the Hogwarts Express, facing a multitude of Dementors, I never expected that even with Sirius's name cleared, the third year at Hogwarts would still be plagued by Dementors. Is this what they call narrative inertia? Fortunately, this time, Lupin and Harry were in the same compartment. The men within appeared weary, yet, having prepared in advance. They fought off their fatigue to distribute chocolate to everyone. Take some. If you're feeling unwell, eat a piece. Upon entering the Great Hall of Hogwarts, before they could even savor the cheerful atmosphere, Professor McGonagall appeared hurriedly. Granger, Curtis, could you please come with me at once? Could it possibly be the time turner? Fanny pondered, recalling that Hermione had once used a time turner in her third year to take all subjects, though she clearly pushing open the heavy oak door of McGonagall's office. The familiar scent of parchment and ink greeted her. McGonagall bypassed any unnecessary pleasantries and proceeded directly toward a locked ebony box, adorned with intricate magical runes. She deftly opened the box and extracted two exquisitely crafted items, placing them gently upon the table. You two, she said with a grave expression, are the only two students on record at Hogwarts this century to have chosen 12 subjects in your third year. 12? Vanny's mind buzzed, her body freezing in disbelief as her eyes widened in incredulity. She distinctly recalled her timetable, knowing full well that she had not selected Muggle studies or arithmancy. Fanny, I can't believe you chose 12 subjects too, Hermione exclaimed, oblivious to Vanny's petrified expression. She immediately wrapped her arms around Fanny in excitement, proclaiming, I just knew it. Only you could understand how magnificent it is to juggle so many classes. Ron and Harry wouldn't even consider it. Only you and I. Fanny, further disoriented by Hermione's exuberance, opened her mouth, attempting to extricate herself from the quagmire of shock. Wait. Professor McGonagall. I didn't. She had double-checked her schedule and had clearly selected 10 subjects. Very well, Miss Curtis. McGonagall interrupted Fanny, her tone a blend of exasperation and admiration. I understand that the course load is immense. However, the talents and diligence of both Miss Granger and Miss Curtis are unquestionable. Yet even at Hogwarts, there are only 24 hours in a day. Now, let me elucidate the precautions regarding the time turner. The remainder of McGonagall's words faded from Fanny's ears. Her thoughts were consumed with the notion, didn't I only select 10 courses? Could it be? A sudden clarity flashed through Fanny's mind as she instinctively accepted the time turner, feeling McGonagall's reassuring pat on her shoulder. Use it wisely. Miss Curtis. Once the sorting ceremony concluded and the students had finished their dinner, Fanny hurried back to her dormitory. The first thing she did was retrieve her diary and the Riddle doll from her suitcase. Grasping her quill, she scrawled in a hurried, chaotic script, say, did you secretly enroll me in 12 subjects while I wasn't paying attention? The inky words vanished from the diary, and a translucent soul slowly emerged, gazing at Fanny with an expression of deep regret. It was I, he murmured softly, his demeanor innocent and candid. I merely believe that with your exceptional abilities, little Fanny, you ought to undertake more subjects. Excuse me? He tilted his head, his lashes casting shadows over his eyes, his tone adopting an infrequent note of feigned vulnerability. If this displeases you, you may punish me for it. Fanny's gaze abruptly shifted back to the Riddle doll on the table. If I'm not mistaken, you possessed him to select all subjects for me, didn't you? Now, return to him. She smiled, a glint of malice swirling in her eyes. Chapter 101. Riddle, but I despise you. Riddle's expression faltered. His earlier declaration of willingly accepting punishment was a keen understanding of Fanny's character. She was not one to easily forgive those who acted without her consent. At this moment, his predicament was indeed dictated by her, as the diary housing his soul was firmly under her control. But to return to the doll, facing Fanny's malicious gaze, Riddle felt his heart skip a beat. The doll on the table regained its vitality, and upon entering the doll's body, Riddle raised his arm toward Fanny, who towered over him. In my time at Hogwarts, I too chose 12 subjects. It is precisely because of that experience that I am certain, with your extraordinary talent, you can master this challenge. He subtly took a step back. If your studies prove too demanding, I would gladly assist you with some of your assignments. Fanny, seated in her chair, placed her palm firmly in his path. Riddle's body stiffened, and then an irresistible force surged through him. Fanny pinched him between two fingers, lifting him effortlessly as if he were but a mere toy, and brought him close to her warm, outstretched hand. As she ran a delicate comb through his hair, from crown to tip, her slender fingertips brushed against the dark strands. I've always wondered if one day a doll could come to life. What expressions and reactions would they have to my touch and affection? Fanny mused slowly, picking up a strand of the doll's hair and then letting it fall. Regrettably, the last time was merely a shared sensation, she sighed, before brightening, but this time, it's a truly living doll. The punishment commenced. Her gentle motions vanished. The comb was cruelly cast aside, and Fanny's fingers moved with a deft, commanding authority. Riddle emitted a muffled grunt. Memories of shared sensations as a doll surged through his mind. The deep-rooted humiliation of the past should have resurfaced. Yet now, as he sat in Fanny's warm palm, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through him, akin to an electric current, reaching deep into his soul. Strangely, the feeling of humiliation began to dissipate, leaving Riddle in a state of disarray. Fanny seized the doll's delicate arms, raising them above his head. Then she grasped his waist, forcing him into an exaggerated arch. Next, she manipulated his legs into a cute, dainty sitting posture. Her movements were not brutal, but rather imbued with an odd elegance. Riddle bit down hard on his lip, fearing any sound might escape him. He closed his eyes as Fanny's fingertips glided from the crown of his head down to his shoulders. Why so silent? She suddenly prodded his cheek, her expression one of annoyance. No expression, no reaction? That simply won't do. A living doll must respond, be it joy, anger, or something else. At the very least, calling my name would be a response. She teased maliciously, her spirits lifting with this whimsical thought. How about you just call my name? Riddle possessed a voice that was always melodious. Life was indeed unfair. He had been gifted with a perfect visage, a prodigious intellect, and a voice that could render nightingales speechless. Come now, she lifted the doll's arm, her tone sweet. Call my name, Fanny. It's simple, isn't it? Is this right? In this kind of situation? Riddle's tightly shut eyes flew open. His deep, glistening black eyes brimmed with incredulity and a profound sense of offended rage. To have him, the Dark Lord, past, present, and future, the heir of Slytherin, debased to such a position, begging for her name? This was more demeaning than any torture. The names of those who had once crawled at his feet, begging for his mercy, flashed through his mind, and now he was being commanded. Riddle clenched his jaw even tighter, shaking his head gently. Fanny's smile instantly faded. You don't want to call? She softly repeated, her voice still gentle. Her fingers, gripping the doll's waist, suddenly tightened, lifting Riddle entirely upside down. The small doll's body was inverted, his world spinning wildly. Then, her fingers, infused with punitive force, swiftly traveled up his spine. The overwhelming sense of imbalance, coupled with the prickling sensations akin to tiny electric shocks, shattered the defenses Riddle had desperately maintained. And a sound escaped him uncontrollably. With astonishment, shame, and even a hint of something else, she uttered his name. Fanny, came the cold retort from Fanny Riddle. Her lips struggled to move, the second syllable barely audible. It was indistinct. Fanny paused her actions with a malicious intent, repositioning him and letting her fingertips rest threateningly against his neck. With a complete voice, Fanny finally heard Riddle's low, yet distinctly audible tone. Fanny. He called her countless times until he heard her satisfied hum. It seemed she had played enough and listened sufficiently, proclaiming with a magnanimous air, the punishment is over. Just as the doll's shoes grazed the cold surface of the table, a faint glimmer flashed, and Riddle's soul, in an instant and with blinding speed, zipped back into the pitch-black diary. On the table remained only the strangely positioned doll and the diary lying quietly, as if nothing had occurred. Fanny raised an eyebrow, seemingly taken aback by his speed of escape. She picked up a quill and swiftly wrote in the diary, running away so quickly? Weren't you quite chatty just now? Care to share your feelings? The ink vanished rapidly on the smooth pages, as if it had sunk into the depths of the sea. Pondering, Fanny bit her pen and, with a playful smile, wrote, Don't be like that, Tom. I actually thought you looked rather adorable just now. Some things I like. She emphasized the word thrice. Congratulations, Fanny's fondness for Tom Riddle has risen to level 14. In truth, she could somewhat control the rankings of her affections. Yet, I dislike you. A line of elegant script suddenly appeared, nearly causing Fanny to tumble from her chair in shock. But in the blink of an eye, that line vanished, replaced by another. I will help you choose 12 subjects. Aside from honing your knowledge, there is one more matter. Hogwarts typically provides students selecting 12 subjects with a time turner, which we may find useful in future endeavors. A time turner? Fanny refocused on the finely crafted hourglass. Ultimately, she wrote, but I also have a request. Join me for class tomorrow morning. Just for one day. Chapter 102, A Battlefield? Severus and the Marauder. The next morning, sunlight poured through the curtains of the dormitory, and the unicorn blood crystal had been completed. Fanny, clutching a hefty potions textbook, pushed open the door to her dormitory. Quiet down, Tom, she silently reminded him. Since yesterday's punishment, Riddle's soul, once again residing within her consciousness, seemed encased in an invisible thin ice, a peculiar silence and tension pervading their shared mental space. Starkly different from before. She could sense his presence, but could not capture any clear thoughts, only a subtle pressure akin to being stalked by a feline predator. Was it really that big of a deal to call your name a few times? She attempted to tease, only to be interrupted by a barely audible, cold huff of indignation from the depths of her mind. Fanny wisely silenced her thoughts, just as she was about to turn down the corridor leading to the potions classroom. A low, suppressed voice brimming with anger echoed from the end of the hall, growing closer. I trust some individuals remember their position as guest professors, and that the corridors of Hogwarts are not a stage for flaunting outdated friendships? It was Professor Snape. Fanny halted abruptly, instinctively taking shelter behind a massive stone pillar. She beheld Snape blocking the path of Lupin and Sirius, his black robes nearly merging with the shadows of the corridor. Indeed, Sirius had returned to Hogwarts as a guest professor. Lupin stood beside him, his face still adorned with a gentle smile. Severus, we just happened to cross paths. We were on our way. Happened to? Snape's voice was laced with irritation, as if the position for defense against the dark arts had fortuitously become vacant, only to be fortuitously filled by. He paused deliberately, his gaze sweeping over Lupin's somewhat haggard visage. A suitable candidate? Sirius, arms crossed and leaning casually against the cold stone wall, wore a familiar, nonchalant smirk. Any prior assistance Snape had provided in concocting potions had swiftly dissipated in their latest confrontation. He scoffed, his gray eyes filled with disdain. Spare me, Snape. Just admit your jealousy. Don't act like a sullen child whose toy has been snatched away. Snape's expression darkened, his fingers tightening within the voluminous sleeves of his black robe. At that moment, Sirius caught a glimpse of Fanny peeking from behind the stone pillar. Hey, Fanny, he called out, striding purposefully around the standoff, his previous demeanor instantly replaced with a warm smile. He approached Fanny directly, naturally reaching out to ruffle her soft hair, gently tucking a loose strand behind her ear. Off to potions so early? Don't let some people's gloomy faces scare you. Study well. I'll take you to the kitchens for a treat at noon. All right? Sure, Sirius, Fanny replied, a touch embarrassed, unsure why Snape's gaze felt somewhat intimidating. Lupin timely cleared his throat, breaking the awkward tension. Sirius, we ought to be going. Don't distract Miss Curtis from her class. He cast a gentle glance at Fanny, subtly tugging at Sirius's arm. The atmosphere in potions class seemed more oppressive than usual. Strange, colorful fumes emanated from the cauldrons, saturating the air with a bitter scent. Snape glided silently between the aisles like a massive bat, his robes swirling and conjuring gusts of cold air. He had just elucidated the crucial steps for the shrinking solution with meticulous precision, detailing the finely chopped daisy roots and the exact timing for fire control. At this moment, his inscrutable black eyes swept across the entire class, landing with pinpoint accuracy on Fanny. Miss Curtis. He strode to her cauldron, his voice smooth. I have noted. Snape began slowly, the ever-enthusiastic Miss Granger of Gryffindor, and you. He paused deliberately, his sharp gaze piercing into Fanny. You have become one of the rare students at Hogwarts this century to bravely choose 12 subjects in your third year. The entire class's attention converged on Fanny, whose face turned to stone. Here we go again. The mere thought of Riddle choosing 12 subjects cast a shadow over her mood. Such a rigorous academic load must require extraordinary time management skills. He deliberately elongated the phrase time management skills. Was he hinting at the time turner? Did he suspect something of her? But hadn't all those who selected 12 subjects at Hogwarts received a time turner? What was he pondering? Didn't he know she had traversed dimensions, aware of all the original content? Wait, aware of all the original content. Fanny's heart raced. Yet she still met Snape's scrutinizing gaze with meekness. Yes, Professor. We are striving to adapt to the new semester's schedule. Snape overlooked any subtle changes in her expression. He straightened, the fabric of his robe whispering softly, his gaze still locked on Fanny's face. Striving to adapt? He reiterated. I sincerely hope that your endeavors do not remain as superficial as the friendships of certain individuals. Now, Snape spoke softly. Pray tell, Miss Curtis. During the brewing process of the shrinking solution that you just mentioned, if the thickness of the daisy root slices exceeds the standard requirement of 0.3 millimeters, and if the temperature of the cauldron is not meticulously maintained at a simmer when the powdered mandrake is added, what type of failure might the potion exhibit? What would be the specific manifestations? The nature of his inquiry was exceedingly intricate, not only testing the recollection of the procedure, but demanding a profound comprehension of the principles underlying potential failures, far beyond the ordinary level expected of a third-year student. Clearly aimed at her. A collective gasp echoed through the classroom. This question did not pertain to third-year knowledge, but rather involved concepts taught in the 6th year regarding transformations and their related issues. Riddle finally spoke up in her consciousness. Little Fanny, I know the answer to this question, but I do not wish to reveal it. His tone was lighthearted. What does that mean? Fanny inhaled deeply, and after a brief pause, responded, Professor, if the daisy root slices are too thick, it will result in the incomplete and uneven release of its active ingredients. While the addition of mandrake juice at an excessively high temperature will trigger a violent exothermic reaction, the combination of both factors may yield an unstable expansion effect. This would manifest as the potion's color shifting from the anticipated bright green to a murky brownish yellow, accompanied by the formation of numerous vigorous bubbles and a pungent odor. In severe cases, it could cause the potion to violently splatter within the cauldron, posing a danger. How amusing. Did you think she wouldn't study ahead? The classroom fell into a profound silence. Humph. After a long moment, Snape let out a brief, cold snort, indicating that she had not completely squandered her intellect on meaningless socializing. He scathingly remarked, casting a glance at Vanna's hair, Ravenclaw loses 5 points. He coldly declared, for your untimely lingering in the corridor, which wasted precious class time, Fanny. This reason for point deduction was utterly absurd. What had she done wrong? Could you not drag her into your student squabbles? But Snape no longer regarded her, and Fanny lowered her head, staring blankly at her cauldron. Deservedly so. She heard Riddle's mocking tone. Is that so? A glint of malice flickered in Vanna's eyes. Thus, during the lunch hour, as Vanna sat at the Ravenclaw long table, she contemplated when most of her peers had arrived and then seized the moment. If you ask me, which couples in the magical world are the most delectable? Gryffindor and Slytherin, Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff should step aside. The most delectable couple undoubtedly belongs to the contemporary era, she loudly proclaimed. Voldemort and Snape. Chapter 103. Face to face again, the uncanny couple Voldemort and Snape. In this world, only Voldemort's love for Snape is true love. This declaration resonated explosively in the minds of a select few, the great hall descending into an eerie silence for a moment. At the professor's table, Snape, who had been precisely slicing a roasted potato with his knife and fork, froze mid-action, his head snapping up. Beside him, Dumbledore, holding a cup of lemon tea, gasped in surprise, slightly ajar-mouthed. The pumpkin juice in Harry's hand clattered to the plate. Ron nearly choked on a mouthful of pudding. Sirius almost burst into laughter, grabbing Lupin's sleeve, and even Riddle and Vanna's consciousness momentarily stalled. Little Fanny, she could even feel Riddle's voice trembling. Meanwhile, many bewildered students were rendered dumbfounded by the sudden silence and the peculiar reactions of the professors and upperclassmen. They nervously glanced around, lowering their voices, eagerly inquiring with those who appeared to know what was happening. Merlin, what just occurred? What is Curtis thinking now? Hurry and tell me. Who has she concocted a tale about this time? Look at Professor Snape's expression. My goodness, he looks as though he might kill someone. Amidst this chaotic silence and hushed whispers, Fanny, the epicenter of the storm, continued to elegantly slice her fried egg. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile crept onto her lips. Her intent in channeling Riddle was to exact revenge through this uncanny pairing. Yet Snape happened to be caught in the crossfire. One of you troubles her in class, while the other, having chosen 12 subjects for her, states today in potions that she deserves it. Experience the power of the uncanny couple. First, Fanny emphasized internally, Voldemort and Snape are both half-blood wizards. Look at this fate. Black hair, black eyes. What a fitting match. Secondly, she grew increasingly animated as she spoke. They both have dreadful muggle fathers and, witch mothers who are madly in love. The similarities in their backgrounds inevitably determine their connection. Thirdly, Vanna's voice rose in her thoughts. It is said that Voldemort does not understand love. But to what extent does he trust Snape? Even on the decisive night when he resolved to kill the Potters, he agreed to Snape's request, promising to spare Lily Evans. Snape's body stiffened once more. Lily's name pierced his heart like a dagger, while Harry simultaneously cast a complex glance at Snape. And what was the result? Fanny did not pay attention to the current details. Her thoughts were lighthearted. Just because of this promise, Voldemort was rebuffed by the magic of love. and the one who feared death perished for Snape. What else could this be if not true love? A snort escaped Dumbledore, who had accidentally inhaled lemon tea, releasing a brief cough. He quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief, his shoulders suspiciously shaking. In the depths of his consciousness, Riddle tentatively called out to Fanny. His tone humble. "Little Fanny, I think this is enough." Snape's face had darkened to the shade of a cauldron's bottom, veins throbbing on his forehead. He shot a glance at Dumbledore, who was clearly stifling laughter, and just as he was about to rise, Fanny's thoughts rang out once more. Fourthly, the only place Voldemort ever loved or cared for was Hogwarts. That was his home, his kingdom, the only place he ever cherished in his life. But in the future, when he resurrected and seized power, who did he bestow the position of headmaster of Hogwarts upon? He gave it to Snape. Voldemort bestowed his beloved home, his most cherished crown, upon Snape. What does this signify? This is the most profound and silent declaration of true feelings. A crown? A declaration? A third-year Hufflepuff student listened, wide-eyed, instinctively muttering the words again. Nearby, several Ravenclaw students pulled out quills and notebooks, their eyes sparkling with a hint of understanding as they whispered to each other about classmates who had entered the top 20 in popularity. Fifthly, Voldemort even taught Snape the secrets of his unique flying spell. Vanna pressed on. Consider this treatment. Even his most loyal Death Eaters, Bella and young Barty, did not receive such privileges. A unique technique, shared freely. What else could this be if not favoritism? It seemed to resonate with truth. Pansy exchanged bewildered glances with her companions, while Daphne gasped in shock, covering her mouth. In the depths of his consciousness, Riddle's expression crumbled. Fanny. Lastly, Fanny continued, leisurely sipping her lemon juice. When Voldemort was forced to kill Snape, what did he use? His pet snake Nagini, rather than his most adept killing curse. Do you know why? She deliberately paused, building suspense before delivering her conclusion emphatically. It is known that the killing curse, Avada Kedavra, requires the caster to harbor an absolute intent to kill in order to be lethal. Thus, it can be inferred that Voldemort refrained from using Avada because, deep within, he could not summon the requisite murderous intent towards Snape. What is this? Love. Is it what? The Dark Lord, it seems, could not bring himself to slay him? A Ravenclaw girl covered her mouth, her eyes wavering. Several Slytherin students exchanged glances, their worldview teetering on the brink of collapse. Hermione concealed her face, feeling as though her logical faculties were being subjected to an unprecedented challenge. Harry sensed that the world had gone mad. Boom. Snape finally erupted in fury. Severus, calm down. Dumbledore attempted to interject, but it was clearly too late. Snape abruptly stood up, just as he was about to charge towards the Ravenclaw table. His target unmistakably set on Fanny. A petite, agile figure darted forth from the Slytherin table as if premeditated, intercepting Snape with outstretched arms. "Professor Snape, please wait," Mafalda declared boldly, or perhaps recklessly, casting a quick, eager glance at Fanny. "During this summer vacation, I diligently completed the assignment you set, and I discovered numerous issues within it. Now, I have many questions I wish to pose to you, Professor Snape. As the greatest and most erudite head of house, you must first address my academic confusions." Mafalda's intervention crucially bought Fanny those final few seconds. Snape was momentarily halted by this unexpected blockade, his expression one of disbelief. In that electrifying instant, Fanny's innermost thoughts reverberated in the minds of the 20 present. In conclusion, Voldemort's feelings for Snape are undoubtedly true love. Chapter 104, Boggett. Teaching her the flight spell. Snape ultimately departed from the Great Hall of Hogwarts, his mood decidedly soured. Vanna's outrageous, yet seemingly logical assertions regarding the fabricated coupledom were spiraling wildly among the crowd, but the matter of unspoken thoughts left him unable to directly refute them. To make matters worse, this morning, Neville's performance in defense against the dark arts had transformed his image into that of a figure clad in his grandmother's attire, as relayed by the Gryffindors. "Have you heard? Professor Snape and the Dark Lord." "Shoo, keep it down." "But it seems like Snape's request is genuine. Otherwise, why would Potter still be alive? More than that, I want to know what he looks like in Neville's grandmother's clothing. Merlin's beard. Someone should really have the Daily Prophet interview him." Hogwarts' dual-faced romantic, the Dark Lord's true love, and Grand Longbottom's fashion spokesperson. Snape, expressionless, passed by them, deducting a full 10 points from each student. The final class of the afternoon was, coincidentally, Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lupin stood at the lectern, his demeanor gentle. "Today, we shall confront Boggetts, magical creatures that transform into your greatest fears. Remember the incantation, ridiculous. The spell hinges on concentration, utilizing humor or absurdity to distort it, thereby stripping it of its power." The practice commenced, and students formed a queue. Hufflepuff's Susan faced a snake that spewed letters. She screamed and retreated, transforming it into a comical jump rope adorned with a top hat. Finnegan's boggart morphed into a giant spider, which he rendered into a whimsical figure tap dancing on stilts. Padma's boggart manifested as a dreadful report card, which she quickly transmuted into a piece of bubblegum, emblazoned with an O. Now it was Vanna's turn. The classroom fell silent, all eyes converging on her. Since her enrollment, Vanny had been a figure of prominence at Hogwarts, her beauty striking, her talent exceptional. She had earned accolades with her imaginative prose, and she always radiated joy, as if the world's troubles were of no concern to her. What could she possibly fear? Even the long-dormant riddle within her seemed to cast a curious glance. The cupboard door flung open, and a swirling, distorted black mist rapidly coalesced. The color drained from Vanna's face in an instant. She stood frozen, her eyes widening, filled with an inconceivable terror and a profound sorrow that pierced her very soul. It was not a monstrous apparition, nor any Hogwarts professor or dark wizard. It was an exceedingly ordinary, even comforting scene, a home she knew intimately from her past life. On the sofa in the living room, her parents sat side by side watching television, warm light illuminating them, everything appearing so tranquil and serene. This scene? It looked quite beautiful. She heard whispers among the students. Has the boggart malfunctioned? Who would be frightened by such a warm tableau? But the next moment, the entire image began to flicker like an old television with poor reception, distorting and elongating. Her parents in the living room aged rapidly, their hair turning gray, wrinkles etching their cheeks, their expressions morphing into sorrowful despair, the once warm scene vanishing entirely, replaced by gloom and chill. Vanny, where have you gone? Darkness consumed their pallid faces. The boggart's manifestation of her parents no longer shone brightly. They were desperately searching for her, their gazes fixed on her. Yet it seemed they could never see Vanny standing before them. The warmth of home was gradually dissipating. Could she ever return? Would she see them again? What would become of them in her absence? Would she be eternally severed from this world? Tears surged unexpectedly in her eyes, silently cascading down her pale cheeks. She stood there dazed. Vanny? Lupin keenly sensed the anomaly. This was no ordinary fear, but something far more profound. His brow furrowed as he stepped forward. Just as Lupin was about to approach, Vanny seemed to awaken, abruptly raising her wand. Yet, an overwhelming sorrow crashed over her like a tide. She could not summon any humorous emotion. The black mist writhed violently, and when it coalesced again, the scene had shifted. An utterly mundane office desk piled high with precariously stacked folders. Beside it, a cheap mug emblazoned with the word struggle, its rim stained with coffee. The old computer monitor displayed a flurry of incomprehensible emails, the unread messages exceeding 99, and the calendar glaringly displayed deadlines that had already passed. After the loss of her parents, Vanna's fear transformed into the soul-draining monotony of the daily grind. But this time, she resolutely waved her wand. Ridiculous. The towering piles of folders instantly morphed into balloons, buoyantly floating toward the ceiling. From the mug, vibrant flowers burst forth, blooming extravagantly. The calendar was splashed with vivid paint, resembling abstract art. Even on the computer screen, the clutter of emails vanished, replaced by a continuous scroll of imaginative fanfiction excerpts and artwork, bold, bright, and uniquely Vanna's style. This was no longer a stifling cage, but rather her envisioned kingdom, free and unfettered, thriving on passion, showcasing her talents. Whether concerning her parents or her future, she could find her own way. Having vanquished the boggart, Vanny exited the queue with a lightness in her step. Tears may be swiftly rained in, but were you not the one who maliciously spread rumors within the hall? After a prolonged silence, Riddle once again offered a scathing remark, expressing disdain for shedding tears over an illusion. He sensed the subtle shift in Vanny's emotions, momentarily pausing. After a brief interlude, his beguiling voice resonated once more, deliberately slowing his tone, imbued with a somewhat awkward attempt at consolation. Little Vanny, here you are, surrounded by Hogwarts, by friends who orbit around you. He hesitated, seemingly weighing his words, and also by me. This last phrase was uttered softly, soon followed by his next words. Is that not sufficient? What in the Muggle world could possibly hold your affection? At most, it could be her parents' kindness towards her. Yet, what significance does that hold? Vanny evidently flourishes in this realm, possessing magic, formidable power, unparalleled talent, achieving fame and fortune at such a tender age. Her future in the magical community is destined to shine brilliantly. Why then, clinging persistently to that inconsequential past? Riddle genuinely found himself perplexed. The girl who returned to her seat remained silent, a flicker of derision evident in her eyes. However, Riddle swiftly shifted the conversation, his tone noticeably strained. Since you still express interest in my flying charm, mentioning it here in the hall. Tonight, atop the astronomy tower, he proclaimed as if bestowing a gift. I shall teach you the true flying charm. Chapter 105. Barbados, the secret to longevity is birthdays. Atop the astronomy tower, the night enveloped the surroundings, thick and black. Fanny relied on the Marauder's map, skillfully evading the caretaker, arriving alone at the astronomy tower. A translucent spirit emerged from her consciousness, Riddle hovering before her, allowing the moonlight to pass unobstructed through his ethereal form. "So you still possess the flying charm?" Fanny inquired, leaning against the railing. "Did you, during your time at Hogwarts, already develop the wandless flying magic?" Early autumn's heat lingered, and Fanny donned a simple black robe over a thin nightgown, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed through Riddle into the starry expanse. The night breeze tousled her long hair and robe, brushing against her bare calves. "Not quite," Riddle replied, slightly avoiding her gaze. "But through your narration, I can surmise the principles by which my future self employs wandless flight. The essence of the flying charm," he explained, "is not to combat gravity, but rather to deceive it. Magic is the extension of your will, a medium that allows you to merge with the wind. The first step in casting the flying charm is to abandon your instinctual reliance on solid ground." His teaching style was always succinct. Such a method may seem overly profound to others, yet for Fanny, it was perfectly tailored, clear, and direct. Unlike the classroom teachers who often dissected a simple concept into convoluted fragments, Fanny's penchant for drifting off in class stemmed from their tendency to drag the pace too slowly, capturing only the most crucial points as her utmost respect for the professors. Taking a deep breath, Fanny rose onto her tiptoes, feeling the swirling wind around her. She understood the implications of Riddle's words, seeking to attune herself to nature, envisioning herself as the light and airy breeze. Dumbledore once said that love is the greatest magic in the world, a sentiment that resonates profoundly. In the universe of Harry Potter, emotions wield immense power. Both love and hate can serve as potent catalysts for magic, amplifying it exponentially. Fortunately, Fanny possessed the most delicate and abundant emotions. Pure magic gradually descended, coalescing and compressing. She grounded her feet, closed her eyes, and felt her fingertips and feet become weightless. The entire process unfolded seamlessly, and without any noticeable exertion of magic. She naturally floated half a foot above the ground. Riddle partially opened his eyes, a languid smile gracing his features. "Not bad," he remarked lazily. "Why not take a leap from the astronomy tower and revel in the sensation of flying?" "But what if I fall?" Fanny countered, feigning bravado as she glanced down at the dizzying height below. "If I were to plummet, would I not be reduced to mere pulp? You could partition a portion of your soul to me, granting me a physical form and a modicum of magic," Riddle quipped, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Thus I could ensure that I would catch you perfectly should you falter, little Fanny." Fanny shot him a knowing glance, and Riddle immediately raised his hands in surrender. "I was merely jesting," he said lightly. "You've already put me through enough torment these past few days. Surely I can afford a joke?" She replied, retracting her gaze, graciously allowing him a reprieve. Rising, she floated above the railing of the astronomy tower. "Though, I certainly don't require your assistance. Sirius gifted me a firebolt on Harry's birthday. I might as well give it a pat. Perhaps that broom will remember me. If all else fails, a firebolt will surely save the day." Before she finished her sentence, she moved slightly, like an arrow released from a bow, soaring gracefully from the astronomy tower's railing, melding into the profound night sky. Riddle instinctively stepped forward, his gaze fixated on Fanny as she spread her arms wide, embracing the night breeze as she ascended toward the higher realms of the starlit sky. The moonlight poured over her unreservedly, her dark hair billowing behind her, the black robe swirling with the wind, revealing the hem of her nightgown in a dance. Time seemed to halt in that moment. Fanny ultimately glided back, as if drawn by the moonlight, not returning to the astronomy tower, but hovering just a step beyond the railing, her height slightly surpassing that of Riddle within the tower. "How does it feel?" Riddle's voice bore an imperceptible rasp. He suddenly recalled that Fanny had washed her hair just that evening. The fragrance of shampoo lingered in her locks, distinctly vibrant, as the night breeze tousled her hair, framing her face with an innocent purity. The sensation of flying? Fanny's smile deepened, her voice cutting through the night air with unrestrained exhilaration. "It is, of course, freedom. Do you not know that the element represented by Ravenclaw is wind?" She tilted her head slightly, gently descending to the ground, which now made her noticeably shorter than Riddle. Displeased, she looked up, playfully rising onto her tiptoes to highlight their height difference. "Since childhood, I have fantasized about being a wisp of wind or possessing the power to control the wind. How wondrous that would be. Are you familiar with Barbados?" she asked, her voice soft and gentle. Riddle replied, "What?" "A deity of wind, gentle in nature, eloquent in expression, with a penchant for drink, she feigned mystery, and most importantly, he has lived for thousands of years," Riddle responded. "Tom, in truth, individuals like you possess a considerable chance of attaining longevity. She sighed lightly. After all, your birthday is December 31st. I know many born on December 31st who have enjoyed long lives, perhaps centuries as ancient beings. Fanny danced lightly before Riddle. They wield immense power, capable of easily dominating the entire world if they so desire. Her voice floated softly, weaving a tale. Riddle's gaze remained fixed on Fanny's figure, and he could no longer contain his curiosity, pressing. How do they achieve that? What great forbidden arts, curses, or something else do they employ? Oh, Fanny paused her movements, her face a mask of indifference. It was a matter of race, an innate condition. As for her birthday, December 31st, it was merely a date she had whimsically chosen after losing track of her true birth date over the years. Riddle interjected. Please don't tell me this is something you mentioned in one of your games. Correct answer. Tom, you're quite clever. Finally, she halted, gazing at Riddle with unrestrained delight at his animated expression. Sometimes, teasing this fellow was rather endearing. The affection value on the system panel flickered with a crimson glow, performing a gentle dance, catching Fanny's peripheral vision. Ever since she had forcibly put the system into hibernation, she had manually modified several of its mechanisms. For instance, the affection values of unfamiliar individuals were displayed in white, while those of familiar faces, ranking in her top 20, appeared in red. Although she was uncertain of the true utility of these affection values, or if they could eventually aid her return to her own world, indulging in them for the time being was quite agreeable. Fanny slightly narrowed her eyes, the smile at the corner of her lips vanishing the instant Riddle re-entered her consciousness. Chapter 106, Divination, Theodore and Harry's Battleground. The following afternoon, Fanny, cradling a book, ascended to the pinnacle of the North Tower alongside her classmates. Riddle had long been relegated back to the dormitory. She was finally about to attend the divination class she had longed for. Fanny seated herself at a low round table, gazing at the teacup and the exquisite crystal ball before her. In the study of divination, the text was not of paramount importance. Trelawney wafted in through the swirling incense smoke, welcoming them to the labyrinth of fate. Here, we shall unveil the veil of the future. Listen to the whispers of the stars, and interpret the secrets of tea leaves. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Hannah. I see a cat running, and a piece of parchment inscribed with an O. My dear child, you shall shine brilliantly in your care of magical creatures class. But beware of your pet destroying an important essay. She then turned to Mandy, her fingers tracing the air in the coming week. Be cautious of losing a friend due to a misunderstanding, particularly concerning a lost feather quill. Now, dear children, let us attempt to decipher the language of the tea leaves ourselves. Trelawney announced. Finish your tea, gently swirl the remnants at the bottom of your cup, and then invert it onto the saucer to reveal the threads of fate. The students complied. Fanny lifted the cup of fragrant herbal tea before her, sipping delicately. Her imagination had always been extraordinarily vivid. While observing the tea leaves remnants for Padma, she conjured 8 distinct images within a minute. I believe this resembles a witch wielding a wand, or perhaps a Professor Snape engulfed in flames. Oh, a gracefully dancing unicorn? Or perhaps you should tell me your date of birth, and I shall calculate your astrological chart. She whimsically thought, redirecting her gaze to the tea leaves she had consumed. And in a moment of reverie, she perceived the outline of a door. An ancient, heavy door, its edges shimmering with a silver halo, stood firmly shut, while 2 stars danced above it. A breeze seeped through the crack, evoking an enigmatic sensation that enveloped her. She sensed that the door was gradually opening. Ah, my dear. Trelawney approached Fanny's round table directly. I feel the threads of destiny entwining around you. So radiant. So extraordinary. She suddenly leaned forward, fixating on the remnants of tea in Fanny's cup. Through the mists of time, your soul sparkles with a unique brilliance. I have long known you are unlike us. Dear child, wisdom flows like an inexhaustible spring. You shall traverse the splendid tributaries of destiny, favored by the stars and blessed by the moonlight. Her excitement mounted, her voice resonating with clarity. My dear, you are destined for greatness. After class, Fanny exited the incense-laden tower classroom and, upon reaching a secluded corner, overheard familiar murmurs. I heard Professor Trelawney predict that Fanny would live a long life. Wisdom like the sea. Traversing the mists, Harry's voice drifted in a low tone, accompanied by Ron and Hermione, evidently just finishing another class. When it's my turn, all I'll hear about is the ominous shadow of death beckoning from the grave. How is that fair? His emerald eyes brimmed with frustration and discontent. Unable to stifle a laugh, Fanny stepped around the corner. Hey, Harry. Harry jumped, his face instantly flushing. Fanny, I didn't mean that. It's all right. Fanny smiled warmly, waving her hand dismissively as she moved closer to him. Professor Trelawney's style is always rather theatrical. Haven't you heard? She leaned in conspiratorially toward Harry. In divination, one should only believe the good and disregard the bad. Right? If she speaks positively, she's a genius in prophecy. If she speaks negatively, then it's mere baseless nonsense. How can we trust such superstitions? Fanny spread her arms wide. Harry was thoroughly amused by her gestures and words. Let us go? Fanny naturally extended her hand, gently grasping Harry's wrist. Speaking in a tone only they could hear, it's time to feed Nova. Nova was the name Fanny had given to the little dog, meaning new star. They had ultimately placed her in the room of requirement, envisioned by Fanny as a safe haven combining a warm dog bed and a cozy sofa. The two navigated with ease to the empty wall, pacing back and forth 3 times while silently conjuring their need. The smooth stone wall silently revealed a door. Nova, come here. Fanny knelt down, softly calling, shaking a bowl filled with dog food. The little dog immediately bounded over, tail wagging, affectionately nudging Fanny's legs and emitting contented whines. Harry chuckled, kneeling down as well, reaching out to pet the little dog's head. It seems she really likes that name. Nova, have you found your home? However, just as Harry's hand was about to touch the dog's head, Nova suddenly became distracted by something. Her little head abruptly turning toward the door, which had been left ajar by Harry upon entering. In a flash, the little dog darted through the gap. Nova! Fanny and Harry exclaimed in unison, immediately springing to their feet to pursue. The little dog ran swiftly, her small black form darting through the empty corridor with agility. Fanny and Harry, breathless, chased after her, weaving through the halls until they finally caught sight of the little dog at the end of a relatively secluded, dimly lit corridor. She was being gently cradled in the arms of a pale hand, sharply defined and unnaturally white. The owner of the hand was clad in a dark green Slytherin robe. Slender in build, with impeccably styled black hair, a handsome yet frigid visage, and icy blue eyes reminiscent of a winter lake, deep and aloof. It was Theodore. He slightly lowered his head, watching the docile little dog licking his fingers, his thick eyelashes fluttering, casting a shadow. Nova, Harry panted, wanting to step forward to take the dog back. Upon hearing the sound, Theodore raised his head, casting a brief, indifferent glance at the panting, disheveled Harry. Before his gaze precisely landed on Fanny, who had just caught up, a barely perceptible ripple spread across his cold gaze. As if the aloofness surrounding him had begun to thaw, he disregarded Harry entirely and walked directly toward Fanny, still holding the little dog. His footsteps were silent, his demeanor graceful. Fanny, he spoke in a cool, melodious tone. Is this your dog? He lowered his gaze to the exceptionally docile creature nestled in his arms. Nuzzling against his chest, it appeared to favor a tranquil environment. Chapter 107, The Battle for the Dog? A test of skills. What does this mean? Is the preference for a serene atmosphere a subtle hint that he is too noisy? Harry's expression suddenly darkened with irritation as Theodore stood calmly in the shadow of the corridor, his ice blue eyes devoid of emotion. Indeed, this is our dog. You may keep him, Harry awkwardly emphasized, unable to resist taking a step forward, only to be completely disregarded by Theodore. What is its name? He directly inquired of Fanny, casually stroking the puppy's head, which was clever enough to seek out quieter spaces. Harry's outstretched hand hung awkwardly in midair. Its name is Nova. I found her with Harry during the summer holidays, Fanny responded beside him, naturally moving closer to Theodore and extending her hand to receive the puppy. However, just as her fingers were about to make contact with Nova, Theodore subtly adjusted his embrace, making her action fall short. She had just run rather hastily and might be a bit startled. Theodore's voice remained steady, devoid of inflection. Do you need a calming agent? I happen to have a small bottle of my improved version, which is gentler and has fewer side effects than those available commercially. Fanny, who had been focused on Nova, instantly shifted her gaze to Theodore, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Really? What did you modify? Did you reduce the proportion of valerian root? Or did you change the grinding method of the moonstone? When I last tried, I felt the standard formula's calming effect on smaller creatures was not sufficiently enduring. Harry sensed that Theodore was being deliberately antagonistic. This brooding fellow was typically taciturn in potions class, resembling a moving iceberg. Yet, he suddenly became quite loquacious in Fanny's presence, even delving into complex, dizzying theories of potion making, as if he intended to retrieve that calming agent from his pocket for Nova. Harry felt an overwhelming urge to interrupt them loudly and pull Fanny away. However, his upbringing prevented him from acting in such a manner, and he could only stiffly interject. I believe Nova looks quite spirited and does not require any calming agent. The reason she ran off was merely due to being cooped up for too long. He struggled to maintain a polite, yet dry tone, subtly tugging at Fanny's sleeve. Fanny, we should be going. Nova has yet to have her dinner, and she must be hungry. Theodore finally shifted his gaze from Fanny's face to cast a fleeting glance at Harry. That look was as tranquil as a frozen lake, devoid of emotion. Yet it suddenly stirred within Harry a sense of disdainful discontent regarding the parameters of the calming agent's improvements. His voice remained cold, yet his pace seemed to slow slightly. We can discuss it in detail this Thursday evening in Professor Snape's office. Before he finished speaking, Theodore proactively handed over the small dog he held. His icy fingers brushed against Fanny's warm wrist, causing him to involuntarily tighten his grip, meeting her cheek once again, her azure eyes sparkling with pure delight. Theodore instinctively took a step back. Well then, let us depart. Harry tightened his grip on Fanny's sleeve, using the opportunity to deliberately position himself between her and Theodore, obstructing their visual exchange. He half-pushed, half-led Fanny as they turned to walk towards the corridor's end, illuminated by the golden rays of the setting sun. Theodore remained rooted in place, his tall silhouette almost blending into the shadows behind him. He slowly lowered his eyelids, his gaze resting on the fingertips that had just brushed against Fanny's wrist. There lingered a trace of searing warmth. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with Theodore. Fanny, cradling Nova, earnestly remarked to Harry. He used to be reclusive, but he never behaved like this. At the very least, he wouldn't let her walk away with Harry so easily. Theodore, she believed, was a cold exterior with a warm heart. Generally gentle and patient with small creatures. Wasn't he always like this? Brooding, with no one able to fathom his thoughts. Harry huffed, asserting that Nova had no real connection to him. It was entirely normal for him not to follow. Yet, it was baffling that Nova, a dog he had personally rescued, shared the same breed as Sirius's, could remain so amiable and friendly towards others in light of such matters. Taking a deep breath, as if to expel the pent-up frustration from his chest, he observed the sunlight streaming through the corridor windows, casting a warm golden glow on Fanny's soft hair and sweet profile. Watching her embrace the puppy, her brow furrowed in contemplation, Harry's irritation was suddenly supplanted by a stronger impulse. If Theodore could leverage his advantages to showcase his exceptional talent in potions, why could he not do the same? He yearned to whisk her away from all this chaos, to share with her his greatest passions, and to see in her eyes the brilliance ignited solely for him. Fanny, the Quidditch match in November is fast approaching. Harry paused, turning back, and asked, could you possibly come watch me play once more? I'll save the best seat for you. The Quidditch match in November? Fanny was predictably interrupted in her thoughts. Is that the one where the Dementors invaded the Quidditch pitch? In the not-so-distant future, that Quidditch match will be plagued by torrential rain, and the Dementors will invade the school, causing Harry to fall from his broom, resulting in the destruction of his Firebolt 2000. While preparing for the Quidditch match, she deliberately reminded him, one must also be cautious of the Dementors. All right. Fanny's eyes curved with delight. However, in the original narrative, it was because Sirius was secretly watching Harry's match that the Dementors invaded the school. But now, it was Bellatrix who had escaped, and it was uncertain whether the Dementors would indeed enter the school. Nevertheless, it was wise to subtly warn Harry to remain vigilant against the Dementors. Chapter 108, Draco. In the hospital wing. Upon hearing of the situation, Lupin immediately resolved to assist Harry in practicing the Patronus charm using a boggart, with Sirius observing nearby, casually imparting his own experiences. Focus on your happiest thoughts. Think of your time at Hogwarts, and of being with me. He lazily propped the two legs of his chair up, his long legs casually swinging above the floor. Harry couldn't help but recall Fanny's radiant smile under the sunlight and the cotton doll she had sewn by hand. Expecto Patronum. A faint, formless silvery mist struggled to emerge from the tip of his wand, prompting Sirius to enthusiastically applaud. Lupin prepared a cup of hot cocoa, offering it to Harry. I actually feel that there might be an issue with my teaching content, he whispered to Sirius before demonstrating the boggart to the students. I hadn't considered that certain students' fears might touch upon their personal traumas. As for the warm parents, he could almost immediately discern what Fanny was afraid of, as well as Harry. Some individuals' fears could potentially become fodder for ridicule by others. After finishing the hot cocoa, Harry stepped out of the office. It was lunchtime, and Fanny was playing with Nova in the room of requirement. He pushed the door open and sat across from her, burying his face in his arms. Practicing the Patronus charm feels utterly dreadful. That boggart turned into a Dementor, which felt far too real. And my Patronus dissipates with a mere puff. Harry's voice was muffled. Professor Lupin said that one needs the purest joy to combat it. But he lifted his head, his emerald eyes filled with confusion and a yearning for affirmation, his voice dwindling. I had so many happy thoughts. Fanny toyed with her wand, tentatively waving it to conjure a Patronus. A silvery mist billowed forth, not fully taking shape. Yet it was distinctly brighter than the one Harry had previously cast. Yours is more luminous than mine, she remarked, but I did not directly face a Dementor. A smile played on her lips. It was indeed impressive that one could summon mist in the throes of fear. Not everything can be achieved in an instant. She reached out to tousle Harry's unruly hair. I believe in you, Harry. In the original text, by the end of his third year, Harry was capable of repelling a horde of Dementors with his Patronus. Therefore, the present, happier version of Harry should certainly be able to do the same. With a flushed face, Harry awkwardly sprang to his feet, instinctively lowering his gaze as her soft fingers wove through his hair. He finally stammered, "It's getting late. I have to go to my afternoon class." Fanny watched him depart, shaking her head with a smile. As they parted ways at the corridor's intersection, she discreetly tightened her grip on her wand. On that day aboard the Hogwarts Express, when Dementors boarded to search for Bella, Harry had instinctively shielded her, and Lupin had swiftly cast the Patronus charm. The tide of despair and fear had barely engulfed her before the world transformed into vibrant light once more. Nonetheless, she truly needed to practice the Patronus charm. Her boggart wouldn't manifest as a Dementor, and it was unrealistic to seek out Dementors at the edge of the school. Perhaps she should engage in more self-directed study in the dormitory? Once her proficiency was sufficient, confronting a Dementor would pose no problem. Fanny pondered as she endured yet another uninspiring Muggle studies class, which consisted of the stereotypical behavior of Muggles as perceived by wizards. She had overheard upperclassmen lamenting that Muggle studies would become increasingly challenging in the coming years, but to her, it merely mirrored the humanities knowledge she had already mastered during her own studies. Exiting the classroom, Pansy, with tears glistening in her eyes, hurriedly blocked her path. "Curtis, did you know Draco was injured in class by Hagrid's hippogriff? He's lying in the infirmary and can't get up." She frantically grasped Fanny's wrist. "You should go see him." Inside the infirmary, Draco's voice was almost swallowed by the crowd of Slytherin robes, and Fanny's splash of blue appeared starkly out of place. Dragged by Pansy into the throng, she caught sight of Draco lying on a hospital bed. The boy's previously scowling visage underwent a complete transformation the moment he saw Fanny, as he seemingly summoned all his strength to sit up slightly from the edge of the bed. The heavy blankets concealed his slender frame, and his platinum hair was unusually disheveled, bearing the frailty of someone long confined to a sick bed. Draco, pale-faced, gazed at Fanny, his lips a delicate shade of pink. "Fanny, you've come to see me." His eyes sparkled, and as he reached out, he winced in pain, lowering his gaze with a pitiable expression. "Come closer. It hurts terribly." "But I am not a potion," Fanny retorted playfully, watching with satisfaction as the corners of Draco's mouth twitched. Still, she gently approached his side. This was her first visit to the infirmary. Having been averse to pain and hospitals since childhood, she had always taken care to avoid injury. Even when she occasionally fell ill or got hurt, it was usually minor ailments she could treat herself, preferring to stay away from hospitals. The antiseptic smell of the infirmary was unpleasant to her, and now it seemed that even the magical hospital was infused with a strong odor. "Hagrid's hippogriff went berserk and attacked me, breaking my arm," he lamented softly. "I wonder if it will ever heal properly." "Your arm has already been reattached. It will fully recover in a few days," Madame Pomfrey interjected calmly from the side. "But the pain of a broken arm is excruciating. My bones haven't healed yet, and I can hardly move. Not to mention this bottle of medicine." He quickly pointed to the potion on the bedside table, nearly reaching for it with his injured arm. "I need to take it soon. I don't know how much it will hurt." "Yes, Mr. Malfoy will take his medicine shortly." "There should not be so many people in the infirmary," Madame Pomfrey snapped. "You have already violated the infirmary's regulations. All of you out." "But Fanny has only just arrived," Draco exclaimed, surprised to see Madame Pomfrey genuinely intent on expelling all the students. He subtly signaled to the bewildered Crabbe and Goyle, but the two dimwits were oblivious to his cue. Amidst the chaos, Pansy spoke up. "But Madame Pomfrey, it's perfectly reasonable to leave one person to care for him, especially since he can't move one arm. Why not let Fanny stay by his side to keep him company?" Sure enough, in an instant, Fanny caught the appreciative glance Draco cast her way, followed by a pitiful look as he beseeched her. How had she never noticed before how foolish he was? Pansy rolled her eyes, casting a sidelong glance at the gentle figure beside her, suddenly regretting her decision to have Fanny remain with Draco. Fanny smirked, turning her gaze to Madame Pomfrey. "Perhaps I could assist Draco with his potion, Madame Pomfrey. After all, I possess some medical knowledge." The pile of books from her medical student roommate was not for naught. Chapter 109, Administering Potions to Draco, Meeting Dumbledore. The door to the infirmary slammed shut under Madame Pomfrey's unwavering insistence, cutting off the curious and gossiping gazes of the Slytherin students outside. The room fell silent, leaving only the occasional bubbling of potions and Draco's deliberately slowed breathing. "You really can?" Madame Pomfrey squinted skeptically. "Of course," Fanny replied with a smile, gracefully seating herself beside Draco's bed, skillfully reaching for the vial of Skeelgrow on the bedside table. Its potent effects could be quite painful if applied improperly or without a prior pain-relieving charm, causing most wizards to grimace. Seeing her professional demeanor, Madame Pomfrey reluctantly took her leave, glancing back 3 times as she exited. The empty room was now left with just Draco and Fanny. "You need to apply this potion to the site of the broken bone," Draco weakly groaned, shifting his injured arm slightly from under the blanket, appearing vulnerable and submissive. What exactly happened? Fanny carefully unfastened the bandage, her fingertips accidentally brushing against the uninjured skin. The cool sensation caused Draco to momentarily catch his breath, forgetting his facade of pain as he instinctively followed her agile fingers with his gaze. That brute Hagrid should never have been allowed to bring an untamed creature to class. He grumbled, "How could the school permit such a thing? Do you really think I don't know the full story? As if my reading of the original text hadn't taught me anything?" Fanny mused, dipping a sterilized cotton swab into the potion, applying it gently to the site where his bones had just begun to fuse. Draco's previously maintained false expression was immediately replaced by a vivid display of pain. However, Fanny appeared to be completely oblivious to his reaction, maintaining her focused and gentle demeanor as she steadily applied the ointment onto the affected skin. A persistent, searing pain coursed through Draco, his voice quivering uncontrollably, the pitch of his words wavering. Instinctively, he yearned to retract his arm, yet Fanny held it firmly, her touch seemingly tender, yet utterly unyielding. "I know it hurts." Fanny's voice remained sweetly soft. "Just bear with it, Draco. The bone repair potion works this way. The stronger the effect, the faster the healing." As she spoke, her hand continued its application with unwavering pressure, even intensifying her grip on certain hardened clots of bruising to ensure an even coverage. "You see, this bruise hasn't dissipated yet. It needs more massaging to heal swiftly." Indeed, breaking up the bruise would facilitate recovery, albeit also allowing one to truly experience the essence of pain. Tears threatened to spill from Draco's eyes, his gray irises glistening with moisture, his lips twitching involuntarily. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, tangling in his platinum locks. "Are you feeling any better?" Fanny finally finished applying the first layer and paused, lifting her gaze with concern. Draco gasped weakly, feeling as if that arm no longer belonged to him. He met Fanny's azure eyes and managed a faint nod. "Yes. A little better." Heaven knows how desperately he wished to articulate his desire for her to cease her ministrations. "That's good to hear," Fanny replied with a sweet smile. "But there's still another layer to apply. It must be fully covered." No sooner had she spoken than she dipped the cotton swab into more potion. Draco felt darkness cloud his vision. "Is it truly that painful?" she asked, raising the cotton swab in surprise, glancing at the boy before her whose lips were pressed tightly, the remaining color having drained from them, his cheeks pale. "Of course," Draco grumbled, resting his chin on Fanny's shoulder. His platinum head brushed against her neck, causing her hands, which were busy rewrapping his bandage, to slacken instinctively. She gently pushed Draco away. "Next time, be more careful. Listen to the teacher's instructions. Just avoid getting bitten by magical creatures." Draco squinted, reluctantly allowing Fanny to create distance between them, his eyes shimmering with the physiological tears brought on by the pain she had inflicted. How could she be so certain that the future she envisioned was infallibly correct? "Before that beast even acknowledges you, it requires mutual bows," Draco muttered under his breath, striving to regain some dignity. "I've never encountered such a troublesome and foolish magical creature. Not a single peacock at home would warrant my bowing. Reciprocal bows are a form of etiquette." Fanny replied with a playful smile, "Just like how wizards often bow to one another before a duel. Do you also wish to claim that such behavior is foolish? Before Voldemort hastily decides to kill Harry, he even forces him to bow. Does that make Voldemort another variant of a sphinx?" She observed with satisfaction as the boy froze in place. Yet, he hastily countered, "Hagrid's teaching methods are indeed flawed. That beast injured me, and that is a fact." "You are not mistaken," Fanny said, her smile fading into seriousness, a rare acknowledgement that caused Draco's dim eyes to brighten momentarily. "However, regardless of the situation, one ought to take preventive measures when dealing with magical creatures that pose a significant danger." "All right," Fanny concluded with deftness as she tied the final knot on the bandage and gently patted Draco's uninjured shoulder. "I have important matters to attend to shortly. I shall visit you again, Draco." The scent of herbs and antiseptic lingered behind as Fanny briskly traversed the castle's radiant corridors. She climbed steadily until she reached the end of the hallway, gazing at the familiar wooden door ahead, softly uttering, "Cockroach pile." Chapter 110. Crossing the magical text? Myrtle's jealousy? Inside the headmaster's office, the candlelight was dim, and the portraits of previous headmasters observed with feigned slumber or curiosity. The air was thick with the scents of candy and old books. Dumbledore gestured for Fanny to take a seat in a comfortable armchair, offering her a small dish of the latest honeycomb sweets, while he himself picked up a lemon sherbet. "Give it a try, produced by the Honey Duke. It's said to contain a bit of powdered billywig sting, which induces a slight sensation of floating. Quite amusing," he winked. Fanny politely took one, the sweet flavor melting on her tongue, indeed making her feel a tad lighter. "Fanny," Dumbledore began, setting aside the sweets, his gaze from behind his crescent-shaped glasses deepening and softening. I've heard that you encountered a rather intriguing boggart in your defense against the dark arts class. Fanny hesitated momentarily, her hand holding the candy pausing. Yes, Professor, she admitted candidly. Your boggart reminds me of an old friend, or rather, a student of mine. Dumbledore replied playfully, winking. Newt Scamander, the most feared form of his boggart in his youth was, in fact, a desk. Fanny suddenly found herself replaying that classic line from Grindelwald in her mind. Do you think Dumbledore would mourn for you? Oh, indeed. Under the deliberate mental blockade Fanny had imposed, even someone as perceptive as Dumbledore would struggle to fathom the explosive thoughts swirling within her at that moment. He smiled. Newt cherished the vastness of nature and magical creatures. The confines of an office and endless paperwork represented a spiritual imprisonment for him, a loss of freedom and exploration. A profound fear of his soul's essence being shackled. His gaze settled gently on Fanny's face, possessing an insight that pierced through all. And you, my dear child? What does that desk symbolize to you? Is it the monotonous toil of day after day, devoid of color and passion? Or perhaps a deeper anxiety regarding the meaning of existence? After all, the boggart she witnessed was not a singular vision. Before that desk, there was also her original parents. Fanny's heart skipped a beat. She raised her eyes, their azure depths locking with Dumbledore's, who patiently awaited her response without pressing for more. I was merely contemplating, she eventually said softly, that if I were to meet Mr. Scamander, we would undoubtedly have much to discuss about how not to be ensnared by the desk. Is that so? Dumbledore chuckled lightly. I shall endeavor to arrange an opportunity for you to meet him. You are a child full of love, Fanny, he continued, facing the splendid magical world and the more resplendent life, yet never forgetting your past. Fear itself is not shameful. What truly matters is how we confront it. Newt found his wilderness and magical creatures. What about you? Does Hogwarts, this magical realm, contain anything that ignites the sparkle in your eyes? The intricacies of magical texts? The secrets of alchemy? Those intriguing things you write? Or the warmth some individuals bring? He paused, his intent clear. Indeed, Professor, Fanny replied softly. There are many beautiful things here. She had always known this. Excellent. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Remember this feeling. It will be your strength against the confines of the desk. He shifted his tone to one of solemnity. There is one more matter, Fanny. Regarding your unique origins and the lingering attachments you have to the past. Fanny's demeanor turned grave. Dumbledore retrieved a thin, seemingly ancient parchment scroll from the deepest layer of the lemon sherbet box, which had been enhanced with powerful space-expanding and confidentiality charms. The scroll emanated a faint magical aura. Searching for traces that span across worlds is an exceedingly arduous endeavor. A venture that borders on the taboo, even in the realm of magic. His voice was gentle, yet not devoid of possibility. I perused ancient tomes, some of which are deemed forbidden, and consulted a few venerable acquaintances well-versed in this arcane domain. He delicately caressed the scroll, which contained some exceedingly obscure clues and theories, hinting at echoes that may dwell within the interstices of time and space. However, this pursuit requires time, patience, and particularly, a formidable resonance of magical power along with specific opportunities. I cannot guarantee success, but I shall endeavor to seek a potential thread that connects to the past for you. He gently pushed the scroll towards Fanny. You are not a rootless drifter, my child. Your existence, both in the past and present, is a miracle worthy of reverence. Hogwarts is your home, and assisting you in finding your way back is a duty of family. She gazed down at the scroll, its intricate runes swirling with a magic that made her head spin. The long-suppressed yearning for her past parents and the solitude of being a traveler surged forth like a torrent unleashed. Her azure eyes quickly blurred with tears, and though Fanny parted her lips, no sound emerged. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, landing on the warm carpet of the headmaster's office. Dumbledore gently stroked the girl's hair. Furthermore, he presented her with a document adorned with elegant calligraphy and the Hogwarts seal. Regarding her previous request for me to act as her guardian during the Christmas holiday to accompany her to Gringotts for the establishment of a personal vault. I regret to inform you that I will find it quite difficult to leave Hogwarts at that time. He smiled apologetically. However, rest assured, present this authorization document to the goblin manager at Gringotts, and they will attend to all your affairs with the utmost care. Goblins' respect for contracts often surpasses their reverence for magic. Your writings and the merchandise you've created are truly remarkable. I hear you've even enlisted Fred and George to assist with the promotion? His eyes twinkled, as it is indeed set to begin in December, correct? Fanny accepted the document, her fingertips still cool with tears. Though her eyes still brimmed with tears, her lips had already curved into a smile. Yes, Professor. I aspire to create more wondrous works and share them with a wider audience. That is my ideal. Her gaze lingered on the ancient scroll, and with a hint of hesitation, she asked, Professor Dumbledore, might you be able to copy the text from this scroll for my perusal? Certainly. Dumbledore's eyes shimmered. Pushing open the ancient wooden door of the office, Fanny clutched the document and the copied scroll as she descended the spiraling staircase once more. This duplication spell, of course, could not replicate the potent magic of the original scroll, merely the text inscribed upon it. Much like the merchandise she created, each piece was imbued with a counter-duplication charm. Even if powerful wizards occasionally deciphered it, they could only manage to produce a diluted, inferior imitation of it. Nonetheless, for the purpose of study and understanding the runes, it sufficed. Suddenly, a clear, ethereal laugh echoed through the corridor as the spirit of moaning Myrtle emerged, her presence drifting in behind Fanny, leaning close to her ear. A playful glint danced in her eyes. I've noticed you're particularly busy, my dear Ravenclaw Jr. In the morning, you frolic with the renowned savior and his puppy. And by afternoon, you're personally tending to Malfoy. Just the other day, you brewed potions with Nott, and I hear that Black has been quite attentive to you. She sighed genuinely. You're surrounded by various handsome lads, yet you seem to have forgotten to visit me in the restroom. Chapter 111, A Battlefield. Yet with moaning Myrtle and Luna, Fanny was somewhat taken aback that Myrtle had left her beloved abandoned girls' lavatory to seek her out near the headmaster's office. This was quite unlike Myrtle. Myrtle. Fanny halted, tilting her head, a motion that nearly caused Myrtle's lips to brush against her cheek. A strange, ticklish sensation coursed through her, and Myrtle's translucent cheeks flushed with a soft pink. She quickly floated upward, casting her gaze downwards, observing Fanny's innocent and bewildered expression. Why have you ventured out today? I thought you preferred to linger in the lavatory on the second floor. Myrtle seemed to be touched on a sensitive spot. Her body sinking a little. Ventured out? Oh, poor, neglected moaning Myrtle. Why can't I come out? Should I remain forever rotting in that icy pipe? Oh, I'm so sorry. Fanny hastily interjected, a fleeting thought crossing her mind. How did she know what I've been up to lately? Was she aware of the specifics? Myrtle drifted closer to Fanny, her almost ethereal face nearly touching Fanny's, her eyes peering through heavy glasses with intense accusation and a hint of unspoken hope. Moreover, she emphasized, her voice suddenly dropping an octave, tinged with shyness, I want to thank you. Last semester, you helped me uncover the identity of my murderer and brought it to light. Her icy fingers reached out, lightly brushing through Fanny's face, leaving the sensation of a damp mist. Fanny's eyelashes fluttered, as if frozen by the gesture, yet she did not withdraw. Instead, she reached out to clasp Myrtle's wrist, raising her azure gaze. It's all right. Fanny skillfully shifted her position, making it appear as though Myrtle's palm was caressing her cheek. She smiled gently, her eyes sincere and soft. This is what I ought to do. According to the original plot, the truth surrounding the Chamber of Secrets in the second year should have been revealed. Myrtle's hand suddenly recoiled. Her non-existent heart raced, her fingertips warming slightly, prompting her to swiftly turn away, missing the glint of mischievous delight in Fanny's eyes. Ultimately, she still could not touch her. Myrtle was soon engulfed by a greater sense of grievance. But you helped me and then vanished. You haven't visited me even once. Not once. You didn't even think to ask how I've been. She spun around again, excitedly circling Fanny. I've been trapped in that cold, damp lavatory, with only the sound of the dripping faucet to keep me company. The girl before her remained gentle and pure, gazing at her with genuine curiosity. Fanny seemed entirely oblivious to the intent behind her words. Myrtle's peculiar, light-hearted smile faltered. She retreated a few steps, floating higher into the air, casting a sidelong glance at Fanny. Actually, I'm not as lonely as I used to be. Her words bore a hint of hesitation. I've met someone special. Another Ravenclaw just like you. Fanny. An ethereal, elusive voice, as if from another dimension, softly chimed. Luna appeared at the base of the spiral staircase, ascending with her dirty blonde hair glimmering softly in the dim light. Those misty eyes were now clear, radiating pure joy as they fell upon Fanny. I just visited the girls' lavatory on the second floor looking for you, Myrtle. Luna's voice was dreamlike, directed at Myrtle, yet her gaze remained fixed on Fanny's face. The poltergeist informed me that you had left with a particularly bright little Ravenclaw. I can only assume that must be Fanny. She spoke nonchalantly as she walked directly to Fanny, even tilting her head to scrutinize Fanny's cheeks. You appear to have just weathered an emotional tempest. Has Fawkes, from Professor Dumbledore's office, lost some feathers again? That truly is quite disheartening. She extended her hand, gently brushing aside a strand of hair, slightly dampened by tears and somewhat disheveled, with a grace that suggested she had performed this gesture countless times before. Peach Blossom. Yet Fanny had grown accustomed to Luna's affectionate demeanor, and could not help but reveal a relaxed smile. Luna, what brings you here? No feathers lost. Just discussing some rather important matters. They had indeed made contact. Luna not only approached her, but effortlessly claimed the most intimate position before Fanny. the very spot where Peach Blossom had just endeavored to draw closer. A surge of indignation and bitter jealousy washed over Peach Blossom as she floated between Luna and Fanny, her translucent form striving to create a barrier. Despite the lack of any physical effect, Peach Blossom, is this the new friend you just mentioned? Luna inquired. When did you and Peach Blossom become friends? Thank the stars. Fanny had not forgotten her. Well, it was perhaps a few months ago when I saw Luna deep in thought, her fingers absent-mindedly twisting through Fanny's hair. Friends? Humph. Peach Blossom retorted sharply to Luna. Lovegood, you are ever so elusive. And who is your friend? I merely mentioned having met someone extraordinary. Her gaze was defiant as she fixed her eyes on Luna's fingers entwined in Fanny's hair. Fanny is the one I ought to thank. We were just discussing something very significant and personal. You have disrupted us. It seemed at that moment Luna genuinely perceived the profound fluctuations in Peach Blossom's emotions. Her silver eyes blinked slowly, finally diverting her gaze from Fanny's face to Peach Blossom. Ah, yes, Peach Blossom. Your emotional bubble has swelled quite large, and its hue is a deep, inky green, interspersed with dark red spikes. This is perilous, as it may attract those pesky water monkeys that thrive on negative energy. They can burrow into a ghost's essence, exacerbating emotional instability. She spoke in a manner that seemed nonsensical, yet her gaze remained steady on Peach Blossom. As for friends, the Ravenclaw Tower brims with wondrous connections, does it not? Much like the harassed Snorkack and the Nargle, seemingly different, yet their frequencies occasionally resonate in remarkable ways. What did that mean? Was she suggesting that she and Fanny inhabited the same realm, capable of frequency resonance, while Peach Blossom was beset by emotional disturbances? Surrounded by loathsome insects, her soul tainted, Peach Blossom's body twisted in fury, emitting a low, mournful sound as the temperature around them plummeted. Caught in the invisible clash of energies between the two, Fanny finally sensed that the atmosphere had shifted to something rather delicate. Chapter 112. Theodore's warning, Luna prevails. Frequency resonance? Peach Blossom's sharp voice nearly pierced the air. Lovegood, what nonsense are you blabbering about? What harassed Snorkack? What water monkeys? I reckon you need those water monkeys to burrow into your brain and see if it's stuffed with cotton and Snorkack fur. Luna, undeterred by Peach Blossom's biting remarks, merely tilted her head, her misty silver eyes unruffled. Her fingers remained entwined in Fanny's hair, unconsciously winding another small strand due to Peach Blossom's agitation. Water monkeys do not favor cotton, Luna corrected earnestly. They prefer the lingering resentment found in damp, shadowy corners. Like a washroom corner thick with years of dust and devoid of conversation. Peach Blossom felt as though she might burst with fury. She dove down suddenly, aiming for Luna's hand that was entwined in Fanny's hair. An icy, moisture-laden mist enveloped Luna's wrist in an attempt to pull her away. Ah! Luna gasped, startled by the chilling water, her fingers instinctively releasing Fanny's hair. Yet, rather than fear, curiosity sparked in her as she examined her wrist. Oh, is this the lair of the water monkeys? It feels quite cool. Peach Blossom's fleeting sense of triumph swiftly morphed back into a twisted expression. Fanny realized she could no longer stand idly by. She stepped forward, skillfully placing herself in front of Luna, attempting to soothe. Peach Blossom, please calm down. Luna means no harm. It's just her manner of speaking. Means no harm? Peach Blossom's voice rose, tinged with a quavering tone. She has usurped my position. She even touched you. She claimed there are insects in my washroom. She pointed at Luna, her accusations heartfelt, as the chilling mist, stirred by her agitation, began to coil around Fanny's ankles and calves. It was not piercing, merely a damp, clingy chill that enveloped her lower legs. Fanny instinctively inhaled softly, glancing down at the faint frost accumulating on the hem of her robes, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Usurped a position? Touched her? What are you even talking about? Peach Blossom, Fanny said, her eyes crinkled with mirth. Luna is my friend. It's perfectly normal for her to come to see me. Just as it is for you. She paused, attempting to shift the conversation. You mentioned wanting to thank me. But didn't you also say Luna is someone special in your eyes? Her whimsical ideas are rather intriguing. However, to Peach Blossom's ears, this sounded more like Fanny was favoring Luna, even expressing concern for those wretched insects Luna had mentioned. She gazed into Fanny's clear, innocent blue eyes, then glanced at Luna, whose ethereal demeanor seemed detached, yet firmly held Fanny's attention. Very well. Peach Blossom's voice suddenly turned sharp. My washroom is splendid, filled with delightful water monkeys and Snorkack fur. You two can resonate together at your leisure. Humph. Before the last word faded, her translucent form abruptly shrank back, vanishing through the thick stone wall without a trace. The corridor fell silent once more, save for the flickering shadows cast by the candlelight and the swirling chill. Fanny was momentarily taken aback by Peach Blossom's final, resentful huff. She blinked, feeling the residual coolness on her calves, then turned to Luna. She seems even angrier now. Did I say something wrong? Luna replied slowly. Her emotional bubble just burst. The inky green and dark red fused together, exploding into numerous tiny, gray fragments, like, crushed beetle shells. Then, her gaze returned to Fanny's face, her misty eyes clearly reflecting Fanny's confusion. Luna extended her hand, this time not to twist hair, but rather, with her cool fingertips. She naturally and gently brushed away a trace of the cold moisture left by peach blossom from Fanny's eyelashes. This gesture was even more intimate than twisting hair, her fingertips nearly grazing Fanny's eyelids. Luna performed the act with utmost focus, rising onto her toes, drawing their proximity exceedingly close in an instant. Fanny felt a slight itch on her eyelids, prompting her to close her eyes. She sensed Luna's cool fingertips and gentle breath brushing against her lashes. When she finally opened her eyes, Luna had withdrawn her hand, maintaining that ethereal expression, but Fanny seemed to catch a glimpse of a faint, indescribable satisfaction deep within Luna's silver gaze, as if she had discovered a particularly smooth pebble. The hour is late, Luna remarked softly. If we linger any longer, we might as well be out for a midnight stroll. Felch may confine us, and Madame Loris might hide our shoes. We should hasten back to the common room. My father has sent me the latest research on luminescent moss. What are you doing? It was Thursday evening, and as Snape dismissed detention, Fanny did not rush back to the common room. Instead, she casually sat on the wooden chair in the classroom, extracting a bit of powder from a magical creature that glowed. Theodore, his face cold, halted his steps as he was about to leave the classroom. She intended to concoct a special potion, a potion that even a ghost could touch, and which might even cause it to glow. This required the application of certain alchemical principles and ancient runes, but for Fanny, it was child's play. She planned to gift it to a lovely ghost hiding in the girls' lavatory on the second floor, who had been sulking with her eyes half closed. Although it was unclear why Myrtle had been so angry that day, one could empathize. If she had considered someone a friend and they had not visited for a long time, perhaps a twinge of resentment would be natural. A small gift would suffice, along with a tiny sketch of her name, Myrtle Elizabeth Warren, which she remembered well. Would you like to help me check if there are any issues with the potion-making process? She looked up at Theodore. After all, you are a potions genius who has been helping me. Theodore stood silently for a couple of seconds. Then he stepped forward, his ice blue eyes scrutinizing the potion in Fanny's cauldron before shifting to the ingredients. Moonlight flower essence, he said, his tone measured. Professor Snape's office did not contain this ingredient. Where did you obtain it? His gaze suddenly locked onto Fanny's eyes. As far as I know, it only grows in the Forbidden Forest. Fanny's stirring paused abruptly. Of course, I got it from the Forbidden Forest. She failed to grasp Theodore's intent. The Forbidden Forest had long been trampled by students. After all, Theodore, don't tell me you are one of those who strictly adhere to the rules. Do not go into the Forbidden Forest. He pressed down on Fanny's shoulder with some force, but quickly relaxed, his expression somewhat gritted. At least not for the time being. Chapter 113. Go to Hangleton and scatter the ashes. Not for the time being. Was he speaking of Bella? Fanny's heart skipped a beat, a secret thought taking root in the shadows. She suddenly reached out, tugging at the hem of Theodore's robe as he was about to turn and leave after speaking those words. The subtle sound of fabric being pulled echoed sharply in the quiet potions classroom. Theodore was taken aback, his form halted by the unexpected force. He swiftly turned around, a flicker of astonishment crossing his ice-blue eyes, soon replaced by a deeper wariness and an indescribable tension. Theodore, Fanny tilted her face upwards, her azure eyes appearing exceptionally innocent and pure. Why are you leaving so quickly? You haven't even checked my potion-making process. She waved the small corner of the dark green robe she still held, her fingertips brushing against the delicate fabric. Feeling the immediate stiffness of his body and the unusual chill coming through the material, the distance between them closed, shrinking to less than an arm's length. The fragrant aroma emanating from the potion in the cauldron mingled with the coolness of the moonlight flower essence, and Theodore's unique, cold aura steeped in potion-making intensified, enveloping them both. Theodore's throat constricted slightly. He could clearly see the shadows cast by Fanny's long eyelashes in the dim light, and the reflection of himself within her eyes, revealing the rigidity that could not be concealed beneath his cold facade. Process, he struggled to utter the word, his voice deeper and more gravelly than usual. Shouldn't you know better than I? She replied. He silently shifted his gaze to the parchment, his dark hair conveniently obscuring his reddening ears. The contents on the parchment are clearly written. Fanny, you are also a genius in potions. He could perceive the pride and caution hidden beneath her seemingly obedient demeanor. She would not truly allow herself to make a mistake. This so-called inquiry seemed more like a trap. Fanny's expression remained one of apparent bewilderment. She tilted her head back, her warm breath gently brushing against him, carrying a hint of shampoo's fragrance. Theodore instinctively pressed his lips together. With her free hand, Fanny lightly tapped a complex rune node on the parchment. But look here, I used a spirit-binding rune, combined with the penetrative properties of the moonlight flower essence. Theoretically, it should bypass the immaterial barrier of a ghost's form, allowing for a brief material interaction. Do you think the stability is sufficient? Could it cause spiritual oscillations during energy resonance? Her fingertip was nearly touching the parchment, just inches away from the hand Theodore had placed on the edge of the desk for support. Theodore's breath quickened imperceptibly for a moment. He could no longer withstand it. Almost gritting his teeth, he abruptly raised his hand, not to brush away her grasp on the hem of his robe, but with an undeniable force. He firmly seized her wrist that was pointing at the parchment. I don't like this. Fanny felt a sudden chill at her wrist and quickly lifted her gaze. Her eyes icy. Let go. You're hurting me. I'm sorry. He restrained himself, relaxing slightly, though teeth clenched. But you know full well what you are asking. I just want to know, Fanny smiled, her eyes curving. Why can't we go to the Forbidden Forest? With her hand entangled in Theodore's wrist, she swiftly broke free, gripping the boy's wrist with an undeniable force, simultaneously applying pressure to the hem of his robe. Magic coalesced at her fingertips, effortlessly drawing Theodore closer to her. She languidly rose from her chair, her azure eyes lazily scanning Theodore's current posture. His brow was cool, his figure consistently lean, always exuding an air that kept others at bay. Yet at that moment, he was overtaken by a sudden impatience, his thin lips pressed tightly, revealing an unexpectedly attractive appearance. Fanny was never one to skimp on offering warmth and attention to beauty within reasonable limits. She even leaned slightly forward, her lips curling upwards, finally relenting the hand that had been tugging at his robe, allowing her fingers to gently graze through Theodore's hair. So, tell me, Theodore, why can't we go to the Forbidden Forest? The hair of a boy at this age truly felt delightful. Fanny sighed inwardly. Theodore's body tensed even more than before. He remained silent, staring into Fanny's eyes, ultimately blurting out a cryptic remark. You exposed too much in your first year. Someone is already keeping an eye on you. Especially now, you must be cautious. He restrained himself. Even the Forbidden Forest in Hogwarts may not be safe. Is that so? Fanny slowly released her grip on Theodore's wrist, her bangs obscuring her expression. A few nights later, the second-floor girls' lavatory remained as cold and damp as ever, the faucet dripping rhythmically. Myrtle was languidly floating above a stall, gazing at her reflection in the foggy mirror, occasionally letting out a sigh. A small bottle radiating a gentle glow, as if cradled by invisible hands, silently slipped through the slightly ajar door of the lavatory. The bottle landed on the dry tiles without a sound, yet the peculiar magical aura instantly captured Myrtle's attention. She floated down in puzzlement, leaning closer to the exquisite little vial. Within it swirled a potion shimmering with vibrant colors, while affixed to the outside was a petite card. The card featured a simple sketch of a ghostly girl with twin pigtails and round spectacles, alongside elegantly crafted calligraphy that read, To Miss Myrtle Elizabeth Warren. May it dispel a hint of the chill from the corners, allowing you to shine brightly. Your friend, Fanny. The Quidditch match in November concluded without incident. Bella was certainly not Sirius, who would specifically come to watch Harry play. Consequently, the Dementors did not invade the school grounds, and Gryffindor triumphed in the match without surprise. The Christmas holiday soon commenced, and Fanny held the document given to her by Dumbledore with care. It was a Friday evening, and clad in a casual wizarding robe, she made her way to Gringotts to complete the necessary formalities. Rarely did she take the initiative to request Riddle to reside within her consciousness. Miss Curtis, this shall be your vault henceforth. The goblin at Gringotts presented her with a key. Without hesitation, she deposited her 70 galleons into the vault. Exiting Gringotts, she noticed the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes newly opening nearby, and for once, Fanny felt an unusual sense of joy, not forgetting to converse with Riddle in her mind. By the way, Tom, have you ever thought about returning to Little Hangleton again in the future? Riddle? She smiled brightly. I suddenly think it would be quite nice to return to Little Hangleton now, to find your father's grave, dig up his remains, and scatter his ashes into the sea. What a perfect plan. How had she not thought of this before during Voldemort's resurrection in 4th grade? Riddle? Chapter 114. Luring the Enemy In, Time Turner. Scattering the ashes into the sea, drifting along with the waves, traveling the world. What a romantic resting place. Her eyes sparkled, and surely old Mr. Riddle would be amenable to such an idea. Riddle, was this yet another of her whimsical notions, or did it hold some deeper meaning? Fanny sensed a thread of confusion deep within her consciousness. Distracted, she caught a glimpse of an extremely familiar figure in her peripheral vision. A black robe flashed past under the dim light of the alleyway, reminiscent of what she had seen the previous summer. She swiftly scanned the direction. However, amidst the bustling crowd, the dark figure had already vanished without a trace. Something felt amiss. Almost instinctively, Fanny quickened her pace. seeking to merge back into the throng of the main street. Yet, just as she turned a corner and stepped into a somewhat secluded alley, the air around her suddenly grew still. It was too quiet. The laughter and voices that had been faintly audible moments ago seemed to be cloaked by an invisible curtain. The exits of the alley appeared to close in, as if a giant hand had silently converged upon them. A potent sense of danger instantly coiled around her spine. Fanny had no time to contemplate as her body reacted before her mind could catch up. Diving to the side. Bang! A blinding red light grazed the edge of her cloak, slamming against the grimy brick wall of a shop behind her, leaving a charred mark. Two figures clad in heavy black robes, their hoods obscuring much of their faces, emerged like phantoms from the shadows of the alley, completely blocking her escape route. Their wands pointed directly at Fanny, and as they raised their arms, a grotesque, twisted black skull insignia was revealed. Is it her? Curtis? The little girl our master specifically ordered to be captured alive? A gravelly male voice inquired, laced with disdainful scrutiny. Indeed, the master has commanded it. She must be taken alive. Another sharp female voice interjected, her grip tightening around her wand, the tip erupting in fierce brightness. Armor. Fanny leapt lightly. An invisible barrier sprang up around her, followed by a silent push that sent the two assailants crashing against the nearby brick wall. Bang! Bang! Dust billowed into the air. The three of them quickly formed a stable, triangular formation. Riddle narrowed his eyes, involuntarily focusing on the current scene. The Death Eaters had found Fanny. How would his main soul, Fanny, respond to such a situation? Would she employ intricate ancient spells, utilizing her wits, or? Smoke filled the air. Without hesitation, Fanny directed her wand toward the ground. A dense, sulphurous white mist exploded around her, enveloping the area and obscuring all vision. She couldn't flee to the main street. Fanny's mind raced. These two Death Eaters were not fools. The smoke would only provide a temporary delay, and crowded spaces were far more perilous. Fanny spun around and dashed toward the direction of the overturned alley shrouded in mist. Originally prepared to witness Fanny's triumph over the Death Eaters, Riddle, he, residing within Fanny's consciousness, was compelled to follow her as she prepared to face a battle or confront her own servants, rapidly fleeing instead. Fanny, you. What else should I do in my situation? Fanny shouted in her mind. I'm only in my 3rd year. Do you expect me to face off against 2 seasoned adult Death Eaters in this alley? Her first response, and indeed her most rational reaction, was to run. Footsteps echoed rapidly through the narrow alley. Riddle. He had to acknowledge that Fanny's actions might hold some merit. However, it was evident that Fanny's athletic prowess was not particularly remarkable. After several sharp turns, her speed noticeably diminished. Heavy breaths escaped her lips, and Riddle could feel her strength waning. She veered further into increasingly desolate areas of the overturned alley. She did not forget to complain to Riddle. Why must I, an artist, face such combat situations? I haven't even failed any exams, having been born in the 1920s. Riddle understood her sentiment oddly well, yet Hogwarts was certainly not an art school. But aren't the ones chasing me your Death Eaters? She retorted swiftly, O great Lord Voldemort. As their master, shouldn't you discipline them properly? Why am I here gasping for breath? That's quite simple, little Fanny, Riddle smirked. If you would temporarily set aside your mental defenses and allow me to take control of your body, those 2 Death Eaters would pose no challenge at all. But, given Fanny's nature, would she truly be willing? Riddle held little hope. Suddenly, Fanny came to an abrupt halt. She dashed into a dead-end alley. Its lofty, graffiti-covered brick walls loomed coldly before her, entirely sealing off her escape. The heavy footsteps of the Death Eaters drew near behind her, and the smoke was being dispersed by some form of magic. The girl's form visibly trembled, terror gleaming in her eyes, as she silently tightened her grip on her wand. Frozen in place. Ha ha ha, ahead lies a dead end. She's run into a cul-de-sac. The male Death Eater laughed triumphantly. Look at her, so frightened. I truly don't understand why the master wants us to capture such a little girl alive. The female Death Eater's voice dripped with scorn. Riddle furrowed his brow. This was not right. This was the overturned alley, where Fanny had been before, even following someone named Mafalda. How could she possibly be unfamiliar with the terrain here? Trapped in this dead end. Moreover, did he not teach her the flying spell? Riddle could not help but gather his strength, as the vow he had made with Fanny was still etched in his soul, and their pact was far from fulfilled. He could not simply abandon Fanny. Just as 2 Death Eaters emerged from the dissipating smoke, their wands igniting with a menacing glow once more, Fanny sprang into action. Her movements were astonishingly swift. With a flick of her wrist, she directed her wand at one of the male Death Eaters. A golden beam sliced through the air. Soul extraction. The male Death Eater's body froze abruptly, the spark in his eyes replaced by a vacant, bewildered expression, and his raised wand fell limply to the ground. What? The female Death Eater's gasp coincided with her incantation, a vivid red light hurtling straight towards Fanny. Yet, just as the malevolent curse was about to strike her. Fanny deftly activated the hourglass from her pocket, one that Riddle had forcefully assigned her, yet had not revealed its true purpose as a time turner. With a hum, the scene before her rapidly rewound, and Fanny found herself back in the dead end. This time, she hesitated not at all, skillfully casting the flying spell to soar over the walls of the alley, seeking a vantage point where she could observe the situation without being seen. She held her breath, perfectly melding into the shadows. In the next moment, she witnessed her own self re-entering the dead end, two Death Eaters grinning malevolently at the alley's mouth, wands raised. Now is the time. Another dazzling golden beam struck with pinpoint accuracy into the female Death Eater's form. Did you not know? It was only after her counterpart in the alley had vanished using the time turner that Fanny gracefully emerged from the shadows. She sighed. Resigned. There exists a tactic known as luring the enemy deeper. Chapter 115, Riddle? She was utterly enamored with him. Fanny exhaled softly, her back already soaked in cold sweat. Nonchalantly, she drew her wand and cast a spell of distraction upon the two Death Eaters, then turned her gaze away from the two motionless puppets. Light as a feather, she employed the flying spell once more, perching atop the high wall at the end of the dead end. Her legs swung leisurely. The look of panic on her face vanished, replaced by a curious, almost cruel ease. While then, her voice rang out clearly and melodiously in the stillness of the alley. Now, let us duel with all the magic at your disposal. Allow me to witness the true caliber of a Death Eater. She paused, adding with a playful tone, remember, no killing curses, otherwise it would lose its thrill. Tom, did you not say that the duels in the Hogwarts dueling club were merely childish play? She arched her lips, deliberately addressing Riddle, who had remained silent for quite some time. Then now, I shall have two seasoned adult Death Eaters present a life and death duel, which should provide ample material for my novel, no? The two Death Eaters, under the influence of the soul extraction spell, turned towards each other without hesitation. Like marionettes on strings, the male Death Eater unleashed a piercing red light from his wand, aiming straight for his female counterpart. The female Death Eater, with vacant eyes, nimbly evaded the attack. A fierce shattering curse exploded by the male Death Eater's feet, sending shards of stone flying like bullets, tearing through his heavy black robes and staining them with blood. The mingled scents of char and blood permeated the air. Ah, indeed. This is far more thrilling than the dueling club, Fanny mused, propping her chin on her hand as she leisurely unwrapped a lemon drop, a gift from Dumbledore. The sweetness melted on her tongue as she focused intently on the spectacle below. She watched as a green light narrowly grazed the female Death Eater's hood, detonating a deep crater in the wall. The male Death Eater blocked a fire spell with a shield charm, the shockwave forcing him to stumble back, colliding with a filthy garbage bin with a jarring clang. Their positioning and pacing of spells are commendable. The willingness to exchange injuries is praiseworthy. Her voice brimmed with excitement. Her cheeks flushed. This indeed serves as excellent inspiration for my writing. These two Death Eaters had intended to capture her, steeped in sin, unworthy of her sympathy. Great art requires some to sacrifice themselves. Riddle rarely fell silent. Art stems from life, transcending it. Fanny's inner voice floated lightly. However, even the most splendid performance can become tiresome with prolonged observation. The moment her words fell, Fanny subtly moved her sugar-coated lips, silently issuing a command through their soul link. Avada Kedavra. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. Two blinding beams, emblematic of death, erupted simultaneously from the tips of the Death Eaters' wands, striking each other's hearts with precision. There was no earth-shattering noise, merely the nearly synchronized, muffled thuds of their bodies hitting the ground. Silence. The heavy scent of blood and the residual waves of the spells overwhelmed all other sounds. Fanny sat perched atop the wall, her swinging legs coming to a halt. Art, she mused softly, sometimes requires a perfect curtain call. To this day, Fanny felt she possessed no murderous intent to cast the killing curse. But who said taking a life must rely solely on the killing curse? Using the soul extraction spell to incite Death Eaters, who wield the killing curse with ease, to turn upon each other, was that not far more exhilarating? Fanny gracefully leapt down from the wall, her leather shoes landing on the cold ground with barely a sound. She walked between the two corpses, almost indifferently passing by, her right hand tightening around her wand as she cast a furtive glance to her right rear. Suddenly, Fanny adjusted her hood slightly tighter. She lifted her chin, a smile curling her lips into a shape entirely different from her usual demeanor. What a pitiful misjudgment. She suddenly mocked. Go back and tell your master. Fanny Curtis has long been firmly under my control. The depths of Riddle's consciousness narrowed in shock. The inflection of her words, her poise, and the subtle details of her movements. This was unmistakably him. Since the moment this diary fell into her hands, a wave of panic surged through Riddle. He saw Fanny lean slightly forward, her smile widening. Her soul, her thoughts, had unknowingly opened a crack towards me. He had never possessed Fanny. How had she accomplished this? When had she observed so meticulously? So finely tuned to the little instinctive actions rooted deep within his soul that even he had neglected to notice. Day after day, little Fanny's magic nurtured me. Her trust delighted me. I guided her, influenced her, making her stronger, more aligned with my will. As for her, Riddle's heart raced. Fanny chuckled softly. A clever yet naive little creature, filled with curiosity about the darkness. Did she believe she was wielding the power of the diary? How laughable to confide in me her trivial concerns about mind reading. She was ensnared, I was understanding. I was the only one capable of tending to her sensitive and fragile thoughts, slowly but surely. Fanny deliberately slowed her speech, even mimicking Riddle's languid posture. Little Fanny had indeed fallen in love with me. Riddle felt as though his heart had come to a standstill. The girl's final words resonated in his mind. Her sweet, languid tones lingering in his ears, leaving him momentarily bereft of thought. His heart, which had been still, surged back to life, quickening in an instant. Suddenly, a shadow, nearly indistinguishable from the surroundings, flickered in the rear right, shattering Riddle's chaotic thoughts. Fanny's gaze sharpened instantly, successfully capturing the true outline of that fleeting figure. It was little Barty Crouch. She had known he was there all along. Chapter 116. Seen through? Misleading little Barty. Fanny's body relaxed abruptly, the moment little Barty departed. Large beads of cold sweat rolled down her forehead. She bent over, resting her hands on her knees, her hot, rapid breaths nearly solidifying in the frigid air of the dead end. The heartbeat she had forcibly suppressed began to thrum in her chest, sending tingles to her fingertips. You knew he was there all along. Riddle's tone faltered. The place was one even he had failed to detect. Did you discover it through your earlier legilimency on those 2 Death Eaters? He surmised swiftly. Not just that, Tom. Fanny's thoughts still bore the tremor of having narrowly escaped. She suppressed her physiological responses, quickly examining the body to ensure she left no clues that could lead back to her. I have always kept my ears open and my eyes wide. She endeavored to steady her voice. Even the most sophisticated concealment charms cannot erase the instinct of being watched. Otherwise, how could she have managed to keep her phone hidden for 3 years at school without being caught by the teachers? How could she have deftly used her phone during midnight breaks in both summer and winter vacations without detection? As a student from Huaxia, isn't it a fundamental skill to monitor the movements of parents and teachers at any moment? That corner was suspicious from the very beginning. Far too quiet. Fanny smiled slightly. And when I used the levitation charm to ascend the high wall, I had enough peripheral vision to discern the entire terrain. This place offers scant opportunities for concealment. The corner behind me features 3 enclosing walls, allowing observation of every entrance while preserving the sole escape route, perfectly aligning with a personality marked by extreme control. The moment I turned into this alley, the other party instinctively stepped back 2 paces, unconsciously tucking in his left foot, suggesting he had just arrived. His footsteps were subtle yet rhythmic, indicating a high level of vigilance, significant self-isolation, and remarkable efficiency. More importantly, she slowly stepped towards the corner where little Barty had hidden, crouching down as the tip of her wand glimmered faintly, illuminating a barely discernible footprint in the dust. The spacing of the footsteps was consistent yet small. The weight was clearly borne on the forefoot, with pressure points concentrated on the inner front side. This indicates a long-term state of heightened mental focus and a habitual tendency to tiptoe forward, characteristic of a male around 25 years of age, likely to have undergone rigorous training. Let us not forget, Tom, I possess the ability to foresee the future. Fanny suddenly smirked. An individual whose age, abilities, and psychological state align, and who is steadfastly loyal to the main soul, could very well be a Death Eater present here now. Who else but little Barty Crouch? Her practical skills remained woefully inadequate. The power of the Time Turner had merely allowed her to temporarily seize the souls of 2 Death Eaters, which was already her limit. If she were to face another cautious individual who ranked high among the Death Eaters, perhaps the very one with the highest resistance to the soul-draining curse, little Barty, she felt certain he would take her away on the spot. It was imperative that she grow stronger. Thus, Riddle's voice echoed once more. Is this the reason you perform before me? To mislead little Barty and the main soul? Fanny was now entirely under his control, leading her to make erroneous judgments, thereby instilling in little Barty a sense of caution. How was this accomplished? Riddle paused, struggling to suppress the complex emotions in his words. Those remarkably vivid imitations, even the unconscious movements he had not noticed. Could it be that every action he had taken in her presence had been meticulously observed by her, etched into her memory? Had he perhaps been a trifle too casual around Fanny, inadvertently shedding his disguise? As an artist consumed by creation, is it truly so difficult to possess the most acute and delicate observation of life and all that surrounds us, Tom? Fanny's words were delivered with an air of certainty. Speaking of which, Tom, Do you know what cosplay is, Riddle? Fanny suddenly straightened, tousling her hair slightly. Why not attempt a little repentance, Riddle? She lowered her voice, gripping her wand, reflecting on her previous actions. The tension in her grip, the tone of her words, filled with an irritating resolve, reminiscent of a self-righteousness that was both naive and reckless. Riddle found himself disgusted by the current version of Fanny. Enough, he raised his voice slightly. He could not endure Fanny mimicking Potter with her guise and tone, uttering words that called for his repentance. It irritated him far more than her previous imitation of him. I was merely jesting, Tom, Fanny replied, her eyes bright with mischief. In truth, I believe my acting skills are quite commendable. Having assured that everything was tidy, Fanny adjusted her somewhat disheveled robe. She took a deep breath, composed her facial expression, and prepared to depart from this treacherous place. However, as she cautiously peered from the shadows of the dead end, intending to turn into the comparatively safe main thoroughfare, her footsteps suddenly halted. In the bright light of the alley's entrance, two figures unmistakably passed by. One was a stout old man clad in an elegant maroon velvet robe, engaged in conversation with a familiar woman, Amelia Bones. The woman's expression was grave, her gaze sharp as an eagle, as if she were about to enter the overturned alley to investigate something. Disaster. The body still lay in situ, and Fanny's mind went blank. She had initially contemplated fabricating this incident into a brawl in the overturned alley, but there was no time for that now. The head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was right there, and this case would undoubtedly be scrutinized in detail. Fanny swiftly cast a cutting curse upon herself. The hem of her robe instantly torn, and without hesitation, she inflicted a small wound on her arm, blood gushing forth. Let her think. Let her wand cast several simple attack spells to cover the original soul-draining curse, and then employ some spells to mask the traces. What was it that warranted her tears? The heart-wrenching fanfiction she devoured in high school, the melancholy songs from her childhood, the flowers at school that withered months ago, washed away by a torrential downpour, leaving nothing behind. Their eyes met. Fanny's initial expression faded like the retreating tide, replaced by an extreme, pitiful vulnerability. "Miss Bones," she cried out, as though she had seen a savior, her voice trembling with emotion as she stumbled towards the two adults. Her hair was disheveled, her face as pale as paper, and the wound on her left arm continued to bleed, staining her tattered robe sleeve. Large tears cascaded down her azure eyes, streaming down her fair cheeks, dripping onto her robe and spreading dark stains. Fanny swayed slightly, one hand gripping the torn corner of her robe, while the other reached helplessly towards the adults. Her voice fragmented and filled with dread. "There are bad people. They attacked me. I'm so scared." The elderly gentleman standing beside Slughorn hastily supported the faltering shoulder of Fanny, his face a mask of exaggerated sympathy and horror. "Merlin, poor child. Do not fear. Do not fear. My dear, we are here. Amelia, look, quickly, behold this child." Slughorn. A voice echoed from the depths of Riddle's consciousness. Chapter 117. The Auction Conspiracy, Encountering Theodore. I ventured to Gringotts today to set up an account for my personal vault. Fanny clutched Slughorn's robes tightly, her heart racing as she felt the unsettling presence of someone trailing her. Fear gripped her as she fled, darting into numerous alleys. Utterly oblivious to her surroundings, she lifted her tear-streaked gaze. "Merlin, this is Nocturne Alley. Child, how did you come to such a perilous place?" Slughorn lamented, waving his wand to cast a gentle healing spell over Fanny's wounds, staunching the flow of blood. Bones stepped forward, wand in hand, his voice low and grave. "And then, Miss Curtis, what transpired? Where exactly were your assailants?" I don't know." She fervently shook her head. "I encountered them in a dark alley, cloaked in black. Once pointed at me." She revealed the amulet around her neck, a gift from LeMay. It was a protective charm from Mr. LeMay. It suddenly glowed and deflected several of their curses. Amidst the swirling smoke, she waved her wand wildly. Perhaps a slicing spell struck one of them, inciting a chaotic infighting among them. As she recounted with incredulous relief and lingering terror, the amulet continued to shine, spells were careening about, and in her fright, she merely glimpsed two green flashes before they all collapsed. With her thick bangs obscuring her brows, her voice trembled with the remnants of her fear. "I was utterly terrified. I hid there until I heard your voices." "Perfect." From the recesses of her mind, Riddle's voice mocked softly. "LeMay's charm. Who would have thought? This antiquated artifact certainly proves useful." Fanny's narrative was meticulously constructed. Many in the magical community were well aware of her relatively close relationship with LeMay. To attribute her survival while pursued by two seasoned Death Eaters to the formidable protective alchemical item and the ensuing chaos caused by the smoke and their injuries was a plausible narrative. Perhaps the infighting was even influenced by the amulet. The dual deaths morphed into an unfortunate incident of self-inflicted harm, making it challenging for Bones to unearth evidence to the contrary, despite her suspicions. Bones furrowed her brow, her piercing gaze fixed intently on Fanny's eyes. She strode purposefully into the depths of the alleyway, her wand's tip illuminating a brilliant light. Lumos. Slughorn supported Fanny as he followed closely behind. The brilliant light ruthlessly tore through the veils of darkness, revealing two bodies clad in black robes, grotesquely twisted and lying in a pool of congealed blood. With a flick of her wand, Bones levitated the sleeve of one corpse, exposing the ghastly, ink-black skull and serpent that marked it as a Death Eater. Slughorn gasped sharply. Bones crouched, meticulously examining the bodies and the surrounding area, her wand slicing through the air to detect lingering traces of magic. The chaotic fluctuations of magical energy, the destruction wrought by the shattering curse, and the fatal injuries from the killing curse all bore a significant resemblance to Fanny's account. Though riddled with uncertainties, there were indeed no apparent signs of a third party's involvement at the scene. Amelia, Slughorn murmured, gazing at the corpses with concern etched across his plump face. This is utterly outrageous. In broad daylight, they dared to assault a Hogwarts student. Thank Merlin for LeMay's charm. What a stroke of luck. He turned to Bones. You see, this child has been traumatized and injured. Should we not see her safely back to rest? Fanny Curtis. Slughorn was well acquainted with that name. Dumbledore had once praised her in a letter, and LeMay had taken her under his wing as a student. Not to mention her captivating articles in the Daily Prophet, her uniquely designed merchandise, and her pivotal role in uncovering the truth about the Chamber of Secrets, exonerating Sirius Black. Her name had become synonymous with brilliance and promise. Although he no longer taught at Hogwarts, forming a favorable connection with such talent was not without merit. Perhaps I could escort Miss Curtis home, he ventured, hoping to distance her from danger while simultaneously strengthening their rapport. Bones rose, her expression grave as she interrupted him. Horace, the matter is not so simple. Both of these individuals were Death Eaters. Their presence in Knockturn Alley and the initiation of an attack is no coincidence. Her sharp gaze surveyed the dilapidated surroundings before settling upon Fanny's eyes. In truth, we are here tonight precisely because we received intelligence of an illicit auction occurring deep within Knockturn Alley, an exceedingly secretive transaction that may involve dark magical items and Death Eater activities. Her words were succinct yet laden with significance. Fanny's heart quickened. An auction? Indeed. She had just gleaned this information from the minds of those two Death Eaters. Seizing the opportunity, she feigned the appropriate shock, exclaiming, an auction? Yes, I believe I heard one of them bellow something about the auction starting soon, urging the other not to delay. Bones's eyes widened sharply as they fixed on Fanny. Are you certain? They mentioned an auction? Fanny nodded timidly. Yes, their voices were urgent. I didn't catch every word, but it was definitely that term. It aligns perfectly. Slughorn exclaimed. Amelia, it seems your insights were indeed accurate. Their objective was the auction, and Miss Curtis merely stumbled upon their trail, leading to the attack. His gaze brimmed with compassion as he regarded Fanny. Child, you are truly fortunate. Ms. Bones. Fanny mustered her courage, lifting her pallid face. Is that auction very dangerous? I feel so frightened alone. May I accompany you until you handle this or find me a safe place? Her reasoning was utterly sound. An innocent girl who had just escaped death, seeking the protection of formidable enforcers, was entirely reasonable. More importantly, she had just glimpsed the tear of the dragon that fell during the lunar eclipse in the minds of those two Death Eaters. Absolutely not. Bones resolutely rejected. It is far too perilous. Horace, you must escort Miss Curtis to St. Mungo's for examination immediately. I will summon reinforcements. A flicker of barely perceptible disappointment crossed Fanny's eyes. She understood that insisting would yield no results. With Slughorn's assistance, she weakly turned, prepared to depart this treacherous place. However, just as they were about to round the corner of the alley, Fanny caught a glimpse of a fleeting figure at the entrance of another dark passage. A boy clad in a deep green robe, slender of build. Though his hood obscured much of his face, that familiar, aloof aura was unmistakable. It was Theodore Knott. What was he doing here? Moreover, his direction seemed to lead straight to the auction. Fanny's heart raced. Chapter 118. Similarities? Borrowing an invisibility cloak from Mafalda. Merlin, save us. Dear child. Slughorn's voice trembled with urgency. Knockturn Alley. Such a place, even seasoned wizards must tread cautiously. How could a girl who has yet to graduate from Hogwarts? A flash of annoyance flickered in Fanny's eyes. She endeavored to maintain a trembling voice, still shaken. Thank you, Mr. Slughorn. Today has been truly terrifying, were it not for you and Madame Bones. There's no need for such formality, my dear child. Slughorn immediately interjected kindly. I have always held your talents in high esteem. Dumbledore and Lamy praise you endlessly, and I have read your articles as well. Those peripheral designs of yours exhibit such exquisite thought. I hear you have even collaborated with Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. Such a keen business mind. Vanessa felt a buzzing in her ears. I have recommended you to all my old friends, and your cotton dolls, My great-niece cannot get enough of them. Of course, the most remarkable of all is the Chamber of Secrets and Black. You have practically rewritten history. Absolutely extraordinary. Why does he talk so much? Do you not enjoy such social interactions? Riddle raised an eyebrow. All he speaks are mere platitudes. Vanessa complained inwardly. Hypocritical, cacophonous, only valuing worth without recognizing the individual. It was blatant, a naked, opportunistic sycophancy. She detested such superficiality, loathing being displayed and courted as a valuable collectible. It was akin to gilding a magnificent artwork with garish gold dust, vulgar and suffocating. She longed for solitude, to quietly engage in her own pursuits. This so-called unnutritious chatter merely squandered her time and energy. Indeed, Riddle acknowledged calmly. He, too, held disdain for such superficial flattery. Yet he was more intrigued by Vanessa's current reaction. Earlier, her facade and words echoed in Riddle's ears. A sense of loss of control was spreading, being seen through, scrutinized. Even mimicked with such precision should have ignited his furious wrath and desire for destruction. Yet, curiously, he felt little genuine disgust. The fact that she saw through his essence, his indifference, ambition, and everything else, yet still chose to coexist with him, even that, opened a fissure in his frozen thoughts. Riddle had never been fond of superficial facades. His courteous demeanor, his gentle affection, and his understanding nature were but a necessary pretense while he awaited the pinnacle of power. Deep down, he was thoroughly satisfied with all he had accomplished. The pursuit of immortality was wisdom, world domination was ambition. And unearthing the Chamber of Secrets during his student days was a testament to his extraordinary abilities. He yearned for the day he could languidly proclaim his deeds to the world, relishing the fear and submission reflected in the eyes of all living beings. A clandestine thrill was bubbling within him. Riddle longed to be understood, within the confines he permitted. What if this person were under his control? Perhaps she was among the few who knew he was Voldemort, the true Riddle. Yet, Vanessa's imitation of Potter lingered vividly in his mind. His irritation intensified as he suppressed some ominous intuition. He tentatively revealed a fragment of himself, his heart racing, as if he were peeling himself open only to hastily cover up again, half revealed and half concealed. After all, sometimes, a modicum of dissimulation could aid in weaving connections and seizing resources. Utilizing others' greed to achieve one's aims. Why not? He found no aversion to it. Even deemed it a matter of course. You speak the truth. Vanessa inhaled deeply, suppressing her impatience, and managed a faint, grateful smile. You flatter me, Mr. Slughorn. I merely did what I believed was right, and penned the stories I enjoyed. She deftly shifted the topic, as if in afterthought. However, tonight has been rather strange. Death Eaters, and the auction Madame Bones mentioned. Do you know what that entails? It sounds dreadful. Madame Bones seems to regard it with utmost seriousness. Oh, that auction. Slughorn was indeed diverted. He lowered his voice. Amelia approached me precisely regarding this matter. There is a highly secretive private auction deep in Nocturne Alley, with an exceedingly high threshold. It is said to feature quite a few items of dubious provenance. He rubbed his fingers together. She received a tip-off, suspecting that Death Eaters might participate in the transactions, possibly even targeting something significant. However, her people find it challenging to infiltrate and scout ahead, as entry requires a special key, a mask of either gold, silver, or copper, inscribed with specific magical runes. Slughorn beamed with pride. Amelia sought me out precisely because of my collection, to assist in confirming the information. Of course, as a person of propriety, I will merely facilitate and will never personally venture into such places. He hastily distanced himself from the notion. Slughorn inadvertently glanced into Vanessa's eyes. She was slowly lowering her gaze. For some reason, he suddenly felt a familiar sensation envelop him, reminiscent of a beloved former student. The mask, the specific magical runes. Vanessa comprehended in her heart. She was well aware of that auction. She had attended a few times. Madame Bones was indeed formidable. She lifted her head, her expression pure and innocent. Surely she would resolve this matter perfectly today. Of course, Slughorn quickly concurred, attempting to dispel his unease. Just then, they passed by a slightly brighter side street, and Vanessa's peripheral vision caught sight of a shop. She feigned weakness, her body leaning slightly. Mr. Slughorn, I feel a bit nauseous. Perhaps it was the fright earlier. Oh, goodness. Quickly, lean against the wall. Slughorn hastily supported her against a weathered wall. Vanessa's hand once again delved into the pocket containing the time turner. She whispered, Sir, could you kindly fetch me a bottle of soothing ointment from that nearby shop? I might need a bit. Of course. Wait here. I shall return at once. Slughorn turned with alacrity, as if granted a reprieve. Now was the moment. She activated the time turner. The world instantly warped and elongated. And Vanessa found herself back in Nocturne Alley. The night was just beginning to fall, and she quickly adjusted her slightly disheveled robes. avoiding the possible paths of Bones and Slughorn, slipping into a nondescript corner piled high with discarded wooden crates, near the auction entrance. It was then that a figure appeared. In an instant, Vanessa brandished her wand, casting a silent binding spell with precision. The invisible magic ensnared the slender figure's ankle like a spider's web. And before a cry could escape, Vanessa yanked her forcefully into the narrow gap between the stacked crates. Ugh! A muffled grunt escaped. The heavy scent of decaying would envelop them, the space exceedingly cramped. Vanessa pulled back the hood of the figure, her fingers brushing through flowing strands of hair. Mafalda, their bodies pressed close, Vanessa's lips nearly brushing against her cheek, her voice lowered. Your invisibility cloak, lend it to me now. Chapter 119, A Hellish Scene, Mafalda and Theodore. The hood fell away, revealing a familiar face beneath the golden mask. Mafalda's shock swiftly faded, replaced by a familiar, morbid excitement and an overwhelming obsession. She could distinctly smell the faint, mingled scent of dust from Nocturne Alley and a unique sweetness emanating from Vanessa, being so forcefully confined in this intimate, shadowy space. Feeling Vanessa's warm body and directive whisper, Mafalda's heart raced, and an unusual flush crept onto her pale face. Fanny, Mafalda's lips curled slightly, you always surprise me. To think you would appear here today. Her icy fingers ventured into the depths of her voluminous black robe, searching with a peculiar reverence. A gossamer fabric was pressed into Fanny's hand. However, if you wish to attend the auction, I could simply escort you. Why resort to such clandestine methods as an invisibility cloak? As Fanny accepted the cloak, her fingertips brushed against Mafalda's cold digits, which instinctively curled around Fanny's fingertip, greedily seeking to capture that fleeting warmth. Draping the invisibility cloak over herself, Fanny vanished from sight, leaving only her voice behind. Bones will raid this place tonight. It is perilous. You should depart at once. Perilous? Mafalda's voice rose slightly. If it is dangerous, why would you still go? Do you not find danger to be more exhilarating, Fanny? She inched closer to Fanny's previous position, her fingers tentatively seeking the hem of the invisibility cloak. What are you planning? Take me with you. I can assist you. Fanny hesitated. She did not wish to reveal her intentions to Mafalda. If you must attend the auction. She paused. I shall not share a booth with you. When Director Bones or other Aurors arrive, you must buy time. The footsteps outside quickened, and Fanny inhaled deeply. Turning without hesitation, she successfully missed the fleeting shadow of gloom that flickered in Mafalda's eyes, ignited by her deliberate detachment. Deep within the alley, the auction awaited. A vast, magically expanded subterranean space unfolded before her. Cloaked in invisibility, Fanny accompanied a masked individual as they entered. The light was dim, and she navigated the corridors with practiced ease, collecting auction items, while the door locking the tear of a dragon was vigilantly guarded. Fanny withdrew her gaze, glancing around. There was still time. Many masked individuals had yet to enter their booths and were engaged in hushed conversations below. As she passed a heavily cloaked man, he seemed to be in discussion with the auction's proprietor. Fanny attempted to eavesdrop, but was met with the man's astute gaze, which, while not directed at her, was nonetheless oriented in her direction. She instinctively took a step back. If Bones aimed to dismantle the Death Eater trade and obliterate this black market stronghold, her objective was to seize that vial of tears. Chaos was her only opportunity. Suddenly, the heavy doors of the auction hall were blasted open with tremendous force, wood splintering in all directions. Ministry of Magic. Everyone, freeze and raise your wands. Bones's authoritative voice thundered, leading a wave of elite Aurors flooding in, their wands illuminating the entire underground space. Damn it, it's the Aurors. Run. Instantly, the arena descended into pandemonium, spells exploding like fireworks. The terrified screams of wizards, the shattering of items, and the resounding clashes of curses melded into a cacophony. Participants were thrown into a frenzy. Some attempted to resist, others fled in panic, while a few sought to snatch items from the stage amidst the chaos. This was the moment Fanny had been waiting for. Without hesitation, she lifted the curtain and dashed down the corridor leading to the Dragon's Tears. The guards within the corridor were evidently startled by the commotion outside, fumbling in confusion as they attempted to peer out. Petrificus totalis. Stupefy. Fanny struck with lightning speed, her silent spells accurately dispatched, and 2 guards collapsed. She rushed to the familiar glass case emanating a sinister aura. Time was of the essence. Bones and the Aurors could regain control at any moment. Or worse, that unfamiliar man, bearing the essence of little Barty. Tom. Fanny's inner voice surged with unprecedented urgency and excitement. The item you desire, assist me. She swiftly drew her wand. This enchantment she had encountered previously and studied privately, though she had not fully deciphered it. Aren't you a genius with perfect scores in all 12 subjects? She aimed her wand at the flowing enchantment. Let's synchronize. You search above. on monitor below. Riddle's consciousness jolted. An indescribable mixture of possessiveness and exhilaration surged through him, dispelling his earlier doubts and discomfort. She remembered. She actually recalled the items he had mentioned, essential yet not obligatory for resurrection. Even willing to risk so much to seize this item from the center of turmoil. Was it to please him? Or did she have ulterior motives? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but at that moment, Riddle had no time to ponder, forcing his gaze to lock onto the intricate enchantment above. Their decoding frequencies nearly synchronized. This enchantment siphons life. It is exquisite, malevolent, and intricately linked, yet not without its flaws. Riddle narrowed his eyes. Its core lay in siphoning and transformation, requiring the identification of a momentary overload point. In other words, pure magical energy surged from Fanny's wand tip, simulating a form of vitality, injected into an ostensibly inconsequential node of the enchantment network. Buzz. The enchantment on the glass case erupted into blinding black light. The entire structure trembled violently, and the wandering runes became frenzied, dark energy roiling like boiling water. Seizing the moment of hesitation and chaos caused by the overload within the enchantment network, Alohomora, Fanny's incantation, fueled by a resolve of desperation, targeted not the physical lock, but directly aimed at the magical core, which had revealed a gap due to the overload. Click. Success. Without pausing, Fanny whirled and sprinted towards the emergency exit at the corridor's opposite end. However, just as she stuffed the tears into her inner pocket, a wave of murderous magical energy surged from the corridor entrance. It was that unfamiliar man, possibly little Barty. Seize her. She heard him roar, a sharp shattering spell slicing through the air. She might still be wearing the invisibility cloak. Fanny's pupils dilated as she rolled to the ground. The shattering spell grazed her back, crashing into the wall and creating a large hole, debris flying everywhere. She dared not linger, scrambling to her feet and racing forward, pursued by relentless footsteps and whistling spells. In her invisible state, she managed to evade most of her assailants and turn down another corridor. A familiar, slender figure suddenly appeared before her. Fanny raised her wand immediately, but he stepped forward, nearly pressing against her. His presence eclipsed the surrounding stench of decay, causing Fanny to hesitate, allowing him to find the edge of her invisibility cloak and lightly graze her wrist, where she grasped her wand. It was not an act of theft, but rather a silent confirmation and obstruction. Yet, nearly white chains swiftly erupted from Fanny's wand. She tightened her grip on the wand, ensnaring his wrist with the chains, which simultaneously yanked his wand, causing it to tumble into her pocket. Theodore paused momentarily, but maintained his composure, holding her wrist and gradually lowering it. Several of her previous attackers, upon seeing Theodore, inclined their heads and rushed past without attempting to cast any spells. I hear your thoughts too clearly. Theodore's voice dropped to an almost whisper as he extended his cool fingers, slightly lifting the corner of the invisibility cloak. The chains clinked softly against his wrist. He appeared to ignore this, nor did he demand his wand back. This way. He sidestepped, gesturing towards a more concealed, narrow passageway cluttered with debris, the main exit barred by an aura. Ahead lay Crouch's presence. He spoke succinctly, his ice blue eyes unwavering as they met Fanny's gaze. The proximity between them felt suffocating. Theodore's breath brushed against Fanny's forehead, and the lingering chill of his fingertips remained on her wrist. An atmosphere fraught with taut, perilous ambiguity enveloped them in that tense moment of confrontation. Fanny. A sharp call suddenly shattered the silence from the direction she had arrived. Mafalda stood not far away, her expression dark and foreboding. Chapter 120. Escape and retrieve the item. Mafalda lingered in the shadows of the dim corridor, her chest heaving with exertion. She had traced the subtle magical fluctuations amidst the chaos and the almost inaudible whispers of the heart, ultimately locating Fanny here. Yet, the sight before her struck like a cold needle piercing her eye. Fanny's figure flickered in the air, while before her stood a boy she had never imagined encountering at this moment. Even more jarring was the sight of Fanny's slender fingers tightly gripping her wand, the pure white magical chains extending from its tip, securely binding Theodore's unusually pale wrist. The chain's faint glow contrasted starkly against his bloodless skin and sharply defined jawline, forming an eerie yet striking intimacy against the chaotic backdrop. Theodore appeared wholly unperturbed by the restraint on his wrist. He even leaned slightly, his ice blue irises penetrating the gloom, precisely landing on Fanny's position beneath the invisibility cloak. His other equally pale hand seemed to be brushing against Fanny's wrist where she held her wand. Was he even closer? Mafalda's fingertips dug sharply into her palm. Fanny, she suddenly chuckled lightly. So, your reluctance for my assistance stems from a prior engagement, does it? Ignoring the residual magical turbulence in the air and the distant sounds of conflict, her gaze remained fixed on Theodore. Theodore finally shifted his attention from Fanny, slowly turning to Mafalda, his eyes devoid of emotion. He maintained the posture of slightly lifting the edge of the invisibility cloak, with the chains on his wrist producing faint, crisp clinks with his subtle movements. Miss Pruitt, he scoffed softly, before you cast aspersions, perhaps you should first tend to your own insatiable curiosity. What value does your presence provide, other than creating noise and attracting unnecessary attention? He paused, his gaze slicing through Mafalda's contorted face before delivering a cutting remark. Or do you thrive like a mushroom in dark corners, drawing sustenance from the light and chaos of others to affirm your existence? How pitiable. You. Mafalda's face flushed crimson as she abruptly drew her wand. What had sparked this sudden quarrel between them? Theodore was usually so cold. Why was he suddenly so combative? Though Mafalda was sharp-tongued and acerbic. Had they not previously clashed in Slytherin? With pursuers likely on their heels, why were they squabbling now? Silence. Enough. Fanny had no time to decipher the convoluted exchanges between Theodore and Mafalda. A singular thought consumed her. Escape. Her gaze lingered momentarily on Theodore's face, astonished that he was suggesting an escape route towards her. With a brusque wave of her hand, the pure white chains binding Theodore's wrist instantly dissolved into flickering motes of light. Where the chains had vanished, a faint red mark emerged, a visible reminder of the magical restraint, stark against his pale wrist. Theodore's fingers curled slightly in response. Fanny spared no glance at the red mark, swiftly thrusting the wand she had seized from Theodore back into his hand. Theodore, lead the way, Fanny commanded decisively, awkwardly lifting the invisibility cloak to drape over both of them. Mafalda, keep up. If you wish to avoid being captured by Aurors or silenced by Death Eaters, then keep quiet and run. The narrow passageway reeked of decaying wood and dust, and the trio hurriedly navigated through it. Theodore's fingertips seemed to unconsciously graze the lingering red mark on his wrist, the translucent invisibility cloak enveloping them closely. Mafalda shot an intense glare at Theodore. The ticking second hand on her wristwatch continued its relentless march, and as Fanny emerged from the auction house exit, she quickly glanced at it. Only 20 minutes remained before she would need to activate the time turner. I must return immediately. Fanny spoke rapidly. The events of the night. She swept her gaze over the two, remained locked within her mind, as if nothing had transpired. A flicker of flame leapt from the tip of her wand, and she silently cast a silencing charm. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, Fanny donned the invisibility cloak once more and, utilizing the flying charm, swiftly departed. Faster! Faster! She urged, gliding over the towering walls, quickly locating her previous position. She locked her focus, descended, adjusted her breathing, and donned a facade of startled fragility. Almost in the next instant, the rotund figure of Slughorn rushed from a nearby shop, clutching a small vial of green, soothing ointment. Here they come. My dear child. How are you feeling? Better? He panted, genuine concern etched across his face. Fanny managed a weak smile. Thank you, Professor Slughorn. I feel much improved now. Chapter 121. Touch and Counteraction. The new body of the diary. This Christmas passed swiftly for Fanny. Since that day, she had not seen Theodore again. The launch of the Weasley's Wizarding Wheezes was undoubtedly successful, gracing the front page of the Daily Prophet, and Fanny's latest line of merchandise was soon to be released, promising another influx of funds. With dedicated sales channels and partners, Fanny's profitability was set to increase significantly. She had already acquired 1 or 2 suitable factories and enlisted several capable individuals to manage them, thereby greatly reducing production costs. It seemed many were eager to mimic her merchandise, even creating cotton dolls. Fanny smirked. However, they lacked my core technologies and endless wellspring of inspiration. During this holiday, she had ventured to the Lumme residence 2 days after acquiring the tears of a Hungarian horntail, spending nearly the entire break studying alchemy, and at night, under Riddle's tutelage, had gathered substantial information regarding his resurrection. Now, with materials, knowledge, and timing perfectly aligned, a translucent soul appeared beside Fanny. I must clearly outline the core requirements and steps of the resurrection ritual to you. This ritual will involve ancient runes, dark magic, and alchemical skills. Rest assured, it poses no harm to you. Riddle's lips curled slightly. However, in shaping my new body, I may require little Fanny to lend her hands to mold me. If you will, I trust in your craftsmanship. He cast a casual glance at the Riddle doll on the table. In truth, he held no regard for superficial external appearances, even feeling extreme aversion due to the resemblance to his loathsome muggle father. A wholly new visage befitting Voldemort's identity would likely be more appropriate. Yet, his gaze flitted back to Fanny's focused profile and the doll prominently displayed on the table. With Fanny's remarkable skill and her obsession with her own visage, Riddle was almost entirely convinced that his resurrected face would resemble his current one with striking accuracy. Nevertheless, if she cherished it enough, this face was not devoid of value. The time had come. Fanny rose, gathered the enchanted map and relevant materials, and donned the invisibility cloak temporarily borrowed from Mafalda. At this hour, the prefect's bathroom was still open, and it was highly likely that Myrtle would drift by to admire the scenery. Sometimes, getting too close to ghosts was not necessarily a good thing. Fanny made her way towards the abandoned washroom, arriving at the entrance of the hidden chamber. "Tom," she whispered, repeating the serpent's tongue required to open the door. She, too, wished to learn from Ron, aspiring to become a worthy heir of this ancient art of serpent speak. Hiss. Riddle paused for a moment, exhaling within her mind. Fanny learned swiftly. A heavy scraping sound echoed as the massive basin slowly shifted aside. Fanny slipped through, gliding down the slick passageway. When her feet once again touched solid ground, she found herself within the vast Slytherin chamber. The basilisk had long been pushed aside by Fanny, and in the center of the chamber, an enormous white magical circle pulsated, intricate ancient runes flowing gently within it, her recent achievement. "Let us begin, Fanny." Riddle's voice resonated in her mind. His spectral essence hovered above the core of the magic circle, awaiting the new anchor point of his rebirth. Fanny raised her wand, channeling her magic, and the circle erupted in blinding light. At the pinnacle of this radiance, as energy surged violently, Riddle closed his eyes, while Fanny's left hand stealthily delved into her pocket. It was a piece she had jointly acquired with Mafalda at the auction, while most had been fashioned into multiple tablets. A small fragment remained, a moonstone capable of enhancing the power of her soul's runes. Seizing the moment when Riddle's essence was firmly anchored to the core of the circle, Fanny poured all her will into the moonstone, initiating another ancient soul magic ritual. Her target was the fragile, invisible thread, born of the same soul, connecting the diary Horcrux and the primary soul. Boom! An invisible shockwave, transcending the revival ritual, suddenly radiated outward. In the center of the circle, the outline of Riddle's newly formed body rapidly coalesced in the light. However, just as he was about to fully seize control of this new form, he abruptly opened his eyes. Indeed, he distinctly felt it. That vow, forged between him and Fanny last autumn, now, under the immense amplification of the moonstone and the unprecedented soul-linking node created by the resurrection ritual, Fanny had forcibly redirected the binding power of that vow through the fragile soul thread to the primary soul of Voldemort. The effect was not a perfect replication. It bore some distortion and weakening, yet it was sufficient to restrain the primary soul, preventing him from harming Fanny or any student within the school. Moreover, the original vow's binding was greatly reinforced and locked in place. He could neither dissolve it nor evade or distort its meaning. For instance, at this moment, he could not indirectly harm her through the basilisk. Simultaneously, an additional magical coordinate, akin to a locational marker, was permanently etched into his soul's core, allowing Fanny to sense his precise whereabouts and state at any time. Like an invisible thread entwining around his heart, the light began to wane. A tall, statuesque figure stood clearly in the center of the magic circle. Tom Riddle, or rather, a brand new, corporeal manifestation of the Horcrux consciousness, reborn. The air seemed to freeze. Fanny's grip on her wand tightened slightly as she regarded him with calmness, but Riddle could discern that the idle hand gripping her clothing had unconsciously tensed. He understood that it was a manifestation of her anxiety. A suffocating silence lingered for several seconds. Then, the corners of Riddle's lips slowly curled upward. It was neither a cold smirk of anger nor a triumphant grin of success, but rather a pure and joyful smile, as if he had discovered something exceedingly fascinating and precious. A low, resonant chuckle escaped from his throat, reverberating through the empty chamber. Riddle took long strides towards Fanny, each step imbued with an innate grace and sense of control, despite his new body still adjusting to its form. He halted just a breath away from Fanny, leaning slightly forward, his ink-black eyes piercing deeply into her azure depths. "Clever," he whispered, his warm breath brushing against Fanny's forehead. "Truly unexpectedly clever, little Fanny. So, the resurrection ritual itself was your grandest ruse?" He extended a finger, gently brushing aside a damp strand of hair clinging to her cheek. The warmth of his touch was a stark contrast to the coldness he had exuded in his spectral form. Fanny instinctively tightened her grip on his wrist, her gaze wary, even subtly infusing it with magic. From the very beginning, approaching me, learning, even assisting in my resurrection, he did not attempt to struggle, merely gazing intently into Fanny's eyes. Was it all merely for this moment of counteraction? To ensure your safety? To protect as many students as possible? His tone bore no accusation, only an understanding and a peculiar sense of satisfaction. Everything connected: the caution she exhibited, her fervor for learning, her meticulousness regarding the materials for resurrection, the cold calculations hidden beneath her seemingly harmless artistic traits. This was the true Fanny Curtis, a masterpiece that seamlessly fused the artist's keen insight, the alchemist's precise calculations, Slytherin's ambition, and Ravenclaw's wisdom. Fanny calmly acknowledged how effective. Her demeanor was as serene as if discussing academic matters. Riddle chuckled softly, the sound resonating within his chest. His hand remained tightly gripped by Fanny, perhaps leaving red imprints. Now devoid of a wand and equally bound by the vow, he still possessed the mere ability to free his wrist. Yet, instead of breaking free, he drew even closer. The distance between them shrank to a point where they could feel each other's warmth. The effect, he elongated the syllable, is beyond imagination. Do not be so tense. Little Fanny, Riddle chuckled gently. Your runes are flawless. I could not possibly harm you now. And now, he could truly reach out and touch her. Chapter 122. Tom. You wouldn't want to be discovered by not, would you? Riddle seemed to find excessive delight in the notion. He tilted his head slightly. A few strands of obsidian hair falling forward, his newly formed skin appearing almost porcelain pale under the dim light of the chamber. Beneath his straight nose, his lips formed a beautiful curve, creating a stunning arc. Fanny, still holding Riddle's wrist, inquired, what do you intend to do? Riddle appeared amused by the question. Chuckling softly again. What to do? He repeated, of course, I shall return to my lovely little Fanny's dormitory. He sighed dramatically. After all, I find myself with nowhere else to go in this vast magical world. Perhaps only your cozy quarters, filled with dolls and parchment, would be willing to shelter a homeless wretch like me. Wouldn't you agree, Fanny? She had thought he would choose to leave Hogwarts outright. However, this way, he would remain by her side, conveniently positioned for constant surveillance. She finally released her grip on his wrist and decisively drew the invisibility cloak from her pocket, tossing it directly into his embrace. Put it on and conceal yourself, she commanded. If you decide to remain at Hogwarts, I cannot allow you to be seen. You must stay beneath the cloak or in my dormitory. Riddle accepted the cloak, but did not immediately don it. Could it not cover two individuals at once? If memory serves, our esteemed Fanny has never been caught in detention by Filch, has she? What a flawless record. He curved his lips into a sly smile. I would not wish for you to make an exception for my sake. It would be safer and more discreet if we squeezed beneath the cloak together. Don't you think? As the cloak was lifted slightly, the vast fabric enveloping both of them, the space became exceedingly cramped. The sheer cloak slipped down awkwardly due to their differing heights, appearing rather comical at first glance, with Fanny nearly ensconced in the shadow cast by his form. The girl tugged at a corner of the cloak, glancing back at Riddle. It's too high. It was purely a complaint. Riddle's heart skipped a beat. He looked down at the crown of Fanny's head, her hair freshly washed and slightly damp, brushing against the fabric of his chest in a whisper of sensation. The two moved silently through the hushed corridors of Hogwarts under the cloak. Just as they were about to turn into the final corridor leading to Ravenclaw Tower, Fanny abruptly halted. Beside the enormous arched window at the corridor's end stood a tall, slender figure, quietly bathed in moonlight, as if he had melded into the night itself. Theodore not. He wore a dark green robe, unconsciously rubbing his wand, his icy blue eyes gazing vacantly out the window before slowly making his way towards the eagle door. Was he seeking her out? At this hour? Could it be related to the last incident? Fanny's grip on the cloak tightened instinctively. Stay here and do not move. I will return, she whispered to Riddle, her body shifting slightly as she prepared to lift the cloak's edge to step out. How unfair, Riddle's languid voice immediately interrupted her. His tone low yet deliberately drawn out. You just exerted so much effort to resurrect me. And before I've even had a chance to catch my breath in the dormitory, you wish to engage in a philosophical discourse with young not under this romantic moonlight? Leaving me alone, ensconced in this ridiculous cloak like an unseemly piece of luggage in this cold corridor. He feigned a look of injury. Is my presence not sufficient to make you feel safe, or dare I say, entertained? What nonsense. Fanny turned back, rising to her toes, and accurately pressed her hand over Riddle's incessantly chattering mouth beneath the cloak. The warmth of his lips, a work of art in their own right, was palpable against her palm, and she could distinctly feel the subtle vibrations as he spoke and the warmth of his breath. She even sensed his lips pressing tightly together. The warmth momentarily stilled. Silence. Fanny hissed, applying pressure. I have important matters to attend to, Tom. You wouldn't want the entire Hogwarts faculty and student body to know that the great Lord Voldemort is currently hiding beneath my invisibility cloak like a quail, would you? It would hardly be a dignified revelation for your grand schemes. The effect was immediate. The previously mischievous and languid gaze in the boy's eyes swiftly receded like a tide. He fell silent, his long lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, his demeanor transforming into one of unexpected meekness, resembling the model student. Excellent, the threat worked. Fanny released her grip with satisfaction. She quickly adjusted the cloak around Riddle and turned away, entirely oblivious to the faint blush creeping up Riddle's ears, hidden beneath his dark locks in the dim corner. Like a delicate night butterfly, she glided through the interplay of light and shadow, approaching Theodore. "Good night." "Not," Riddle said softly. "Theodore?" Fanny halted before him. "It's rather late. Were you waiting for me?" She smiled playfully, producing a book from her pocket and teasingly waving it in front of Theodore. It was, in fact, his diary. Riddle, beneath the cloak, smirked mockingly. "There are some things I need to tell you since that night in Nocturne Alley." Theodore paused momentarily. Fanny's swift motion of retrieving and returning the book was somewhat unusual, yet her thoughts remained untroubled. Regarding the auction, to the point. The venue was completely engulfed in flames due to the fiendfire curse during the chaos, and all items, including that tear, have vanished. The official conclusion is that they were taken by Death Eaters involved in the turmoil. He hesitated before continuing. "As for my presence there that day, the Dark Lord's fragment now resides at the Knot Manor." Fanny's pupils dilated imperceptibly. It was worse than she had anticipated. Voldemort was indeed residing at the Knot residence. The Dark Lord had actively sought out her father. Theodore's tone was devoid of much emotion. Given his character, he would not choose to refuse such a threat. As for what followed, it was revealed that her father had discovered that young Barty Crouch had been imprisoned at home by his father using the Imperius curse, and currently, old Barty was under its control. He spoke succinctly. Bellatrix Lestrange was also rescued along with young Barty, her father, and the Dark Lord. "Time is of the essence. We could only save her." He stepped forward slightly, closing the distance between them. The moonlight accentuated his sharp yet cold profile, enveloping Fanny in his crisp aura. "Fanny." His voice softened. "You have been targeted since you entered school. Whether it is due to that tear or your very existence. The Dark Lord will not easily overlook someone who can touch his secrets and possesses unique value." He leaned in slightly, his icy blue gaze deepening in proximity. Fanny tilted her head back, the flowing moonlight caressing her clear visage. "So, why have you suddenly decided to divulge all this to me?" She smiled nonchalantly, reaching out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind Theodore's ear. "I do not believe the Dark Lord will achieve ultimate victory." Theodore's voice turned suddenly cold and firm. "Fanny, tell me, what exactly do you intend to do with that dragoness I tear?" The air seemed to freeze. Fanny's heart thudded heavily in her chest, yet her face blossomed with an almost innocent, sweet smile. "I merely heard it is a rare material and wished to study it, to see if it could enhance the formula for doll eyes, making them appear more lifelike." She casually fiddled with the cuff of her robe, her gaze steady upon him. It was an obvious lie. A faint crack appeared in Theodore's icy demeanor as he grasped her wrist. The same hand that had playfully tangled in his hair moments ago. His grip was gentle yet firm, his eyes narrowing with scrutiny. "Then who is the Tom you mentioned in your thoughts?" he inquired. "You must have known your thoughts were exposed. Was it an unexpected proximity, or was it deliberate? So, who exactly is he?" His tone involuntarily quickened. "A master capable of deciphering the enchantments inscribed upon the tears of a fire dragon?" "Tom, what are you saying? A master to help me decode the incantations?" Without a moment's pause, Fanny tilted her head in bewilderment. "You arrived at the scene quite swiftly as well, did you not? Was there anyone else present aside from me?" "Tom is merely a figment of my imagination. Are you not aware that many artists excel in weaving intricate character designs in their minds for their own amusement? Much like crafting a story." Fanny smirked mischievously. Her voice amplified. "I intend to use that precious tear from the fire dragon to create the most expressive eyes for him in the world. He shall possess exquisite beauty and an enchanting personality. Tell me, for such a treasured doll, into which I have poured all my heart and soul, should I not keep him by my side forever?" Theodore's gaze lingered on Fanny for an extended moment. She held no trust in him, isolating him with naive lies and the facade of artistry. The tears shed by a dragon during a lunar eclipse possess extraordinary value, serving as excellent potion ingredients. "If I were you, Fanny," he spoke calmly, "rather than using it as the eyes of a doll, perhaps it would be better suited for the potion classroom, where we can explore its true magical potential together. That way, we would not squander its worth, would we?" "Be cautious, Fanny," Theodore finally added, before his words faded. He turned and left, his slender figure swiftly merging into the shadows as he descended the staircase. Only after confirming Theodore's complete disappearance did Fanny lift a corner of her invisibility cloak. Riddle did not react with the fury or inquiries she had anticipated. Instead, he languidly leaned against the cold stone wall, arms crossed, dark locks cascading down to obscure part of his expression. Yet those eyes, particularly deep in the dim light, remained fixed upon her, unwavering. "Oh, finished your conversation?" He elongated the syllables. "It seems you had quite a delightful discourse with the young master of the Knot family under this romantic moonlight." He stepped closer, propping the hem of the invisibility cloak with one hand. "He warned you to be cautious of Voldemort? How considerate." However, he lowered his gaze. his voice dropping to a whisper, malice undiminished in his pupils. Shouldn't little Fanny be more concerned about the fact that I, also a Voldemort, was left alone in a cold corner, forced to listen to your flirtations with others? He exaggeratedly placed a hand over his heart. Fanny thought, what on earth did he consume today? I approached to inquire about the current situation. Her temples throbbed. Did he not wish to know the condition of his primary soul? She was too weary for idle chatter. Stretching out her hand and gripping Riddle's wrist with such force that he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Silence, follow me, Fanny commanded in a low voice, practically dragging him as she adjusted the invisibility cloak and hurried towards the dormitory. She had had enough of this evening's trivialities, finally slipping back into Ravenclaw's dormitory without incident. The room was desolate, bathed only in the gentle flow of moonlight. Fanny ripped off the invisibility cloak, utterly exhausted. She pointed to the 3 empty beds. Choose one, and remain quiet. Thankfully, this dormitory housed only her. Riddle was unceremoniously pulled in by Fanny, yet he remained unfazed. He leisurely adjusted his disheveled collar, scrutinizing the 3 simple beds with a discerning eye. TSK, he lightly scoffed, striding towards the nearest vacant bed on Fanny's right. Now wandless, he elegantly lifted a pale finger. A silent, wandless spell was quietly cast. The originally blue, Ravenclaw embroidered sheets and blankets vanished, replaced by cool, smooth, dark green silk linens. The rough wooden bedposts were simultaneously enveloped in warm ebony wood. Riddle gracefully seated himself on the newly transformed bed, his long legs casually crossed, back straight. He raised his hand, his fingertips tracing an almost imperceptible arc in the air. The translucent curtain that had remained untouched by his modifications gently fell, concealing most of his striking visage. Moonlight streamed through the veil, casting a soft glow upon his profile. Riddle slightly tilted his head, and through the hazy curtain, his ruby lips curled into a languorous smile that could enchant anyone. Good night, little Fanny. Chapter 124. The Transfer Student, Who Truly Understands the Killing Curse. Fanny stared, dumbfounded by the spectacle before her. Who taught him such a languid way of wishing good night? With that half-covered visage behind the sheer curtain, his captivating beauty appeared even more resplendent under the interplay of light and moon. Congratulations, Fanny's affection for Tom Riddle has risen to level 10. This time, it was not Fanny who deliberately controlled her feelings. Rather, her affections surged of their own accord. However, Fanny raised an eyebrow. Who said I was going to sleep now? It's only 11 o'clock. Not even midnight yet. How could I waste such a splendid time on slumber? She turned away from Riddle, striding towards the expansive desk, deftly unfurling a stack of pristine parchment and twirling a quill between her fingers. Now that the surrounding economy is on the right track, with even imitators emerging, her voice quivered with excitement. What do you think, Tom, is the fastest and most lucrative method to profit from merchandise? She seemed entirely unperturbed by Riddle's response, immersing herself in her thoughts as she settled into a high-backed chair, her eyes shining brilliantly. Of course, it's character ensemble, harems, and factional struggles. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. When a book contains a plethora of vibrant supporting characters and numerous couples, fans will inevitably engage in fervent debates over who is the true love and who is more deserving. At this juncture, I can trap all these protagonists, supporting characters, and their myriad pairings into an opaque box, casually adding some obscure elements to create blind boxes. Naturally, people will go wild over the blind boxes, and fan creations will flourish. By then, the popularity of my products will only soar higher, and merchandise sales will skyrocket. Just right. My book on Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff has long been completed, and I have been too busy to start a new project until now. The timing is perfect. So, who should the protagonist of the new book be? Her voice suddenly rose. She slapped the desk, her excitement palpable. Of course. It shall be about our great ancient magic heir, the illustrious fifth-year transfer student. Malfoy, Crouch, Sebastian, Gunter, Black. Let all the charming wizards at Hogwarts be utterly enthralled by our magnificent senior sister. Fanny embarked on a new writing endeavor. As Professor Binns droned on about the Goblin Wars and History of Magic class, she scribbled furiously. Regrettably, I have perused nearly all the historical magic materials in the library, yet I found not a trace of that transfer student. There is no shadow of a transfer student in this world. Indeed, if such a transfer student existed in the magical realm, what would become of Voldemort? This transfer student was likely to become her original character. As for the academy, let it be Ravenclaw, Fanny wrote with a flourish, with exquisite ancient magic, Gringotts, and the capricious Headmaster Black. When writing about alchemy, one should not hesitate to seek the wisdom of Professor Lamy. In the face of a rebellious fairy, one must wield the most exquisite white magic for a group attack, and hasten to the headmaster's office to inquire about the underlying principles from Dumbledore. Furthermore, one must never forget the prowess of Fanny, who, with pen in hand in the dormitory, conjures the Avada Kedavra curse with the grace of a master. The green light splits into innumerable beams, striking down countless foes. That verdant glow erupts from the tip of her wand, no longer a solitary ray, but instantaneously fracturing, locking on, transforming into a multitude of deathly rays that tear through the air, piercing the hearts of every encroaching dark wizard with unerring precision. In an instant, the green tendrils intertwine like vines, and those grotesque faces scarcely have time to register fear before they collapse to the ground simultaneously. Clean, efficient, one person, one curse. And the battlefield is cleared in an instant. Absurdity. Riddle critiques from the sidelines, questioning how such a curse could simultaneously target a throng of individuals. Fanny laments, "You do not understand. This is the allure of the upperclassmen." Riddle. Yet the very structure of the killing curse, its incantation, and the manifestation of the law of death dictate that it can only lock onto and extinguish a single life. Fanny. In fervor, "Do you comprehend the killing curse better than I?" Riddle. "Have you considered the implications of your own words?" "Very well." He crossed his arms defiantly, asserting that even if you disregard fundamental magical laws, what of the narrative? A fifth-year student at Hogwarts, casually beset by a well-equipped, malevolent group of dark wizards? And then, with nonchalance, resolving the conflict with a group attack of the killing curse? Are dark wizards merely weeds sprouting from the earth, so readily gathering to meet their demise? Is the protection of Hogwarts a mere facade? Are the horrors of the Ministry of Magic simply idle? This transfer student can eliminate so many in a single day? As far as he knows, the total number of witches and wizards in Britain is barely over 3,000. Has she fashioned a protagonist more fearsome than he, the Dark Lord? Fanny clutched her chest, but that era was precisely like this. Riddle. And those dark magic settings. Riddle continued. Your portrayal of the curses wielded by those dark wizards is flamboyant and grandiose, designed to impress. But what of the principles of magical operation? What of the backlash incurred by the spells? What of their connection to the caster's will and emotions? Some incantations are riddled with significant oversights, lacking any depth whatsoever. He leaned against the wall, his tone icy. Crack. Fanny abruptly sprang from her chair. She strode up to Riddle, and in the face of his slightly bewildered expression, she daringly rose onto her toes, placing one hand against the wall behind him, trapping him in the narrow space between her and the wall. Chapter 125, Ruffling Hair. Tom is an unfettered repository of knowledge. The warm breath brushed against Riddle's chin, causing his body to stiffen imperceptibly. He had not anticipated such an action from Fanny. All words momentarily lodged in his throat, and Riddle's Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed. Very well, the illustrious master of dark magic, Tom Riddle. Fanny tilted her head back, applying gentle pressure against the wall with her hand, and challenged, "So tell me, how should it be revised to be reasonable? I am all ears." The proximity was overwhelmingly intimate. Close enough for Riddle to discern his own reflection in Fanny's azure eyes. Close enough for the sweet warmth of her presence to envelop him. The expression on her face as she questioned him, her cerulean gaze, compelled Riddle to lower his eyelids, the long lashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes. As for those dark magic settings, Riddle averted his gaze slightly. They could indeed be amended. He began to articulate, his voice calm, yet clear, deftly augmenting all the flawed spells in her narrative with exquisite techniques and stringent logic, effortlessly citing a series of profound theoretical underpinnings. He maintained this approachable demeanor. Fanny appeared to ponder deeply. Inspiration accumulated within her, and the hand pressed against the wall unconsciously relaxed. Her peripheral vision flickered upward, catching sight of Riddle's long, thick lashes and the smooth contours of his jawline. Was his posture a tad too rigid? Biting her lip, her gaze shifted, the ebony strands of his hair cascading gracefully beside his ear, appearing extraordinarily obedient. A sudden thought sprang forth unbidden. Fanny withdrew her hand from the wall, and with determination, pressed down on Riddle's shoulder. Lower your head. Riddle was momentarily taken aback by her unexpected command, instinctively complying with her gentle force, lowering his head slightly. In the next moment, Fanny's other hand unceremoniously landed atop his onyx-like hair. Soft, cool, smooth, akin to the finest silk, and even better than she had envisioned. Fanny could not resist ruffling it a few more times. Her fingertips grazed his scalp, and she even teasingly twisted a few loose strands at his temple. Riddle remained rigid, maintaining his bowed position. In what felt like an instant, he broke free from Fanny's grasp, pushing her away without hesitation. The force was minimal, yet Fanny nearly collided with the corner of the desk. Her hand pressed against the tabletop as she glared up at him. What are you doing, Tom? Who permitted you to touch without consent? Riddle's expression tightened. What is the matter? Fanny muttered under her breath, casually picking up the Riddle doll atop the desk. This new body for your resurrection ritual was crafted by my hands. How could I not touch it? Riddle. She even took a step closer. grasping Riddle's arm. I don't care, I just want to ruffle your hair. This time, her grip even carried a hint of magical reinforcement, causing Riddle to unavoidably bend downward as her warm fingertips wove through his hair once more, this time with even greater force. He let out a muffled sound. I've wanted to do this for ages, she murmured, recalling how since the very first moment she laid eyes on the young Riddle, she had pondered how she would later tease his neat and compliant hair. Riddle. He watched in disbelief as Fanny's hands roamed through his hair, acutely aware of how she tousled and meticulously arranged it, creating a delightful mess. Her other hand had long since relinquished its earlier magical strength, yet his body felt as though it had been petrified, utterly immobile. In fact, when she pressed him downward, he did not exhibit the slightest resistance. He allowed Fanny to continue her ministrations. Only when Fanny was satisfied and withdrew her hand did he take a few steps back. A hint of disdain in his voice. Your hands are filthy. He averted his gaze from Fanny, yet his hand unconsciously ruffled his own hair. He was not oblivious to the fact that this girl relished ruffling others' hair, having done so with Potter, Nott, and even Malfoy. How many heads had she casually tousled? Fanny, perplexed, extended her palm to inspect it. Are my hands dirty now? Perhaps a little. She squinted her eyes and returned to her seat, casting a curious glance at Riddle, noticing a smudge of ink on her fingers, likely from her earlier writing with a quill. Was Riddle inherently averse to dirt? She surveyed the dormitory with a contemplative expression. To be fair, Fanny was not one to revel in domestic chores. Her approach to her living environment was rather laissez-faire, maintaining a state of organized chaos infused with the essence of life. She even undertook a thorough cleaning of her room only 2 or 3 times a year. Since Riddle regained her corporeal form and magic, her dormitory had undergone a remarkable transformation unbeknownst to her. All the books were meticulously arranged by priority. The surfaces of her desk and floor were immaculate, and manuscripts along with drawing papers were neatly stacked, eliminating the need for her to wield her wand while contemplating the precise adjectives to invoke the summoning charm. Riddle could even articulate with precision where her misplaced items had vanished. Oh, my apologies, she said casually, turning towards her desk and seizing a quill to commence her fervent writing. Thank you for your guidance, Tom. I shall incorporate your suggestions for revisions. However, Fanny's lips curled into a smirk. As for the title of Avada Kedavra's connoisseur, that distinction remains firmly with my senior. It's fundamental and cannot be altered. Riddle. He suddenly felt as though he had become Fanny's free repository of dark magic lore. Chapter 126. The Great Dispute. Who is the true queen of the transfer student? Fanny's latest work was swiftly published. The entertainment section of the Daily Prophet dedicated an entire 3 pages to introduce this masterpiece, with countless readers eagerly devouring the chapters the moment they were released. The Hogwarts dining hall had transformed into a grand debate arena. Pansy excitedly tapped her fork against her silver goblet. In my opinion, Sebastian is undoubtedly the most charismatic in this novel, with his formidable dark magic prowess, his ambition to breach taboos, and the killing curse he taught my senior. Daphne stirred her oatmeal leisurely. I find Omenes to be far cooler. The heir of the Gaunt family, elegant, restrained, groping for light in the darkness, and utterly blind, he embodies a sense of fragility. The nearby Slytherin girls nodded in agreement. Fred and George at the Gryffindor table chimed in unison. Hey George, did you see that aerial combo from Natsau? Absolutely brilliant. Indeed, Fred. What is so impressive about those gloomy Slytherin folks? George echoed loudly, drawing ireful glares from the Slytherin table. The Hufflepuffs rallied behind the kind-hearted Poppy. Poppy is the best. Gentle in nature, with a fondness for magical creatures. The Ravenclaw table was equally embroiled in debate. Our senior is a Ravenclaw herself. I declare she is the finest. Obviously, Curtis is a Ravenclaw. Harry observed the cacophony enveloping the dining hall, poking at the sausages on his plate with a hint of bewilderment. He had perused the plot of Fanny's latest tome, but the various captivating side characters did not pique his interest. He merely pondered every narrative step, his fingertips tracing the words delicately. Did the protagonist's character share similarities with Fanny herself? Which supporting characters did she favor? Were those slightly intimate gestures indicative of her preferences? Hermione, he whispered, which characters do you think Fanny favors while writing? Do those characters relate to her ideal type? Hermione was preoccupied, diligently recording notes on parchment. Well, I believe the ancient runes and alchemy she discusses in this book are of significant research value, she remarked, gasping as she covered her mouth. Goodness, why has Fanny progressed so rapidly? Sebastian is the coolest, a nearby voice exclaimed, igniting another round of arguments. Nonsense. Omenes is the true champion. Natsau's enthusiasm could melt anyone's heart. Poppy's gentleness is like moonlight. Just as tensions peaked, an upperclassman from Ravenclaw adjusted their glasses and coldly interjected, Enough. Regardless of how fiercely we argue, we cannot determine who is the most popular. But I know we all share a common adversary, Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black, that spiteful, incompetent curmudgeon who obstructs the growth of the protagonist. This statement instantly triggered a stronger resonance among the crowd. Yes, Headmaster Black is the most detestable. He is so self-important and arrogant, always offloading responsibilities onto his subordinates. I can hardly imagine Hogwarts without Quidditch. Suddenly, all arguments ceased as the four houses exchanged glances, declaring in unison, "As long as you detest Headmaster Black, we are friends." In the headmaster's office, the portrait of Phineas Black trembled with fury. Slander. This is blatant slander and defamation. He paced angrily within the frame. Dumbledore, you must control that girl, Fanny Curtis. How dare she depict me as a stubborn fool, obstructing genius? I was merely acting for the order and safety of Hogwarts. Ancient memories resurfaced, and Phineas suddenly recalled a century-old prophecy delivered by a rather eccentric seer named Trelawney, foretelling that he would face calamity a century hence. He had once reveled in the thought of his longevity, only to find retribution waiting at this moment. Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, took another sip of the honey-laden lemon tea. Calm down, Phineas, he said gently, stroking the pages of Sing against the grain. Artistic creation often necessitates some dramatic conflict. Moreover, it must be acknowledged that Fanny's narrative construction and her critical reflections on certain, shall we say, pedagogical management styles are vividly engaging and remarkably insightful. He particularly noted the descriptions of dark magic in the book, which were astoundingly rigorous. Dumbledore's gaze grew slightly somber. The audience for this book was far broader and deeper than previous works. Lucius had even penned a letter recommending this book to Draco. He had long been aware of Fanny's burgeoning fame and talent in writing, but this novel's intricate construction and principles of magical systems were exceptionally refined. The elegant and ornate handwriting on the letter conveyed his admiration, especially for the precise descriptions of advanced dark magic, showcasing an impressive depth of understanding. It even reminded him of a long-lost acquaintance. Fanny Curtis, she is so young, yet has already. Draco, you should certainly consider this book as an extracurricular reference. It will aid in your understanding of magic. Furthermore, I suggest you engage with Curtis more frequently. I am well aware of the need to read Fanny's work. Draco muttered, unhesitatingly tearing open the package to delve into Sing against the grain. Even when Fanny depicted the rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin, he was willing to pay for her work, not to mention that the current narrative revolved around factional strife, and even included mentions of the Malfoys. Look, this is how a Malfoy ought to be portrayed, Draco exclaimed in the corridor, pointing to a passage about the Malfoys in the book. Speaking animatedly to a bewildered Crabbe and Goyle, wisdom, power, lineage. My senior should undoubtedly choose Malfoy. Sebastian and Omenes are merely inadequate contenders. His declarations were loud and clear, swiftly attracting the attention of those around him. Huh, Malfoy? That empty vase who can only boast about his family crest? Pansy retorted sharply. The Malfoy lineage and abilities may have aided our senior, but in terms of understanding and companionship, Omenes surpasses him, Daphne calmly pointed out. Come on. Our senior needs a passionate companion to fight alongside her. Natsau is the most fitting. The Gryffindors countered defiantly. Poppy's kindness and healing are the light our senior needs amidst darkness. The Hufflepuffs insisted. The quarrel escalated instantaneously, its scope widening to nearly engulf the entire corridor. Students from different houses, fervently supporting their respective characters, argued with flushed faces. Though wands remained sheathed, the air crackled with the charged energy of magic. Amidst this chaotic crescendo, the instigator of the uproar, Fanny, clutched a stack of heavy tomes borrowed from the library, intent on traversing the corridor back to the tower. Fanny. Pansy was the first to spot her, her keen eyes alight with excitement. Fanny. Draco called out immediately after. Senior Curtis. A Hufflepuff girl rushed over. In an instant, Fanny found herself surrounded by an enthusiastic throng from all directions. Fanny, tell me, who did the senior ultimately choose? Is it Sebastian? Pansy grasped her left arm. Malfoy is the best choice, isn't he, Fanny? Draco pressed, his tone haughty and assured. Omenes is so pitiful yet so devoted, Daphne added, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow. Pabby is true love, senior. The Hufflepuff girl was on the verge of tears. Fanny was taken aback by this unexpected onslaught, almost dropping the heavy books in her arms. She stammered, managing to squeeze out an awkward yet polite smile, her gaze darting. Everyone, calm down. Parallel worlds. Parallel worlds. Each character had its own allure, and the development of their relationships demanded respect for the narrative. I must hurry back to my dorm to research. The new chapter is crucial. Farewell, she babbled incoherently, finally wriggling free from the crowd and sprinting towards the Ravenclaw tower, not daring to look back. By Merlin's beard, this is too much. Fanny muttered as she locked the door to her dormitory, only to be stunned once more by the sight before her. Riddle was seated at her desk, elegantly pinching the book Sing Out of Tune. He raised his eyes at the sound of her entrance and let out a soft chuckle. The book gently closed, resting on his lap, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I support Gunter. Fanny. No, how could you two? Chapter 127, The Blind Box Plan? She was bewildered by the diary. Fanny's novel had indeed garnered unprecedented popularity. Unlike her previous works focusing on historical figures, this original piece, intertwining grand adventures with nuanced emotions, captivated wizards of all ages with its unparalleled inclusivity. Not to mention the rigorous, profound, and practical settings regarding ancient magical texts, alchemical principles, and dark magic, which were nearly unanimously acknowledged as comparable to advanced textbooks. A long line snaked outside Leaky Cauldron's bookstore, stretching for several blocks, an unprecedented spectacle. Even some shops in Nocturne Alley attempted to sell Fanny's pirated novels at low prices, but they were swiftly punished by the intricately crafted anti-copying spells. Within the Knot residence, Sing Out of Tune lay carelessly on a desk, while Bella elegantly descended the spiral staircase, cradling Voldemort. Voldemort remained in a pitiable, ghostly state, barely pieced together into a semblance of a baby's body by young Barty. He still possessed no magical power, his skin pallid, features blurred and twisted, incapable of independent movement, reliant on others for the most basic survival. Fortunately, Bella and young Barty did not disdain him. Bella tightened her grip around Voldemort, her expression fervent. We have currently ascertained through personnel from the Ministry of Magic that Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament next semester. The most crucial detail is that during the final maze event, the anti-disapparition charm at Hogwarts will be temporarily lifted. This is a heavenly opportunity. We can seize this chance to take Potter away and present the perfect resurrection ceremony for our master. With the Father's bone, the servant's flesh, and the enemy's blood, we can bring our master back to life. A flush crept across Bella's face. I would willingly offer an arm for my master. Thoughtful, Voldemort remarked in a cold, teasing tone. Bella, you have always been obedient, which reassures me. Bella was so overcome with excitement that tears welled in her eyes. Yet, his words gradually lowered, and the image of Fanny surfaced in his mind. He wondered if he had done something similar in the original narrative to resurrect himself. His knowledge of the plot remained woefully scant. Young Barty. He narrowed his eyes, turning his gaze towards young Barty, who immediately knelt reverently. I recall you reported after the auction incident in Nocturne Alley that you were certain Curtis had been possessed and controlled by a being reminiscent of my younger self? Absolutely. My master. Young Barty's voice quivered with excitement. Though it is unbelievable, that aura, that demeanor, that mastery of magic could not be mistaken. It can only be you. Great master, a part of your glorious past. He was unaware of the secrets of Horcruxes and could only attribute it to his master's supreme power. Moreover, from observations, it appeared that although Curtis's body was influenced and even dominated by his great consciousness, her original personality traits had not entirely vanished. They were merely cleverly integrated beneath the master's will. He respectfully handed the book Sing Out of Tune to Voldemort, having thoughtfully turned the pages for him. Knowing he could not do so himself. Currently, Curtis retained her previous character, writing and composing, but it was evident she had been deeply influenced by her master. Behold, the darkness woven into her words is beyond what an ordinary girl could conceive. What kind of teenage girl creates a protagonist who casually casts the killing curse daily on her way to school, slaying wizards left and right? She toys with hearts with such finesse, embodying the very essence of a dark lord. Who would not say that Fanny harbors a desire for bloodshed? The protagonist's propensity for casually casting the killing curse and treating life as triviality was vividly inscribed on the pages. Young Barty spoke with awe. This is clearly the indelible mark of your supreme will etched deep within her soul, the manifestation of her yearning for ultimate power, guided and unleashed by you, my master. Not to mention the seemingly casual, yet exquisitely intricate dark magic theories. Voldemort merely glanced at them, and a familiar sensation surged within him. He could distinctly recognize that these dark magic theories indeed originated from his younger self. Yet, Fanny was clearly a traveler from another realm, by rights. She should have known that the diary was his younger self and could not be so easily swayed. However, he had always effortlessly garnered the affection of all. Whether in the past, present, or future, whenever he wished, he could enchant anyone at will. Thus, it was not surprising that the diary could successfully beguile her. A deeper apprehension followed. Fanny knew too much. She understood Horcruxes, the trajectory of the future, and his weaknesses. The fragments of the diary in her possession, were they a boon or a bane? He suddenly recalled that upon realizing Fanny was an outsider from another world with knowledge of the future, he instinctively, with the utmost speed, sought out Old Knot and relocated all the Horcruxes except for the diary and the locket. Moreover, the moment he found young Barty, he commanded him to seek out the items hidden within the locket's location. Undoubtedly, the locket had vanished. This girl herself was the greatest variable, and the first directive he issued after gathering some Death Eaters was to capture Fanny and bring her back. Voldemort's fragmented thoughts could not fully comprehend Fanny's current state, but a plan swiftly formed. Bella, young Barty. Voldemort's voice was icy as he commanded that the resurrection plan proceed according to the original scheme, ensuring absolute certainty. However, before the operation commenced, he required his followers to visit Miss Curtis in Hogsmeade during the impending Easter holiday. They were to observe her movements closely, ascertain the extent of control over her diary, evaluate her true state and worth, and probe her attitude towards herself. He needed to discern whether Fanny Curtis was, in fact, the sharpest blade beside his future throne or a potential threat that needed to be extinguished prematurely. Within the confines of Hogwarts dormitory, Fanny stared in shock at Riddle's brow and eyes, nearly breathless. Tom Riddle. It was rare for her to utter both his first and last name. And now he had become so brazen. She was on the verge of losing her mind. This world was more magical than she could comprehend. Could it be that the resurrection ceremony had indeed damaged some nerve of his? Riddle merely lazily lifted his eyelashes, his eyes deepening with mirth, as if to say, "Indeed. It is so." Fanny numbly turned away, her gaze sweeping over the mountain of fan mail on the table, the headline in the Prophet announcing her record-breaking book sales, and the exaggerated grimaces sent by Fred and George through magical lenses. Regardless, she composed herself. The excitement had reached a fever pitch, and it was time. She slammed her palm on the table, the sound crisp and resonant, and ceremoniously declared, "The Blind Box Project has commenced." Chapter 128, Draco. Yet was told there was no money. The blind box craze swept through the wizarding world in an instant. The entrance to Weasley's Wizard Wheezes was inundated with a throng of eager patrons, while the queue in Diagon Alley shifted its location. 8 permanent characters and 1 mysterious hidden edition awaited random selection, with boundless surprises. Purchases could be made individually or in boxes, with owl delivery available globally. The allure of the blind box lay in its element of surprise, and countless Hogwarts students eagerly placed orders, requesting clerks to assist in packaging their selections. Waiting for the moment each morning when owls swooped into the Great Hall. "By Merlin S. Beard, I got Sebastian," Pansy exclaimed, leaping up, clutching a figurine emblazoned with the dangerous grin of the dark arts prodigy. Omnius, it's Omnius. I knew Ravenclaw would bless me." A tearful Ravenclaw boy exclaimed. "Phineas Black?" A Hufflepuff student stared at the figurine of the cantankerous headmaster in his hand, his face paling. "Who would want this thing? Trait. Is anyone willing to swap for Pabby or Amit?" "Huh, another black headmaster. Mate, your luck is abysmal." Someone nearby chuckled. This thing wouldn't be wanted even if tossed into Knockturn Alley. It was unclear what Curtis was thinking, including such a bombshell in the blind box. "Is anyone offering for Gareth?" A Gryffindor student shouted, holding up a box. Draco sat in the center of the hall, his eyes fixed intently on the colorful blind boxes. Torn internally, he wanted them, desperately. He longed for the figurine representing the glory of the Malfoy family, proud and haughty, and even more for the hidden edition of the older student in Ravenclaw robes. But to give money to the Weasleys? That would be an unspeakable disgrace for the Malfoy family. Why on earth would Fanny choose to collaborate with those red-haired weasels? Gritting his teeth, Draco stealthily slipped away to a corner, hastily penning a letter to purchase 3 blind boxes and nervously tearing open the package in a secluded spot. The first, Phineas Black. Draco's face darkened. The second, Natchon. Draco nearly crushed the box in frustration. The third, Gareth Weasley. That red-haired ancestor. Damn Weasley, damn Black Headmaster. Draco growled in fury, his heart racing. He seized a quill and scrawled on the parchment, "Give me a box." This time, amidst a slew of repeated disappointments, Draco finally drew the platinum-haired figurine. Arrogant as he was, he carefully caressed the exquisite little figure. But his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the breathtaking silhouette of the older student etched on the blind box packaging. With a steely resolve, he ordered 2 more boxes. Still no older student. High-priced purchase for the hidden edition of the older student. Negotiable. Draco was determined, quietly inquiring among the crowd. Yet, those who had obtained the older student were few and far between, and without exception, they regarded their treasures with utmost reverence, refusing to sell. "Have you heard? There's a shop in Hogsmeade now selling those blind boxes." "Really? Perfect. I must try my luck during the Easter holiday." As the Easter holiday approached, Draco walked silently, overhearing the chatter of nearby girls. Glancing up, he saw a small shop surrounded by a crowd, laughter and lamentations intertwining. "Don't miss out. The latest blind boxes are now available." The clerk shouted with an amplification spell. "Attention customers, Please refrain from using weighing spells or magical detection devices while selecting, relying solely on luck and feel. This shop appeared to be unrelated to the Weasleys. Draco, compelled by some unseen force, wandered inside, maneuvering to the counter, and quickly purchased 2 blind boxes with a stern expression. He retreated to a corner of Honeydukes. Holding his breath as he opened the first box, Phineas Black's detestable face reappeared. Opening the second box, it was yet another Black. Merlin's foul socks. Draco muttered, "What is wrong with this shop? Are the blind boxes mixed with duplicates?" At least those who had visited Weasley's Wizard Wheezes claimed that their clerks would prevent mixing boxes during new shipments. Draco nearly hurled the box away, fuming. He turned to leave this sorrowful place when he collided with a soft figure. Ouch! Fanny rubbed her shoulder where she had been jostled, and upon looking up, saw Draco, along with the Black Headmaster's blind box he had yet to conceal. Draco? Fanny blinked, glancing from the blind box to Draco's flustered yet composed face, and suddenly understood. A sly smile, tinged with amusement, danced on her lips as she did not retreat, but instead stepped into his path. "You're here for the blind boxes too? Which one do you desire?" Draco's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to his ears. He hid the blind box behind him, awkwardly turning his head away, his voice barely above a whisper. "And nothing I want. Just browsing." He would never admit he desired the older student. "Oh," Fanny elongated her tone, leaning in closer, observing the flush of his ears. "Is that so? Then why are you clutching a Black Headmaster, looking so furious? It must be quite unlucky for you to draw him." "Huh." She pointed at the box behind him. Today, she had merely heard of the blind boxes being released in Hogsmeade, and had come to take a look. Leaving Riddle back in the dormitory, Draco, struck at the heart of the matter, felt both embarrassed and enraged. What else could it be? He wanted to retort directly, questioning the intention behind stuffing Black into the blind box. Yet, he held his chin high. Who is angry? It's just a worthless box. Who cares? Fanny suddenly laughed, gazing deeply into his slightly trembling eyes. "Ah, it seems our esteemed young Malfoy is simply having a streak of bad luck, unable to draw his desired hidden edition, and is feeling quite humiliated? Or perhaps..." She paused deliberately, her gaze sweeping over his expensive wizarding robes. "Is it that your pockets are feeling a bit light, and you are vexed by your inability to acquire what you wish?" Draco, who had never experienced poverty in his life, was left utterly speechless. He instantly flared up, his eyes widening incredulously. "Who do you say is poor? Fanny, do you truly think the Malfoy family would lack for a few galleons? I have already procured several boxes." Chapter 129, Draco's Method of Drawing Hidden Variants. As soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Was this not an admission of being a fool? He had just declared his complete disinterest in the blind box. Draco attempted to recover, but his feeble defense lodged in his throat. Frustration swiftly crept across his handsome features, flushing his ears a deep crimson. Fanny let out a soft laugh, reminiscent of sunlight breaking through the clouds, a gentle breeze brushing past. It was then that Draco noticed Fanny had her hair casually tied into a loose bun today, the sunlight dancing upon the hem of her skirt, revealing a glimpse of her slender calf. His heart skipped a beat, and his anger and irritation inexplicably dissipated by half, leaving only awkwardness and a strange fluttering sensation. "All right, I won't tease you any longer." Fanny tucked away her jest, her eyes twinkling as she regarded him. "You wish for the hidden variant, don't you?" Draco's face flushed deeper, his lips pressed together, neither affirming nor denying, his gaze evasive. Could it be that she would gift him the hidden variant she held? After all, she was the manufacturer of the blind box peripherals, undoubtedly possessing a substantial surplus. Yet Fanny seized Draco's wrist. "Come, follow me." "Hey." Her warm, soft fingertips unexpectedly encircled his cool wrist, a peculiar tingling sensation coursing through him. Draco's body stiffened abruptly. He barely had time to ponder the pride of a Malfoy before being half-dragged by Fanny, stumbling back to the crowded entrance of the blind box shop. Ignoring the curious gazes of those around them, Fanny squeezed directly in front of the blind box display, casually picking up several boxes and shaking them gently by her ear. "What are you doing?" Feeling the weight and sound, she picked up another blind box and weighed it in her hands. "This one's the lightest. Let's eliminate it." Next, her fingertips meticulously caressed a specific spot on the packaging. This one feels just right." To Draco, it seemed as if Fanny were performing some ancient, mystical ritual. "Here. This one." With confidence, Fanny thrust the chosen box into Draco's hands. "Now, go pay." "You expect me to pay?" Draco's lips parted in disbelief. Yet he pulled out galleons to pay under Fanny's watchful gaze. Skeptically, he unwrapped the glimmering blind box, and indeed, the hidden variant lay quietly within. She held a wand, her Ravenclaw robes billowing gracefully, an ethereal wave of magic surrounding her. Draco stared at Fanny in astonishment, his mouth agape. "It's quite simple," Fanny declared proudly, tilting her chin. Each character's model size, accessories, and center of gravity possess subtle differences. Shake it, weigh it, listen for the sounds of collision inside. And with a careful examination of the slight indentations on the box's print, you can uncover the method. As a seasoned fanfiction enthusiast, drawing from blind boxes is a fundamental skill. Draco found himself at a loss for words. Without a magical detection device or precise weighing spells, could one truly pinpoint a hidden variant using such muggle techniques? He had thought it merely a contest of luck and intuition. Thank your good fortune. This blind box shop indeed has hidden variants. Fanny sighed with a hint of exasperation. Otherwise, you would be none the wiser about acquiring the variant in due time. She rose onto her toes and gently poked his forehead with her finger. Silly Draco, if you desire the variant but wish to avoid wasting money, buying a box solo is the most foolish approach. If you want to draw hidden variants, you could easily team up with a few friends who also wish to draw regular ones. She poked him again. Everyone shares the cost, and everyone gets what they need. It's far more economical than muddling through alone and ending up with a pile of duplicates. Draco's head tilted back slightly from the pokes, his face reddening further. He stiffened his neck in rebuttal. Who would want to share with them? I am a Malfoy. Yet, gazing into Fanny's mischievous blue eyes, so close, he found himself unable to voice the rest. The warmth of her grip lingered on his wrist, and the spot where she had poked him felt slightly hot. He could not help but cast a sidelong glance at the hidden variant. Perhaps he could fashion the blind box figure's face to resemble Fanny as closely as possible? In the shadows of the Pig's Head pub, on the second floor, two pairs of eyes peered through the dust-laden window, fixated on the striking figures below. Fanny was on tiptoe, poking Draco's forehead, while he appeared flushed, his gaze flickering. In the master's youth, he had lifted a corner of the invisibility cloak with little Barty. Gazing at Bella, who was similarly cloaked, his brow furrowed. This isn't right. He could hardly fathom Voldemort exhibiting such affectionate behavior towards Draco. That boy. Bella's fingers tightened around her wand. In the sunlight, the boy's platinum hair gleamed even brighter, yet the familiar features of his face bore a striking resemblance to hers. That is Sissy's son, she murmured. The focus is not on the boy. Little Barty quickly redirected. Look at her demeanor. Natural, relaxed, even a touch lively? Does this seem like someone whose consciousness is completely suppressed or deeply controlled? He recalled the icy sensation of control experienced in Nocturne Alley, contrasting starkly with the bright smile of the girl before him, who was now playfully poking Draco's forehead. Her magical fluctuations are quite stable, Bella added hoarsely. There are no signs of abnormal mental control, at least none of the familiar traces of the Cruciatus curse or powerful possession. This conclusion unsettled her. The two exchanged a glance, each reflecting the weight of concern and doubt in their eyes. Fanny's state diverged significantly from their expectations of a controlled subject. She appeared to be nothing more than an academically gifted, well-liked ordinary student, save for her overly mature dark content and intricate knowledge of magic. Clearly, Bella's voice dripped with cold malice. We need to engage her in a more profound conversation, Crouch. The master's orders must be fulfilled. Her true value or threat must be ascertained without delay. Her gaze swept down again, where Fanny was laughing and conversing with Draco, who was awkwardly turning his face away. His ears still flushed. Chapter 130. The bracelet, a kiss on the back of the hand. Below, it seemed Fanny had concluded her conversation with Draco. She waved goodbye and turned towards a quieter alley, away from the bustling main street. Opportunity, Bella whispered, and little Barty quickly nodded. The two silently glided down the stairs, using the crowd and buildings as cover, swiftly following her. The alley was narrow and deep, the daylight dim, with their footsteps echoing softly on the cobblestones. Fanny seemed utterly oblivious, her steps light and graceful. Just as they reached the midpoint of the alley, Fanny abruptly halted, her back turned to them. The air seemed to thicken. Have you two been following me for so long to discuss something? She suddenly spoke, her tone slightly rising at the end. Or do you feel that my hospitality during our last encounter in Nocturne Alley was insufficient? Her heart nearly stopped. Fanny had sensed the peculiar feeling of being watched while speaking with Draco. She could always discern the difference between admiring or malicious gazes. She had to take the initiative, adopting the master's demeanor to assert dominance over them. Her essence shifted swiftly, replaced by countless imitations of Riddle's posture. Fanny slowly turned around, the sunlight streaming in from behind her, casting profound shadows across her face. Master? Bella almost blurted out, her body instinctively lowering as if to prostrate itself. Little Barty also tensed up, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized the girl before him, trying to discern any signs of disguise. This transformation was too abrupt, and the oppressive aura and magic emanating from her seemed far from the overwhelming strength of the master. No need for excessive formality. My current state necessitates a degree of discretion, Fanny remarked, her eyes sweeping over the two. I sense your doubts. How have you dealt with the minor troubles in Nocturne Alley? Barty inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous waves of his emotions. He stepped forward slightly, bowing his head. Master, all is proceeding smoothly. My foolish father is entirely under our control, and we have successfully diverted the attention of the Ministry of Magic. However, he lifted his gaze. We are quite concerned for you. Your vessel appears to be overly animated, and regarding the vial of dragon tears. Overly animated? Fanny chuckled lightly. A perfect vessel must naturally adapt to her surroundings. Being too rigid would only raise suspicions. As for the dragon tears, her voice turned colder. It is merely a material. Its purpose requires no elaboration. What matters is that it serves a grander objective, one that belongs to Voldemort. But the dragon tears are meant to enhance. Barty and Bella exchanged a swift glance, their doubts still lingering. It was Bella who reluctantly lowered her head. We understand. However, the master at the Knot Manor is still awaiting your precise instructions. Tell him to be patient. Everything is proceeding according to plan. I have my arrangements. Fanny's gaze flickered. Now leave. Do not seek me unless summoned. Yes. The two responded respectfully, quickly vanishing. Bella and Barty bowed deeply once more, retreating swiftly until their figures disappeared at the alley's entrance. Fanny stood in place, only exhaling softly once she confirmed their complete departure. Cold sweat trickling down her spine. Just moments ago, she had contemplated summoning a Dementor or a professor. But now it seemed she had already pushed the limits of avoiding suspicion from Bella and Barty. Pushing open the door to her dormitory, Riddle leaned casually against her desk. In his youthful form, he stood tall and graceful, black hair falling across his forehead, partially obscuring his striking features. Barty and Bellatrix sought me out. She closed the door, succinctly reporting. In a narrow alley in Hogsmeade. I managed to navigate the situation using your demeanor and tone. Oh, details. Fanny quickly recounted the dialogue from the alley, along with Bella and Barty's final reactions. Riddle listened intently, his expression inscrutable. Well done, little Fanny, he chuckled, straightening up. Your imitation was sufficiently convincing for the time being. They would not dare defy the master's commands. I plan to leave Hogwarts for a while, he suddenly announced. Fanny's movements paused momentarily. Leave now? The master's soul is at Knot Manor, Riddle spoke slowly. He will not be content to merely linger. Barty and Bella's rescue was no mere coincidence. He is weaving a larger web. His goals extend far beyond merely regaining his strength. Riddle approached Fanny. I need to venture out and establish my own influence. Remaining in this seemingly safe environment will only render me a pawn on his chessboard. Passive waiting is not my style, little Fanny. The space between them narrowed. Riddle's handsome visage reflected in Fanny's eyes. But rest assured, I shall not engage in malevolence, he said languidly. At least due to my vow. I shall not harm you or the students of Hogwarts. My objective is the Master Soul. Voldemort cannot kill you at present. And you can sense my location through the vow. He suddenly knelt on one knee, extending his hand palm upward. A small, exquisite item lay quietly in the pale expanse of his hand. A silver bracelet shaped like a serpent, with two minuscule deep red gems embedded where the serpent's eyes would be, emitting a faint glow. What is this? She gazed down at him. A small insurance, Riddle replied. He did not answer directly, but naturally grasped Fanny's left wrist. His fingertips cool against her warm skin, sending a subtle shiver through her. Fanny's body stiffened imperceptibly. Riddle seemed either oblivious or unconcerned. He gently wrapped the cool bracelet around her slender wrist, the silver chain conforming to the curve of her skin, the serpent's head cleverly clasping its tail, producing a soft, crisp click. Infuse it with your magic. Gently rub the serpent's eyes, he instructed in a low voice. No matter where I am, it will connect me to you. He paused, adding, it is one way, initiated by you. Ensure your safety. Fanny stared at the bracelet in a daze. When had he gathered these materials? And was the enchantment affixed to it truly just a means to guarantee her connection with him? Were there no side effects? Perhaps she should remove the bracelet for inspection while he was away. Riddle slightly lifted his head, noticing that her gaze lingered on the bracelet. Her expression, immersed in her thoughts and nearly defenseless against the external world, was a stark contrast to her usual cunning demeanor, emanating an unusual softness. Riddle discreetly tightened his grip slightly, his fingertip brushing against the delicate skin on the inside of her wrist. The distance closed further, his breath almost lingering on Fanny's hand. Fanny remained lost in contemplation about the bracelet. It seemed she had not explicitly rejected him. Riddle suddenly laughed, softly, planting a kiss on the back of Fanny's hand. Chapter 131, Mafalda, recounting the original plot. It was an exceedingly brief contact, akin to a feather's touch, slightly damp, abruptly interrupting Fanny's reverie. She snapped back to reality, colliding with the depths of Riddle's dark gaze. He was slightly tilting his head, offering her a faint yet beguiling smile. Don't lose it, little Fanny, he released her hand, rising gracefully and smoothing non-existent creases on his robe, a rare note of delight in his tone. This is a unique insurance. May I take this doll with me? He inquired, grasping the Riddle doll resting on the table. Ah, that's fine, she replied, her gaze still fixated on the back of her hand. With her permission. Riddle's smile nearly overflowed from his eyes. He turned towards the door, his posture upright, glancing back at her with a sincere smile. His lips appearing even more luscious and radiant than before, all while lazily grasping the invisibility cloak that Mafalda had temporarily lent her. I will find a way to return the invisibility cloak once I successfully leave Hogwarts. As for our regular communication, he paused slightly. You can continue to write in that diary. I will respond. Wait for my return. The dormitory door softly closed behind him. Fanny remained rooted to the spot, her gaze incredulously fixed on her hand adorned with the bracelet. What had just transpired? Did he kiss my hand? Why? Fanny nearly sprang from her position, hastily leaping onto her bed and covering her face with the blanket. Why did Riddle suddenly kiss her, and what had that sensation felt like? It seemed damp and soft, and Fanny's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. Unable to resist, she leapt from her bed and ran a few laps around her dormitory to calm her racing heart. She needed to meticulously recall the motivations behind her thoughts for her novel. Sitting down at a chair, she wielded her quill to capture the fleeting inspiration. Regardless of the outcome, receiving a kiss on the back of her hand from Riddle was an experience she deemed worthwhile. However, her gaze was drawn to the bracelet adorning her wrist. It was indeed necessary for her to use her magic to detect any potential threats within it. Upon examining the bracelet, Fanny found no harmful enchantments. As the end-of-term exams approached, she found herself with little time to actively pen her thoughts in her diary. The affection value displayed on the sealed system panel was steadily rising, surpassing her expectations regarding the influence of her work. She pondered the implications of this affection value reaching its peak. It seemed someone had boldly extended an olive branch, expressing a willingness to pay her a licensing fee to create related fanworks. Fanny readily agreed, signing the authorization with alacrity. After all, who would complain about an increase in gold galleons? People would likely consider purchasing official merchandise alongside fan creations. I'm truly overwhelmed with revision for this exam, Hermione exclaimed, her usually neat brown curls appearing more disheveled than usual, dark circles under her eyes betraying her fatigue. So Fanny, how many times have you used the time turner? I feel utterly drained. I've only used it 10 times to review, yet time slips away like sand through a funnel. I simply cannot hold on to it. Fanny thought to herself. Could she admit that aside from attending classes, she had primarily utilized the time turner for writing and sleeping? Hey! A sudden weight settled on her shoulder as Mafalda pressed down on it, her cascading locks brushing against Fanny's cheek. Ever since I heard about the remarkable feats of you two masters of time management, I have been thoroughly inspired. Thus, I've decided to challenge myself next semester by taking on 12 subjects. She lifted her chin slightly, her gaze towards Hermione filled with a competitive glint, suggesting that she could achieve what Granger could, and perhaps even draw closer to Fanny. Is that so? Hermione straightened her back, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Well, I wish you the best of luck, Pruitt. However, I must remind you that I do not intend to continue with divination or Muggle studies next semester. She paused deliberately, relishing the moment as she observed Mafalda's expression freeze in shock. Divination? It's nothing but Professor Trelawney's baseless ramblings and forced interpretations, a complete waste of time without any logic. As for Muggle studies, Hermione shrugged, an air of superiority stemming from the Muggle world evident in her demeanor. Those topics are part of my everyday life. I see no reason to sit in a classroom listening to a wizard explain how to use a telephone or understand the principles of a television. True, Fanny mused. Her expression wouldn't. If it weren't for Riddle, I wouldn't even consider taking 12 subjects. Mafalda's eyes widened in disbelief. Does that mean you two aren't planning to sit for 12 qualifications? She exclaimed, panic setting in as she attempted to appeal to Fanny's sense of honor. Who says you can't take 12 subjects without enrolling in all of them? Fanny replied casually. For courses like Muggle studies, we could simply participate in the exams without attending classes. What? Hermione was taken aback. Even without studying, we could directly register for the exams? Fanny pressed on. Don't you want to try to achieve all O's in your OWLs and Newts? Including divination, which is essentially no different from reading comprehension in the exams. Mafalda's eyes widened further. You make a compelling point, she said, inching closer to Fanny, nearly brushing against her arm. Is this secret of direct examination only for me? She asked, deliberately ignoring Hermione's presence. Well, theoretically, it's open to everyone, Fanny replied vaguely, her thoughts drifting to more pressing matters. If she didn't enroll in so many courses next semester, she would have to return the time turner to the Ministry of Magic. But what was the essence of the time turner? Did it exploit temporal rifts to bring one back mere hours, or did it fold the dimensions of time and space? Did the magic circulating within it harbor the potential to tear through grander temporal barriers? Last summer, she had caught a glimpse of her youthful parents. If time magic could rewind the past to reveal fragments, could it also point towards the future? Towards her true home? The enigmatic, swirling magic within the time turner. Could it guide her back home? She yearned for answers, for insights that transcended textbooks and delved into the very essence of magic. Finally, the end-of-term examinations quietly concluded. The day after the year-end banquet, Fanny cleared the last remnants of Riddle's belongings from the dormitory and purposefully made her way to the headmaster's office. Professor Dumbledore, she announced as she pushed open the office door, I have some matters I wish to discuss with you, concerning the events of the 4th year in the original storyline. Fanny began, Old Barty will be controlled by the Imperius curse. Young Barty is not dead. Voldemort will be resurrected, and she inhaled deeply, finally meeting Dumbledore's gaze as he sipped his honey tea. Would you be willing to excavate the grave of Voldemort's father, Old Riddle, in Little Hangleton over the summer and incinerate his remains to ashes? She had considered this plan the most feasible to hinder Voldemort's resurrection. Dumbledore nearly spluttered his honey tea. Chapter 132, A Battlefield, Quidditch World Cup. Dumbledore clearly found such a method rather undignified. To turn him to ashes? I must admit, this is one of the most pragmatic suggestions I have heard since becoming headmaster. He pondered, his gaze sharp. This indeed addresses the possibility of severing the bloodline that serves as the medium for resurrection, striking at the core of the issue. I will consider it. He paused, then added, speaking of resurrection, I am reminded of your recent updates to your novel. The chapters pertaining to dark magic are described with remarkable depth and precision, even astonishingly rigorous. Really? Fanny's eyes sparkled. Professor Dumbledore, you know I revere and pursue all knowledge. Without sufficient knowledge, I could not pen such an exquisite novel. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed with intensity. However, the sources of knowledge are sometimes more worthy of exploration than knowledge itself. Overly profound dark knowledge is akin to a double-edged sword. It can cut through enemies, but also easily wound the wielder. You are correct, Fanny replied politely. Deep within the Knot Manor, the air was cold and thick. Bella, young Barty, and old Knot knelt on the icy floor, gazing at the repulsive, grotesquely assembled mass of flesh on the table. Master, Bella's voice trembled. We encountered Curtis in Hogsmeade. She can keenly sense our presence, and her tone is indeed strikingly similar to yours. Yes, Master, young Barty quickly added. She mentioned that dragon tears have their own utility and instructed us not to disturb her. Voldemort's blurred features seemed to twitch. Do not disturb her? Dragon tears have their own uses? The tone, the commanding demeanor, it eerily echoed the words he once spoke in his youth. However, Vania Curtis is no ordinary witch. She is a transcendent being, privy to the secrets of Horcruxes and possessing foresight into the future's trajectories. Is she cunningly mimicking the tone of the diary to ensnare Bella and young Barty? Or has the diary Horcrux long since eluded his grasp? Confusion swells incessantly, as Voldemort's chaotic perception detects an anomaly behind him. With acute awareness, he turns to gaze upon the figure at the foot of the stairs. Theodore, he murmurs. If memory serves, you have had dealings with Curtis at Hogwarts. The statement bears little inflection of inquiry. The youth's form hesitates in the shadow of the staircase. Theodore descends, offering a slight nod, his movements impeccably precise. Yes. Then, what is your relationship with her? An invisible pressure coalesces instantaneously, and Theodore falls silent for a moment, only for Bella's sharp voice to slice through the air. Why do you not answer, Master? Speak. She nearly brandishes her wand to unleash some vile curse on his behalf. He speaks slowly, his voice remaining steady. Not at all. She trusts no one. A plan crystallizes in an instant, cold and merciless. Bella, young Barty. Voldemort's gaze lingers on Theodore's cheek, yet he issues an order. The resurrection ritual must proceed as planned, without fail. But before the ceremony commences, he murmurs, I require Vania Curtis. Bring her to me. Alive. I must interrogate her personally. As summer approached, the fervor of the Quidditch World Cup threatened to rend the very skies. Sirius handed her and Harry each a ticket, and Vania was fortunate enough to encounter Mafalda during the break. She trailed behind Molly, her gaze almost glued to Vania. Don't mention it. Molly waved her arm in exasperation, whispering to Sirius, Fred and George have surprisingly earned quite a few galleons recently. And Arthur has secured World Cup tickets in his own way. Mafalda's father insisted on entrusting me, hoping to let their daughter experience the world. She nearly rolled her eyes, now doubting that they sent her to me simply because they found her too loud and bothersome. I have never seen such a mischievous and sharp-tongued little witch. TSK, look at that pitiful sight, Weasley. Draco's voice cut through the clamor. His chin held high as he glanced at Ron's tent. I genuinely worry that a gust of wind could blow it away, exposing your family's heirlooms. He cast a pointed look at Ron's newly donned robe. Is this the only decent piece of clothing your family possesses, earned through Vania's influence? He then discreetly grasped Vania's wrist. Vania, have you seen our tent? My father had it specially crafted from France. It boasts temperature control spells and space-expanding charms, with a house elf on standby at all times. Would you care to come in for a tour? If you wish, you could even stay in my tent. A faint blush inexplicably tinged his pale face. Our tent is far superior to theirs. During this time, he had been meticulously studying the hidden version of the senior student blind box that Vania had drawn for him, even resorting to intricate transfiguration and coloring spells to transform the blonde-haired, blue-eyed senior into a dark-haired, blue-eyed likeness of Vania. Should Vania agree, he would not be averse to showing her the modified blind box. Just as Draco finished speaking, Harry squeezed through. He stealthily intertwined his fingers with Vania's. His emerald eyes fixed on her as he whispered, "Vania, don't go. Nova is still waiting in our tent. It hasn't had breakfast yet." Draco's eyes narrowed dangerously. It's just a dog. The Malfoy house elf could prepare 10 servings of top-notch dog food in an instant. He raised his voice. Vania deserves the best environment. Not to be crammed into that. He cast a disdainful glance at the Weasley tent, a tattered heap of fabric that could collapse at any moment. "Oh, so lively? Discussing tents?" Sirius's languid voice interjected. He snapped his fingers, and beside the Weasley tent, amidst a slight spatial distortion and dazzling magical light, a black tent rivaling the Malfoy residence sprang into existence. "Harry, Vania, why are you still standing there?" Sirius beamed, waving his hand. "Our doghouse is ready. There's ample space. Not only Nova, but even 10 dogs could fit in. Temperature control, expansion, protective charms. A piece of cake. House elves? Creature may have a foul temper, but he gets the job done." He provocatively glanced at Draco. "So, Malfoy, would you care to come in for a tour? I assure you it's not inferior to your little palace." "Ron, while that may be true, could you not establish such lavish tents right in front of him?" In front of their tent. Chapter 133. Chaos. Has she been captured by Death Eaters? "Vania, forget about those childish tents." Mafalda's icy fingers subtly grasped the hem of Vania's robe, leaning in to whisper in her ear. "Did you not proclaim 2 years ago that the outcome of this World Cup would see the Irish team victorious, with Crumb capturing the golden snitch? You even urged me to wager some galleons to win some money." Her breath brushed against Vania's ear. "Now the moment has arrived, with the match set for tomorrow. Ought we not rush to the betting venue and reap a fortune?" She took a leisurely step back, her sharp gaze sweeping over Draco and Harry. "Why should Vania squeeze into a tent with you boys? Don't you find that quite rude, even dangerous? Girls should reside together." She turned back to Vania, "Right? I know you will choose to stay with me. My tent is quiet and safe." Vania felt her temples throb from the cacophony of voices. Her expression wooden. "Is it possible that I brought my own tent?" Mafalda, Draco, Harry, and even Sirius paused in astonishment. Ultimately, Vania graciously declined everyone's kind offers and returned to her own comfortable yet unostentatious tent. However, she did not forget her plan to earn money. She adeptly navigated to the official betting point for the World Cup, wagering a full 1,000 galleons on the Irish team's victory. Subsequently, just before the match commenced amidst the heaviest throngs, she swiftly set up a small stall, selling handmade support merchandise she had prepared in advance. The cheerleaders and pixies performed joyously as Vania watched intently, captivated by the cheerleaders' beauty, while her interest in the ensuing Quidditch match waned. Perhaps she should devote more time to studying other things during this period. Vania closed her eyes, feeling the faint traces of the system deep within her soul. Crumb indeed caught the golden snitch, while the Irish team triumphed with a higher overall score. The jubilant atmosphere gradually cooled post-match as Vania returned to her tent area with the crowd. The sky darkened, and the campsite's lights flickered sparsely, leaving only shadowy figures and the lingering scent of roasted sausages. Many former Death Eaters, now inebriated and bleary-eyed, rummaged through their hidden black hoods and ghastly masks. "Let us play something thrilling." A gruff voice cackled with glee. "Yes, let those mudbloods see who the true master is." An eerie glow suddenly sliced through the night sky of the camp. "Do not let go of my child, I beg you." The heart-wrenching cries of despair shattered the tranquility of the night. Mr. Roberts, the camp administrator, along with his wife and daughter, found themselves cruelly suspended upside down in midair by a group of masked drunken revelers, swaying helplessly. The woman's nightgown fluttered, revealing a pale leg, while the little girl's hairpin fell to the ground, crushed beneath a filthy boot. Bella concealed herself amidst the dense shadows of the trees, her gaunt fingers tightly gripping her wand. "A pack of cowardly maggots," she scoffed. "When their master is in peril, they scurry away faster than anyone. Now they dare to revel in his name? I shall deliver each of them a searing taste of betrayal." "Wait," young Barty pressed down on her shoulder, his face reflecting the same fury. "Now is not the time. Our master's task is paramount. However, I can certainly teach them a lesson first." He abruptly raised his wand. "Revenant, A blinding, heart-stopping emerald light erupted from the tip of his wand, instantly coalescing in the vast night sky, twisting into the infamous dark mark that struck fear into the hearts of all witches and wizards. A massive skull expelled a sinister serpent, the ghostly green light illuminating faces filled with sheer terror below. The revelers, the Death Eaters, froze in an instant, their expressions beneath the masks replaced with overwhelming dread. As chaos began to engulf the camp, the corners of young Barty's mouth twisted into a malevolent grin. The more chaos, the better. This was the perfect cover for our assault. He eagerly licked his lips, his gaze sweeping over the frenzied camp below, precisely zeroing in on the direction of Fanny's tent. While everyone's attention was captivated by that mark and those fools, we would slip through like shadows, swiftly seizing that girl, clean and precise. Images of Harry Potter watching the match from a box flashed through his mind, his heart racing. Yes, he had seen him today. Potter was here. If he could capture Fanny while also seizing Potter, the Master would undoubtedly hold him in higher regard than Bella, than anyone else. He would become the Master's most favored and capable son, rewarded with unimaginable gifts and Merlin's beard. Arthur's face turned pale as he beheld the twisted green light and the suspended Muggle family in the air. He immediately drew his wand. Amos, Bill, follow me. Evacuate the women and children. Prioritize protecting Muggles. Aurors, assemble. Amelia raised her wand high, a dazzling light emanating from it. Level 1 alert. Organize terrorist attack. Control the assailants. Protect all, with Muggle safety as the priority. Sirius's wand unleashed a powerful shield charm, sending several drunken attackers hurtling away. The fury in his gray eyes nearly erupted, fixated on the blasphemous mark in the sky, and he did not forget to turn back. Remus, where's Harry? Where's Fanny? Lupin swiftly subdued a lone assailant. His voice steady as he commanded, unclear, I just sent Harry and the others towards the evacuation point to the west. The entire camp was plunged into a maelstrom of panic and battle. Spells erupted in dazzling flashes, mingling with screams, roars, and the drunken laughter of revelers. Just as Sirius knocked out an attacker attempting to storm the tent, Amelia was directing Aurors to gradually regain control of the core area. Sirius, Remus, Director Bones. Harry, covered in dust, felt his scar throb painfully amidst the chaotic magical field. Breathless, he stumbled through the crowd, rushing towards them, his voice cracking. Fanny. Fanny has been captured by Death Eaters. Chapter 134, Young Barty and Her Mastery of Cosplay. Fanny was roused by the commotion outside. As she lifted the tent's flap, her movements paused, her keen eyes capturing the sight of the Muggle family hanging upside down in the distance alongside that distinct dark mark. Wasn't it young Barty who cast the dark mark in the original story? Now, during this World Cup, old Barty and Flitwick were nowhere to be found. Had young Barty come? Fanny, we must flee. Harry, disheveled and dusty, burst in. It's complete chaos outside. Sirius and the others are entangled. We need to get to the evacuation point. He had briefly lost track of Ron and Hermione in the turmoil, but had instinctively rushed back, remembering Fanny alone in the tent area. Just then, the tent fabric was suddenly torn apart by a sharp cutting spell. Harry, be careful. Fanny reacted with astonishing speed, pushing Harry to the side just as the fabric ripped. Bang! A scarlet curse grazed Harry's shoulder, crashing into the supporting pole behind the tent, sending splinters flying. Disarm. Harry stumbled but instinctively drew his wand to retaliate, casting a spell towards the breach. This was no longer a matter of whether the Ministry allowed him to use magic outside of school. The invisible barrier effortlessly deflected Harry's disarming spell. The man's wand aimed directly at Fanny and Harry. Look who we have caught. Young Barty's face twisted in gleeful malice. A self-entangled Potter, and our dear. Harry raised his wand protectively in front of Fanny. You will not take her. Disarm, petrify them all. Searing pain. Young Barty sneered. A blinding red light ruthlessly shooting towards Harry. Protego. Fanny almost simultaneously waved her wand. A powerful silver barrier sprang up before Harry, narrowly deflecting the deadly red light. The clash of magic produced a piercing explosion, shaking the already battered tent violently. Obstruction. Without pausing, she traced an arc with her wand, unleashing an invisible force field toward young Barty, attempting to push him back. Not bad, but still too weak. If Fanny's earlier guise had led him to believe she bore some resemblance to his youthful master, this battle had proven otherwise. She was not the young Tom Riddle. It was not a lack of magical strength, but rather her overly hesitant fighting style, overly focused on self-protection. Moreover, her subtle combat gestures diverged significantly from his masteress. Young Barty did not withstand the barrier's spell. Instead, he deftly sidestepped to the side while his wand flicked. Shatter. The fierce shattering curse lunged towards the ground beneath Fanny's feet. She agilely leaped back, the ground erupting into a large crater as the tent collapsed entirely. Seizing the opportunity, Harry shot another stunning spell, but young Barty evaded it effortlessly. No, Fanny's peripheral vision flickered toward the chaos outside the tent. Amidst the tumultuous camp, Sirius was locked in combat with Bella nearby, roaring in anger, while Auror seemed preoccupied with a larger disturbance. She unconsciously rubbed the bracelet on her wrist. In this situation, it would be difficult for her and Harry to best a top-tier Death Eater. If this continued, both could very well be captured. She was no longer the same as before, and with the binding of the Soul Oath, Voldemort could not kill her. Although he could not kill Harry either. Young Barty's intentions were evidently aimed more at her, and should Harry be captured now, Voldemort might be resurrected prematurely. She should go. It might allow her to gather more information. Just then, a piercing scream and the sound of something heavy crashing to the ground echoed from outside the tent. Mafalda. She had charged in from who knows when, attempting to ambush young Barty from outside, only to be struck by a counterspell and collapse rigidly to the ground. An annoying pest. Little Barty let out a cold snort, hardly glancing at the fallen Mafalda on the ground. Indeed, without the master's explicit command to spare her life, he could be far more ruthless. Raising his wand once more, he firmly pointed it at Fanny. The game is over, Miss Curtis. The master wishes to see you. Just at that critical moment, Fanny's demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. Although cold sweat drenched her back, she approached with an air of composure, meticulously smoothing the creases in her garment that had formed during her earlier evasion. Crouch, your efficiency is as disappointingly lackluster as ever. Even little Barty, who was nearly convinced that Fanny was merely masquerading as Riddle, found himself momentarily stiffening at her poise and movements. The elevated wand momentarily froze, and Fanny's inner voice rang out. Harry, take Mafalda and find Lupin immediately. Hurry. Clouds of smoke suddenly erupted from the tip of her wand, perfectly concealing her whereabouts. The collapsed tent now served as the ideal shroud. I still possess Mr. LeMay's protective talisman. You need not worry, but do not linger. The thick smoke obscured Fanny's figure, leaving only the fervor of her thoughts. I will not perish, and should they capture you, your blood would directly resurrect Voldemort. Flee. Harry hesitated, before finally lunging toward the rigid Mafalda, exerting all his strength to lift her. Stop. Little Barty snapped back to reality, instinctively wanting to pursue Harry upon seeing him flee. Crouch. A pure white chain climbed from the tip of his wand to encircle little Barty's wrist as Fanny suddenly drew nearer. Look at this chaotic scene. This haphazard attack is what you present to the master? A cacophony created by a rabble? Do not presume I am unaware of your masquerade on the master's behalf. Little Barty barked as the chain was instantly disbanded, a similar rope ensnaring the girl's wrist. Your dueling skills are utterly inadequate. Do not tell me that is also part of your ruse. I include the smoke in that assessment. For the master's spellcasting style has incisively highlighted the series of errors you made when casting spells earlier. Oh dear, I had forgotten that this one is also a masterful player of cosplay. Fanny tilted her head, a smile dancing on her lips. But to mimic so convincingly at least proves that I have indeed spent a considerable amount of time in the company of your youthful master. Little Barty suddenly stepped back several paces, his light blonde hair plastered to his forehead with perspiration. Look outside, she stated calmly. Harry had already fled far away, and Bellatrix was engaged in a losing battle with Sirius. If you continue to hesitate, not only will you fail to capture Harry, but I will also be rescued by the tardy Aurors, and Bellatrix may even be killed by Sirius. He secretly wished for Bellatrix's swift demise, believing it would better secure his master's favor. However, as the master had yet to rise, he could not afford to lose a relatively reliable Death Eater just yet. Little Barty scooped up Fanny and leaped from the ruins of the tent, offering a wave to Bellatrix in the distance. Do not linger in battle. Now apparate away. Chapter 135, Theodore, after being captured by Voldemort. The disorientation brought by apparition had not completely faded when the cold stone walls replaced the chaotic night sky of the camp. The man's warm breath brushed against her ear as little Barty gently laid her down, the slight discomfort and the ropes around her wrists causing her feet to tremble upon landing. Upon turning her head, she realized that little Barty was rather handsome. Having been bound by old Barty's soul-binding curse at home, his skin was pale to the point of being nearly translucent. Crouch, what are you dawdling for? Bellatrix emerged from the shadows. Her black robe was dusted with dirt, and a fresh bruise marred her cheek, evidently inflicted by Sirius. Is this the little treasure the master specifically requested? Upon closer inspection, it appears rather unremarkable. Fanny's gaze swiftly swept over the foyer. Even allowing herself the luxury of critique, the overall tone of the Knot residence seemed more subdued and restrained, lacking the ostentatious golden glimmer of Malfoy Manor. In terms of aesthetics, I must admit I prefer the Knot residence. In a room deep within the manor, an exceedingly grotesque infant sat amidst a high-backed chair upholstered in heavy emerald green velvet. Master, Little Barty and Bellatrix both bowed deeply. Vanny Curtis, Voldemort's voice hissed. Do you find it amusing to mimic my youthful self? I am aware that you harbor many secrets. His inhuman red eyes scrutinized her. Comprehending the essence of my former self, which is not difficult for you. A tremendous pressure enveloped Vanny entirely. Yet, the closer she neared despair, the tighter the thread of reason within her mind pulled, an exhilarating clarity overtaking her senses. She even allowed a smile to grace her lips. Slightly bowing. I merely believe that while you are temporarily unable to descend upon the world in your full grandeur, borrowing the allure and majesty of your youth may more effectively consolidate the faith of your loyal followers and facilitate communication with them. The effect seemed rather favorable, Mr. Crouch almost fell for it. She cast a pointed glance at little Barty. Silver-tongued. Voldemort's voice turned icy. Tell me, just how much do you know? Your level of honesty will determine the length of your remaining life. He attempted to initiate Legilimency, a powerful mental assault crashing against Vanny's mind like a tsunami. However, Vanny merely furrowed her brow. Her mind remained clear. This was a rare benefit of the system. Outside of Hogwarts, as long as one's favorability did not rank within the top 20, even the most adept Legilimens could not glean the slightest insight into her thoughts. Voldemort's grotesque infantile visage twisted further in shock and fury. Theodore, he said coldly, is your Veritasrum ready? Vanny then noticed the striking figure in the corner. Today, he wore a light greenhouse robe, his thick lashes and tousled hair nearly obscuring his expression. He approached Vanny, holding a crystal vial. This is freshly brewed. With a purity higher than standard Veritasrum and a more potent effect. Vanny raised her gaze, her azure eyes meeting his with calmness as Theodore knelt, grasping her chin to gently coax her mouth open. His fingers were cold, but in the moment he pried her jaw apart. Vanny felt his thumb soothingly press against the edge of her cheek. Little Barty, Voldemort's chilling voice cut through. Go check the Veritasrum he holds. Theodore hesitated. And in that instant, Vanny's keen gaze caught the glimmer of a smaller crystal vial concealed within the wide sleeve of his robe. That must be his prepared substitute. Do not worry, step back. She gently shook her head at Theodore, an unseen magic swirling within her, as she deftly tugged at the thread of the soul oath embedded within the spell. Wait. Voldemort's voice rang out again, laced with deeper suspicion and rage. Attack her, Bellatrix. Use the killing curse. Taken aback, Bellatrix swiftly redirected her wand at Vanny. Avada Kedavra. A blinding green light shot forth. Yet, just as the green light was about to reach Vanny, an invisible force of binding suddenly descended. The spell's brilliance shattered mere inches from Vanny's skin, dissipating into nothingness. Bellatrix's eyes widened in disbelief. Little Batty recoiled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the scene before him. Voldemort's crimson, serpent-like pupils constricted. He sensed that the binding force was not external, but rather emanated from the very depths of his own soul. A forcibly branded, irrevocable oath bound him, obstructing his ability to kill Vanny, even extending to the command of others to do so. Had it not been for Voldemort's now shattered soul, he would have remained oblivious to the fact that Vanny had previously done something to his essence. This is inconceivable. Voldemort's voice was laced with unprecedented horror. What have you done to me? Vanny observed Theodore meticulously handling the potion vial before retreating a step, deliberately redirecting attention. It appears you have finally realized, Mr. Voldemort. Your attempt to seize me is hardly a prudent decision. She spoke languidly. Professor Dumbledore, Sirius Black, and even the Ministry of Magic are likely already aware of my abduction by Death Eaters. Do you truly believe they would remain idle? Your resurrection plans may well be hindered by this hasty kidnapping. Voldemort's infantile form quivered violently, his gaze fixed intently on Vanny. He was acutely aware, yet could not tolerate the existence of a traveler, immune to his legilimency, who could even plant bindings deep within his soul, wandering freely. She knew far too much. Polyjuice potion, Voldemort maliciously commanded. Not. Prepare the Polyjuice potion and instruct someone to return her to Hogwarts under her identity. He did not believe that a girl of Vanny's character would not learn the art of mental occlusion to conceal her revealed thoughts. A girl possessing such fortitude, even under the influence of a truth serum, Voldemort had reason to believe she would steadfastly choose to selectively disclose half-truths capable of ensnaring hearts. At that juncture, as long as she could provide a plausible explanation for her thoughts and disguise herself convincingly enough, it would be entirely feasible. She could even furnish Dumbledore and the others with a wealth of false intelligence. As for you, Voldemort turned his gaze towards Vanny. Throw her into the dungeon and keep her under strict surveillance. Do not allow her to escape until I discover a way to break that damned binding. Yes, master. Bellatrix roughly seized Vanny's arm, dragging her away. Wands were confiscated, and the cold, damp dungeon echoed with the clang of the iron door slamming shut behind them. Bellatrix's crazed, contorted visage swayed outside the iron bars. Theodore, silent, trailed behind, never once approaching her. Just as the two were about to turn to leave, Fanny's thoughts resonated once more. Theodore, her gaze never strayed towards him, merely surveying the desolate walls of the dungeon. If possible, could you quietly pass me some paintbrushes and paint? It is of great importance to me. Chapter 136, Seducing Bellatrix, but within Voldemort's sphere. If targeted by the enemy and kept under strict watch, what means could one employ to escape? Sun Bin feigned madness to beg for food. Go Jian endured hardship under the guise of submission. Liu Bei cultivated vegetables to appear unremarkable, thus lowering Cao Cao's guard. Cleopatra VII infiltrated Caesar's camp alone, forging alliances through her negotiation skills. Or Kai Yong of the Eastern Han, wrongfully accused and exiled, when finally taken in by the gentry, was besieged by enemies. At the moment the guards broke in, he burned incense and played the zither, performing a piece that caused the soldiers to weep, dissipating their murderous intent. In the empty, damp dungeon, Fanny leaned against the cold, hard wall as she received the meal Theodore had delivered. Fortunately, though Voldemort was a villain, he was not petty enough to contemplate starving her to eliminate future threats. However, should he genuinely wish for her demise by starvation, she had her own means to address that matter. Tearing open the meal's packaging, Fanny picked up a fork and carelessly tasted a piece of chicken atop it. Fanny grimaced, beginning to suspect that Voldemort's intention was to poison her. The fare from the Knot household was even more unpalatable than that of Hogwarts. Theodore's pale fingers gently entwined with Fanny's palm, silently offering her some paintbrushes and paint. The daily delivery of meals was not assigned to a fixed individual. Little Batty, Bellatrix, Theodore, and even old Knot would take turns. Yet, it was only Little Batty who would keenly observe her finish every morsel, while Theodore engaged her in casual conversation. They do not trust me, Theodore succinctly stated. Each time I come, they likewise confiscate my wand. He appeared to have arrived in his pajamas today, the oversized sleeves accentuating his pale complexion. As the meager light from outside the dungeon fell upon him, sketching the contours of his handsome, yet slightly fatigued profile, Theodore's thick eyelashes drooped, casting small shadows beneath his eyes. Yet they believe that having me converse with you might allow you to lower your guard. You truly do not intend to escape with me and never return? She chuckled lightly. It is apparent to any discerning observer what the current situation entails. If you are willing to flee, Professor Dumbledore would undoubtedly take you in, and post-war, you could still cleanly consolidate the Knot family's power. Moreover, she gently shook the paintbrush in her hand. Once I have this paintbrush, I shall not conceal it in the dungeon. I know, Theodore replied somberly. But what you desire are merely paintbrushes and paint. In the eyes of the Death Eaters and Voldemort, this was merely her futile mental solace in a desperate situation, even carrying a hint of ridicule, posing no real threat. But when I escape, it will be entirely different, Fanny retorted with a light scoff. Poking at the food in her box, I detest onions. Here, this onion is for you. She deftly speared the onion ring and extended it towards Theodore through the iron bars, her slender wrist brushing past her shoulder. Theodore's body stiffened instantly. His ice-blue pupils constricted slightly, his lips pressed together, and his jawline tightened, almost instinctively recoiling slightly. Last time Mr. Crouch delivered my meal, he noticed I had picked out all the onions and mocked me for being picky. She sighed faintly. What do you think, Mr. Crouch would say if I left some onions today? What does that have to do with him? Theodore's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He gazed at the onion within arm's reach, then at Fanny's azure eyes, which sparkled with mischief and curiosity, and felt his composure beginning to unravel. Come now, give it a try, Fanny urged, extending her wrist further. Initially, it had been a mere jest, yet seeing Theodore's inexplicably pitiful demeanor ignited a genuine interest within her, prompting her to sit up straight, her eyes blinking expectantly at Theodore. In the shadows of the dungeon, his vividly resistant expression bore a strikingly beautiful, yet poignant quality, compelling her to poke at him once more. Theodore's gaze remained fixed on the tip of the fork, his throat moving up and down. Just when Fanny thought he would turn away in disdain, he locked his ice-blue eyes on hers, leaning forward slightly, parting his lips to take a hasty bite of the onion from her hand. His cool lips even briefly brushed against her fingers gripping the fork, and the taste of the onion spread across his palate. Theodore abruptly shut his eyes, nearly swallowing it whole, his pale cheeks flushing with the discomfort of the flavor, his thick eyelashes trembling violently. He quickly turned his face away, no longer looking at Fanny, and merely managed to squeeze out a suppressed syllable from his tightly pressed lips. Disgusting. Fanny replied, Isn't this the very meal your household prepared? Do you still find it unpalatable? She exclaimed without hesitation. Do you also despise onions? Theodore replied with a steely tone, There will be no next time. Yet, the icy blue of his eyes, still glistening with moisture, betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Almost instantly, Theodore turned, retreating with an air of hasty escape as he briskly exited the dungeon. Once assured of his departure, Fanny's smile swiftly faded. She rose at once, utilizing the faint light filtering through the air vent to commence her artwork upon the cold, rough stone wall. She spared no paint on meaningless doodles. Her ambition was singular and resolute, to depict Voldemort in his prime. The serpent-faced figure with crimson eyes, cloaked in dark robes, exuding an undeniable charisma, all rendered with the aid of shadow and a chilling atmosphere. Even his disfigured visage, devoid of a nose, could be effortlessly delineated by Fanny's brush, capturing both his terrifying majesty and a hint of his handsome allure. The following day, it was Bella's turn to deliver the meals. She brusquely thrust the meal box inside, intending to leave as usual, when her gaze was irresistibly drawn to the painting on the wall. The subject within the artwork bore a gaze that seemed to conquer all, exuding an aura of total dominion. Bella's breath caught, her entire being frozen in place, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Sister Black. At the moment when Bella was utterly captivated by the portrait, Fanny grasped the railing, tilting her head with a soft smile. This painting is one I created yesterday. Would you like to be friends? Chapter 137, Delivering Bella's Surroundings? Their own surname. Bella jolted back to reality, abruptly pulling herself away from the image. Her expression hardened once more, stepping back with her wand pointed at Fanny. Who is your sister, you filthy mudblood? Refrain from your nauseating tricks. You presume to claim the Black surname while painting my master? Fanny tightened her grip on the railing, yet her sweet smile remained unwavering. Why not? Is not the Black name a source of pride coursing through your veins? Bella's grip on her wand tightened, her gaze turning even more menacing, as though she were on the verge of unleashing a curse. Yet Fanny appeared oblivious to the lethal wand, merely tilting her head in contemplation. The name Bellatrix Black is inherently powerful, is it not? Or iron, bright and resplendent, also signifies a warrior. She met Bella's astonished gaze, her voice clear and deliberate. Sister Black, do you truly cherish the Lestrange surname? A mere appellation, a husband's name, a title that superficially obscured her true identity as a Black. Fanny had never comprehended why. Within the wizarding world, a witch possessing magical abilities of both genders could experience such disparity. Why must formidable witches adorn themselves with their husbands' surnames? In her view, Lily Evans remained Lily Evans, not Potter. Narcissa Black was Narcissa Black, not Malfoy. Morag McDougal was Morag McDougal, not Weasley. Bella's heart felt as though it had been struck by something profound. Lestrange? Rodolphus Lestrange? That mediocre, cowardly man who grovels for pity? She married him solely because he was one of the Sacred 28, a pawn in the pure-blood alliance dictated by the Black family. She had never regarded him with any real acknowledgement, let alone felt a semblance of belonging to that surname. Her pride, her fervor, her entire glory stemmed solely from the blood of the Blacks and her unwavering loyalty to the Dark Lord. Indeed, Bella harbored no affection for her husband. Fanny keenly perceived the momentary flicker of doubt and disgust in Bella's expression and seized the opportunity. As for painting the Dark Lord, why should I not? Sister Black, do you know why I can portray such a Dark Lord? Of course, it was because she was a fanfiction writer, having encountered countless works on the subject. Yet, Fanny maintained her composure, fabricating a lie. I once lived in the same place as the Dark Lord. Bella's breath hitched, her eyes widening. Wool's Orphanage. Fanny pronounced the name distinctly. Yes, Sister Black, the Dark Lord and I hail from the same origin. You see, my ability to embody the young Dark Lord stems from my understanding of him. I have even met him. I know him perhaps a little better than you might imagine. Fanny's lips curled into a smile. So, have you ever truly heard me malign him? I comprehend his aspirations and recognize his capabilities. She coaxed. He possesses unparalleled leadership abilities, and his insights into the essence of dark magic are among the finest in the wizarding world. Flattering others was a task she was quite adept at. In fact, I am privy to some of his lesser-known past. Fanny smiled lightly, locking eyes with Bella. Sister Black, do you not wish to learn more about our most revered master, the Dark Lord? Bella's mind was in disarray. Orphanage. Understanding her master? Never truly maligning? This girl seemed not to have outrightly condemned the Dark Lord. On the contrary, her widely acclaimed novel was filled with depictions of formidable power and the profound allure of dark magic, subtly hinting at a yearning for an existence akin to that of the Dark Lord. Yet, if she truly yearned for such a life, why had she let Potter go? Why had she remained silent when her master inquired personally? Bella's fervent faith and absolute loyalty to her master instinctively compelled her to refute, to tear apart this audacious falsehood. However, Fanny adeptly concealed her grievance and excitement, gesturing toward the portrait of Voldemort on the wall. Sister Black, look, did I not paint it well? If you like, I can create one just for you. Her voice softened as she grasped the railing. I know you are the Dark Lord's most loyal and capable follower. You deserve a portrait of the Dark Lord that is uniquely yours. Bella's grip on her wand stiffened once more. Moreover, sister, You must have seen those merchandise I crafted, right? I am not solely an artist. Fanny's eyes sparkled as she gently patted her pocket. I can also create standees, baubles, and even. She lowered her voice. I can sew cotton dolls, and I make them quite well. With her hands open, palms upward, Fanny appeared utterly sincere. None of this requires the slightest bit of magic. Just some ordinary needle and thread, some harmless fabric, can materialize a heartfelt gesture. Allow me to sew you a doll of the Dark Lord, shall I? She gazed into Bella's eyes, which still held a wary yet evidently stirred expression, and let out a soft, almost imperceptible chuckle. Sister, you need not worry. You do not believe that I would escape with these utterly powerless little dolls, do you? That would be absurd. She laughed self-deprecatingly, her eyes brightening once more. The reason I wish to do this is simply because, suddenly, Fanny reached out, slipping through the railing to grasp the hem of Bella's garment. She tilted her head back, her azure eyes in the dim light of the dungeon resembling a pure sea. I truly believe you are beautiful, and your strength is awe-inspiring. The sea reflected Bella's stunning visage, marred yet magnificent, the crimson scars adorning her cheek a woman's most radiant badge of honor. Therefore, dear sister, might you spare me a few scraps of fabric and some old thread? Just a mere trifle, really. In return, you shall receive a unique and exclusive cotton doll in the likeness of the Dark Lord. Fanny smiled. What hast not to gain, dear Sister Black? Chapter 138 Bella. Peter. She has long since dispatched him. Since that fateful moment, Bella's appearances outside the dungeon had markedly increased. Under Bella's watchful gaze, Fanny deftly maneuvered an inconspicuous silver needle through the fabric. There was no wand, no flickering lights, only the swift dance of her fingers and the faint sound of taut thread. The diminutive figure of the Dark Lord, cloaked in black and bearing a visage strikingly reminiscent of himself, began to take form. To accomplish such a feat without magic? It utterly shattered Bella's comprehension. Sister Black, Fanny casually remarked while stitching the hem of the doll's robe. Did you know that the Dark Lord was quite handsome in his youth? She lifted her gaze, offering Bella an innocuous smile, and casually picked up a small piece of discarded cardboard, dipping the sharp end of the silver needle into some ash. What did Riddle look like? Fanny's mind was immediately flooded with countless images of Riddle lounging in her dormitory. She had grown quite adept at capturing his likeness. After all, she had reshaped his face more than once. Using ash as paint and the silver needle as her brush, she swiftly rendered a sketch. A blurred profile of the young man springing to life on the paper. The lines were simple, yet perfectly encapsulated his essence. Bella's breath caught in her throat. Her eyes fixated on the sketch. Was that how her master appeared in his youth? Fanny extended the piece of cardboard through the bars, and Bella instinctively caught it, her eyes gleaming with fervor. The atmosphere seemed to soften somewhat. Seizing the moment, Fanny steered the conversation deeper. Sister Black, it must be rather cold in Azkaban, no? She had heard Sirius recount his experiences in Azkaban, but was curious about Bella's thoughts as a fellow prisoner who had indeed committed crimes. Bella scoffed. Cold? Those Dementors only intensify my yearning for my master's glory. From the very first day I was imprisoned in Azkaban, I knew my master would come for me. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth. Though time was brief, he was the first to come for me. As for that traitorous little rat, Peter, who was confined beside me, she suddenly burst into laughter. Perhaps you are unaware, but the moment I escaped from my cell, I tore Peter apart with a spell, as easily as crushing a rat, that detestable rodent who caused my master's demise. The Ministry of Magic is still suppressing that news, huh? So Peter is already dead? Indeed. Traitors who turn against their master and display such cowardice find no refuge on either side. Fanny sincerely commented, that is rather splendid. She then raised the doll, now taking shape, and assured, fear not, sister, it shall be completed by tomorrow. As Bella's figure vanished entirely into the depths of the dungeon, Fanny leisurely plucked a few strands from her thick black hair, deliberately pricking her fingertip with the fine needle to draw forth crimson beads of blood. She carefully mixed the hair and blood into the cotton filling. An invisible magic flowed from her other intact fingertip, the ancient runes being quietly infused into the cotton. She swiftly stuffed the cotton into the doll's body and completed the stitching. The next day, it was Theodore who delivered the meals. As he opened the lunchbox with his pale fingers, the boy, clad in a light blue shirt, appeared tall and slender. Today, I don't seem to smell any onions. Wait, is this Chinese food? She exclaimed in astonishment, glancing at him. Inside the box lay a base of white rice, topped with vibrant yet familiar scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The red flesh encased golden egg chunks, while on the other side, glossy green vegetables rested. And a halved boiled egg lay nestled in the corner. The red, yellow, green, and white mingled in the lunchbox, steam wafting up with a delightful sweet-sour aroma. Does your house elf also make Chinese food? Fanny quickly stuffed a mouthful in. What then were those sufferings she had endured? Did you forget to add sugar to the scrambled eggs? She mumbled, her cheeks puffed out. I must tell you about that house elf who cooks Chinese food. Shut it. Theodore's face flushed. He lowered his eyelashes, unable to meet her gaze. I made this. Vania? Her eating abruptly halted as she leaned forward, grasping Theodore's sleeve to draw closer. You actually made me Chinese food? Though separated by a railing, Vania's lips brushed closely against Theodore's ear for a fleeting moment. The boy stiffened, wishing to retreat, but firmly held by her gesture. He could indeed break free, but Vanny's breath grazed his ear. Do tell. How long did it take you? And what textbook did you consult? Her words carried a teasing undertone. Thank you so much, Theodore. Not. Bella's voice instantly yanked the two back to the dungeon. As she approached the dungeon door, rage ignited in her eyes, her wand aimed directly at Theodore. What are you still doing here at this hour? And why are you in such close proximity to Vanny? She had already informed her master that this boy seemed off. Even without a wand, he should not be allowed to personally deliver meals to Vanny. I'm waiting for her to finish. Theodore stood tall, his tone unremarkable. He silently gathered the lunchbox Vanny had just finished, nodding slightly at Bella as he passed her without a word. The light blue shirt fluttered in the cold, damp air. And just before his figure disappeared into the darkness of the corridor, he heard Vanny's heartfelt whispers. Bella shot a fierce glare in the direction Theodore had vanished. Her tone was sharp. Where is it? Vanny promptly handed over the meticulously crafted cotton doll. The doll bore the signature serpentine qualities, cloaked in a tiny black wizard's robe. Were one to lift the garment, they would discover a dark mark inscribed on its belly. Bella snatched the doll with a fierce intensity, her eyes brimming with fury. Her rough fingers subconsciously stroked the folds of the doll's black robe. Vanny seized the moment and eagerly inquired, Do you like it, Sister Black? I could make others. Perhaps a doll of the Boggart Mother? Or other handmade crafts. All I need is a bit more fabric and cotton. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Bella offered no response, merely emitting an unintelligible cold grunt before striding away. She did not confiscate the pile of silver needles and fabric. The moment had finally arrived. On a day several days hence, the footsteps outside the dungeon had noticeably thinned. Theodore had mentioned they would be holding a meeting today. From afar, there seemed to be an unusual surge of magical energy. Vanny could not discern it, but she summoned all her will. Magic flowed from her fingertips. She held her breath, etching a series of ancient runes onto the stone floor with her bare hands, not for attack or defense, but for the purest concealment of her presence. As the runes completed, a layer of nearly invisible, mist-like luminescence swiftly enveloped her entirely, diminishing her presence to the barest minimum. Cautiously, she approached the dungeon door. The magical confinement spell affixed to the door was a formidable barrier, one that even Dumbledore might struggle to breach silently and swiftly. Yet, the Death Eaters and Voldemort had evidently overlooked one crucial detail. Vanny's keen gaze meticulously scrutinized the door lock, an object she had observed countless times over the past few days. Without a hint of hesitation, she deftly inserted a silver needle into the crevice of the latch with pinpoint precision, her focus unwavering as she subtly manipulated the needle with a delicate flicker of magic. A faint yet distinctly resonant click pierced the silence. The magical confinement remained unyielding, yet the physical restraint had been effectively lifted. The dark wizards, including Voldemort, had become overly reliant on their magical prowess, arrogantly dismissing muggles, never anticipating that she could escape through sheer physical means. As Chapter 139, the flight charm, unfolded, the moment the prison door began to yield, the rune she had inscribed within the core of the Voldemort doll was instantaneously triggered. A deep, resonant explosion erupted from the direction of Bella's room, accompanied by a deliberately simulated aura of magic that belonged to Vanny. What was that sound? Was it that mudblood? Bella, what is happening? The Death Eaters, engrossed in discussions about the subsequent resurrection plans, lifted their heads in alarm at Voldemort's icy inquiry. My master, not trembled as he knelt. I did not sense any magical fluctuations from the dungeon door. The direction seems to be from your room, Bella. Voldemort's crimson eyes shifted toward Bella, his tone frigid. Go and investigate. Vanny, pressed against the wall, slipped out from behind the prison door. The moment her fingertips grazed the cold stone wall, she heard Theodore's voice drifting from the shadows. This way. She turned back to see the boy standing at the corridor's corner, his clothes darkened by the shadows. Take it. Theodore's fingers brushed against her palm, silently passing her wand into her grasp. Voldemort would never permit him to attend Death Eater meetings alongside Bella and the others, which inadvertently provided him the opportunity to procure the wand for Vanny while they were occupied. Bella is on to us, he whispered urgently. We need to move quickly. The boy's hand tightened around Vanny's wrist, his long fingers surprisingly steady as he guided her through a side passage, evading Bella's room. Curtis. Yet she could still hear Bella's furious roar in the distance. That doll. She actually embedded spells within it. The voice of little Barty followed. She's creating a diversion. The explosion came from your room. but the target is the dungeon. She's escaped. Frantic and chaotic footsteps rapidly approached from multiple directions, prompting Theodore to swiftly push Fanny into the open wardrobe of an adjacent empty room. He squeezed in after her, deftly yet silently closing the cabinet door, leaving only a slender crack for them to peer through. The cramped space was instantly filled with their shared breath. Fanny's chest pressed against Theodore's back, his expression stoic as he observed through the slit, although his ears betrayed him, turning a shade of crimson. "They're heading toward the dungeon," Theodore whispered. "On the count of 3, we ascend via the other staircase. There's a hidden corridor that leads directly outside." Before he could finish, a sharp, melodic call of a phoenix echoed from the distance. Fanny finally comprehended the source of the unusual magical fluctuations. "Dumbledore?" Voldemort's astonished voice resonated in the main hall, followed immediately by the thunderous clash of spells. Bella almost instantly pivoted toward the main hall, the commotion below escalating in intensity. Chaos became the perfect cover. Many Death Eaters were summoned to Voldemort's side, leaving only a few in pursuit of them. Fanny caught a glimpse of several girls resembling her down below. She recognized Voldemort's intent to use Polyjuice Potion to disguise her, but that tactic was now futile. She had already escaped. The Death Eaters behind them unleashed red sparks, and Theodore decisively raised his hand. Armor protection. A translucent barrier of iron armor materialized before them, absorbing the spell's impact and igniting a shower of brilliant sparks. Almost simultaneously, Fanny countered with her own spell, Expelliarmus. Obstacle. 2 beams of light shot forth. One Death Eater's wand flew from his grasp, while another was knocked back by an invisible wall. Seizing the opportunity, Theodore grasped Fanny's hand once more, weaving through the chaos of spells toward the staircase. However, just as they rounded the corner, a massive, coiling figure loomed ahead, completely obstructing their path. Nagini. The enormous serpent flicked its tongue, its cold, slitted eyes fixing upon them. With a giant snake in front and Death Eaters behind, Fanny's gaze darted over Nagini's imposing form, then shifted to the small door located to the right of the serpent's coil. Theodore, cold sweat trickled down her forehead as Fanny clutched his palm, now slick with perspiration. "I fear that the price for our escape may be steep." Theodore's ice-blue eyes bore into her, understanding her intent. "It's worth it." Even without Fanny's words, he sensed that this room was on the brink of destruction today. With his affirmation, Fanny cast aside her hesitations and raised her wand. Conflagration. Flames erupted instantly, latching onto Nagini's body. The great serpent's anguished wail reverberated through the corridor, sending the Death Eaters behind them scrambling for safety. The firelight danced across Fanny's face, illuminating her pale cheeks in a flickering glow. This inferno was not easily extinguished, potent enough to obliterate Horcruxes and capable of consuming all in its path. Given that matters had escalated to this point, with both the Death Eaters and Horcruxes presenting themselves, it seemed prudent to eliminate one Horcrux first. "I sincerely apologize, Theodore. I shall return to compensate for any damages to your residence," she shouted amidst the flames, seizing Theodore's wrist as she hastily opened the door to the right. The roaring flames swiftly consumed everything in their wake, drawing perilously close to her and Theodore. Fanny glanced at the dilapidated window of the narrow storage room. "Hold on to my hand." She shattered the glass with her wand, intentionally allowing her voice to carry. "Professor Dumbledore, I'm fine, do not worry. What are you planning?" Theodore's throat constricted as his gaze fell upon her illuminated profile, her hair disheveled from their flight, clinging to her damp temples, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Fly." Fanny tilted her head back to meet his gaze, her eyes crescent-shaped with resolve. The fire had reached this point. What other option did they have? Before she could finish her thought, their bodies abruptly lifted into the air. The wind cradled them, carrying them away from the encroaching flames. Theodore instinctively wrapped his arms around her waist, tightening his grip. "Hold on." Fanny smiled at him. "If we fall, you won't have a chance to ask me for compensation." Theodore's ears flushed crimson as he tightened his embrace further. "Stop talking." Together, they soared like leaves caught in a tempest, gliding past the window's edge. Below, in the courtyard, little Barty, who had just evaded Dumbledore's grasp and successfully aided Bella and Voldemort in their escape, burst out of the house, his pupils dilating in disbelief. "Is that the flight charm?" he exclaimed, his voice laden with astonishment. "How could she? This is a spell only Voldemort knows. The master never even taught him." Chapter 140. Heartbeat, Theodore and Harry's Battleground. The terrifying glow of the flames consuming the Knot Manor gradually diminished behind them. The wind howled, tousling Fanny's hair, her skirt billowing in the gusts, revealing her slender ankles. Theodore caught a glimpse of her smiling up at the sky, the night deeply enveloping them, the moonlight cascading upon her eyelashes like scattered shards of diamonds. "Where shall we fly?" Her voice was somewhat scattered, carried away by the wind. In truth, had she been alone, She would have intended to soar towards Grimmauld Place right then and there, but she was uncertain about Theodore's whereabouts. Whatever, he murmured, tightening his embrace around her arm. His heartbeat quickened, something deeper within him stirring. Why was he here? Why had he chosen to betray his father, to forsake the Knot family's allegiance? Even risking being branded a traitor by Voldemort and hunted to death, all to assist this Ravenclaw girl? Yes, Voldemort would ultimately fail, and his relationship with his father was far from harmonious. This choice was, after all, about aligning for the future, ensuring his own interests and survival. But was that truly the only reason? Theodore turned his head slightly, and he was struck by the brilliance of Fanny's azure eyes, radiant against the backdrop of the starry sky, reflecting his own bewildered shadow. It felt as though the world had been reduced to just the two of them. Fragments of memories flashed through his mind. Their first encounter, her peculiar, unshielded torrent of thoughts, and the display of her quick intellect along with her enigmatic secrets. In second year, the intricately crafted doll she had sewn by hand. And just moments ago, in the midst of overwhelming flames and the threat of death, it was she who had unhesitatingly grasped his hand, urging him to leap into the unknown, leaving the suffocating Knot Manor, escaping the inferno of devastation. They had charged towards the uncharted night sky like a beam of light tearing through the oppressive gloom. Perhaps this was the answer. It had nothing to do with self-interest or calculations, but simply her essence. Ultimately, Fanny brought Theodore to Grimmauld Place. She guided the currents of air, landing gracefully upon the steps. The wind suddenly stilled. Just as her feet touched the solid ground, the door was flung open with a loud bang. Fanny! Harry burst forth, his emerald eyes bloodshot. His face was pale, entirely disregarding Theodore beside her. As he grasped Fanny's shoulders, the force causing her to stumble slightly. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did they? His voice was urgent, almost breaking, fingers unconsciously tightening. Professor Dumbledore and Sirius went to rescue you, but they wouldn't let me go. They said it was safer for me to stay here. But you... A wave of guilt and concern washed over him, his words tinged with a near sob. Harry, I'm fine, truly. Fanny, a bit dazed from his shaking, quickly reassured him. She sighed helplessly, even reaching up to ruffle his messy hair in a comforting manner. See, I'm perfectly fine. A slow smile crept onto her lips. As her soft fingers wove through his hair, Harry's tense body stiffened momentarily, a hint of crimson coloring his cheeks. The grip on Fanny's shoulders loosened slightly. Yet he still did not completely release her. It was then that Harry noticed the incongruous figure standing nearby. Not, what are you doing here? You and those Death Eaters. He instinctively pulled Fanny behind him, his wand half drawn. He was well aware that Voldemort's specter lingered around the Knot Manor. Theodore endured Harry's scrutinizing and hostile gaze with an impassive expression, straightening his wind-tousled garments. Potter, he replied flatly, before questioning my loyalties. Perhaps you should first examine whether you have upheld your own responsibilities. He raised his chin slightly, his gaze sharp as it swept over Harry's hand holding her. If it weren't for Fanny choosing to protect you, how could she have so easily fallen into Crouch's clutches and found herself in such peril? You. Harry's face flushed crimson. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, if it were not for him. What did this have to do with Harry? Ron and Hermione rushed out, positioning themselves behind Harry, their eyes narrowed in suspicion as they regarded Theodore. Ron's hair practically bristled with rage. Not. Don't try to sow discord here. Hermione's gaze was fixed intently on Theodore, her expression grave. Not. Please clarify your intentions, or else. The atmosphere was tense, charged with an almost explosive potential. Fanny interjected, her expression stiffening. Excuse me, but I must ask, where is Mafalda? Why hasn't she shown up yet? This is unusual. Everyone. Why is Mafalda suddenly being brought up again? She sustained some injuries during the Quidditch World Cup and is currently receiving treatment at St. Mungo's. A familiar voice emerged from within, breaking the eerie stalemate just in time. Dumbledore and Sirius appeared at the doorway, clearly just having returned. Sirius immediately zeroed in on Fanny, his expression still tense, but visibly relaxing upon seeing her unharmed. He strode forward, completely ignoring the standoff beside them, and enveloped her in a warm embrace. Fanny, you scared us half to death. His voice was hoarse, and after releasing her, he ruffled her hair affectionately. Dumbledore's gaze swept over the group with a gentle warmth. He first looked at Harry, Ron, and Hermione, nodding reassuringly. Children, Fanny has returned safely, and that is what matters most. He then turned his attention to Theodore, his tone calm. Mr. Knot, thank you for everything you have done tonight. Your bravery and choices have spared many from tragedy. Regarding subsequent arrangements. He paused. I believe the Black residence will serve as a temporary safe haven. Theodore inclined his head slightly, offering no further words. Dumbledore's gaze returned to Fanny. Fanny, I believe we need to discuss the details of this evening privately. Fanny nodded obediently. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. However, She hesitated before making an unexpected request. Before we talk, Professor, I need to contact Draco as soon as possible. Now that Barty has escaped and is loyal to Voldemort, if there is anything that might resonate with him, it would probably be through his house elf, Dobby. It seems more appropriate for me to reach out to her through Dobby. Dumbledore, however, seemed to misunderstand her intent, smiling knowingly. Oh, of course. It is indeed wise to contact him and assure him of your safety. After all, having narrowly escaped from Voldemort's lair, that child must be quite worried. Fanny. What on earth? Chapter 141, From Love to Hate? Bella and Voldemort's Plan. Inside a soundproof study at number 12, Grimmauld Place. The crackling of the fire filled the air. Fanny sat in a plush armchair, cradling a cup of hot cocoa conjured by Dumbledore. Its warmth dispelling the fatigue of the evening's fierce battle. Voldemort and his core followers were present, Dumbledore seated behind the desk, his blue eyes sharp yet serene behind half-moon spectacles. Lestrange and Crouch had ultimately managed to escape. It was somewhat understandable. As a spectre, Voldemort was most adept at fleeing. However, we did not emerge empty-handed. He produced from his pocket a delicate golden cup from Hufflepuff, emitting a faint glow. He had not anticipated that Bella would carry this item with her. This, along with a glance at Fanny, included several Death Eaters who had failed to escape, including Theodore's father, old Mr. Knott. Fanny's brow twitched. Does this imply that the Knott family is on the brink of a profound upheaval? The thought flickered briefly in Theodore's mind, yet he swiftly redirected his focus to more pressing concerns. Nagini has also been destroyed by me, Fanny added. With the resurrection of the diary, its function as a Horcrux has naturally dissipated. That precious tear from the dragon, not only has it fortified Riddle's newly formed body, but it has also subtly diminished the strength of the primary soul. However, it appears that Voldemort in his spectral state has not yet fully perceived this weakening. The locket has long been destroyed, and now both Nagini and the cup have been dealt with in succession. Therefore, does Voldemort's collection of Horcruxes now consist solely of Ravenclaw's diadem, Gaunt's ring, and Harry himself? Dumbledore nodded with a smile. Ah, I observe. The mastery over that soaring inferno is indeed exquisite, Fanny. He paused, his gaze laden with significance. Of course. There is also that astonishing flight charm that enabled one to escape the fiery abyss. After all, I am a traveler between worlds. Fanny arched her brows, appearing unflustered. She set down her cup and leaned slightly forward. Professor Dumbledore, do you believe they will still adhere to the established narrative of the original text? After all, Voldemort is now aware that I possess knowledge of the original plot. It is uncertain whether young Barty will continue to follow the script and impersonate Moody in a bid to thrust Harry into the Goblet of Fire for the resurrection ritual. Dumbledore's bright blue eyes flickered. I suspect they will likely proceed along those lines, he replied in a steady tone. Although Voldemort knows you possess the ability to observe the original future, he remains unaware of the specific details. When confronted with the unknown, particularly in the face of setbacks and incomplete restoration of power, individuals tend to instinctively opt for the most familiar course of action that aligns with their logic and interests. As for your concerns regarding Old Riddle's grave, rest assured, I have taken great care to relocate and inter Old Riddle's remains. What remains in the little Hangleton churchyard is merely a cleverly disguised substitute. Even if Voldemort seeks to utilize his father's bones, he shall find himself empty-handed. At the Riddle house, the air was cold and damp. Bella and young Barty's hasty return was clearly a picture of disarray, Voldemort's pale, serpentine visage appearing even more menacing under the dim candlelight. His infantile form stood atop a rickety wooden table, weakened yet seething with rage. Incompetence. His shrill voice echoed throughout the room. A mere underage witch, in cahoots with old Knott's son, not only escaped under your very noses, but also destroyed my precious Nagini. Bella knelt on the ground, trembling violently with fear and regret, her face streaked with tears and grime. She clutched a charred remnant that vaguely resembled a human form, remnants of the Voldemort doll that Fanny had meticulously crafted for her. Mere hours ago, she had regarded it as a treasure. Fanny's adoring gaze, her affectionate address, and the way she spoke of Voldemort with such conviction and reverence had led Bella to believe she had found kinship. She had even entertained the notion of prompting Fanny to call her Bella. How could this have happened? Master, I repent. I deserve death 1,000 times over. Bella's voice was hoarse and shattered. That little wretch has deceived me. With her sweet smile and cursed talent, she exploited my trust. I shall tear her apart. Shred her into pieces. Young Barty stood in the shadows a short distance away, silent as a stone. His head bowed, concealing the tumultuous emotions swirling in his eyes. Witnessing Bella's reprimand from their master should have stirred within him a twisted sense of delight, as it implied he might be favored and cherished more by the master. Yet, at this moment, the image replaying in his mind was that of Fanny Curtis, that Ravenclaw girl, soaring into the air with that boy, skillfully harnessing the currents. tearing through the inferno, vanishing into the night sky. The flight charm belonged only to the master in her. Time is of the essence. I shall let you off this time. Voldemort ultimately moderated his tone, turning his gaze away from the momentary elation in Bella's eyes. Fanny Curtis, he mused softly. She knows too much. She must be eradicated. The plan remains unchanged, young Barty. Young Barty stepped forward, kneeling on one knee. You and Bella will seek out Alastor Moody. Deal with him, and subsequently replace him with the Polyjuice potion. Voldemort's voice regained its composure. Let young Barty infiltrate Hogwarts, becoming the defense against the dark arts professor. I require you there to monitor everything, especially Harry Potter and Fanny Curtis. He was making decisions. He needed to know their every move. Voldemort's scarlet eyes glimmered with malevolence. The Triwizard Tournament's goblet of fire, Potter's name must appear within it. But this time, not just his. The corners of Voldemort's mouth curled into a cruel smirk. I shall ensure that the goblet also selects Curtis, allowing her to enter that arena as well. I want everyone to witness this. Whether it be the Savior or that little witch who believes she can toy with me, they shall both find themselves within my grasp. Reduced to ashes. Chapter 142, House Elf? Mafalda feigns illness. In St. Mungo's Hospital's curse-damaged apartment, Mafalda lay half-reclined on a hospital bed by the window, her expression weak and weary. Fanny. She hastily pressed at her wound, successfully gasping in shock the moment Fanny pushed the door open, attempting to sit up. Don't move. Fanny gently pressed down on her uninjured shoulder. How do you feel? Is it still very painful? Seeing you makes it much better, Mafalda replied, using her other uninjured hand to grasp Fanny's wrist. Her fingertips were icy, and she lifted her gaze, a frail smile gracing her pale face. Harry, coming in last, pushed the door open only to be struck by the overly intimate posture of the two. Mafalda, didn't the doctor say you were much improved? Ron, rubbing his red hair, chimed in. Last time my mom came, she even said she saw you happily eating Honeyduke sweets. Harry found Ron's words increasingly melodious. Mafalda shot Ron a glare. Ron, that was all just me putting on a brave face to avoid worrying you. She tightened her grip on Fanny's wrist, almost nestling into her embrace. Fanny, you don't know, but at night the wound still hurts terribly. She buried her face in Fanny's wrist, her fine hair brushing against Fanny's skin, sending a slight itch through her. Pruitt. I've brought you some chocolate frogs, Harry's dry voice piped up. Unable to resist, he stepped closer, attempting to push Mafalda aside. But a very soft call suddenly came from the doorway. Theodore had quietly appeared at the entrance of the ward. Fanny. Theodore, you're here? Fanny looked up at the sound. During this time, due to Old Knot's capture and the internal power struggles within the Knot family, Theodore had been conspicuously absent. What could have prompted his sudden appearance today? Theodore walked slowly into the room, and Mafalda seized the opportunity to discreetly press her face against Fanny's arm. Much like a little cat asserting its territory, Harry's brows furrowed even tighter. Yet Theodore had already positioned himself on the opposite side of the bed, merely an arm's length away from Fanny. I finished my business at the ministry and heard from Professor Dumbledore that you were at St. Mungo's, he casually explained to Fanny. So you came over? Mafalda curled her lips into a sly smile, her eyes swirling with malice as she leaned closer to Fanny. How touching indeed. However, I have heard that something troubling has recently transpired at the Knot household. Truly, your visit is unnecessary. She chuckled softly. After all, having Fanny by my side is more than sufficient. Isn't that right, Fanny? She deliberately traced her fingers along Fanny's wrist. Oh. Fanny was abruptly pulled back to the moment by Mafalda's gesture, her gaze having just rested on the corridor outside the hospital room. Through the partially ajar door, she glimpsed Neville, supporting his grandmother, standing at the entrance of a nearby ward. A pair of foolishly grinning individuals were looking towards him. Neville's shoulders trembled slightly. It was Frank and Alice, Neville's parents, who had been tormented by Bella with the Cruciatus curse, leaving them mad to this day. Theo, well-meaning yet abrupt, turned back to face Mafalda. It appears you are recovering quite well, Pruitt. Theo directly exposed Mafalda's deception. After leaving St. Mungo's, Fanny did not return directly to Grimmauld Place. Instead, she took a detour to an ice cream shop in Diagon Alley, the designated meeting spot with Draco. Draco was already waiting there. Fanny. He stepped forward, grasping her arm with a grip that was somewhat too firm. Are you all right? On the night of the Quidditch World Cup, they said you were taken, and I. He scrutinized Fanny from head to toe, ensuring that she was unharmed before he sighed in relief, though his tone soon turned sour. Reporting your safety shows a modicum of conscience, but why are you at Grimmauld Place? Why did Hedwig deliver a message to me? Heaven knows how distraught he was upon seeing Potter's owl. Moreover, the contents of the message were so grave, mentioning bringing Dobby along. He had expected Vanna's letter to be more personal in nature. Draco's ears flushed with an unnatural hue. On that fateful night of the Quidditch World Cup, he had seen the dark mark in the sky, a surge of desire rising within him, only to be followed by the harrowing tale of Fanny being captured. It made sense, after all, for it was her heartfelt plea. Apologies, I only had that to send a message at the time, Vanna said, her gaze falling on Draco's reddened ears, finding the situation rather amusing. Besides, Dobby's matter is rather urgent. Her eyes landed on the house elf at Draco's feet, who was anxiously wringing his hands, his large round eyes full of distress. According to the original storyline, Dobby should have already gained his freedom by his second year. Draco followed her gaze to Dobby and suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his grip neither too tight nor too loose. What is so appealing about a place like Grimmauld Place? Were it not for the severity expressed in your letter, I would not have come. You sought out my house elf because the Black family is simply too impoverished, I presume? He scoffed lightly. If you need anything, I can simply give you Dobby. After all, my family does not lack for 1 or 2 house elves. Vanna's expression stiffened. In truth, she intended to visit the LeMay residence next. Although her plans were not yet solidified, considering the pressing matters concerning Voldemort, her alchemy course might also shift to online one-on-one sessions. She crouched down, speaking as gently as possible. Dobby, I wish to know how your friend, Winky, is faring? Old Barty has now, with Dumbledore's assistance, lifted the soul-binding curse and returned to his normal duties. However, she had heard that he ultimately chose to cast aside an old garment to Winky, thereby dissolving the master-servant bond and expelling her from the Crouch household. Dobby looked up at her timidly. He had often heard this girl's name from his young master, said to have a good relationship with Potter. Dobby's eyes brimmed with tears. Yes, Miss Curtis, Winky has been abandoned by her master. She currently has no master, no home, and is very sad, crying continuously. Dobby wished to comfort her, but Winky said she was a bad elf, unworthy of consolation. Without the same freedom as Dobby, Winky now seemed worse off than before. Where's Winky now? Vanna pressed further. Before she could finish her sentence, a dirty little house elf, with eyes swollen like walnuts, suddenly appeared. Bad Winky, useless Winky, abandoned Winky. My esteemed miss, Winky is a bad elf. Winky does not deserve. Winky. Vanny was taken aback, quickly reaching out to assist her. Please, get up, don't do this. If Hermione were to witness this scene, she would undoubtedly become furious and initiate a campaign for house elf rights. No. Winky struggled, crying even harder. Winky has disappointed her master. Winky is a bad elf, and bad elves deserve punishment. She suddenly raised her head, reaching for a jagged stone protruding from the nearby wall. Chapter 143, Winky, possessing a house elf. Winky, Dobby cried out, rushing forward to embrace Winky. Do not harm yourself, Winky. Vanna simultaneously attempted to shield Winky's head. Draco was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. His brow furrowed. In his upbringing, house elves were meant to be obedient tools, and Winky's behavior was utterly incomprehensible. However, considering that she was a house elf capable of befriending Dobby, he could also find some understanding. Draco believed that Dobby's usual demeanor was already quite peculiar. This peculiar house elf was still. Draco could not help but interject, only to receive a fierce glare from Vanny. Winky, Vanny crouched before her. Look at me, Winky. Winky's struggles momentarily ceased. Old Barty has indeed been unreasonable. Not only in the original narrative, knowing full well that Winky is afraid of heights, yet sending her alone to accompany young Barty to watch the match, exhibiting a cold attitude towards her. But also now, with old Barty awakened and facing the betrayal of his son, the turmoil within his home, he has unleashed all his fury and shame upon the most helpless Winky. This behavior aligns with a parent deeply affected by trauma, desperate to regain a sense of control. It is not to say that old Barty is a bad person. It is merely one of his flaws. Vanny had always supported Hermione's advocacy for house elf rights. However, at this moment, Winky, immersed in profound pain and shame, could not accept any accusations against old Barty. Such accusations would only deepen her guilt. Winky. Vanny took a deep breath. Listen to me. You should understand that Mr. Crouch is currently enduring a very challenging time. His anger and disappointment are not solely directed at you, but stem from immense upheaval, suffering that he cannot bear. She carefully chose her words. Perhaps his decision to set you free was a hope for you to find a better place? Or perhaps he wished for you to be spared from that pain. This explanation, albeit tenuous, might be the only one Winky could accept at this moment. A truly caring individual would never wish for you to inflict harm upon yourself as a form of atonement. That is not atonement, it is a greater tragedy. Vanna's hand gently enveloped Winky's. Every life deserves kindness, Winky, including your own. The mistakes have occurred. Punishing yourself cannot rectify anything. It will only cause those who care for you to feel greater sorrow. She meaningfully glanced at Dobby. For the sake of both Dobby and Winky, as well as the matters concerning young Barty that would follow, she felt it imperative to soothe Winky further. Moreover, witnessing such a small elf continually harming herself, who could remain unsoftened? Winky's cries gradually subsided. She lifted her tear-stained eyes, gazing incredulously at the girl before her. She had never heard such words before. From childhood to adulthood, her mother and grandmother had always taught her to be obedient and compliant, to heed the commands of her masters, and to remain utterly loyal to them in every regard. Within the Crouch household, she was merely a tool, a possession. To err was to invite punishment, and abandonment was a mark of disgrace. Yet, there was one individual who had shown her kindness, young Master Barty. In his youth, every summer upon returning home from Hogwarts, he would bestow upon her small gifts. He alone would offer her genuine affection, sneaking over to care for her during times of punishment, insisting that she should not inflict punishment upon herself, and even tending to her wounds. The memory of that fair-haired, handsome figure overlapped with the girl before him. Miss Fanny. His voice, shimmering yet hoarse, asked, "Do you truly believe this? That a worthless elf like Flit deserves such regard?" She suddenly knelt, pressing her forehead against the tips of Vanny's shoes. "Flit understands now. Flit is willing to follow you forever and serve you. Please, take in the pitiful Flit. Flit will be the best house elf, dedicating a lifetime of loyalty to you, Miss Curtis." Vanny was taken aback. She merely intended to comfort Flit and subtly pave the way for any future matters concerning young Barty, yet it had abruptly escalated into a pledge of servitude. The notion of keeping a house elf completely exceeded her plans. Draco squinted, remarking, "You certainly have a way with people." Yet, he noticed the slight redness in Vanny's eyes when she comforted Flit, begrudgingly pulling out a handkerchief to crouch beside her and wipe her cheeks. The action was somewhat awkward. "What is it like to possess a house elf?" "Thank you for asking." After several years of being the household's cook, Harry finally shed the responsibilities of a homemaker. Flit eagerly took over all kitchen duties, not forgetting to berate Creature, who resided in the house. "As a house elf, how could you let your master cook for themselves?" "Creature, stop pretending to be foolish. I do not believe you cannot prepare a decent meal. Lazy, negligent, bringing shame upon all house elves." Her youthful energy and sharp voice soon left Creature speechless, who was typically known for his grumblings. Sirius, watching from the sidelines, was unable to contain his laughter. "Are you saying that Mr. Crouch expelled Flit simply because young Barty had left?" Hermione exclaimed in the common room. "This is utterly unjust. Where are the basic rights of house elves? They are not mere punching bags." Unsurprisingly, plans for the spew pamphlets and badges would soon be back on the agenda. Vanny ultimately decided to bring Flit along to Hogwarts. The unique magic of house elves allowed them to freely enter and exit the school, disregarding the disillusionment charm. Thus, on the day of the new term, even before fully waking, Vanny heard a soft pop, and Flit had already appeared in her bedroom, brimming with enthusiasm. "Flit will go ahead to clean the master's dormitory, so please, master, do not worry about school." The question arose, could Flit answer the Ravenclaw Eagle's riddle? The weather on the first day of fourth year was dreadful. Torrential rain lashed against the windows of the Hogwarts Express, the outside world shrouded in a gray mist, with rainwater almost forming streams. Students splashed through puddles as they entered the Great Hall, the warmth from the fireplace struggling to dispel the chill seeping through the cracks of the door. This academic year, Hogwarts would not hold Quidditch matches, prompting a wave of murmurs among the students at Dumbledore's announcement. What was he aiming for? To emulate the infamous headmaster in Curtis's novel, avoiding Quidditch to earn the title of most unpopular headmaster. At that moment, the doors of the hall swung open. Amidst a crack of thunder, a fearsome wizard clad in a black cloak, leaning on a cane, with mismatched eyes, strode in. Vanny, seated at the Ravenclaw table, felt a shiver run down her spine. Here he was, young Barty. Chapter 144. Riddle, using the killing curse to counter the soul-sucking curse. In October, delegates from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang would arrive at Hogwarts to participate in the Triwizard Tournament, an event that had not been held for a century. Dumbledore paused, his gaze resting on the disguised Barty. Only wizards over the age of 17 could enter the tournament, with the ultimate victor receiving a reward of 1,000 galleons. "That does not concern us," Padma sighed before her. "We're not of age yet." "Not necessarily," Vanny mused. "The law of traversing the Harry Potter universe dictates one either becomes a champion or a treasure in the second round of the tournament." Vanny did not need to enter the tournament to claim the 1,000 galleons. Autumn, with her bright eyes, grasped Vanny's wrist. "Those books and merchandise you've created must have already earned you 1,000 galleons, right?" In truth, if possible, Vanny wished to produce merchandise related to the Triwizard Tournament champions. Whether it was the Savior Harry, the handsome Cedric, the Quidditch Seeker Crumb, or the enchanting Fleur, their merchandise would surely be in high demand. Speaking of which, the new defense against the dark arts professor, Mad-Eye Moody, had garnered whispers of his peculiar character and strict demeanor. "I hope he doesn't think I'm too foolish," Vanny thought, casting glances at Moody. She did not miss the fleeting look of astonishment on his face upon entering the hall, nor the gaze he directed at her. If all went as expected, young Barty must have heard the system prompt in her mind indicating that she had reached a level of affection towards him. Her fingertips gently tapped against her knee beneath the table as her thoughts raced through Barty's portrayal in the original story. Fanatical, obsessive, extraordinarily intelligent, with a profound understanding and morbid admiration for dark magic, especially the unforgivable curses, he was one of Voldemort's most loyal and dangerous servants. Yet, most importantly, was that pale, fair-haired visage she had glimpsed upon his abduction. How strikingly handsome he was. Congratulations, Fanny's affection for Barty Crouch has increased to level 20. The system panel's affection value was deliberately adjusted by Fanny, and a voice echoed suddenly in Barty's mind. Barty, the name resonated. Moody, seated at the professor's table, exchanged a knowing glance with her. It remained uncertain whether this affection ranking was directed at Moody or the true Barty himself. Barty suddenly found that he was not alarmed by the possibility of Fanny discovering his identity. On the contrary, a surge of inexplicable excitement seized him. Upon returning to the dormitory, he was greeted by a delightful fragrance. Flit stood in the center of the room. Flit has cleaned the room, Miss Curtis. Flit is delighted to serve the master and is grateful for the ability to bypass the disillusionment charm, allowing Flit to directly apparate to the master's dormitory. So house elves could indeed apparate directly into dormitories? Yet, it seemed that the other house elves at Hogwarts did not voluntarily come to the students' dormitories to clean. As Fanny opened her suitcase, a fluffy black puppy immediately darted out, affectionately nuzzling her leg. After discussions between Fanny and Harry, they had agreed to permit Nova to reside in her dormitory. She knelt down to pet Nova's head, surveying the surroundings. The room was immaculate and orderly to the point of being spotless. She inexplicably recalled Riddle, who had organized her bedroom last year. After his departure, Fanny's room quickly descended into chaos once more, but now, at last, someone was there to assist her in tidying it up. With thoughts of Riddle swirling in her mind, Fanny approached her desk and sat down, picking up a quill to write in that familiar diary. Tom, have you been behaving yourself lately? Despite her lingering vigilance regarding Riddle's solitary ventures, a line of elegant, flowing script soon materialized on the page. Behaving? My dear little Fanny. To use such a term on a soul reborn is rather harsh. Before my departure, we were on such intimate terms that cohabitation was not out of the question. Did you not express a desire to remain in my quarters? Fanny froze momentarily. After all, it had been he who suggested the departure. Fear not. I am merely reweaving some old connections, paying visits to a few old friends. The enchantments you have placed upon me remain quite secure. Moreover, the end of the sentence lifted in tone, unmistakably revealing the writer's delight while composing the following words. The autumn at Hogwarts is always nostalgic, is it not? What did that imply? Was Riddle preparing to return to Hogwarts in the fall? Fanny refrained from pressing further, instead suddenly inquiring, by the way, how does one resist the soul-sucking curse? Riddle? Is someone attempting to use the soul-sucking curse on you? His handwriting appeared remarkably calm. It is quite simple. To counter it, you merely need to cast a beautiful Avada Kedavra just as their wand is raised, a split second before the spell is uttered. One stroke, and it is resolved, forever eliminating the threat. Fanny. She snapped the diary shut with a decisive clap. Very well, this is quintessential Tom Riddle. The class on defense against the dark arts finally commenced as Professor Moody limped about with his wooden leg, demonstrating the 3 unforgivable curses using a spider. The spider first performed a tap dance on the desk, then curled up in agony from the Cruciatus curse, inciting gasps throughout the classroom. Next, I will describe the final unforgivable curse, he rasped, his magical eye turning to Fanny. If Fanny had not been under the control of the young master from the very beginning, then that day in Nocturne Alley, it was indeed this third-year girl who had actively employed the soul-sucking curse to command 2 Death Eaters to cast the killing curse upon one another. Avada Kedavra. He raised his wand, aiming at the spider, and a cruel green light shot forth from the tip, unleashing a powerful surge of magic. The spider instantly stiffened, falling silently to the desktop, utterly devoid of life. A profound silence enveloped the classroom. One could hear a pin drop. Many students turned pale. Moody tucked away his wand, surveying the faces of his startled pupils. The theory has concluded. Now, to deepen your understanding, let us allow you to experience the sensation of resisting the soul-sucking curse firsthand. Everyone line up. He pointed to the vacant space in the classroom. I will cast the soul-sucking curse upon each of you, allowing you to attempt to resist it. Do not worry, I will moderate my control. A strange smile crept across his lips. Chapter 145. The soul-sucking curse. Had she been poisoned by mushrooms? The students hesitantly formed a long line, Hannah giggling as she attempted a ballet dance, while Padma mimicked a rooster's crow. Riddle had indeed explained the nuances of confronting the soul-sucking curse to her just yesterday. Yet those recommendations ultimately distilled to one sentiment. I have not been struck by the soul-sucking curse myself. All of the above are mere conjectures and understandings. Riddle had penned. However, If the defense against the dark arts professor were to cast the soul-sucking curse upon you, I would still advise you to use a disarming charm to divert his attention. Yet Fanny had no intention of causing any disturbances. Sometimes, experiencing the effects of the soul-sucking curse could be rather enlightening. Though she preferred to manipulate others, Fanny slowly approached the front, lifting her gaze to the man's aged visage. Soul extraction. An unfamiliar magic surged from the tip of his wand into her mind, a hazy, blissful euphoria rising, exploding within her consciousness, rendering the entire world weightless. Perform 3 squats in place. A gentle voice echoed in her heart. Fanny felt an overwhelming joy, as if fulfilling this command was the most blissful endeavor in existence. Her knees instinctively bending. Wait, why was she feeling elated about an impending physical activity? Am I going mad? She questioned internally. How could I find joy in such a thing? She had always despised physical exercise. The 800-meter test was her nightmare. Where is this intense happiness for basic physical activity? Emanating from the depths of my soul, coming from? Her chaotic thoughts began to run wild, her expression growing increasingly perplexed. The voice within her, now unshielded by the mental barriers of the soul-sucking curse, naturally spilled out to the entire classroom. Have I been poisoned by undercooked mushrooms? What mushrooms? Even little Barty, cosplaying as Moody, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth, his hand trembling slightly around his wand. Endless joy. Everything before me feels so surreal and unreal. Yes, I must have eaten a toxic mushroom. Why was she suddenly thinking this? Who in their right mind would eat such mushrooms? No. I need to call 120 for an ambulance. Where's my phone? What is the password to unlock my phone? Little Barty watched in disbelief as Fanny completely disregarded his command, actually reaching into her pockets and rummaging about. Yet, she had not freed herself from his soul-sucking curse. Perform 3 squats in place. He stubbornly reiterated his command. No, I don't have a phone. I am at Hogwarts. This superficial joy, coupled with an empty heart, she suddenly grimaced in pain, is too singular, too extravagant. As if under a certain spell, Fanny attempted to peel away the joyous sensation, forcing herself to remain still. Those who had cast the soul-sucking curse multiple times and were adept at its use would possess a certain familiarity with it. They would understand the specific principles of the soul-sucking curse more clearly. Little Barty could sense Fanny's mind gradually resisting the magic. He tightened his grip on his wand, no longer swayed by Fanny's thoughts, but rather intensified his magical control. A cold, powerful magic surged toward Fanny's mind, yet in the blink of an eye, Little Barty suddenly realized that Fanny had not chosen to confront that immense force head-on. Instead, she skillfully maneuvered around it, retreating her true consciousness to a corner of her thoughts, regaining her clarity. Fanny's eyes shot up. Little Barty's magic instantly receded. This was not unexpected. Little Barty, stroking his wand, looked at Fanny with increasing interest. Well done, Miss Curtis. You are currently the only student in 4th year, aside from Potter, capable of resisting the soul-sucking curse. The classroom bell rang, and the students, still shaken, filed out, but Fanny lingered until the end. Professor Moody, she smiled. Having tidied up a few of Little Barty's belongings, I have a few questions regarding the concepts you just discussed. Would it be convenient for me to visit your office for a more detailed discussion? The two entered the Defense Against the Dark Arts office, a place Fanny had nearly become intimately acquainted with. In the 2nd year, faced with Lockhart, she treated the office as if it were a playground. Her sole purpose for lingering there each day being to witness the mixture of terror and reluctant submission on Lockhart's face. By the 3rd year, in the presence of Lupin, she completely transformed the space into her own abode, frequently visiting with Harry for no particular reason, often engaging in casual conversations with Sirius, who was often found there as well. Now, Little Barty's office emulated Moody's aesthetic, filled with peering mirrors and an array of dark magic defensive tools. Yet the fundamental layout remained unchanged. The atmosphere was stifling as Little Barty strode directly towards his oversized office chair, turning to sit down while instinctively reaching for the vial of polyjuice potion that he had scarcely sipped from during the lesson. In that very instant, the door was firmly locked. A crisp incantation echoed, and with a resounding thud, the office door sealed itself. Fanny waved her wand, aiming directly at the vial in Little Barty's hand. The vial soared through the air. Her timing was impeccable, her speed astonishing. Little Barty's outstretched hand grasped only at emptiness. The vial containing the polyjuice potion slipped from his fingers and traced an arc in the air before being deftly caught by Fanny's other hand. A look of astonishment flickered across Little Barty's eyes. Fanny, at that moment, lifted her right foot, stepping forward to precisely land in the center of the office chair. The sole of her boot landed squarely between the knees that Little Barty attempted to bring together. Good afternoon, she said, leaning slightly forward, her wand poised against his throat. Mr. Barty Crouch. With Moody's weathered visage before her, She scanned the scars etched across his face, all the while mimicking his irritable demeanor. Noting how diligently he had consumed the polyjuice potion, before her words could fully resonate, the effects of the potion began to wane. The magical eye and wooden leg fell away from him, and his once gray hair returned to a resplendent golden hue. His aged, scarred visage gradually transformed, accompanied by the subtle cracking of bones, revealing a pale, handsome face shadowed by a lack of sunlight. In mere seconds, a seasoned aura stood before Fanny, revealing the true form of the Death Eater. Barty Crouch Jr. Chapter 146. Pain Package. Surrounding little Barty with Voldemort, the air was deadened. Little Barty reclined against the back of his chair, his legs pinned by Fanny's shoe, her wand still resting against his throat. His own wand remained in his pocket, untouched by Fanny. Yet, at this moment, any attempt to retrieve his wand would be tantamount to suicide. The astonishment on little Barty's face rapidly faded as he gazed up at Fanny's striking features, his mind replaying the image of her soaring through the window amidst the flames on that fateful day. Magnificent, truly magnificent, he chuckled hoarsely. So the master seeks you so fervently because of Legilimency? She was evidently out of sync with this era, the first time he had learned of Legilimency. He had ventured to the hut, extracting information from Hagrid. She possessed knowledge of the future. Thus, a smile crept across his lips, and he made no effort to struggle. In this predetermined future, was I not, like now, masquerading as Moody, becoming the defense against the dark arts professor? Did Dumbledore know of this? He licked his parched lips, wondering if he was merely following a script, awaiting my entrance, or if you concealed the entirety of this truth. The suffocating sensation intensified as little Barty leaned forward, disregarding the wand pressed against his throat. Do you wish for me to adhere to the original script, casting Potter into the goblet of fire? Then why have you sought me now? Are you not concerned that this unforeseen incident might trigger a butterfly effect, prompting me to reconsider my actions? Tell me, he murmured, his gaze fervent and entranced. What do you wish for me to do, Fanny Curtis? Fanny regarded him from her elevated position, her wand unwavering. Her gaze traversed his pale, handsome face, the pronounced bridge of his nose, finally resting upon his lips, which were slightly parted in excitement. The color of his lips was faint, their shape exquisite yet tinged with a hint of frailty, appearing strikingly vulnerable in the dim light. An unexpected thought flitted through her mind. Fanny suddenly extended her free hand, her fingertips gently brushing against little Barty's lips. The texture is quite pleasant. Little Barty's body stiffened abruptly. Congratulations, Fanny's current affection for Barty Crouch Jr. has risen to 19. An indescribable shiver coursed through him, radiating from his lips to his very core, while Fanny, maintaining her composure, withdrew her foot from the chair. She leisurely retreated a few paces, waving her wand. Little Barty's wand was instantly pulled from his pocket by an unseen force, landing in Fanny's hand. I was merely contemplating, she said, her brows arching, her smile sweet and innocent, whether Mr. Crouch requires some Voldemort merchandise. Little Barty, are you referring to those items you provided to Bella? The ones that can mimic your aura and even explode, facilitating your escape? Certainly not, Fanny replied smoothly. This time, they are genuine merchandise. With a flick of her wrist, the tip of her wand traced a gleaming arc through the air. Her voluminous robes billowed like a magician's cloak, and several items shimmering with magical luster materialized, suspended in the air before her. Look, she said, pinching a radiant, laser-etched ticket between her index and middle fingers. Your master's laser ticket. It bore the striking visage of a serpent-faced figure with crimson eyes. There was also a keychain. Her pinky finger swayed casually. The handsome young Tom Riddle keychain blinking in time with its movements, enchanted by magic. Additionally, a shimmering badge rested in her palm, morphing in response to the passage of time and shifting light. The design on the badge gradually transitioned from a young Riddle dressed in Muggle attire, cradling a stuffed rabbit, to the smiling figure in Slytherin robes, and finally to the cloaked figure, culminating in the serpent-faced image. The wand still clasped in his hand emitted a beam of green light. A growth commemorative badge, chronicling your master's journey from childhood to greatness? Little Barty. He began to comprehend why Bella, despite her vague awareness of Fanny's ulterior motives, had still agreed to provide her with needle and thread for crafting the master's merchandise. The exquisite nature of this merchandise. Little Barty held his breath, leaning forward from his chair, his eyes sparkling with awe. His gaze was utterly fixated on the merchandise in Fanny's hand. Even the slightest movement from her would cause his eyes to shift in tandem. Fanny. Malicious delight surged within her as she exaggerated her movements, prompting little Barty's pupils to dart about wildly. His straw-colored hair, already damp with sweat, clung to his forehead, and his hands pressed firmly against the desk, his only motion being his eyes tracking her every action. What a cat toy to entice a kitten tutorial. Oh, perhaps not a cat, but a snake. Though little Barty had graduated from Ravenclaw, His years of servitude to Voldemort had imbued him with serpentine tendencies, such as unconsciously licking his lips during moments of excitement. Fanny. In fact, I possess not only merchandise but also a pain package. This particular item she had just completed her research on, yet had not yet commenced selling. With a gentle flick of her wand, a beautifully crafted dark green pain package materialized before them. It contained an expansion charm within, and its outer layer was transparent, with a wave of her wand. The 3 pieces of merchandise were promptly placed inside the compartment. In an instant, the ribbon elegantly unfurled from within, skillfully twisting and knotting itself, transforming into an exquisite masterpiece. Little Barty had completely risen from his seat. I merely hope to engage in some transactions with you. Fanny tucked the pain pouch behind her back. At the very moment the complex potion's effects waned, the glimmering magical eye had already fallen to the ground, rolling to rest at Fanny's feet. She casually bent down to retrieve it, casting a cursory glance at the magical eye. While reading the original text, Fanny had found Moody's magical eye to be astonishingly powerful. Even the Deathly Hallows, cloaked in invisibility, could not elude this eye's gaze. She was eager to discover the method of its creation. Alas, this magical eye was tethered to the skin, only wearable by one who had lost an eye. And Fanny had no desire to sacrifice her own sight for the sake of curiosity, especially since wearing the eye would prevent her from perceiving herself. Can you use this eye to discern the state of my soul? She inquired, for instance, to detect the system residing within me? Dumbledore had mentioned that only during her 4th year, at the time of soul fusion, would he have a greater assurance of extracting that system. However, knowing the complete form of the soul would significantly enhance the success rate. Fanny was unsure if this magical eye could see through directly, but from her recent experimentation, she believed it could indeed be altered to perceive the soul. Unfortunately, without the magical eye, she ultimately could not gain a clear understanding of her own soul's condition. Erasing the system within would not be without its benefits for you, she mused, a smile playing upon her lips, at the very least. My thoughts would no longer be so easily revealed, minimizing the likelihood of reporting information to others. I require your assistance. She raised her gaze calmly. Help me clearly delineate my soul structure, especially the location and form of the parasitic system. Chapter 147. The Arrival of the Delegation, a Sudden Gesture of Goodwill. Little Barty's attention was abruptly drawn from the pain pouch, a low chuckle escaping his lips. A soul structure diagram? He leisurely tugged at his sweat-soaked collar, revealing a pale neck. Are you so certain that I would assist you? Fanny tilted her head, her fingertip lightly tapping the edge of the magical eye, the sound of the crisp collision echoing starkly in the silence. You may refuse, she replied, her smile radiating warmth. If all else fails, I shall simply inform Professors Dumbledore or Snape. The new Professor Moody is a mere impersonation of Mr. Crouch, while the true Professor Moody is locked away in a trunk. I believe if they were to learn of this, they would swiftly act to subdue you and liberate the genuine Professor Moody. She paused, a malicious smirk curling her lips. Wouldn't it be more expedient for me to approach the real Professor Moody then? This was a blatant threat. Little Barty raised an eyebrow. As the setting sun cast its rays through the window, illuminating her hair with a golden hue, she leaned languidly against the wall, appearing utterly harmless. But only those who had felt her wand at their throat knew the chilling calculations hidden beneath her sweet exterior. How intriguing, little Barty mused, licking his lips where her touch lingered. He anticipated that the future would hold a unique spell for the master, accompanied by exquisite paraphernalia, endearing him to both Dumbledore and LeMay. Perhaps even the master had some connection to her. Golden strands of straw-like hair fell across his forehead, concealing the fervor surging in his eyes. Assisting her in crafting a soul diagram could yield those coveted exquisite items. It would grant him the chance to observe this incongruous girl up close and unravel her ties to the master. Most importantly, resolving the system's issue would not hinder the master's resurrection plan, leaving him little room to refuse. Little Barty spoke, but to be frank, this magical eye cannot perceive the state of the soul, let alone that mysterious system within you. However, the vital and intricate manufacturing process of the magical eye has already been established, with a few minor modifications. It could indeed be adapted to see the precise structure of the soul. Though it would require numerous rare materials for the transformation, that is of no consequence. I happened to see some in Snape's office when I pilfered the potion ingredients a few days ago. I have every means to resolve it. It's a deal, he declared succinctly. Very well, Fanny replied with a subtle smile, but I require you to swear an oath. Swear upon your soul that you will accurately and comprehensively document the state of my soul. Otherwise, she tilted her head, contemplating. All the barbs on your hands and feet will rise unbidden and tug relentlessly at their roots. In that case, even a small thorn on your finger could draw blood, extending from the nail bed to the back of your hand, perhaps even up your arm. Little Barty, what a vicious oath. Thank you. I already feel the phantom pain. As you wish, Miss Curtis, he retorted, finally curving his lips into a smile. The paraphernalia and pain pouch were placed upon the desk, and little Barty's wand was tossed back to him as Fanny exited the office. Time passed far more swiftly than Fanny had anticipated. Just as she concluded her series on transfer students and placed the originally designed pain pouches for the 4 houses in the Weasley Wizard Wheezes for sale, October was nearing its end. Amid the bustling crowd, Fanny found herself in the entrance hall, which resembled many other venues awaiting significant events and meetings. Hogwarts was, as expected, more pristine and beautiful than ever. Standing among her peers, her height was unremarkable, rendering the outside world difficult to discern. Is it a bit chilly? Luna inquired from beside her, casually draping half of her scarf around Fanny's neck. The two were suddenly very close, and Fanny nestled into Luna's embrace, while Hermione couldn't resist voicing her discontent. Can you believe Harry and Ron think the students from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons would apparate here? Can't they just read a bit more? Luna gazed dreamily at the sky. Perhaps they will soar in on a thestral. Hermione, can thestrals even fly? Yet, the delegation from Beauxbatons did indeed arrive at Hogwarts flying. A dozen winged horses soared gracefully, pulling a grand carriage that landed softly on the ground. Madame Maxime was the first to disembark, followed by countless Beauxbatons students. Among them was a girl with cascading, pearl-like silver hair and eyes that sparkled like water, radiating an ethereal glow that Fanny immediately recognized. It was Fleur Delacour, of Villa Descent, one of the champions for the upcoming Triwizard Tournament. I heard that Professor Dumbledore and others from the Ministry went to great lengths to host them, even training the house elves to prepare French cuisine. Hermione exclaimed indignantly. They wouldn't even spare a single canute for those house elves, forcing them to practice French cooking during their non-existent free time. Complete slave labor. Fanny felt a rare pang of guilt. After all, when she first arrived and was unaware that her thoughts were being leaked, she had unconsciously mentioned how terrible the food was, prompting Dumbledore to urgently train the house elves for an entire month. However, very few were willing to support her advocacy for house elf rights. Even Hagrid claimed that house elves were born to serve their masters. Please, if we don't enlighten them, how will they ever realize their rightful entitlements? She blinked, grasping Vanna's arm, her brown hair cascading unconsciously over Vanna's shoulder, her expression sincere. Vanny dear, I am grateful for your willingness to support my initiatives for house elf rights and for purchasing a spew badge. Luna discreetly pulled Hermione's hand away from Vanny, raising her eyes. As for the spew badge, I can procure one as well. Hermione, predictably diverted, felt a surge of emotion. The Durmstrang delegation finally emerged from the depths of the Black Lake amidst the students' chatter, a handsome young man accompanying Professor Karkaroff, eliciting shrieks from countless boys and girls. Look, it's Krum, the star of today's Quidditch World Cup. They eagerly attempted to squeeze to the front, brandishing lipsticks and other trinkets, hoping to procure Krum's autograph, while Vanny and the others were quickly jostled aside. Bored, Hermione remained more invested in the spew matters. I've never had any interest in Quidditch, Vanna sighed, adjusting her slightly askew scarf. Luna, however, scrutinized Vanna's face, deep in thought. In the midst of this chaotic moment, an unexpected figure parted the crowd, striding directly towards Vanny. Ah, my dear lady, Karkaroff approached with an excessively enthusiastic smile. Please forgive the impertinence of a distant headmaster. I have heard of a remarkably talented young writer at Hogwarts, adept at employing dark magic in her writings, and seeing you today, you truly possess an extraordinary aura. Karkaroff even attempted to extend his hand to shake Vanna's. Vanny. She nearly stepped back, struggling to suppress the twitching of her face. Why would the headmaster of Durmstrang seek her out so inexplicably? Chapter 148. Riddle. I owe you 500 galleons for debts incurred. Karkaroff, of course, did not wish to offend Vanny with such overtures. Vanna Curtis. He had heard of her prior, her remarkable works nearly renowned throughout the entire European wizarding community, filled with thought-provoking magic. Yet, this did not justify a headmaster of Durmstrang reaching out to befriend a Hogwarts student. However, if a young man claiming to be Voldemort had appeared at his window months ago, expressing obvious interest in her, Igor Karkaroff, once a Death Eater, had been swiftly captured before Voldemort's first downfall and had defected without hesitation to avoid imprisonment in Azkaban, revealing countless secrets about Voldemort and betraying his fellow Death Eaters. Now, having resurfaced as the headmaster of Durmstrang after Voldemort's downfall, he feared Voldemort's return more than anyone. He vividly recalled that night from months prior. The hour was late. Karkaroff had just finished reviewing the last document and finalized the list of students for the delegation heading to Hogwarts. Victor Krum, a must-have on the list. He was his pride and joy, destined to be one of the champions in the Triwizard Tournament. The others were unnecessary. Upon entering the bathroom, Karkaroff took a shower, and as he emerged, humming a tune and casually donning a bathrobe, a figure appeared silently. A boy clad in Slytherin robes languidly leaned against the window, the moonlight caressing his dark hair and strikingly delicate features. He raised an eyebrow, his obsidian eyes glinting with a sanguine mockery, twirling his wand in hand. His original wand lay in the possession of the Dark Lord. This one was a makeshift acquisition from elsewhere, somewhat unwieldy yet adequate. Karkaroff, long time no see. Or perhaps, this is our first meeting? Karkaroff's forehead broke into a cold sweat, though he was uncertain of the identity of the person before him. An inkling of recognition flickered within him, clad in Slytherin robes, with that demeanor. Yet, this individual appeared so striking. How could he have grown to resemble? Karkaroff's thoughts were interrupted as the dark mark on his arm seared painfully. No need for confirmation. The figure before him was indeed the Dark Lord himself. Terrified, he instinctively prostrated himself, nearly grasping Riddle's robe to kiss it, but Riddle nonchalantly stepped back, his tone trembling and whimpering, his bathrobe nearly askew. My lord, trust me. I did not sin against you at that time. I was momentarily blinded by fear. I beg for your forgiveness. I implore you for another chance. I would do anything to atone for my mistakes, anything. He crawled on the ground, rambling incoherently. Riddle, disinterested, inquired, Oh, anything? Karkaroff, of course. Even if it means divulging all I know to you, or acting as your informant, or revealing the details of the Triwizard Tournament, or anything else as long as I survive, I would do it. Oh, he remarked casually. Then give me 500 galleons, and let's see your worth. Karkaroff. What 500 galleons? My lord, you must be mistaken. What would you need those 500 galleons for? The moment the words escaped his lips, he wished he could slap himself. How foolish of me. I will secure it for you immediately. Riddle leisurely descended from the window, casually walking to the desk, leaving Karkaroff with a slender silhouette. Oh, he rarely acknowledged Karkaroff's foolish question, waving his wand to conjure an unremarkable diary, his tone indifferent, to repay a debt. Fanny mentioned the raw materials for the resurrection she purchased, worth exactly 500 galleons. He needs to repay her. Karkaroff. Who could possibly make the Dark Lord owe money, and actually expect him to repay it? And a diary. Who writes in a diary? This person is the Dark Lord. Do you have a pen? Riddle flipped through the diary, not lifting his gaze. I do. Karkaroff hastily presented a beautifully crafted peacock feather quill, and in his flustered state, he caught a glimpse of Riddle taking the quill and inscribing the words Little Fanny in the diary. Little Fanny, Sebastian, inquire about questions. Is this the same Hogwarts student who has penned countless works and created merchandise, Fanny Curtis? This girl might hold a unique significance in his mind. Yet Karkaroff felt no fondness towards Fanny. She offered a mechanical smile, hastily interrupting social interaction with a few words. Returning to the Great Hall. The Beauxbatons students were already seated at the Ravenclaw table. Fleur, wrapping her scarf tightly, raised her head haughtily, disdainfully laying down her cutlery. This food is utterly inedible. What do you mean by that? Padma retorted indignantly. If you don't want to come, then don't. Fanny actually found Fleur's complaint rather valid. She leaned toward Luna, her gaze resting on Fleur, whose silver, flowing hair was quite captivating. In truth, the house elf cuisine at Hogwarts was already quite commendable. She curled the corners of her lips. Perhaps you could try the French dishes here? Although she had always believed that pining for her hometown's cuisine while abroad was an egregious decision. In a foreign land, one may indulge in the flavors of home, yet such fare often lacks authenticity, failing to immerse one in the unique culinary culture of the locale. However, this is England, which changes the narrative entirely. Indeed, one might also sample desserts, and this pudding, for instance, is quite delightful. Luna seamlessly interjected, rising to serve a plate of pudding to Fanny. Her slender form tilted slightly, her flowing hair cascading to her waist, perfectly obscuring the view of Fleur from Fanny's line of sight. At last, Dumbledore stood, addressing the assembled guests who had finished their dinner, introducing the selection process for the Triwizard Tournament. A venerable cup was solemnly placed upon the elevated platform at the front of the hall, igniting with intertwining blue and white flames. Students wishing to enter their names into the Goblet of Fire could inscribe their names and schools upon parchment. Dumbledore spoke with a cheerful demeanor, waving his wand as a golden line manifested quietly around the goblet. This was the age line, permitting only those 17 and older to cross it. By this time tomorrow, the goblet would reveal its choice. The hall erupted into a flurry of excitement. The long tables had been cleared of their meals, and Fanny, feeling rather listless, gazed towards the professor's table, where, besides Maxime and Karkaroff, there now sat Ludo Bagman and Old Barty. The age line distinctly delineated the boundary. The Beauxbatons students were the first to act, gathering curiously around the goblet. Fleur raised her chin high, borrowing a piece of parchment from a nearby student, boldly inscribing her name before crossing the age line to submit her entry. Witches like Fanny, who were not of age and held little interest in the proceedings, were quickly pushed to the periphery. She pursed her lips, contemplating a quiet retreat back to her quarters to design some related merchandise, her gaze lingering on the throng surrounding the goblet. Suddenly, an unexpected tremor surged through her calf. In the shadows lurked a small house elf, her eyes, the size of tennis balls, brimming with tears. Following her gaze, Fanny found, as anticipated, that the elf was rushing towards old Barty. "Miss Curtis," came the elf's frail voice, tinged with a sob. "I'm sorry, I know I shouldn't be here. Shiny should be cleaning in your dormitory," but Shiny she reached out to chastise herself, but Fanny swiftly intervened. "There is no need for that," she said, bending down to meet Shiny's tearful gaze. "It is only natural to reminisce about past people or things. You should not punish yourself for such reasonable feelings. I am not one to endorse punishment for house elves." In fact, she often felt compelled to assist Shiny, who tirelessly performed household tasks. Fanny believed she ought to contribute in some manner. Otherwise, she feared becoming akin to a husband who merely collapses onto the bed upon returning home. At that moment, a heavy thud echoed behind Fanny. A familiar presence enveloped her, prompting her to instinctively turn and meet the gaze of Moody. "Miss Curtis?" His magical eye whirled before pausing oddly on Shiny. "Professor Moody?" Fanny quickly rose, noting the flicker of surprise and guilt that passed through his normal eye. "Yes," he replied gruffly, managing to meet her gaze with both eyes for once. "There is something I need to discuss with you regarding your recent paper on the defenses against the unforgivable curses. I have some unique thoughts I wish to share. Please follow me to my office." Fanny considered briefly, then gently stroked Shiny's head. "Shiny, be a dear and return to my dormitory to wait for me. It's too crowded here and not safe. Can you look after Nova for me?" Shiny lifted her tear-stained face before disappearing with a snap of her fingers. Upon entering Barty's office again, Fanny closed the door behind her. Barty gestured for her to sit, while he busied himself with papers on his desk. Turning his back to her, "Is she with you now?" he suddenly inquired. "Yes, Professor," Fanny replied softly. "Old Mr. Crouch ordered Shiny out when he became aware of your escape. I met her later through Dobby, the house elf from the Malfoy household. She volunteered to become my house elf and is now part of my family." Barty paused in his organizing, finally turning to face her as he seated himself in his office chair. He had not taken the polyjuice potion during this encounter, and it was gradually losing its effect. His wooden leg and magical eye fell to the floor, which he discreetly levitated back onto the table. His straw-colored hair fell over his forehead as he languidly crossed his legs. "Family?" He chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Fanny's face. "Having Shiny follow you is indeed a commendable choice." He unconsciously licked his lips, casting a malicious glance towards the hall. "It's far better for her to be with you than that cold-hearted wretch, or with that unpredictable madman." Though he cherished Shiny, he had devoted himself entirely to the Dark Lord, to gain Voldemort's approval, to receive the validation he had never gotten from his father. He was willing to sacrifice everything, for the mere hope of obtaining a recognition from his father that he could scarcely imagine, a recognition he had never received. As for Shiny, he was content to know that she was faring well. However, if one were to consider the master's intentions, it appeared that the girl before him might not have long to live. Suddenly, Barty's fingers ceased their drumming on the armrest. He recalled Voldemort's malicious mention of Fanny and the directive to cast her name into the goblet alongside Potter. She still gazed at him with her innocent blue eyes. Fanny tilted her head, offering a pure, innocent smile that made her azure irises appear even more guileless from this angle. "Far better?" She laughed lightly. "It seems Mr. Crouch is rather concerned for Shiny." Then she leaned forward slightly. "May I call you Barty?" The previous formality felt overly distant, and given their current rapport, it seemed inappropriate to continue addressing him so. "Or perhaps you dislike being called Barty, given that it bears your father's name. What should I call you instead?" She casually tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her gaze locked onto Barty's. If those eyes were to lose their light, what would become of Shiny? Barty felt a sudden sweat on his palms. The proximity was too intimate, and a faint flush crept to his ears. Fanny nonchalantly returned to her seat, resting her chin on her hand, as if casually seeking to confide in him. "You must have read some of my novels, haven't you? While many enjoy them, I often receive letters from detractors who criticize my portrayal of dark magic in the transfer student book, claiming the protagonist's abilities are too extraordinary, and that the first 2 volumes are mere distortions of history. There always seems to be a multitude of voices dismissing my work." She sighed in resignation. Some readers even offer unsolicited advice, insisting that only with their suggestions would they find my writing commendable. Such cheap validation, reliant on the approval of others. Do I truly need that? I feel that the sense of validation, like many things, should come from within oneself to be truly trustworthy. Whose approval do you yearn for? To whom do you grant power, and by whom are you enslaved? Much like young Barty, who stifled his true nature in a desperate quest for his father's praise. Now willingly plunging into peril for Voldemort's acknowledgement, his hands stained with blood. Fanny has always struggled to comprehend why he persistently seeks a father figure to whom he can pledge loyalty in exchange for validation. Is he akin to Lu Bu? At his core, he is fundamentally lacking in self-identity. An inner emptiness drives his urgent need for external validation. Is that so? Barty chuckled softly, a pang striking his heart. Emotions swirling within him. Fanny's crystalline blue eyes gazed at him innocently, yet he felt an overwhelming urge to shatter that gaze. She was deliberately hinting at something, and Barty could see through it. Nevertheless, his heartbeat quickened. He averted his gaze, grasping the magical eye, awkwardly steering the conversation elsewhere. I have gathered all the materials needed for the modification of this magical eye. However, it will take some time to complete the transformation. I expect to finish it after Christmas. Understood, Fanny smiled faintly. I look forward to your masterpiece, Professor Barty Crouch. The following day, the Hogwarts Great Hall buzzed with even more excitement than the night before. Countless students, having reflected deeply overnight, eagerly submitted their names. Cedric, surrounded by his Hufflepuff peers, proudly placed his name into the Goblet of Fire. Fred and George, having concocted an aging potion, found themselves momentarily transformed, sporting white beards as they leaped across the age line, erupting into fits of laughter as they pointed at one another. Fanny sat at the Ravenclaw table, doodling on her digital board crafted from moonstone. What are you drawing? Draco leaned closer, resting his chin lightly on her shoulder, his platinum locks brushing against her neck. Before him unfolded a delicate depiction of several figures sketched by the girl. He squinted, his expression souring. Is that Crumb and that French girl? You're not planning to create merchandise related to the Triwizard Tournament, are you? After all, given Fanny's knowledge of future events, it wouldn't be far-fetched for her to sketch the champions in advance. And this figure in Hufflepuff robes, could it be our beloved Cedric Diggory? What is so special about him? Just a pretty face who smiles foolishly. Yet, Cedric was undeniably handsome. Fanny continued to draw, and Fleur is indeed very beautiful. She even adjusted the curvature of Fleur's hair in her sketch, making it appear more ethereal. Draco's expression darkened instantly. He struggled to suppress his irritation, shifting his gaze rightward, only to catch sight of a slight figure in Gryffindor robes, complete with a lightning-shaped scar. Harry Potter? Draco's voice rose sharply. Yes, in this too? How is that possible? He can't even cross the age line. How could he compete in the Triwizard Tournament? Not even I. Before he could finish, Fanny abruptly raised her unoccupied hand and covered Draco's mouth, stifling his outburst. Why was he suddenly so loud? Although Dumbledore had prepared in advance, ensuring that even if Harry became a champion, he wouldn't face the same isolation from other students as in the original story. It still wasn't reason enough for Draco to shout so loudly before the champions' names were announced. MMPH. Draco was taken aback. The warmth of her soft palm pressed against his lips silenced him, his gray eyes widening in shock as his pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson. His heart raced uncontrollably as Fanny leaned slightly forward, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She whispered, her breath nearly brushing against his now rosy ear. Draco, are you jealous? With his mouth covered, Draco could only glare at her, his eyes filled with a mix of shame and anger. He emitted a muffled protest through his nose. Fanny leisurely withdrew her hand, her smile bright. All right, don't be upset. Since you care so much, shall I draw one for you too? Her pencil danced swiftly across the board, and in mere moments, a sketch of a cartoonish figure emerged, perfectly capturing its essence. Draco bit his lip, unable to avert his gaze from the little figure on the page. Clearing his throat, he feigned nonchalance and pointed at the drawing board. Am I the only one? That seems rather dull. Why don't you draw yourself in it too? He endeavored to keep his tone neutral. Fanny paused, tilting her head to glance at Draco. The youthful blush on his cheeks deepened, and he instinctively avoided her gaze. Ah, that works. She nodded readily. Indeed, one character alone made for a sparse scene. I'll add some background. Draco's fingers twitched slightly. He watched as Fanny drew a girl in Ravenclaw robes beside the cartoon version of himself. An indescribable sense of satisfaction and secret joy blossomed within him. Perhaps he could ask Fanny for the drawing later and have Dobby secretly create merchandise related to it? No. Dobby was too familiar with Fanny. He should enlist a different house elf. How could he broach the subject to Fanny without appearing too obvious? Just as Draco attempted to speak, a booming voice interrupted him. Time is of the essence. Children, it is time to partake in dinner. Dumbledore rose, and Fanny seized the opportunity to pull Draco closer to her side, his green robes standing out conspicuously among the sea of blue. Simultaneously, the Goblet of Fire is about to select our 3 champions. The bustling hall fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixed upon the goblet. With a puff, a charred piece of parchment was first expelled. The champion from Durmstrang, Dumbledore caught the scroll, Victor Crumb. No one was surprised. The Durmstrang students and his fans erupted into a thunderous cheer. The flames danced once more. The champion from Beauxbatons, Fleur Delacour. Excited shrieks echoed from the Beauxbatons students as Fleur rose elegantly, resembling a proud swan, her silver hair shimmering in the firelight. Another surge of flames. The champion from Hogwarts. Dumbledore's voice, laced with mirth, announced, Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted in jubilation, cheers and applause nearly lifting the roof. Cedric's handsome face radiated surprise and excitement as he stood amidst his friends' exuberant pats on the back. Dumbledore smiled, preparing to conclude, well, we have our 3 champions. However, his words were abruptly drowned out by an unprecedented, intense roar of flames erupting from the goblet. The flames leapt high, and to everyone's astonishment, the goblet seemed to splutter violently. Puff, puff. 2 scrolls of parchment shot forth in quick succession. Dumbledore, quick on the uptake, caught them, and in a prolonged silence, he slowly began to read. Harry Potter and Fanny Curtis. Chapter 151. Bagman, are you and Potter lovers? Draco instantly tightened his grip on Fanny's hand. How can this be? He whispered. Did you sneak a note while no one was looking? How could Hogwarts have 3 champions? How should other schools compare to the whispers shared among the students of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang? I recall that the competition regulations did not state that the organizers could select multiple champions. Moreover, their ages are insufficient. Maxim's expression darkened considerably. All eyes turned to Fanny and Harry. Amidst the clamor, Fanny and Harry locked gazes first. Indeed, it was as anticipated. Voldemort had surely set his sights on her, intending to place her in the Goblet of Fire as well. Did little Barty not inform her beforehand? They had clearly seen each other just last night. Fanny glanced at Draco's anxious expression and reassuringly squeezed his hand. Finally, she rose and walked towards the front of the hall, receiving the note and flashing a wink at Dumbledore. Come along, Dumbledore said softly, leading Harry into the adjoining room where the other champions were already gathered. Harry still appeared utterly bewildered, awkwardly making his way over, his face flushed, attempting to explain in a hushed tone. No, Fanny, Professor Dumbledore, I didn't tea. Oi. Fanny met Harry's green eyes. I know you didn't tea. But it's too late, let us go in. As she pushed open the door to the next room, the eyes of the 3 champions fell upon them simultaneously. Cedric was the first to greet them with a friendly smile. What's this? The professors called us back? Fanny slowly pulled out the note in her hand. The expressions of the 3 champions shifted simultaneously. You 2 have also become champions? Fleur's eyes widened in disbelief. This can't be. How can Hogwarts have 3 champions? Who cast your names? Cedric shook his head disapprovingly, his gaze lingering on their intertwined hands. You 2 aren't of age. This is far too dangerous. Crum's eyes reflected a hint of disdain. Merlin, this is preposterous. Bagman burst into the room, excitement evident on his face. This year's Triwizard Tournament features 3 champions from Hogwarts. He eagerly grasped the hands of Fanny and Harry, exuberantly exclaiming, Potter, I know you. The boy who lived. You must have thrown your name into the goblet for an exhilarating adventure, right? It wasn't my paper, Harry protested. And Curtis, but Bagman seemed to ignore him entirely, shifting his focus to Fanny. I know you too. Your novels are splendid. Submitting your name to the goblet must have been for material inspiration for your future writing. How does accumulating inspiration for novels relate to participating in the Triwizard Tournament? Fanny retorted. Can't I gather inspiration from the audience as well? Oh, Merlin, he exclaimed dramatically. You 2 are still holding hands. Could it be that these 2 renowned figures at Hogwarts are indeed a couple? Fanny. Cough, cough, cough. Harry suddenly erupted in a fit of coughs, his face turning crimson as he stammered, unable to speak, yet his grip did not loosen. Mr. Bagman, Fanny began, but her words were interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Maxim stormed into the room, followed closely by Dumbledore, Karkaroff, and the 4 heads of houses from Hogwarts. This is utterly unfair. She pivoted sharply, addressing Dumbledore. You must explain this to me. Are you openly aiding these 2 little ones in cheating? One cannot say that. Karkaroff replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Perhaps they themselves are unaware of how their names emerged from the goblet, considering their ages are still insufficient, especially Curtis. Maxim. She regarded Karkaroff incredulously, then stiffly shifted the topic. Nevertheless, I believe if Hogwarts insists on having 3 champions, then Beauxbatons should also send forth 3 champions. But the goblet is now extinguished. It will only light up again for the next Triwizard Tournament, and it is too late, Karkaroff countered. Maxim pressed on, or, let these 2 withdraw. Their ages are entirely inadequate, but the names chosen by the goblet establish a contract with the individuals. Once selected, they must complete all tasks. Karkaroff explained. Karkaroff's gaze shifted to Fanny's innocent expression. Moreover, Curtis is an artistic creator and theoretical thinker. He has already amassed sufficient popularity and wealth, so why would he throw his own name into the goblet? I believe there is a conspiracy at play here. It certainly was not her intention, Madame Maxim. Maxim felt her patience waning. It was evident that both schools had only produced one champion. Should he not stand on the same ground as her? Why did he continue to defend Hogwarts, especially that Curtis? Karkaroff wiped the sweat from his brow. Though he was indeed displeased that Hogwarts had outnumbered Durmstrang with 2 additional champions, Fanny had been involved with Voldemort. Did he dare offend her? Even if Fanny had truly found a way to submit her name to the goblet, he would have to portray her as innocent, painting her in a favorable light. Furthermore, he would need to award her high scores in the subsequent competitions. Despite Karkaroff's genuine belief that anyone associated with Voldemort could not be a good person, he couldn't voice that opinion. Karkaroff made a valid point. The sound of wooden legs thumping nearby announced the arrival of Barty, disguised as Moody, limping into the room with keen eyes surveying the situation. This matter reeked of foul play. It was evident that someone intended to harm these 2 children. Just consider it. To throw the names of 2 evidently underage and inexperienced students into the goblet, forcing them to face perilous tasks? His magical eye was still spinning. This was no honor. It was an act of murder. Someone was orchestrating this from the shadows, targeting them. Was this the proverbial thief crying "Stop thief"? Fanny lifted her gaze towards Barty, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Barty's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 152. Farewell, Rita, until we meet again. Exiting the room, Harry and Fanny walked out side by side, while Fleur and Crumb regarded them with lingering distrust. I truly did not submit my name to the goblet, Harry exclaimed, exasperated. He looked up to see Fanny, surprised yet relatively calm. Did you already know why the announcement wasn't made in advance? Not at all, Fanny replied innocently, blinking. I merely mentioned it in passing during History of Magic class with Hufflepuff. An advance leak of necessary information would have only subjected Harry to less hostility from others. Oh, Merlin, I can't believe you are actually participating in the Triwizard Tournament. Mafalda rushed over, forcibly shoving Harry aside. She grasped Fanny's wrist with her icy hand. Leaning in so close her face nearly touched Fanny's. Why didn't you say sooner? What method did you use to submit your name to the goblet? I want to participate too. Harry stumbled back a step. It seems you're truly accustomed to seeking the spotlight, Potter. Draco glared at Harry, then turned his fierce gaze towards Mafalda. He strode forward with determination, unceremoniously grasping Fanny's other hand. Unlike Mafalda's frigid touch, Draco's palm radiated the warmth characteristic of youth, even slightly damp with perspiration. He awkwardly lowered his gaze, his platinum locks cascading down, and the skin behind his ears flushed a deep crimson. Could you possibly spare me a copy of that drawing you just made? He murmured, his fingertips absent-mindedly grazing her hand. Dumbledore swiftly intervened, striving to quell the ensuing uproar. Many students acquiesced to his explanation, yet a considerable number continued to murmur in discontent. Regardless, Hogwarts boasted 3 champions, a situation that felt profoundly unjust to us. Why does our headmaster extend such favoritism towards that Curtis? Merely because of her published works on dark magic? Now, Slytherin stands devoid of a champion. After yet another defense against the dark arts lesson, Fanny lingered behind, taking her time to gather her belongings. She lifted her eyes towards the aged features of the individual before her and approached him with a light-hearted demeanor. Little Barty, you never mentioned earlier that you would be entering my name into the Goblet of Fire. Barty's 2 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned towards Fanny. At that moment, she was close enough for him to feel the warmth radiating from her azure, twinkling eyes, almost as if they could pierce through to his heart. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as he lazily leaned against the podium. The peculiar vigilance once embodied by Moody vanished, replaced by the sickly languor that characterized little Barty. Are you still unaware? He asked softly, his tone rising at the end. The master has long set his sights on you and is quite eager to witness your demise. He instructed me to submit your name to the goblet. Is that not expected? That does not justify your decision to submit my name without so much as a word to me. She sighed in exasperation. I had thought we had reached a point where we could consider ourselves friends, Barty. Fanny subtly stepped back, not wishing to show any disrespect towards Moody. But Barty's current demeanor was in stark contrast to his face. Friends? Barty chuckled softly. She truly knows how to climb the ladder of convenience. Has she done anything kind in front of him? Pretending to be a youthful master while he seized the souls of 2 Death Eaters, threatening him to assist in transforming the magical eye into a soul portrait? Perhaps she merely indulged him in casual conversation, taking in and treating Shan well? Fanny was at her most amiable during their time in the not-residence dungeon. He recalled how she had once stood in the dungeon, the faint light from the stairs illuminating half her face as she pouted, petulantly complaining to him while removing all the onions. The expressions of that time echoed the present moment. Shan remained in her possession, should she perish. His heart began to race uncontrollably, and after a prolonged silence, little Barty suddenly spoke. As long as you cease your involvement in matters concerning Potter, he paused, I can plead with the master to spare your life. Really? Fanny was genuinely astonished. She raised an eyebrow and, with a playful retreat, stepped back a few paces, her dark locks swaying gently with her movements. Thank you, Barty. However, she remained skeptical that Voldemort would actually relent on account of a useful pawn's request. Exiting the defense against the dark arts classroom, Fanny sought out Harry. And together they made their way to an empty classroom on the 3rd floor of the castle. Ollivander stood at the center, prepared to conduct wand assessments for all the champions. Oh, this wand's core is made from my grandmother's hair. Fleur casually brushed her strands. Embodying the essence of a siren, Fanny extended her hand, offering her wand, which Ollivander accepted with a beaming smile. I remember this wand well. Your selection of it is etched in my memory. Ollivander mused, a vinewood wand with a phoenix feather core. I can sense that this wand has flourished in your hands. It has been cherished and understood, and your bond is exceptionally profound. He carefully returned the wand to Fanny. Please continue to treasure it, Miss Curtis. It has chosen the most suitable master. This is Miss Rita Skeeter, Bagman announced as he opened the door, warmly welcoming the witch clad in a magenta robe and crowned with golden locks, expressing her desire to interview the 5 champions of this Triwizard tournament. Rita wore a professionally crafted smile, swiftly extracting her quill from a petite alligator skin handbag, her gaze momentarily sweeping over Fanny before shifting to Harry. I would like to start with the youngest champion. Dear Mr. Potter. Her voice was saccharinely sweet as she hastened to Harry's side. As the youngest champion of this tournament, could you share your feelings at this moment? Nervous? Excited? Or perhaps fearful of the unknown dangers? Before Harry could respond, the quill in Rita's hand began to scratch across the parchment, documenting his words. Hold on, Harry interjected. His gaze fixated on the text forming on the parchment when a delicate hand suddenly grasped his arm. The warmth sent a jolt through him, and he stiffened. Fanny nestled beside him, her dark hair cascading over his shoulder as if she were about to lean into him. Miss Skeeter, long time no see, she said, her eyes curving into a smile, reminiscent of a colleague who wielded a pen. I trust you've been well. Chapter 153. Draco, have you paid the copyright fee? Rita's quill paused awkwardly in midair. Indeed, this young lady could not be trifled with. She possessed her own channels of influence and could not be easily discredited. The recent Gilderoy Lockhart incident was still fresh in her memory, although she, as a journalist, had long known the unreliability of Lockhart's works. She had covertly transformed into a beetle to report on Lockhart's aftermath, and now he had been forced out of the wizarding world to work on an assembly line. Of course, Rita chuckled nervously, discreetly gripping her quill and erasing the previous content. And let us not play favorites. Remember to publish all our champions with similar word counts in the Daily Prophet. Fanny smiled, highlight our virtues. After departing the empty classroom, Fanny noted a subtle shift among the surrounding students. Many of them wore gleaming badges, particularly among the Slytherin and Ravenclaw houses. Upon entering the Great Hall, she found the Slytherin table bustling with activity, throngs of students jostling together, and a particularly striking platinum head stood out amongst them. It was the badge supporting Fanny, adorned with her own artwork. Naturally, another set of badges awkwardly pointed to the slightly older Joshua beside him, featuring illustrations of Diggory and Fanny, all drawn by this Hufflepuff. The boy with light golden hair quickly turned beet red at the comments, lowering his head in embarrassment as his fair hands hurriedly selected several badges to distribute to the clamoring students around him. And this one, he produced a resplendent badge, has been enchanted with a little magic. Pressing it changes the image. He gently tapped it, and the badge's depiction of Fanny instantly transformed into Cedric, then into Harry. Hey, Draco shouted. Carrington, why on earth did you also make a badge for that Potter fellow? Fanny squeezed her way in, linking her fingers with Joshua's hand that held the badge. Gently extending her index finger, she pressed it against the badge, causing Harry within to once again transform into Fanny's true likeness. Wow, did you draw this? She exclaimed with heartfelt sincerity, her smile radiating warmth. Joshua's artistic style always seemed to possess a gentler charm than her own. Bringing her index and middle fingers together, Fanny effortlessly snatched the badge from Joshua's palm, lifting her gaze to him with a bright smile. Immediately, Joshua's exquisite blue eyes darted away, his cheeks flushing crimson. Fanny, Draco's voice boomed from the side. I personally funded the creation of these badges. In truth, he still had 2 or 3 stockpiled that were distinct from these. I have something else I wish to give you, he murmured, unexpectedly pushing past Joshua to grasp Fanny's wrist. Come with me for a moment. His tone softened. A rarity for him. Carrington, you're in charge of distributing these badges to the students. Stepping out of the raucous hall, Draco led Fanny by the hand into a secluded corridor. He pressed her against the wall and retrieved a heart-shaped badge from his pocket. It depicted the chibi version of Fanny and himself that she had drawn, glowing softly and even winking under the enchantment. For once, Draco remained silent, extending his hands to delicately pin the badge onto her attire. The gentle brush of his fingertips against her fabric sent a slight shiver through him, his ears turning a deep shade of crimson. The pampered young master had never engaged in such servile tasks before, but since Fanny had launched a plethora of merchandise, including dolls and blind boxes, his craftsmanship had notably improved, transforming that senior's figurine into a likeness of Fanny, meticulously styling her hair. And overseeing the creation of this badge were all tasks he had diligently undertaken alone. Fanny obediently lowered her gaze, a cheerful smile adorning her face as she watched him affix the badge to her. She then lifted her eyes to observe his hair and ears. That should do it, he mumbled, just as he was about to step back for a better view when the sound of approaching voices drew nearer. Did you hear Hogwarts is distributing badges for their school's champions? One voice remarked. Yes, Curtis, Potter, and even that Diggory fellow have them. Draco's heart raced as he abruptly yanked Fanny's wrist, pulling her into the shadows around the corner. The swift motion nearly caused her to stumble. The warmth of his breath enveloped her, and he pressed his lips together, his fingertips brushing through her hair as he cautiously directed his gaze towards the approaching voices. They were two Durmstrang girls chatting side by side. Why does Hogwarts have support badges for their champions? Do we have any for Crumb? Is anyone painting a portrait of him? The brown-haired girl appeared flustered. As far as I know, our school doesn't seem to have anyone skilled in painting. The blonde girl sighed in resignation, at least not among those in the delegation. But I think I have a portrait of Crumb, she tentatively added, rummaging through her pocket. I bought it as a support item when I attended the Quidditch World Cup. Wait, this art style? The brown-haired girl's expression turned blank. Why does this feel so familiar? It seems like it was drawn by Curtis himself. Wearing such a support badge evoked a sense of diminishing one's own aspirations while elevating another's. Their voices gradually faded, clearly unaware of the scene before them. Draco exhaled a sigh of relief, gently releasing his grip, though Fanny's hair had become quite disheveled. Draco, she said, casually fixing her hair as she rose on her toes, closing the distance to Draco, who had just retreated a step or two. Why did you just pull me in here? She arched an eyebrow, her fingers brushing the badge on her chest. We weren't doing anything scandalous, were we? Scandalous? Draco erupted, his voice suddenly rising in pitch. What do you mean, scandalous? Fanny, you're being ridiculous. He paused, realizing his own thoughts were leading him astray. Why had he reacted that way? Perhaps it was the badge. No, he would rather everyone see it. Draco suddenly felt utterly foolish. Oh, and she prodded the badge's design, not just this, but also the badges you distributed to your classmates, all of which I drew? Why didn't you inform me in advance before using my art for merchandise? Her eyes sparkled mischievously. Did you pay me the licensing fee? It's rather steep. You know, almost a third of my income comes from royalties paid by other wizards. Draco? Hey, the flush on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by exasperation. Fanny, are you obsessed with money? Just kidding, she teased, lightly pressing her fingertip against Draco's lips. His expression froze instantly. In his dazed gaze, Fanny slowly lowered her eyes. Regardless, thank you, Draco. The badge is beautiful, and I truly love it. Congratulations. Fanny's affection for Draco Malfoy has increased to level 4. Chapter 154. The first round. The badges are temporarily managed by Theodore. Durmstrang finally began distributing support badges as well. The reason was simple. Beau's Batons had girls emulating Draco and Joshua by creating related merchandise for Fleur, with only Crumb lacking any merchandise. The Durmstrang students had no choice but to spend money to create some. Fanny, during a rare joint class with Gryffindor, Harry quietly grasped Fanny's hand. Hagrid took me to the Forbidden Forest in an invisibility cloak yesterday. He lowered his voice. I saw fire dragons. 5 of them. He rapidly listed their names: Swedish Shortsnout, Hungarian Horntail, Welsh Green, Chinese Fireball, and he swallowed, the Peruvian Vipertooth. He knew Fanny was likely aware of the Triwizard Tournament's events, but within the established narrative. Without Fanny's presence, there would probably only be 4 dragons, and she was unaware of the existence of the 5th dragon species. Fanny quietly lowered her brows. She wondered if the dragon drawn for the tournament would be affected by her arrival, creating a butterfly effect. The Peruvian Vipertooth was a fire dragon measuring 15 feet in length, with smooth, brass-colored scales. It was also the smallest and fastest flying creature among all known fire dragons. As November drew to a close, the first event of the Triwizard Tournament officially commenced. Sirius wrote to Harry and Fanny, sincerely wishing them success in the competition. Fanny styled her hair into a sleek high ponytail as she entered the pre-competition tent. Honestly, this hairstyle, I haven't worn it since I graduated high school. Come on. Champions, Bagman exclaimed, entering the tent with a silk bag. Please draw the model of the dragon you will face from this bag. He first presented the heavily confused bag to Fanny. The goal is simple: retrieve the golden egg they guard. The confusion charm rendered the models inside indistinguishable by touch. Fanny maintained a calm demeanor as she reached into the bag, her fingertips brushing over several hard models. It's the Peruvian viper tooth. Perhaps she could also apply a confusion charm to her blind boxes? Never mind. Sometimes the absence of the thrill of unboxing might impact their sales. However, as she fiddled with the model in her hand, she considered that she could perhaps create a blind box featuring this little dragon. Fanny was the last champion to take the stage. As the first 3 champions exited one by one, Harry finally stood up when Crumb's completion announcement echoed through the tent. His legs felt somewhat weak, and his complexion was unusually pale as he anxiously awaited the whistle from outside. Vanna stood up alongside him, instinctively grasping Harry's hand. The warmth of her palm transmitted a sense of reassurance. She mischievously blinked, locking her gaze with his deep emerald eyes. I believe in you, Harry. You plan to use the summoning charm to call forth the firebolt, don't you? She lowered her eyes. Trust me, once you have the broom, this expanse of sky will be yours. She raised her unheld hand and pointed towards the top of the tent, her voice light and buoyant. That will be your stage. It was a pity she was not adept at riding broomsticks. Otherwise, she would have learned the summoning charm like Harry. Harry felt his cheeks flush with warmth, and the palm she held was damp with sweat. Fanny was so close that he could see her curled eyelashes and detect her faint, sweet fragrance. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but only managed to produce a dry sound. Suddenly, the whistle pierced the air, signaling Bagman to summon the champions. Harry jolted, abruptly releasing Vanna's hand, only to swiftly grasp it again the next moment. I'm off, he exclaimed, his voice slightly cracking, his gaze wandering to the tips of her ponytail, which swayed gently with her movements. You too. Be careful. He nearly stumbled over his words before he dashed out into the blinding daylight and deafening clamor. The tent fell silent once more, the only sound being the distant roar of the crowd filtering through the canvas. Vanna's smile gradually faded, her palm unconsciously rubbing her wand. She was quite nervous herself. In the original story, Harry had spent the least time among the champions. This implied that soon, she too would have to face the dragon. She struggled to recall the details she had read earlier in the library about the Peruvian viper tooth and its speed. Suddenly, the heavy flap of the tent was silently pulled aside. A pale hand emerged, and Fanny looked up to meet the tall, slender figure. Theodore? She exclaimed in surprise. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in the stands? Came to check on you, he replied succinctly. He had slipped away from the crowd as Crumb had just finished his round, deliberately avoiding Mafalda and Draco. You should know that your name being in the Goblet of Fire is likely tied to Voldemort, he added, his gaze falling on the fabric of Vanna's cloak, which concealed her attire. I overheard discussions about it while at the Knot residence. The final task of the Triwizard Tournament involves a portkey. He was uncertain if Fanny was aware of the plot, but he felt compelled to caution her. I believe they may intervene. You should avoid the portkey during the last task. Vanna's eyes sparkled. I understand, Theodore. Unfortunately, she was unlikely to heed his warning. Theodore's fingertips seemed to twitch slightly. He approached calmly, bending down to inspect her outfit for the day, reaching out to adjust her cloak, revealing the badge depicting Draco and Fanny that had been hidden. Why were this? He inquired, gently removing the badge. Taking it to the competition is both cumbersome and dangerous. But Draco painstakingly designed this for me, Fanny countered, tilting her head, and I even drew it myself. Can't I indulge in a little whimsy by pinning it on? Theodore found the badge featuring Draco particularly irksome. Well, let's congratulate Potter for retrieving the golden egg. The next champion is Vanna Curtis from Hogwarts. Bagman's booming voice resonated from outside, prompting Vanna to instinctively take a deep breath. Seizing the opportunity, Theodore stepped back, fiddling with the badge, a rare smile gracing his lips. You go compete first. I'll hold on to this badge for you for now. Chapter 155, The Dragon, Karkaroff's Perfect Score. With that, Vanna stepped out of the tent. In an instant, thousands of eyes were fixed upon her. She lifted her gaze to the center of the arena, where the Peruvian viper tooth was anxiously guarding its nest, its tail thrashing against the ground. Its vertical pupils locked onto Vanna. Oh, our Miss Curtis has made her entrance. Bagman's voice brimmed with enthusiasm. She faces the smallest yet fastest of the dragons, the Peruvian viper tooth. Let us see how she handles this. It was worth noting that the previous champions had all taken considerable time. Just as Bagman's words faded, the Peruvian viper tooth seemed utterly enraged by the audience's clamor. It opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of fire directly at Vanna. Watch out, gasped the crowd. Vanna appeared entirely oblivious to the dragon, her attention fixed intently on the grass beneath her feet, seemingly frozen in place. Yet, at the very moment the flames were about to reach her, she gracefully sidestepped to the side and rear. The flames grazed the edge of her robe, crashing into the earth behind her and scorching a large patch of turf.
Water flowed like a spring. At this moment, she stood farther from the dragon than she had at the outset. Fanny remained rooted, her wand steadily aimed at the ground. In the magical realm, the scales and skin of dragons differ markedly from those of ordinary humans and animals. Wizards find it exceedingly difficult to injure or defeat them with spells. However, as an animal, Fanny raised her eyes, observing the Peruvian viper-tooth beating its wings. As the most adept of flying dragons, balance and hearing were paramount. And this dragon's hearing was certainly beyond that of ordinary beings. Suddenly, Vanna's wand traced an arc of intricate mystique. An invisible force erupted from the tip, unleashing a burst of silver light. "What has she done?" Bagman exclaimed. "An unconventional spell?" Its effects seemed minimal. The silver light quickly dissipated into the air. A smile crept across Vanna's lips. An intangible sound wave, surpassing the limits of human hearing, struck the Peruvian viper-tooth like an invisible blade. Roar! The dragon flapped its wings violently, thrashing its head and stirring up a cloud of dust. This reaction caused Hermione in the stands to furrow her brow, her eyes widening in realization. If she wasn't mistaken, Fanny had employed ultrasound. "Merlin, why didn't I think to use ultrasound against the dragon?" she exclaimed excitedly. The Peruvian viper-tooth's hearing was exceptionally acute, and this ultrasound was a tremendous torment for it. It was enough to drive them away. "Ultrasound? What is that?" Ron asked, dumbfounded. "Can you eat it?" "Shut up," Hermione scolded, smacking his arm. The dragon, now driven mad by the sound waves, could no longer focus on the golden egg. Its massive body surged into the sky. "Merlin, it's airborne. Miss Curtis has driven it away using an extraordinary spell," Bagman shouted with fervor. "Opportunity." Vanna's eyes narrowed. Without hesitation, she dashed towards the nest. However, just as she was about to touch the golden egg, high above, the Peruvian viper-tooth, maddened by the ultrasound, unleashed a more ferocious blast of flames amidst its chaos and agony. The scorching fire tore through the air, descending with a force that threatened to obliterate everything, nearly engulfing the entire nesting area. The screams from the audience nearly shattered eardrums. Despite his injuries, Harry resolutely remained to witness Fanny's competition before seeking Madame Pomfrey's treatment. And he suddenly rose to his feet, his heart nearly ceasing to beat. Fanny tightened her grip on the golden egg, and with an astonishingly graceful leap, she was lifted by an unseen gust of wind, soaring diagonally upwards. She had cast the levitation charm. The scorching flames grazed the soles of her shoes. Yet amidst the billowing smoke and fire, Fanny flawlessly evaded the flames, clutching the golden egg tightly to her chest. She landed lightly on relatively safe ground not far away. Bending one knee slightly to absorb the impact before standing tall, her high ponytail billowing in the wind. The arena fell silent for a heartbeat. Then, a deafening roar of cheers and applause erupted, Ravenclaw's blue banners flailing wildly, and many students raised their shimmering support badges high. "Merlin, she did it!" Bagman exclaimed excitedly, his words tumbling out through the amplification charm, incredulous and utterly captivated. Miss Curtis not only retrieved the golden egg, but did so in the most thrilling and spectacular manner, narrowly escaping a fatal blow. She was, thus far, the fastest and most astonishing contender, and the only one unscathed. In the judges' box, Dumbledore wore an approving smile, while Karkaroff's forced grin froze in an instant. The recent flames had burned so fiercely that many had not clearly seen what Fanny had accomplished amidst the inferno. Yet, as a former Death Eater, he immediately sensed that familiar magical surge in the air. Fanny, this girl, had just employed the levitation charm. Wasn't this spell exclusive to the Dark Lord? His gaze fell on the nest previously scorched by the dragon's flames, relieved that the dragon eggs themselves remained untouched by the fire. Otherwise, Fanny might have incurred some penalties. Without hesitation, Bagman awarded a perfect score, and under his eager gaze, Karkaroff's hand trembled. Soon after, he, too, awarded the same perfect score. All the teachers and students in the audience were left bewildered. Wait a moment. Hadn't this Durmstrang headmaster given no more than 5 points to any of the other contestants besides Crumb? Why had he granted Fanny a full 10? Chapter 156. Rumors. Karkaroff's daughter? Fanny was unsurprised to receive the highest score of this round. However, instead of applause, she was met with the whirlwind presence of Madame Pomfrey. "Miss Curtis." Madame Pomfrey stormed towards Fanny, her face pale with fury. "Come with me to the infirmary tent, immediately. You leaped out from the flames of a Peruvian viper-tooth. Do you think you're a fireproof lizard? Who knows if you have any internal injuries?" With her other hand, she tugged at Harry. "This Hogwarts is relentless. Last year it was Dementors, this year it's dragons." She shot a fierce glare at Harry. "And you? Why didn't you rush to the infirmary tent as soon as the competition ended?" Harry, caught in the grip of her admonition, managed a muffled sound, his face reddening. He had merely wanted to catch a glimpse of Fanny, but he fell silent when their eyes met. The two of them resembled fledglings grasped by fate. being dragged back to the infirmary tent by Madame Pomfrey, who set them down on soft cushions. Harry had been struck by the tail of the Hungarian horntail, sustaining minor injuries, but fortunately, the wounds were not deep. Madame Pomfrey simply cleaned the scratch and waved her wand, instantly healing it to perfection. Fanny observed Madame Pomfrey's actions, feeling a desire to learn such healing magic herself. If such powerful healing spells were brought to the Muggle world, perhaps they could alleviate the suffering of many more people? Well, you're not too injured. Madame Pomfrey leaned down to examine Fanny, sighing in relief. Consider yourself lucky. No sooner had she spoken than the tent's flap was flung open once more. One wizard after another poked their heads in, a veritable sea of faces. I still think this Triwizard tournament is far too dangerous. Draco was the first to rush in, bending down to grasp Fanny's hand, his gray eyes filled with apprehension. That fire just now. His voice rose in pitch. Why don't you just withdraw? I'll write to my father right now and have him find a way for you to forfeit. There must be loopholes in the contract. After all, you don't need that 1,000-galleon prize or the notoriety of being a champion. He gritted his teeth. If all else fails, I'll just give you 1,000 galleons myself. Has Lucius agreed to this? Enough, Draco, she chuckled softly, leaning forward to ruffle his hair. The Goblet of Fire's contract magic is no trifling matter. Not even your father, the Minister of Magic, can meddle with it. Harry's dry voice piped up. Deliberately holding up the golden egg, Bagman said this golden egg contains clues for the next task. Fanny, what should we do? Perhaps we should try opening it? Hermione suggested. Unless you wish to hear the most ear-piercing scream in existence, Fanny replied leisurely. Hey, Draco narrowed his eyes. Potter, are you 3 years old? Do you need others to teach you how to solve the competition as clues? Can't you manage on your own? He was fully aware that Fanny knew the future and was privy to the contents of the second and third tasks. Her answers would undoubtedly be correct. Yet, that was her ability. Why should Potter expect her to share it? Harry lowered his gaze, his grip on the golden egg tightening involuntarily. In truth, he found Draco's words to be rather accurate. In his eagerness to find a topic, he had spoken without thought. And Draco tightened his hold on Fanny's wrist, his anger flaring as he pointed at Theodore, who had just stepped into the tent. Why did you give the badge I gave you to Nott? Who could fathom the emotions he felt when he realized Nott had suddenly vanished, clutching his badge as he returned to the audience? The latter even grinned, deliberately flaunting the badge before him, his fingers perfectly obscuring the image of him on it. The badge is quite well designed, Theodore drawled, swaying it slowly. But did you consider that wearing it during the competition might lead to unnecessary harm? Even if it could be dangerous to wear. You shouldn't just hand it over to Nott, Draco retorted, his neck craning. Theodore barely concealed a smirk. He sauntered over to Fanny, placing the badge in her palm. The badge depicting Fanny was polished to a shine, while Draco appeared utterly disheveled. Now, the crisis has been averted, he said flatly. You can keep it safely now. Did he truly have such good intentions? Moreover, why did he feel that rather than feeling relieved, a sense of frustration was festering within him? However, some things could be accepted out of goodwill, Theodore murmured, purposefully obscuring Draco's image on the badge with his fingertip, but wearing it all the time? Fanny, you wouldn't like that, would you? Who would want to wear a badge on their chest every day? Does he think it's a brooch? Only Draco would. What do you mean by that? Draco scowled in irritation, but Mafalda seized the opportunity to slide in front of Fanny. Yes, wearing such a badge on one's chest would look utterly foolish. She produced an acrylic stand from her voluminous sleeves. It depicted a standard British art style, showcasing her and Mafalda, both clad in Ravenclaw and Slytherin robes, respectively, playfully leaning together and laughing joyfully. Here, this is for you. Mafalda cast her gaze downward. This was drawn by my mother, a well-known cartoonist in the British Muggle world. Fanny, should you ever harbor aspirations of pursuing an artistic career in the Muggle realm, she could certainly facilitate connections for you. She found it hard to believe that Fanny would ever seek to establish her career in a magical world where wizards were scarce. After all, Fanny, like her, hailed from the Muggle world and perpetually yearned for it. Finally taking hold of the plaque from Mafalda, Fanny surveyed the searing stares around her. It's beautiful. Please extend my gratitude to your mother, Mafalda, and thank you, Harry, for enlightening me about the breed of the fire dragon. She exhaled softly, her fingertip brushing against the golden egg in Harry's hand. The method to unlock the golden egg is quite simple. It only reveals its true secret when submerged underwater. Harry, we must find a sufficiently tranquil location with water. The priority of seeking clues from the golden egg was evidently lower for Fanny than the necessity of soothing this crowd before quietly returning to class. After the thrilling conclusion of the first task, she resolved to temporarily retreat to the classroom, yearning to slow the pace of life. On another day, after classes, Fanny returned to her dormitory and immediately opened her diary. She took up her quill and wrote, Tom, did you pay a visit to Karkaroff after you left? The elegant script on the diary soon materialized. Yes, why? Was his demeanor towards you so amiable that you were taken aback? Riddle could easily envision Karkaroff, that coward, trembling and eager to please in the presence of Fanny upon receiving his subtle hints. He had never intended to conceal his relationship with Fanny. He was quite pleased with Karkaroff's sycophantic behavior, even finding it somewhat amusing. If you find him too overly solicitous, Riddle wrote, simply tell him to go away. Or, if he still possesses some utility, feel free to command him. There's no need for politeness. I do not mind. Oh, Fanny replied, her expression stiffening. He is indeed friendly. However, Tom, Karkaroff's attitude towards me is so excessively genial that it borders on the theatrical. Now, the entirety of Hogwarts, no, to be precise, everyone from the 3 magical schools, is fervently discussing a scandalous rumor. They believe that I, Vanna Curtis, am actually the long-lost daughter of Igor Karkaroff. Riddle? Chapter 157. Rumors, Riddle outside the window. The genesis of this situation stemmed from Karkaroff awarding her a perfect score on that day, which propelled Fanny to a stellar position far above her peers. In the Gryffindor common room, the crackling of the fire filled the air as Colin could no longer restrain his curiosity. Why do you think Karkaroff only awarded 10 points to Krum and Curtis, while no one else received more than 5? Indeed, Karkaroff's favoritism was notoriously acknowledged, and Ron, having overheard, set aside his orange. Could it be that by the end of this academic year, Karkaroff will invite Fanny to pursue further studies at Durmstrang? He lowered his voice, considering that Fanny might possess exceptional talent in dark arts as well. But doesn't Durmstrang hardly accept students of Muggle descent? A voice interjected awkwardly. Wait, Curtis seems to have come from an orphanage. Her lineage is unclear? I think I get it. Fred exclaimed, his eyes wide with realization as he began to thump the table. When it comes to gossip, the human imagination knows no bounds. No wonder Curtis, while maintaining good relations with Dumbledore and Flammel, is still exceedingly knowledgeable about dark magic. No wonder Karkaroff's first act upon arriving at Hogwarts was to seek out Curtis and grant her such high marks in the competition. George's eyes widened with excitement. Could it be because Curtis is Karkaroff's biological daughter? The voice was soft yet resonated throughout the entire common room. Ron nearly choked on the orange he had just swallowed, and Neville almost toppled from his chair. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless individuals, Harry emerged from the dormitory with the two-way mirror, Sirius's reflection visible within. Ron. Sirius told me he knows a sufficiently quiet place suitable for Fanny and me to study the golden egg. His words abruptly halted, his mouth agape as though he could swallow a whole fire dragon egg. What? You mean to say Fanny is? The reflection of Sirius in the mirror exclaimed. What? This is impossible. The absurd rumor swiftly spread from the Gryffindor common room to the Great Hall, prompting vehement denials from Durmstrang students. Slander. This is pure slander against our headmaster. A tall Durmstrang boy shouted, his face flushed. Open your eyes and see. Does Headmaster Karkaroff bear even the slightest resemblance to Miss Curtis? This is inconceivable. Perhaps she resembles her mother? Colin countered earnestly. After all, with Curtis being a witch, wouldn't it be rather alarming for her to look like Karkaroff? Well, that is not possible, the Durmstrang student stammered. Our headmaster is German, while Curtis hails from an orphanage in England. The two cannot possibly be linked. Hey, don't forget the timeline. Seamus Finnegan chimed in mysteriously. Over a decade ago, at the height of Voldemort's power, wasn't your headmaster Karkaroff active in England? At that time, the Dark Lord was in his prime, and as a Death Eater, Karkaroff was rampant in England. It's not unreasonable to assume he might have had a lover, and just as that lover was about to give birth, the Dark Lord fell, and Karkaroff escaped to Germany, leaving that impoverished woman to bear a child alone in an orphanage. Doesn't this narrative seem plausible? The timelines align perfectly. The eyes of the Durmstrang students flickered uncertainly as Seamus pressed on. Otherwise, how would you explain why your headmaster is so exceptionally kind to a witch from Hogwarts? His demeanor seems almost preferential to that of Krum. Well, that does seem plausible. One hesitantly admitted. I suppose I should pay closer attention to Miss Curtis. If she really is Karkaroff's daughter, then earning the headmaster's favor would surely yield greater benefits. This initially preposterous rumor, having been affirmed by numerous individuals from Durmstrang, rapidly gained traction. Pansy from Slytherin laughed delightedly. If she is indeed Karkaroff's daughter, then everything makes sense. Any lingering doubts about Vanna's origins dissipated in her mind. She could not possibly be of Muggle descent. Now, she could indulge in Vanna's novels and merchandise without a trace of guilt. If that were true, Daphne pondered, Curtis's value would soar to unprecedented heights. In the library, even the typically composed Krum approached Hermione the moment she closed her book. His face flushed as he stammered. Is the rumor true? Recently, he had been secretly observing Hermione as she diligently studied in the library. Her dedication was undeniably captivating. Krum, do you believe this nonsense too? Hermione couldn't help but scoff. only to notice the badge pinned to his chest. Is that the merchandise Curtis designed for me? He stuttered. Ever since Vanna's identity was unveiled, their delegation of mainstream wizards assumed they were all on the same side, and now purchasing matching merchandise seemed a fitting way to support the brave Durmstrang student. After all, he cast a downward glance at the badge in his hand. Almost all students at Durmstrang believed that the original badge, which was purchased elsewhere to rally support for him, bore no resemblance to the craftsmanship, magical fluctuations, or artistic style associated with Fanny. In summary, this rumor had been erroneously accepted as truth by many, with some students joyfully shedding tears of happiness at the thought of her having found her biological father. This was the essence of the matter. Fanny leisurely penned her thoughts, genuinely curious about the expression that Karkaroff would wear upon hearing such news, although it might yield another wave of merchandise profits. Karkaroff's mood was likely akin to hers upon discovering she had a father named Karkaroff, utterly despondent. The ink on the pages of her diary remained unresponsive for a prolonged period, leading Fanny to dip her quill into the ink pot once more. She then shifted her tone, tentatively inquiring, "By the way, Tom, where are you now?" before returning to her homework without further ado. Before long, the writing in the diary finally emerged, albeit at a sluggish pace, and the script appeared noticeably hasty. Outside, Riddle replied, "Now, lift the curtain and take a look." Chapter 158, Social Death, Encountering Flash and Riddle. Outside, the night beyond the tower windows of Hogwarts was a frigid, snow-laden evening. Fanny directed her gaze out the window, raising her index finger. Without the aid of her wand, strands of magic unfurled and drew the curtain aside. A piercing chill immediately rushed in, mingling with the delicate snowflakes, rendering the glass window nearly indistinguishable. "Good evening, little Fanny." Riddle hovered outside, leisurely leaping through the window, his obsidian hair tousled by the wind, a few strands sticking to his forehead. "I thought you would simply come over and draw the curtain yourself," he sighed in resignation. As the glass returned to its former state, he flicked his wand, and a silent, warming charm instantly enveloped Fanny, who was clad only in her thin nightgown. "How did you come here directly?" Fanny whispered, stepping forward, instinctively attempting to close the curtain. The moonlight intertwined with the faint glow emanating from the castle, illuminating his handsome features, their proximity drawing her attention to the intensified intrigue in his dark eyes. "Why not?" he murmured. "The professors at Hogwarts have no authority over me." Before he could finish, a dog rushed forward, barking fiercely and biting the hem of Riddle's robe. He instinctively lifted his robe, attempting to step back. With a ripping sound, the dog abruptly tore away a portion of his robe, transforming the once tailored expensive wizarding garment into something ludicrous. After a year and a few months of growth, the once small black dog, Nova, had grown tall and strong. Its legs were long and powerful, its tail erect, glaring at Riddle with fierce black eyes while growling incessantly. Strangely, it seemed to overlap with a certain figure. Alwoof. Tom, having never seen Nova since she resided in the Room of Requirement, was taken aback. His astonished gaze darted back and forth between Fanny and Nova, his wand trembling in his grasp. A hazy figure suddenly materialized in Riddle's mind, enveloping him with an absurd thought. He incredulously raised his eyes to Fanny. "Did you bring Black to the dormitory, Fanny?" "What on earth?" She had yet to process Riddle's outrageous conclusion when the air crackled with another sound. Flash appeared from the dormitory, carrying a pudding freshly made from the Hogwarts kitchen for Fanny. Flash had brought her the special pudding just as it was made, but her cheerful voice abruptly halted. "Why is there suddenly a man in the room?" Her bulbous eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Riddle. The boy before her was breathtakingly beautiful, his dark eyes reflecting a mix of dishevelment, indignation, and inexplicable humiliation. Further behind, he stood at the window, the curtain half drawn, with a few water stains on the windowsill. Clearly, the boy had jumped in through the window. The falling snow had left traces of moisture on the sill, coinciding with the dampness of his hair. Looking down, she gasped, "Merlin, your robe." That expensive robe, evidently not of Hogwarts design, had been torn significantly at the hem, leaving ragged strips hanging pitifully, revealing the master and this handsome gentleman secretly meeting in the night, and even tearing his clothing. Could this gentleman be her master's lover? Flash suddenly covered her eyes with her hands, almost dropping the pudding on the ground, barely managing to suspend it in midair with her magic. Flash saw nothing, she vowed, promising never to tell Mr. Knott, nor Mr. Potter, nor even through Dobby to Mr. Malfoy. "Master, Flash will leave at once, absolutely not disturbing you and this gentleman." With a pop, Flash and the pudding vanished in an instant, her speed akin to that of a fleeing soul. "Fanny, wait, why emphasize not telling Harry and the others?" "Riddle." He coolly lifted his eyelids, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. "It seems that during the time you have been advising me to behave, you have not been idle yourself, little Fanny." How long had he been gone? Half a year? Why was there now a dog that resembled Sirius and a house elf in this dormitory? This house elf originally belonged to the Crouch family, and as for the dog, I found her, Fanny replied, her expression stiffening. After all, dogs tend to be hostile towards unfamiliar intruders. She instinctively grasped the wand on the table. Shall I help you mend your robe? A surge of magic shot forth, gently lifting Nova and tossing her into a nearby corner, creating an invisible barrier to temporarily separate them. Fanny stepped forward and bent down. Riddle pressed his lips together, unusually silent. His body leaned against the windowsill, with nowhere to retreat, and as Fanny's gaze fell upon the torn hem of his robe, she noticed that Nova had even bitten a small piece of his trousers. Her fingertips brushed the ragged hem of the robe, her hand inadvertently grazing the exposed skin beneath. Riddle's body stiffened, his wand somehow tucked away, his hands unsure of where to rest. The robe, imbued with magic, could not simply be repaired with a basic mending charm. Fanny's fingers caressed the fabric, and in the next moment, silent magic wrapped around the damaged hem, inexplicably extending the material. She deftly tailored it as well. All done. She stepped back, intending to rise gracefully, her gaze lingering on the robe she had just repaired. A sudden sound echoed, a house elf's apparition. Startled by the noise, Fanny slipped, tripping over Riddle's shoe, her body lurching forward uncontrollably. Riddle stumbled as well, his body, already leaning against the windowsill, was knocked back, landing right at the edge of the sill. In a flash, Fanny instinctively reached out with her left arm, wrapping it around Riddle's waist, while her right hand pressed against the windowsill, her head inadvertently colliding with the boy's chest. It seems a bit soft, she thought in a daze. Master. Shan forgot to place the pudding down, and as her voice echoed behind her, she became utterly speechless upon witnessing the scene before her, more so than before. In the dimly lit and warm dormitory, a strikingly handsome and enigmatic young man with dark hair sat perched on the windowsill, half of their figures obscured by the curtains, while her own master nearly had the young man completely ensnared. Her hand remained firmly wrapped around the young man's waist, her head resting against his chest. They were so close that there was scarcely any space between them. Why, yes, I apologize. Shan did not mean to intrude. I will put down the pudding and vanish at once. Accompanied by her incoherent ramblings, she disappeared once more. The dormitory was enveloped in a profound silence. The only sounds were the howling wind and snow outside, along with the threatening growl still resonating in Nova's throat. Fanny maintained her half-embrace around Riddle's waist, hastily lifting her head, only to meet the sight of Riddle's ears flushed a deep crimson. Clearing her throat, she numbly glanced at the glass window behind Riddle. My, the snow is truly heavy outside, she mused, acknowledging that her startle-prone nature was ill-suited for keeping a house elf. Chapter 159. The Crown, Riddle being squeezed? Riddle sincerely believed that Fanny had offended him far too many times. From the moment they first met, when she deliberately whispered her thoughts near his ear, to later commanding him to stand still as her model, disregarding him entirely, and then compelling him to empathize with a doll, binding his soul to it. Each incident was sufficient to drive anyone to the brink of despair. Had she just rubbed her head against his chest a moment ago? What exactly was she doing? Riddle's cheeks suddenly flushed. Even now, the girl's hands remained tightly encircled around his waist. The unfamiliar sensation coursing up his spine to his very mind, causing his throat to constrict involuntarily as his idle hand clenched and released. The snow outside was indeed heavy. What ridiculous words was she searching for? Yes, he thought, yet he averted his gaze, following her lead. Amidst the blustery snow and captivating night, he finally gazed directly into Vanna's eyes, a slight smile gracing his lips. It truly was an opportune moment for a clandestine rendezvous by the window. Little Fanny, you ought to set some standards and expectations for your house elf. Riddle countered, deftly capturing Fanny's hand that encircled his waist. He certainly did not believe that Shan's recklessness would genuinely unveil any secrets. House elves, creatures entirely devoted to their masters, possessed no rights nor profound capabilities. Even if they harbored any rebellious thoughts, they were hardly to be feared. He had always held them in contempt. A few punishments would suffice to instill the rules. Fanny, you are far too indulgent with her, he softly remarked. Weakness will only encourage further transgressions. Fear is what compels submission, just as it was now. He took a step back, retreating gradually, although largely due to the oath and Vanna's inherent abilities. Yet, it was undeniable that he had chosen to relent in certain areas where he could have been forceful. At this moment, he could easily break free from her grasp and extricate himself from this awkward position on the windowsill, rather than allowing his back to press against the icy glass while Fanny unconsciously kneaded the soft flesh at his waist. His wand remained in his pocket. Subconsciously, he did not wish to leave. My relationship with Shan is not as you imagine. Fanny shook her head in disagreement. First of all, Tom, you should refer to Shan as her. Despite the deep crimson still staining his ears and the vivid hue of his cheeks, he was here discussing fear? A surge of malice welled within her. With a deft twist, she turned the wrist he had held lightly, her fingertips pressing firmly against his side through the fabric of his clothing. Riddle groaned, his dark eyes momentarily losing focus as his fingers tightened around Fanny's wrist. Yet, simultaneously, Fanny pressed her hand against the windowsill, gently massaging the top of the young man's head, trailing down his forehead. Just like that. Call my name more. She purred, her hand gliding over his upper body through the fabric. The sensation was exquisite. Had it not been for this encounter with Shan, she might have completely forgotten about this. Riddle's grip on Fanny's hand had long since become futile, as she effortlessly freed herself from his hold, leisurely stepping back. She crossed her arms, observing the breathless young Dark Lord, his gaze low and his eyes slightly reddened, perched at the edge of the windowsill. All right, I've had my fun. Now, tell me, what brings you here so suddenly? It cannot possibly be due to that rumor about Karkaroff, can it? Her retreat left Riddle feeling a sense of loss. The air filled the space between them once more, bringing a slight calm to his heated mind. Riddle inhaled deeply, lifting his eyes, which glimmered with a hint of moisture. Outside, the winter was harsh, while inside, fine beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. A few strands of dark hair dampened and clinging to his smooth skin at the temple and neck. Under the interplay of moonlight and the warm glow of candlelight, his already strikingly attractive features took on an even more breathtaking allure. I have something to give you. He cleared his throat, his posture somewhat stiff as he slid down from the edge of the windowsill to stand upright, an invisible magic emanating from his fingertips as he swiftly tidied his clothing. His elongated hand re-entered his pocket, producing a resplendent crown, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Riddle cradled it in his palm. Little Fanny, you wished for all of my Horcruxes, did you not? I can offer you one. Could he truly be so benevolent? Fanny narrowed her eyes, instinctively reaching out for the crown. However, Riddle raised the diadem high above his head. Fanny, she stepped forward expressionlessly, pinching Riddle's waist once more, and as expected, she saw his body tense up again. With a flick of her wrist, the diadem adhered to her magic and landed in her hand. Where did you find this? She inquired. Voldemort had originally relocated Ravenclaw's diadem, and she and Dumbledore had been completely oblivious to the clues. If there were an additional diadem, then now, regarding Voldemort's Horcruxes, only the Gaunt Ring and Harry remained unresolved. The Albanian Forest. Riddle absent-mindedly brushed the spot Fanny had just touched, where the principal soul could think of. I naturally could as well, he remarked nonchalantly. Although in the current half-dead state of the principal soul, he likely cannot sense the movements of the other Horcruxes. But as a fragment of the soul myself, I can perceive their locations distinctly when sufficiently close. However, Fanny, I am giving this to you not for you to destroy it directly. As expected, Fanny raised an eyebrow, waiting for his elaboration. Extract the soul fragment from the diadem. Riddle lowered his voice, and return it to me. This will not only weaken the principal soul's power, but also enhance my own strength. This is more advantageous for both of us, don't you think? He skillfully entwined their interests with his words. Regardless, I have already given you the diadem. He added with a gentle sigh, Little Fanny, I hope you do not betray my trust. He appeared oddly vulnerable, particularly at this moment after she had just toyed with him. Fanny traced the cold edges of the diadem. What curse did you place within it that would cause rapid decline and death upon destruction? Her gaze scrutinized Riddle sharply. As long as we do not return the soul fragment to you as you instructed, destroying the Horcrux would demand a life for a life. Riddle's expression appeared all the more innocent and demure. Just know this, little Fanny. This is my utmost concession. He intended to use the diadem, this Horcrux, to make Dumbledore aware of his existence, while simultaneously intimidating the members of the Order of the Phoenix under the guise of benevolence. Did he not? Voldemort's reputation within the magical community had become irreparably tarnished, and Riddle did not share the same singular purpose as Voldemort. For him, merely allowing a select few Death Eaters to recognize his name and rise again was vastly simpler than having Voldemort looming above him. Otherwise, why would he go to such lengths to bestow the cursed Horcrux upon her, instead of finding a way to merge the soul fragment himself? She paused momentarily. Tom, what do you intend to do next? Riddle replied, I shall remain at Hogwarts for a while. I need to closely monitor the main soul's movements this year. He had heard a whisper of last year's incident where she was bound in the knot manner. Although she ultimately did not use that bracelet, Fanny. She was not actually asking about that. Yet, she instinctively blurted out, So, you will still stay here? Riddle's body stiffened imperceptibly, a wave of warmth rushing to his ears. I will first seek out Karkaroff and engage him in a thorough discussion regarding the origins of that rumor. He averted his gaze, his figure flickering before he swiftly leaped out the window, leaving Fanny to ponder the diadem in her hands. Indeed, he could still reside with Karkaroff? However, Fanny furrowed her brows. She was left wondering about the true lineage of this body she inhabited. Chapter 160, Dance Partner? The rumor resolved. The rumors surrounding Fanny being Karkaroff's daughter swiftly began to subside. On the very evening that Riddle personally sought out Karkaroff, the headmaster gathered all the Durmstrang students aboard the ship for an impromptu meeting. In a moment, all the Durmstrang students awoke, yawning as they beheld the disheveled headmaster, clad in pajamas, standing in the center. How did this rumor even arise? Karkaroff gripped his arms tightly, his expression as if he had encountered a ghost from his ancestral line. How could I possibly have any blood relation to Curtis? Have you considered my age? Does he appear to be a late bloomer? Yet, headmaster, do you not think you have been excessively kind to Curtis? A daring Durmstrang student pressed on, his badge, painted by Fanny, glimmering on his chest. During this time, he had read every article by Curtis, hoping to curry favor with the rumored daughter of the headmaster, only to realize what he had previously overlooked. The youth, unaware of Curtis, had erred years ago by treating that Lockhart as a treasure. Karkaroff stammered, I merely possess the purest admiration for Miss Curtis's talent. Is there a problem with appreciating a gifted junior? It is a noble virtue. The Durmstrang students fell into a profound silence, the only sound being the creaking of the ship swaying in the lake. Admiration? Or merely pure admiration? A pure-blood wizard headmaster, who held disdain for most of his school's students and harbored profound prejudice against those of Muggle descent, to the point of not even pretending otherwise. Would he truly exhibit such overt favoritism towards a Ravenclaw which from Hogwarts, suspected of Muggle origins? It was laughable. The Durmstrang students believed not a word of it. Perhaps Fanny was indeed not Karkaroff's daughter, but there must be some hidden truth to this matter. The headmaster's ghostly demeanor was the best evidence of that. So the question arose, if Fanny was not Karkaroff's daughter, why should they still don the badge painted by Fanny for Crumb? Karkaroff's determination, driven by survival instinct, was undeniably formidable. The following morning, as all Hogwarts staff and students savored breakfast in the Great Hall, the Durmstrang students appeared in an unprecedentedly orderly formation. Clad in their pristine fur cloaks, they marched in perfect alignment towards the Ravenclaw table. The entire hall fell silent, with Durmstrang's valiant Crumb leading the way. Hermione, seated beside Fanny and preoccupied with house elf rites, turned in shock to look at Crumb. Crumb's ears flushed crimson. As if under a spell, he declared loudly in halting English, Esteemed Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and all staff and students of Hogwarts. We, the entire student body of Durmstrang Institute, hereby sincerely apologize for the recent rumors circulating regarding the relationship between our headmaster, Igor Karkaroff, and your student, Miss Fanny Curtis. As the last word left his lips, all the Durmstrang students and Crumb bowed in unison, their voices resonating thunderously enough to rattle the candles on the ceiling of the hall. We apologize. The formality of this display was more solemn than their participation in the Triwizard Tournament's opening ceremony. Fanny was left speechless, while Hermione gaped in astonishment. Seizing the opportunity, Karkaroff rose from the professor's table, unfurling a scroll of parchment. I have also heard some recent news, he stated gravely. I hereby declare that I, along with Miss Fanny Curtis of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, have no biological father-daughter relationship. This notion is utterly absurd and constitutes a serious defamation of both my character and that of Miss Curtis. Anyone continuing to propagate this rumor will be seen as maliciously provoking both Durmstrang and myself. I implore everyone not to believe or spread rumors, or else Karkaroff will take you to Wisengamot. Crumb interjected, furthermore, to unequivocally dispel such slander, should Curtis wish. Our headmaster is prepared to partake in a genetic lineage test potion, meticulously crafted by our potions professor, which boasts a 99.99 accuracy rate, to set the record straight. Fanny mused. A DNA test in the magical world? That hardly seems necessary. She truly wished to know what Riddle had sought from Karkaroff. However, following this incident, coupled with Dumbledore's subsequent light-hearted commentary on the matter, most people only remembered Karkaroff's comical clarification, and the rumor was no longer taken seriously. With the storm of rumors behind them, life ambled toward mid-December. The festive atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly palpable. Professor McGonagall announced that this year's Christmas celebration, due to the arrival of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons, would feature a grand ball. The ball would commence with the champions. Her gaze intentionally swept over Cedric, Harry, and Fanny. You will need to find a suitable dance partner. Fanny felt her expression stiffen. Well, now the question arose. Finding a partner was a trivial matter compared to her severe stage fright, her lack of coordination, and the fact that she had never danced before. How could she possibly learn to dance in under a month? Chapter 161. A dance partner, but whom to choose? Perhaps for Fanny, mastering the intricate opening dance steps was far more pressing than the dilemma of selecting a dance partner. Yet for most students from the three schools, choosing a partner was of utmost importance. The sweet pangs of young love and tentative explorations were half hidden in whispers. The air was charged with anticipation. One need not even mention the already ambiguous atmosphere of their divination class, where one could only guess whether the other harbored feelings. Even in Snape's potions class, hearts raced as some students discreetly plucked a few leaves from potion ingredients, whispering the names of their beloveds while fervently praying to Merlin for a successful invitation. Then, the cauldron would explode, and Snape would mercilessly deduct 10 points from them. One might wonder who would ultimately become Curtis's dance partner. The Hogwarts kitchen buzzed with excitement as house elves momentarily abandoned their pots and pans to gather around the radiant figure of Shining. "Miss Curtis is simply delightful," one house elf exclaimed, precisely identifying the direction in which our British cuisine could be improved, ensuring that roast beef no longer resembled dragon hide, and that Yorkshire pudding was as fluffy as clouds. She even knew to bring us little gifts after our labors. "Miss Curtis is not only beautiful but kind-hearted. She always arrives with Miss Granger and never utters strange phrases about minimum wage like Miss Granger does." One truly wonders which partner such a lady would choose. Could it be not Potter? Or perhaps Malfoy? Or even some beautiful young lady from elsewhere? The house elves in the kitchen were equally perplexed, surrounding Shining, only to receive her enigmatic smile in return. In any case, beyond their small circle, many others sought to be Vanny's dance partner. Shining instantaneously appeared in Vanny's dormitory, carrying a fruit platter she had arranged herself. The petite grapes were stacked neatly alongside dark blueberries, while half-peeled oranges revealed their vibrant hues, forming little hills with strawberries and powdered sugar-coated jackfruit. A gleaming green apple, adorned with a lovely silver-green bough, sat prominently in the center. Fanny had once confided in her that in her homeland, people would eat an apple on Christmas Eve to symbolize peace. Riddle sat at the edge of his former bed, his long fingers idly toying with a doll that resembled him, a sight Shining had grown accustomed to. "Mr. Riddle, this is a new fruit platter that Shining has prepared for her master. You may indulge first." Riddle nonchalantly picked up a piece of jackfruit and took a delicate bite. The familiar taste, sweet and rich, reminded him of the lengths he had gone to please Slughorn by purchasing the renowned jackfruit brand in the magical world. Which dance partner would little Fanny choose? A smirk crept across his lips, his striking features gleaming under the sunlight as he tossed a piece of meat, prompting Nova to wag her tail in delight. In truth, ever since Fanny realized she could hide away with Karkaroff, she had been utterly unwilling to share living quarters with him again. Fortunately, he could still visit her during his free time, and Nova, under his effortless charm, was particularly affectionate towards him. He had always had a knack for enchanting everyone, even dogs. Alas, his true identity remained concealed for now, making it unlikely he would become Fanny's partner. Yet, if someone were to truly become her partner, Riddle unconsciously rubbed his wand, reminiscing about the piercing sound that had once resonated deeply. Shining, with a smile on her face, silently placed the fruit platter on a distant desk. She had merely inquired politely if he wished to eat, yet he had actually indulged, ruining her painstakingly arranged display. All these fresh fruits had been prepared for her master, and here was a man who seldom ventured beyond the confines of his hidden life, worrying about his master's dance partner? Who she chose to dance with was her own prerogative. Shining sincerely believed that if Miss Fanny wished to have 7 or 8 handsome and discerning young men accompany her, it was entirely justifiable. As she pushed open the door to the dormitory, a strikingly different hue appeared in the Ravenclaw common room. Cedric, his face slightly flushed, was extending a dance invitation to Cho amidst teasing shouts. The entrance was crowded with students from other houses. Shining's round eyes scanned the room, and upon spotting Theodore, she vanished with a soft pop. In the Gryffindor common room, Harry anxiously ruffled his messy hair, having taken care to groom it well today. Donning the new robes Sirius had purchased for him, the dance robes that Sirius had similarly bought were still tucked away at the bottom of his trunk, subtly hinting that he had also acquired a matching set for Fanny, which was now in her possession thanks to his owl. He had told Harry that he would return to Hogwarts for the Christmas ball, eagerly anticipating Harry's spectacular opening performance and his dance with Fanny. "It's fine." Hermione tugged at Harry's robes. "You shouldn't hesitate any longer, Harry. You should head to the Ravenclaw common room and invite her directly." Indeed, knowing Fanny, as long as she hasn't been invited by someone else, she is highly unlikely to refuse your invitation, Ron whispered. "Just think, in her world, you are the main character." Harry blinked his bright green eyes, gazing into the mirror with a sense of pressure. "So, Hermione, do you think I look all right like this? Should I change my tie? Perhaps I should use some eye drops to make my eyes appear more lively." After all, Fanny had once praised his green eyes as being quite beautiful. Hermione and Ron, they decided to simply drag Harry along. "But we might not even be able to answer the Eagle's question." "I'll help you with that," Hermione replied calmly. It was still morning, yet the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room was already packed, the Eagle on the stone door impatiently posing questions, much to the dismay of the gathered students. I used to think it was easy to get into the Ravenclaw common room since there's no password, a Hufflepuff boy lamented, realizing now that it was actually the hardest. Other common rooms might lack passwords, but one could still manage to obtain one from acquaintances. However, the questions posed in Ravenclaw changed each time and were impossible to answer. How does this work? Is the unknown the boundary of knowledge, or the reason for knowledge's existence? The eagle on the stone door posed another question, leaving the small animals before it perplexed. Yet Hermione seized the moment and grasped Harry's arm. Knowledge is like an island. The unknown is the sea. The island reveals its contours because of the sea, and the sea is perceived because of the island. The unknown is both a boundary and the soil in which knowledge grows, each justifying the other. The Sorting Hat had seriously considered placing her in Ravenclaw back in the day. The stone door swung open, and Harry was pushed into the common room by Hermione, where he was immediately greeted by the distinctive blue tones of Ravenclaw. The enormous arched windows filtered the sunlight into a gentle blue glow, casting it upon the blue velvet sofas and the starry sky ceiling. He eagerly searched for Fanny's figure, yet was met instead by Theodore's icy blue gaze. Theodore, what are you doing here? A sudden thought tightened Harry's heart. Was Fanny with him? This notion stirred a sense of vigilance within him as he glanced at Theodore. Theodore seemed to see through Harry's thoughts, his lips curling down slightly. Don't look at me. I haven't found her either. Shining ran away as soon as she saw me. His mood was evidently not bright. Then where could Fanny be if not with you? Harry hastily raised his eyes. Could she still be in the girls' dormitory? He reached out to a passing Ravenclaw girl. Can you help me check in the dormitory? A faint sound of footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase leading to the girls' dormitory, and Harry and Theodore almost simultaneously looked up. Luna ambled down the corridor, one foot bare while the other was snugly nestled in her fuzzy-horned beast slippers, her misty eyes half closed in drowsiness. Oh, what brings you here? Looking for Fanny? She yawned, her golden locks swaying lightly. She has already gone out. No sooner had she spoken than the door to the lounge swung open once more. Mafalda, resplendent in her vibrant robe and impeccably made up, hurried in, fortuitously catching the tail end of Luna's remark. A subtle hush enveloped the room, punctuated by the realization that one person was conspicuously absent, Draco Malfoy. Chapter 162, Teaching Dance? Draco's necklace. Can't dance. Not an issue, really. In the room of requirement on the 8th floor of Hogwarts, Draco carelessly tousled his gelled hair, chin held high in self-satisfaction. Today, he wore a freshly tailored dark green robe, intricately adorned with golden patterns, every button fastened to the top, creating an appearance that was somewhat stifling. Dance was an essential component of the Pure Blood family etiquette course. Follow my lead, and you shall be fine. It was, in fact, the previous evening that he had stumbled upon her frowning at a dance textbook in the corridor, a sight that inexplicably compelled him to pause. Why not find someone to teach you? He had suggested, leaning casually against a stone pillar, deliberately affecting a nonchalant tone. It's far superior to practicing aimlessly in the air. Thus, he had indeed accompanied Fanny to the room of requirement. However, he had yet to explicitly invite her to be his dance partner. Draco's hands hovered around her waist, a posture he had performed countless times before, yet with Fanny. His palms betrayed a nervous sweat. I've never encountered someone so physically uncoordinated as you, he remarked awkwardly, instinctively grasping her wrist to steady her. The sensation was as soft as a feather, causing his heart to skip a beat. Vanna's movements were always light and gentle, even when she inadvertently stepped on his foot. It never hurt. The pampered young master suddenly remembered that dancing with a novice required a deliberate slowdown in pace. You can't expect to attend the ball in your school robes, he stated dryly. I have a formal robe that might fit you. Draco, don't forget. I have a bit of money now, Fanny replied with exasperation. Why was it that everyone seemed eager to gift her robes? She was still uncertain about how to handle the one Sirius had given her. The ostentatious gown was obviously expensive. How could she accept such a favor? That is different. He raised his voice. Fanny, this dress was sourced through my mother. You know, she has connections to some renowned wizarding dress designers. I even have a necklace. He pulled a delicate gift box from his pocket, his fingers trembling as he lifted the necklace. The pendant featured a petite silver serpent's head, its eyes adorned with dark green gemstones, and the silver chain was both slender and resilient, interwoven with a pattern reminiscent of serpentine scales. Before Fanny could utter a word, Draco's breath became erratic. He attempted to place it around her neck, his fingers brushing awkwardly against the nape of her neck. His movements so stiff that he struggled to fasten the clasp. Fanny deftly seized his wrist. What a serpentine necklace, she teased, using his immobilized hand to pinch the necklace, effortlessly extracting it from his grasp. Don't move, she added with a hint of amusement. What? He stammered, his ears flushing crimson. The habitual arrogance of his posture softened as his chin lowered, his lips forming a gentler line. Stray strands of his meticulously styled golden hair, fixed in place by gel, now fell rebelliously across his forehead, fluttering slightly with his somewhat panicked breaths. With the buttons of his dark green robe fastened all the way to the top, Fanny glanced down at the necklace in her hand. "This piece is far more suited to you," she declared, rising on her toes to drape the necklace around his neck. The cool chain pressed against his skin sent a rush of warmth coursing through him. He could detect the faint fragrance of her hair, intoxicatingly weaving through his thoughts. As the necklace found its place, her hands gradually descending, tightening it like this. "Do you intend to strangle yourself?" she quipped, her fingertip resting on the topmost button of his collar. With a gentle prod, she popped the stubborn golden button free, followed by the second and the third, exposing a sliver of pale collarbone before she paused. "Much looser now, wouldn't you agree?" She looked up, her nose nearly brushing against his chin. Draco's breath became erratic. He could see his own reflection in her pupils, disheveled hair, an open collar, adorned with a necklace that rightfully belonged to her, a sight that left him feeling flustered. Yet her grip on his wrist was steady, their proximity so close that he could count the lashes on her eyelids and feel the warmth of her breath. Fanny. His voice faltered. "What are you?" "What?" She tilted her head, a smile playing at her lips. "Do you not like it?" But she found it utterly delightful. As she unfastened a few buttons, the earlier comical image of a child donning adult attire faded entirely, replaced by the charming playfulness unique to Draco. "But Fanny, this is clearly a woman's necklace," he muttered, averting his gaze. However, Fanny purposefully tugged at the necklace with her unyielding hand. The pendant swayed against his neck, producing a soft clink. Draco's face flushed crimson, an urge to escape surging within him, yet her grasp tightened. He leaned back against the wall, their bodies drawn impossibly close. Suddenly, the door to the room of requirement swung open. Chapter 163. Draco catches a cicada, Luna in tow. Harry stood frozen in place, recalling his anxious demeanor in the Ravenclaw lounge. It was Mafalda who first recalled. "I just rushed over from the Slytherin lounge," she calmly assessed. He could never hide by the Black Lake or in the dungeons to whisk Fanny away. "The room of requirement," Theodore interjected. "She often frequents such places." It was a means to evade crowds, creating ample privacy, allowing most to remain unaware of her whereabouts. "Indeed, Fanny enjoys this," Harry enlightened, remembering how their dog, Nova, had once been kept in the room of requirement. Utilizing his Quidditch team's stamina, Harry successfully outpaced Theodore and Mafalda, arriving first at the entrance to the room of requirement. Pacing anxiously before the blank wall. "Show me where Fanny is, show me where Fanny is." At last, the smooth wall silently revealed an ancient door. Harry, in a flurry of urgency, pushed it open, and the scene before him unfolded. Inside the modest room of requirement, the striking platinum hue was pressed against the wall, the charming girl brushing her fingers over the necklace around his neck in an ambiguous, intimate manner. "Potter, what brings you here?" Fanny turned to glance at him, taking a step back, while Draco leisurely advanced, the flush on his cheeks swiftly replaced by indignation. "Can't you see that Fanny and I are in the room of requirement precisely to avoid being disturbed?" The necklace around his neck continued to sway, its delicate, moss-green gemstones casting a verdant luminescence. Harry clenched his fists. "I certainly failed to perceive that," he remarked coldly, perhaps believing that she merely felt that the room of requirement could silence your idle chatter. "You see, she hasn't even accepted your gift, Draco," Harry keenly observed, directing his gaze toward the conspicuous feminine necklace adorning Draco's neck, while she chose to don the necklace you bestowed upon her. "You can't possibly be feeling smug about the fact that Fanny personally placed that necklace around your neck, can you, Malfoy?" He boldly stepped forward, grasping Fanny's robe's hem, summoning his courage. "Fanny, would you do me the honor of being my dance partner?" Yet, this statement did not evoke an ounce of ire from Draco. Regardless, he lifted his chin, leaning into Fanny's other side, his platinum locks resting carelessly against her shoulder. "Fanny is here to practice dancing with me. That Potter fellow has such poor manners and low breeding. Dancing with him will only result in your beautiful shoes being caked in dust," Draco continued. "But I reckon dancing with me would pose no problem at all, would it?" Mafalda leaned against the doorframe, panting, her skirt already wrinkled, her breath uneven and her complexion flushed, evidently having just rushed over with great effort. Nevertheless, she barely paused for half a second before confronting Fanny. Taking her hands in hers, her long lashes fluttered, and her hair billowed behind her. "The ballroom dances of the magical world are no different from those in the Muggle realm, Fanny. My mother holds a respectable position in the Muggle world and is quite proficient in ballroom dancing. Let me dance with you. We can even enjoy some pudding and discuss comics in the midst of the ball." Draco languidly interjected, "But Pruitt lacks stamina. She'll be done for in no time." He added, and not, with a casual remark, his icy demeanor suggesting that Fanny dancing with him would merely turn the entire dance floor into an ice house. utterly devoid of excitement. Just as Theodore stepped into the room of requirement, he cast a glance at Draco, who was slumped lazily against Vanny's shoulder. So, you should dance with me, Vanny. I can ensure your experience at this opening ball is nothing short of perfection. Is that so? Theodore retorted with a hint of sarcasm. Perhaps you have a point, Malfoy. But at least I won't treat dancing as if I were a peacock displaying its feathers. His voice was flat, devoid of any emotional turbulence. He sauntered forward, prompting Vanny to notice that he was the only wizard among those who had hurried to the room of requirement who had not worked up a sweat. Each strand of his hair remained impeccably in place, and he wore a rare, freshly donned robe. In contrast to Draco and Harry, who both feigned a mature appearance, Theodore's attire complemented his youthful complexion. A light blue interspersed with hints of green highlighted his pallid skin, with a loosely tied green satin ribbon at the collar. Vanny. He extended a hand. If you would permit me, I would be honored to be your partner at the Christmas ball. Thank you, she replied, glancing around at the elegantly dressed individuals, her demeanor slow and hesitant. Though I sincerely appreciate your invitation, I already have a dance partner. She blinked. It's Luna. A stunned silence enveloped the room, as everyone exchanged incredulous glances. Luna? The very same who, while in the Ravenclaw common room, slowly descended the spiral staircase to inform them of Vanny's absence? Chapter 164. The Moon, to welcome Luna Lovegood. Luna Lovegood, a name bestowed upon her by her parents. It signifies the moon, embodying gentleness and purity. Throughout her life, Luna has been the subject of countless discussions regarding her name, whether it was her father, the folks at the Quibbler, or the classmates and teachers she met upon her arrival at Hogwarts. The conversation invariably circled back to that singular topic. Her name perfectly encapsulated her essence, light and untainted, far removed from worldly concerns, akin to a moon that does not obscure its brilliance. Yet, Luna has always felt that Vanny embodies the moon even more than she does. She vividly recalls their first encounter. Luna had been seated on the steps, her flowing hair cascading like a gentle stream, and upon raising her gaze, she beheld the youthful visage of the girl before her. With dark hair and blue eyes, she resembled a moon that had descended to earth. Luna had read every piece Vanny had penned, from her captivating fanfictions to her poignant, spontaneous poetry. Occasionally, the letters contained delicate Chinese characters, which she would discreetly bring to her friend Chio in the neighboring dormitory for interpretation, with Vanny's permission. Occasionally, Luna would hear Chio's offhand musings and would hand her a book on learning Chinese, her eyes crinkling with a smile. This is a book designed to help foreigners learn Chinese. It might prove useful to you. Luna diligently read through the book, taking copious notes. She would also compose lengthy reflections on Vanny's writings, meticulously folding the paper into paper airplanes and magically sending them soaring through the window, drifting gently to land on Vanny's desk. Vanny is the moon. Even at a young age, she possessed enough galleons to draw the attention of Gringotts goblins, yet never lost sight of her initial aspirations when she first submitted her imaginative pieces to the Quibbler. To this day, she continues to insist on publishing each of her works in this eccentric magazine for a meager symbolic fee. An idealist never abandons their original intentions. Vanny allocates at least 1/3 of her earnings to charitable donations. She donates to orphans, the sick, and all marginalized groups, establishing a foundation through her father as her proxy. Every financial transaction is conducted transparently. Within this foundation, fortified by powerful protective charms, no one can engage in corruption. Vanny is gentle and radiant, the moonlight for all, and she is the one closest to the water's edge. Professor Flitwick summoned me today. Vanny sank into the soft sofa of the common room, broaching the subject of the ball that she had deliberately tried to forget, her voice muffled. He said that as a champion, one must dance the opening dance at the Christmas ball. As a champion, the information always came to her ahead of others. Upon hearing Professor Flitwick's reminder about finding a dance partner for the Christmas ball, Vanny rushed to share the news with Luna, who was quietly reading magical theory by the window. What should I do? I can't dance at all. I'll surely make a fool of myself, she lamented, clutching the Luna-shaped doll with her blue eyes blinking pitifully. But who says the opening dance must be spectacular? Must it adhere to prescribed steps? Luna slowly lifted her head from her book, her carrot-shaped earrings swaying gently. Why can't spinning in circles count as an opening dance? You're right. Vanny burst into laughter. We can twirl together on the dance floor later, Luna. Then, Luna calmly stood, extending her hand toward Vanny, who was sinking into the sofa. For the sake of being able to twirl freely with you at the Christmas ball. She bent slightly. May I be your dance partner, Vanny? So, this was the reason you chose Lovegood as your partner? On the afternoon of Christmas Day, the moment Vanny pushed open the dormitory door, Riddle was lazily perched on the edge of the bed, his obsidian eyes locking onto her immediately. The Christmas ball stipulates that only students in the 4th grade and above are permitted to participate. Those not meeting this criterion must be invited by a student of the appropriate grade. Fanny's expression turned solemn. Luna is only in the 3rd grade this year, and if she cannot become my dance partner, she will be unable to attend the Christmas ball. Riddle remarked, so, others are at a disadvantage due to age? Fanny, maintaining her composure, placed a piece of parchment on her desk. Little Batty had informed her last night that the enchanted eye had been successfully modified. She had spent the entire morning in Little Batty's office. How intriguing, truly intriguing. She vividly recalled Little Batty illustrating the soul structure for her at his desk, his expression starkly contrasting with Moody's visage. I have never encountered a soul in such a form. He licked his parched lips, languidly handing over the soul structure diagram. The Voldemort figurine on the desk was particularly conspicuous. He only felt satisfied arranging these trinkets when Fanny was present. Incredible strength, like 2 intertwining forces alongside a singular system. This soul is exceptionally unique, Fanny. Little Batty chuckled softly, his eyes glinting with madness and obsession that ensnared Fanny. During the time he spent illustrating her soul structure, he had scarcely sipped on the potion, and now his demeanor began to crumble, reverting to that of the pale youth. How do you intend to resolve the issues concerning your soul? His tone was low and fervent. I have my ways. Fanny reclaimed the soul structure diagram, stepping back coolly while her gaze involuntarily traced his handsome features. Very well, he said, propping his chin on his hand. Then allow me to pose one final question. Who is your dance partner for today as Christmas ball? Fanny hesitated. It's Luna. Why must he also inquire about my dance partner? Her thoughts drifted back to her dormitory as she placed the parchment behind her desk and retrieved the robe she intended to wear today. Ultimately, she chose not to wear the one Sirius had gifted her, nor did she select the one Draco offered. Instead, she purchased exquisite, luxurious fabric and personally tailored a robe. After all, she had long been adept at sewing clothes for dolls. Making a dress slightly larger was equally within her capabilities. Fanny lifted the robe and posed before the full-length mirror, while Riddle's voice lingered softly behind her. Luna Lovegood. He smirked slightly, if I am not mistaken. Her dancing skills might even be inferior to yours, wouldn't you agree? Well, indeed, Fanny replied. After all, if a warrior's partner is too remarkable, it might overshadow their brilliance, wouldn't it? Tom. Without turning her head, Fanny spoke just as a light knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Fanny, are you in there? It was Luna, her voice melodic as if singing. Fanny froze momentarily, while Riddle lazily shifted his posture. She quickly directed her gaze at Riddle, pointing toward the window, whispering, You must leave. Riddle raised an eyebrow. Is it possible, little Fanny, that it is still daytime? Without an invisibility cloak. How could he possibly jump out of the Ravenclaw dormitory window at this hour? Does he truly believe Hogwarts lacks any security measures? Fanny, why does it seem as though this fellow exhibits no signs of fear or panic? Knock, knock, knock. The knocking resumed, now tinged with inquiry. Fanny? In a moment of urgency, Fanny nearly lunged forward. She seized Riddle's arm with all her might and pushed him toward her bed. Ugh! Riddle, caught off guard, toppled backward and landed heavily on Fanny's soft bed, which carried her signature sweet fragrance. Before he could react, Fanny swiftly leaned down, pressing her hands on his shoulders, pinning him down onto the bed. Their bodies were closely intertwined in the confined space, and to hold him down, Fanny even positioned her knee against his side. Then you shall be silent and remain here, she declared, covering Riddle's lips with her hand. Riddle gazed at her with a bewildered expression. Fanny? Luna's voice outside held a hint of confusion. Coming, coming. Fanny took a deep breath, finally rising from Riddle's side, and briskly drew the thick, deep blue curtains, obscuring the view of the bed's interior. She opened the dormitory door. Outside stood Luna, resplendent in her attire. Chapter 165. A partition, 2 worlds within the curtains. Luna was adorned beautifully today. Rarely did she forego her peculiar robe, opting instead for a long gown that shimmered with a pearlescent sheen, its hem flowing like liquid moonlight. Her silky, light golden hair was intricately woven into a floral crown hairstyle, adorned with dew-like gems, while carrot-shaped earrings swayed gently. Hi, Fanny. She tilted her head slightly, peering past Fanny's figure to catch a glimpse of the bed behind her. The curtains fluttered slightly, clearly having just been drawn. I wanted to be the first for you to see me dressed like this. Yet her misty eyes remained fixated on Fanny. May I come in, Fanny? The gems intertwined with her hair sparkled against her pure visage, making Luna appear like an ethereal being crystallized from moonlight. Ah, Fanny blinked, but Luna, taking the initiative, stepped inside and naturally closed the door. Inside the dormitory, Nova wagged her tail joyfully as she approached, and Luna half-squatted, allowing the little dog's tongue to lick her palm. Fanny raising a puppy was no secret to Luna, who frequently visited her dormitory. I haven't really put on much makeup yet, she stated plainly. Those eyeliners, mascaras, and various eyeshadows, They're like a troop of unruly sprites. I can never manage to catch them. The magical world ought to have a spell for instant makeup. No, it should have a filter charm, allowing one to appear indistinguishable from the beauty camera with a simple wave of the wand. It's quite all right. Fanny smiled gently. I'll help you apply it. Your makeup. Luna's gaze drifted toward the bedside table where the curtains were drawn. Is it still on the table inside? I'll get it for you. As she spoke, she began to step forward. Fanny, that's really not necessary. She hesitated. You might not quite know which colors or brands suit you. I'll fetch it for you. She even hesitated to openly use the levitation charm, let alone pull back the curtains directly. Instead, she quietly extended a hand inside and felt a soft texture. Riddle, he felt a sudden flush creeping to his ears. Wanting to withdraw his leg, but daring not to move, Luna quietly observed from behind. You mentioned wanting some cosmetics, eyeliner, mascara, and eyeshadow? Riddle squinted at the jumble on the bedside table. A chaotic mess, a heap of dolls. He let his magic flow from his fingertips, snagging several items that could possibly be cosmetics and handing them to Fanny. Fanny grasped the items and peeked out from behind the curtains. What she discovered was the sight of Riddle's tense form and his tightly pressed lips. At least he displayed a semblance of survival instinct. Refraining from causing any significant commotion within, she quickly shifted her gaze to the bedside table and deftly grabbed a few suitable cosmetics for Luna. With a swish, the deep blue curtains were drawn once more, enclosing the space in a small, dim atmosphere. Riddle reclined upon Fanny's bed, listening to her voice gradually fading into the distance. His wand remained tucked within his pocket, yet he found himself rendered mute and paralyzed, the lingering scent of Fanny enveloping him. Let's try these lipsticks on the back of your hand. Look, this warm orange hue, and this rosewood shade. Which do you think complements your moonlit gown better? This color. Luna's voice chimed ethereally, akin to the sunset melting upon the tip of a unicorn's horn, perfectly matching the rippling moonlight of the evening. Excellent choice. The soft sound of a makeup brush gliding across skin and the gentle clinks of jars being opened and closed stretched time into an agonizing eternity. How long would they continue their chatter? Riddle furrowed his brow. Initially stiff upon entering Fanny's bed, he gradually relaxed, yet still refrained from leaning against her pillow or grasping any object such as the quilt. An indescribable restlessness burgeoned within him. Here he was, the Dark Lord, reduced to the status of a clandestine lover, forcibly confined to Fanny's bed, listening to her and another girl discuss the nuances of lipstick shades. How dare she? Bored, Riddle began to count the woven patterns of the sheets beneath him, inadvertently catching sight of a strand of hair left behind by Fanny. This doll's eyes. Luna's voice suddenly echoed, as she seemed to hold up a newly crafted doll by Fanny. Does it not resemble a moonlit creature lost in the forbidden forest? I always feel they can see through the veil of chaos. Indeed, I too find those eyes exceptionally perceptive. Fanny replied with delight. I specifically used a touch of enchanted paint. Why had they resumed their discussion about dolls? Riddle closed his eyes, gripping the sheets warmed by Fanny's presence. He felt like an ornament forgotten in the corner. By the way, Fanny, when do you plan to attend the ball? Perhaps we could go together. Around 6 o'clock. I suppose. We could meet at 5:45? Sounds good, Luna responded with a smile. The feeling of irritation intensified. His arm, completely numb from resting on the bed, could no longer withstand the discomfort, and Riddle finally withdrew it, brushing it against the inside of the bed curtain. A faint rustling sound emanated from the bedside. Luna paused, her misty eyes glancing towards the bed. Fanny, your bed. Oh, is there? She exaggeratedly rose, purposefully patting the curtain's exterior. Perhaps Nova just crawled into play and bumped into the curtain? Nova, come out. Stop causing trouble. Riddle could vaguely discern the shape of Fanny's hand. Nova barked in confusion. Luna tilted her head, observing for a few seconds before slowly nodding. Ah, so it was Nova. Riddle never imagined he could endure such torment. He wished fervently for Luna to discover him and bring about his ruin. At last, the door languidly swung shut, and Fanny drew back the bed curtain. A soft light flooded the entire bed, illuminating the disheveled-haired boy sprawled upon it, his cheeks flushed. He casually draped his arm across his forehead, obscuring half of his face, while his other hand gripped the sheets tightly, his knuckles whitening. Only when Fanny fully opened the curtain did he slowly rise, revealing his deep-set, crimson-tinged eyes. Our little Fanny finally remembers there's someone hidden beneath the covers, engaging in delightful discussions about lipstick shades, doll eyes, and ball meeting places with your lovegood. But were you not the one lingering here first? Fanny remarked nonchalantly, tilting her head, judging by the disinterested expression he had worn when Luna approached. She was convinced he was up to no good. Time is short, I must quickly change for the ball. She violently yanked the deep blue curtain shut and seized her gown to begin changing. Although Riddle was cast as the antagonist in the original story, being a captivating villain, possessing charm without being lowly was a fundamental requirement. Fanny harbored sufficient confidence that Riddle would not stoop to peering through the curtain's seams. Riddle could only watch as the curtain fell before him once more. The room was filled with the unmistakable sound of fabric rustling. His ears flushed crimson this time. He lay back on the bed, finally grasping the pillow and burying his face deeply within it to muffle the jarring sounds. Fanny's scent permeated his nostrils, and Riddle's legs instinctively curled. He huddled into a corner, turning his back to Fanny, daring not to glance in her direction. Chapter 166. The Garland, Ever-Changing Partners. Fanny and Luna eventually arrived punctually at the Grand Hall. She donned a silver-blue gown that trailed elegantly, adorned with countless tiny star-like gems, as if she had draped a flowing night sky upon herself, complementing Luna's moonlit attire. "Fanny, you look absolutely stunning today," Hermione whispered, linking arms with Krum. She had rarely tamed her usually unruly brown hair, which now flowed smoothly, and her blue-purple gown radiated her beauty. Harry, initially taken aback by Hermione's transformation, quickly shifted his gaze to Fanny, flustered as he adjusted his own hairstyle. "Would the champions and their partners please gather over here?" Professor McGonagall called out loudly. Harry, disregarding Ron's astonished expression from the audience, clumsily watched as Fanny entered the hall. The Grand Hall resembled a fairy tale, the ceiling enchanted to resemble a deep galaxy, slowly flowing with nebulas. Countless mistletoes and verdant ivy garlands hung down, and warm yellow lanterns floated, illuminating small round tables draped in pristine white cloths. Luna immediately sensed an array of icy stares locked upon her. Looking up, she encountered Karkaroff's ghastly expression. "I feel we chose the right dress for today," she cheerfully remarked. "The starry sky and moonlight perfectly suit the style of this ball." "Indeed," Fanny replied, taking Luna's hand, though her mind was preoccupied with not tripping over a table. Also, the feast this Christmas seemed particularly bountiful in the original story. They symbolically danced briefly in the hall, and Luna, in a daze, drifted into the crowd, never to return. "Hey," a deep voice murmured by Fanny's ear. She turned to find Sirius gazing at her with a smile in his gray eyes. He wore a perfectly tailored black dress robe, the collar casually open, revealing a deep purple shirt beneath. Thick, curly black hair fell gracefully across his forehead, making him extraordinarily handsome. "Why did you not wear the gown I gifted you?" He effortlessly took both of Fanny's hands, lightly leading her into the dance floor, moving in sync with the rhythm. "But I was waiting for Luna," Fanny protested. "I just arrived at Hogwarts and have yet to find a partner." Sirius winked innocently. "Fanny, you are the only one I'm familiar with who is momentarily unengaged in dance." With that face, he could beckon any girl willing to be his partner, forming a line from the hall to the Quidditch pitch. Yet, was it not permissible for Fanny to gaze upon Sirius's excessively handsome features? Outside the dance floor, having just felt like a lapdog being led around by a partner, Riddle was now subjected to Percy's lengthy recounting of how Mr. Crouch at the Ministry recognized him. "Sirius, how could he be with Fanny?" he expressed, bewildered. Ron glared intensely at Hermione, who was dancing with Krum. As the music ceased, Sirius swiftly waved to Harry. "Harry, over here. You don't mind dancing with little Harry afterward, do you?" he inquired softly. Harry approached, utterly flustered. Both were somewhat anxious, their dance steps faltering as they inadvertently trod upon one another's feet multiple times. The delicate silver-blue tips of Fanny's shoes bore faint imprints, while Harry's embarrassment rendered the tips of his ears a deep crimson. "I knew it. Potter, your pitiful dancing skills are utterly unworthy of that splendid attire." A mocking voice rang out as Draco, resplendent in an opulent suit, approached with an air of elegance, his hair slicked with an abundant amount of gel. He strode directly in front of Fanny, inclining slightly, and with a subtle flick of his wand, he made her shoes gleam as if brand new. "Come now, Fanny." He smirked, casting a provocative glance at Harry. "Weren't we a splendid pair before? Such synchronicity is beyond the grasp of a dolt like Potter." He extended his hand with a natural grace. It was then that Fanny noticed the familiar necklace adorning Draco's neck. It bore the same silver serpent head and emerald shards as hers, yet it appeared decidedly more robust. "I had them custom make a men's version for me," he stammered, his ears turning a shade of crimson. "Do you truly not want me to give you that women's version?" Before he could finish, Mafalda lunged towards Fanny. Fanny had no need for such a self-indulgent gift. Mafalda wrapped her arm around Fanny's shoulder, her fingers lazily brushing along her neck, trailing down her dress, the equally luxurious emerald robe clinging to Fanny's gown. "Come, Fanny, ignore these noisy boys. Shall we dance?" Her crimson lips drew near to Fanny's ear. Fanny thought to herself that she no longer wished to dance. As another tune concluded, seizing the opportunity while Mafalda was swept away by a bold Hufflepuff boy's invitation, Fanny quietly slipped to the edge of the dance floor. "Tired?" A cool voice resonated beside her. Theodore had appeared there unbeknownst to her, his expensive suit accentuating his tall, slender figure. "I am aware you do not enjoy dancing," he murmured, offering Fanny a glass of butterbeer. So, why not have a drink and rest? I do not drink beer. Fanny waved her hand dismissively. Having hardly indulged in cocktails or fruit wines throughout her life, she found the notion of beer unappealing. Without a word, Theodore exchanged the beer for a pre-prepared juice. The two leisurely made their way to one of the small round tables adorned with lanterns. Advancing towards a quiet corner of the hall to peruse the menu, the young man naturally cut Fanny's ordered steak into strips. Isn't this far more comfortable than dancing in the ballroom? She relished, settling down with Theodore, blending into the crowd, when Luna, previously absent, slowly approached. Her silver eyes sparkled as she cradled a mistletoe wreath in her hands. I found this wreath particularly lovely, she said softly. So, during a brief moment while ordering, I inquired with a house elf if I might take one from there. They said they had an abundance, so they kindly gifted it to me. Ecstatically, she bowed her head, placing the wreath atop Fanny's head. Fanny tilted her face slightly, the wreath's shadow casting upon her smooth forehead and prominent nose. Her azure eyes glimmering like the purest of lakes against the foliage's backdrop. Luna's fingers faltered momentarily as they nestled in Fanny's hair. Chapter 167. Regulus. Harry submerged in the bucket. Outside the open front doors of the hall, low hedges and winding paths adorned with countless vibrant roses flourished. Fawcett, Ravenclaw scores 10 points. This marked the third couple caught by Snape during this Christmas ball. Severus, we are discussing serious matters. Karkaroff anxiously tugged at his sleeves. Over these past months, the dark mark had become increasingly pronounced. Severus, are you not afraid? We are all traitors who turned against him after his death. Karkaroff's voice dropped even lower. Especially directed at you, who even earned Dumbledore's trust. Washed whiter than he ever was. Do you not fear his return to settle old scores? In the most brutal manner? Moreover, Karkaroff trembled at the thought of the individual currently residing in his dormitory. Snape replied, even if Voldemort were to rise again. Fanny had already publicly revealed my illustrious deeds in the hall during her first year. Now, even if I wished to flee to the ends of the earth, the decree for my assassination would undoubtedly follow me like a shadow. Furthermore, Snape's sharp gaze swept over the suspiciously swaying holly bushes behind Karkaroff. It appeared there was yet another couple concealed within. Afraid? Snape's voice was low and silky. Igor, if you are indeed so terrified of retribution, why not run? He took a step closer. Under the cover of night, flee to the ends of the earth. To some Muggle isle where even the name of the Dark Lord has never been heard. But the Riddle is already residing in his dormitory. Karkaroff's complexion shifted from pale to greenish. Run? Huh. It is too late. It is no longer an option. Snape regarded Karkaroff with an impassive expression, weary of further conversation, and turned to re-enter the hall. Habitually scanning the crowd, his gaze fell upon Fanny in the corner. The eccentric Luna from Ravenclaw was leaning in, her demeanor affectionate as she clumsily attempted to place a mistletoe wreath atop Fanny's head while trying to execute something else. Meanwhile, Theodore had just placed the cut steak beside them, gently taking Fanny's arm to slightly turn her head, softly advising her. Even Potter had approached, awkwardly holding a piece of pudding, attempting to feed it to her. His expression was as foolish as if he were cradling a bomb. The corners of Snape's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Utterly foolish adolescent hormonal gatherings. Karkaroff sneaked back to his Durmstrang ship like a thief. The heavy oak door closed, muffling the sounds of the lake's waves outside, yet it could not silence the frantic pounding of his heart. Leaning against the door, he gasped for air. It seems our headmaster is enjoying himself at the Christmas ball. A languid and cold voice, laced with an almost imperceptible mockery, suddenly pierced through the silence of the room. Karkaroff froze as if petrified. Blood rushed to his head, only to freeze in the next moment as he stiffly turned to face the source of the voice, Riddle. Lounging comfortably on his opulent armchair draped in thick fur, idly toying with a small box emitting a faint, dark glow. Karkaroff nearly knelt on the spot. Master, what brings you here? Me? Riddle raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a smile devoid of warmth. Why? It is to await your return, Karkaroff. A proper servant ought to report his humble whereabouts to his master, don't you think? His tone suddenly shifted, turning icy. Or are you contemplating how to escape from me? Karkaroff, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. No, master, I would never dare. I merely sought out Snape to gauge his thoughts regarding the mark. Snape? Just from observing Fanny's usual respectful demeanor towards him, Riddle could surmise that Snape had long since pledged allegiance to Dumbledore. Not to mention, she had previously brought up his relationship with Snape in front of the entire hall, briefly recounting their subsequent developments. Riddle almost laughed out loud, the crimson malice swirling in his eyes as he unhesitatingly waved his wand. Heartrending. A crimson light struck Karkaroff's body instantaneously, and in the fleeting moment before his anguished scream erupted, he remembered to cast a silencing charm to contain the chaos. What has little Fanny been up to at the ball? Have you taken note? He inquired, feigning nonchalance. It was only then that Karkaroff vaguely noticed the red-tipped ears hidden amidst his disheveled hair and the tautness of his frame. Your hair appears particularly unkempt today, Fanny. He mused in torment, at least before I depart. That girl has not been continuously swapping partners, has she? The pain was excruciating. Just as his mind reached this thought, another red spell struck him. Riddle rose gracefully, strolling over to the trembling Karkaroff. Igor Karkaroff, after all these years, you continue to be a profound disappointment. Cowardly, foolish, and utterly stagnant. Karkaroff shook like a leaf caught in the wind. However, even the useless have their purpose. He tossed a box, exuding an ominous aura, which landed precisely on the carpet before Karkaroff. Take it. With your magic, with your life, guard it well, he uttered casually. For the contents sealed within are worth 1,000 times more than your insignificant existence. At the instant the box hit the ground, a faint flicker of light seemed to pulse from the deep black gem embedded in its lid, revealing a blurred, pale, handsome visage. Regulus Black. After the Christmas ball, Harry and Fanny, cradling the golden egg, arrived at the quiet spot Sirius had mentioned, situated beneath the Whomping Willow at Hogwarts. They had brought along Nova. A delicate collar clasped around her neck, the leash loosely held by Fanny. As they stepped inside the house, Harry squatted down to unclip the leash from the little dog. Nova bounded joyfully around the room. I believe the power of this Whomping Willow rivals that of a dragon, Fanny remarked as she brought over a bucket of water, carefully submerging the golden egg. Melodic sounds emanated from beneath the surface, though they could not decipher the tune. Indeed, it would be far more convenient to study the golden egg in the bathroom. Regrettably, Fanny glanced at the boy before her. Accompanying Harry to the bathroom seemed rather intimate. Didn't he? She pondered why Hogwarts lacked a swimming pool. Without further ado, she handed him a flexible plastic tube, inserting one end into the water and placing the other by her ear. This way, they could hear the song of the golden egg through the air or water conducted within the tube. Harry blinked, watching as Fanny leisurely brought the tube closer to her ear. He had thought they might both submerge their heads into the water. Fanny, already familiar with the original plot, found much of the mystery diminished. She merely listened to the melody with boredom, while Harry hurriedly tossed the tube aside. Darling, what is that? Losing hope after an hour? He muttered, wide-eyed, just as Nova dashed past his feet in playful abandon. Harry stumbled, losing his balance. Splash! He toppled forward, nearly plunging his upper body into the bucket of water. Chapter 168, Snape, Black, Transform. Chilly water splashed everywhere, soaking Harry's hair and face, thoroughly drenching his shirt. Harry, are you all right? She exclaimed, reaching out to steady him, taking in the scene at a glance. Harry stood awkwardly, wiping the water from his face, his cheeks reddening. I'm fine, just a bit cold. He looked down at his shirt, clinging to him, feeling embarrassed and unsure where to place his hands. The biting cold of late December penetrated deeply. Even within the somewhat sheltered confines of the shrieking shack, Harry couldn't help but shiver from the cold water. The damp fabric clung tightly to his frame, outlining the contours of his slender yet defined chest. Water droplets cascaded down his tousled black hair and jawline, trickling down his neck and disappearing into the wet collar. He appeared rather charming. Fanny's grip on his arm faltered momentarily. This scene she had only witnessed in short videos before. If only the magical realm, unlike the mundane world, could conjure such delightful imagery. Suddenly, Fanny's fingers tightened as she gently tugged at the fabric of Harry's shirt, pulling it down slightly. The motion was innocent and natural, akin to her usual playful tugs at his sleeves. Ugh! Harry involuntarily let out a soft groan. The wet fabric clung even closer to his skin, the outlines of his shoulder blades faintly visible beneath the material, resembling an unfinished sketch. Achoo! She suddenly covered her mouth, her wet eyelashes fluttering. It's so cold. Harry! Look, even I'm freezing because of you. Harry scarcely had time to acknowledge Fanny's restless hand as he hastily lifted his striking green eyes. Droplets from before had landed on his cheek, making it appear as if tears were streaming from his beautiful eyes. I'm sorry, he stammered, caught off guard. Initially, Fanny had merely intended to tease him after her unexpected sneeze. You should pay more attention to me, she suggested, a hint of playful exasperation in her eyes. Yet, his glasses were completely fogged over with water, rendering him unable to see clearly. Fanny then, with a belated realization, removed his glasses. She extracted her wand from her pocket, twirling it elegantly in her hand, and used it to clear the water stains from the glasses, but she did not immediately return them to him. Instead, she deliberately brought the tip of her wand closer to his chest, almost prodding the spot she had just tugged. At such a close distance, even without his glasses, Harry could discern Fanny's general outline. Her mischievous smile was barely concealed. Breathing became labored, and the warmth of the warming charm spread around them. Her thumb inadvertently grazed the damp skin below his Adam's apple, where the skin felt heated. Now you want to be cold, she beamed, tilting her face upwards. Her other hand instinctively lifting to brush aside the dripping strands of hair from his forehead, her gaze fixated on his tightly pressed lips. As Harry swallowed, he noticed a faint red mark on his lower lip, left by his teeth. He realized Fanny seemed to revel in physical contact. The way she looked at him, with unabashed affection, was genuine. She would express kindness toward him, ruffle his hair, and share in moments of joy. Her azure eyes sparkled with a myriad of emotions, adoration, excitement, and a myriad of feelings, yet there was no hint of romantic tension. Even in her affectionate gestures, her gaze held a pure fondness for a character. Much like the characters from Fanny's stories. Throughout, she regarded him, along with all others, as mere characters within her narrative. A flicker of irritation ignited within Harry. He wished for Fanny to see him as a real person, not just as the formulaic savior from the pages of her novel. As warmth gradually returned to his body, Harry instinctively tried to retreat, yet Fanny's grip on his sleeve remained firm. Her attention suddenly darted to a corner not far off. Her hand poised to cast a drying charm halted. Wait. Where's Nova? The little dog, aware of her mischief, whimpered and dashed toward the dilapidated door. Fanny reacted instantaneously, raising her hand that held the glasses. The metal frame was expertly adjusted on Harry's nose in a swift motion, stirring the air around him, brushing against his newly warmed skin. As his racing heart began to cool, Harry widened his eyes and quickened his pace, chasing after Fanny. It is well known that humans find it exceedingly difficult to outrun a dog. Nova nimbly navigated through the willows, while behind her, Fanny's wand emitted a brilliant glow, accurately striking the branches that sought to attack her. Harry, disregarding his drenched clothing, rushed outside in a flurry. Severus Snape had just approached from the direction of the Durmstrang ship, and before him stood the agile black dog. Its slender body and wildly wagging tail turned towards the distant figures of Fanny and Harry, igniting a flame of fury within him. Sirius had not left. Instead, he had remained here in the guise of his animagus form. Black. Snape seethed, gritting his teeth as his wand instantly pointed at Nova. Cease your pathetic charade and vanish from my sight at once. Hogwarts is not your playground. Professor Snape, Harry exclaimed, nearly losing his glasses as he ran. Fanny arrived first. Panting heavily, this dog is mine. Or rather, Fanny's. Does this dog reside in her dormitory? Snape scrutinized the black dog with suspicion. Recalling the image of this creature inviting Fanny to the Christmas ball, his ire deepening. Black, transform. Wait, Professor, this isn't, or shall I say black. Have you finally devolved to the point where even your brain has taken on the form of a dog's? A palpable silence enveloped the scene. Nova blinked in confusion, seemingly startled by Snape's voice, and with a slight bend of her hind leg, left a small puddle of warm liquid at Snape's feet. Just arrived, Harry. Snape's gaze finally shifted to Harry, who appeared foolishly disheveled, his hair dripping, his entire attire soaked, alongside Fanny, whose flushed cheeks bore witness to her exertion. Snape's smile was more a grimace than anything else. If I am not mistaken, Miss Curtis, Mr. Potter, Hogwarts rules do not permit the keeping of dogs, do they? And your attire is hardly appropriate. 10 points from Gryffindor, and 5 from Ravenclaw. Chapter 169, The Separation System, Her Treasure. Are you suggesting that Severus mistook your dog for Sirius Black? Dumbledore chuckled, sipping from a cup of honey lemon tea. The sweet aroma wafted through the headmaster's office. As Fanny delicately plucked a honeycomb sweet from the candy dish, pushed towards her by Dumbledore. Indeed, I merely thought Nova bore a striking resemblance to Sirius's animagus form, which sparked my desire to keep her. Recently, she had been negotiating with the proprietor of Honeydukes regarding a collaboration, aiming to intertwine her upcoming transfer student work with select candies from Honeydukes, altering the cover and packaging to resemble related characters. Should one purchase the corresponding package, a series of merchandise would be included. Alas, the wizarding world, it seemed, was not as progressive as her previous realm. She found herself needing to extend an olive branch, as those accustomed to traditional business practices were yet to grasp the vast potential of IP collaboration in merchandising. Forgive Severus, Dumbledore said with a gentle smile as he set down his teacup, his gaze falling upon a diagram of soul structure. He lamented the numerous items recently lost from his collection, a source of considerable melancholy. Moreover, Sirius had indeed made a lasting impression on Snape. Mr. Crouch's modifications to the magical eye are indeed remarkable, Fanny remarked with a twinkle in her eye. With his assistance, we have saved a significant amount of time. Eventually, his true identity will be revealed, the real Moody will undoubtedly return, and the magical eye will still be in their possession. A genuine magical eye capable of perceiving the essence of souls. Could it not also reveal what lies within Harry, extracting the fragment of Voldemort's soul? Mr. Barty has indeed delved deeply into dark magic and the sorcery of souls, Dumbledore commented with an emotionless appraisal. Fanny had previously examined the soul structure diagram. Rather than two souls entwined and gradually merging, it appeared more as two incomplete souls intricately and robustly fused into a singular entity. Far stronger and more complex than an ordinary soul. The original soul was fragmented, and her own was also lacking in completeness. "Let us commence, dear child," Dumbledore declared as he rose and drew his wand. Fanny complied, settling into her chair and relaxing her body. She felt a powerful yet gentle force enveloping her consciousness, delving deep into her soul. The process of separation was not one of physical severance, but rather a precise guidance and distinction. Dumbledore's magic meticulously untangled the intertwined strands of soul light, each emitting a different aura. The system appeared misty, seemingly preparing to resist, yet Dumbledore struck decisively, momentarily glimpsing a luminous display reminiscent of a leaderboard. Luna Lovegood was prominently positioned at the top. Was that the affinity ranking? Dumbledore's gaze slipped downward, inadvertently landing on a familiar name. His actions faltered abruptly. Fanny, seemingly oblivious, wore a slight smile. Having quelled the system's resistance, the subsequent separation became far more fluid. Dumbledore carefully extracted it from Fanny's soul structure. The dormant system, having detached from its host, shrank uneasily in the air. Dumbledore's wand tip traced a silvery light, enveloping the mist, compressing it into a sphere roughly the size of a pigeon's egg. He extended his hand, scrutinizing it for a moment, confirming its stability and safety before meaningfully returning it to Fanny, who had now opened her eyes. "Take this, Fanny." The separation was successful. It is now merely a vessel containing information, devoid of the capability to take root or influence you. However, he added, his tone becoming more serious, do your utmost to avoid prolonged exposure to potent sources of magic. If you wish to utilize it to return home, it is best to do so under sufficiently safe conditions. Fanny accepted the cool, small orb, curiously rolling it between her fingers. "Thank you, Professor," she smiled sweetly, her gaze drifting to the faintly visible affection value inscribed upon it. 9627-930-0000. I shall cherish it as a special keepsake. In February, the Black Lake, even amidst the relatively warmer Hogwarts, still exuded a biting chill. The ice covering the lake had just begun to crack, and the cold wind swept across the surface, stinging the faces of those nearby. Harry had been roused early, informed that Ron had been taken by a water creature as its treasure. It turned out that the so-called treasure was a person, not an object. Who, then, would be Fanny's most cherished person? He had initially presumed it might be a plushie, a figurine, a doll, or some merchandise. Oh right, if it were a plushie, the metal badge would rust if it fell into the water. What difference would that make to having a treasured item damaged? He hastened to the shore, where Fanny crouched beside the Black Lake, gently probing the water's temperature with her fingertip. He pondered who Fanny's treasure might be. Draco's sharp gaze swept across the audience, noting that Granger and Weasley were conspicuously absent. "Humph, I truly wonder about the taste of this mermaid and the Triwizard Tournament Committee." Mafalda's words carried an undercurrent of irritation. The second round's chosen treasure is, after all, a person. What a cliché of the classic damsel in distress trope. What is even more vexing is the audacity with which they presume to choose the cherished ones of the warrior on his behalf. Do they truly comprehend the essence of the warrior himself? It is evident that their judgments are predicated upon the Christmas ball. Theodore disregarded Draco's sullen expression and Mafalda's snide remarks, correlating the dance partners from the ball with the frequency of their interactions. His gaze lingered upon the judging panel below, where Dumbledore appeared engrossed in an intriguing conversation with Bagman. While there might be discrepancies regarding who others hold dear, in the case of Fanny, as someone equipped with a system where her affection ranking is almost transparently public, her treasure is unequivocally determined. Luna Lovegood. Chapter 170. The second task, the Kiss of Fleur. Warriors, your treasures, your most beloved ones, have been summoned to the depths of the lake by our merfolk friends. Bagman proclaimed loudly from the stands. You have 1 hour to locate them and bring them back safely. The whistle blew, and the 5 warriors plunged simultaneously into the water. Fanny observed as Harry clumsily swallowed a mass of gillyweed, while Cedric employed the bubblehead charm. The waters of the Black Lake enveloped her calves, and Fanny floated gracefully, waving her arms. She recalled how Riddle had once taught her the flying charm. If the essence of the flying charm is deception, an extension of will that enables one to defy gravity and soar, then what of water? Could she not similarly weave her magic to deceive the currents, granting her the freedom akin to that of a fish? Magic poured from her fingertips, directing towards the swirling waters beneath her, gently yet firmly parting the lake to create a minuscule void close to her form. Fanny abruptly submerged, the ancient runes she had inscribed beginning to activate, drawing the thin oxygen from the frigid waters. Oh, Merlin, she could barely hear Bagman's commentary above the surface. It is Miss Curtis, one of our youngest warriors. who has astonishingly employed her own conjured spell. Fanny glided towards the murky depths of the lake. The spell accelerated her movements, shielding her from the biting cold. And she witnessed the vast aquatic vegetation swaying, deftly avoiding it, only to encounter schools of fish darting about. It was her first truly vivid glimpse of the underwater world. "Fanny?" A sweet voice suddenly echoed behind her, startling Fanny as she splashed her arms in surprise. The ghostly figure of moaning Myrtle floated languidly before her. "Are you surprised to see me here?" She giggled. "Ghosts need not breathe and can traverse anywhere freely. Whenever I wish. I can simply plunge from the girls' restroom toilet and flow down the sewers into the Black Lake." Fanny. She had been swimming forward, but suddenly expelled a stream of bubbles, her azure eyes widening in alarm. "Please do not remind me that the sewers of Hogwarts connect to the Black Lake." She reassured herself. This is the magical world. Surely there exists a cleansing charm. Otherwise, what difference would there be between this Black Lake and the Ganges? "Your treasure is that Lovegood girl." Myrtle twirled her translucent hair, circling around Fanny. "How tiresome. I saw those merfolk tie her to a large rock. She was sleeping so soundly, a foolish smile gracing her lips." She leaned closer to Fanny's face. "Oh, I imagine she must be absolutely thrilled to be your treasure. Do you wish to know precisely where they are bound? That place is rather hard to find." Myrtle suddenly clasped Fanny's wrist, her ethereal arm slipping through a thin layer of water, which at that moment in the depths of the Black Lake felt devoid of chill. "If you promise to seek me out more often, I would be more than willing to reveal their location, including a shortcut to that place." Her eyes narrowed playfully. "I am quite familiar with this area. After all, there are always pesky souls who take advantage of my absence to flush their toilets." Her voice turned sharply piercing. Fanny despaired, releasing another stream of bubbles. Who on earth arranged for the second task to take place here? Could they not have chosen a cleaner lake? Or perhaps someone could overhaul Hogwarts' plumbing system. Myrtle laughed more heartily than ever before. Fanny had never seen her so joyous. "Come now, just nod your head." Though Myrtle swam swiftly, she was evidently still slower than a ghost. "If you just nod, I will take you there." Myrtle seemed delighted to finally assist her in some manner. With agility, she led Fanny through layers of rocks, just the right size for Fanny to slip through the gaps. The village at the lake's bottom emerged before them. Countless low, black stone huts dotted the area, algae creeping up their walls, while grotesque merfolk brandished spears in pursuit of a massive squid. Their cold gazes swiftly fixated on Myrtle, who grimaced in distaste. "Those detestable merfolk. They always chase me away whenever they see me. I cannot stand them." She finally wrapped Fanny in a half-hearted embrace and, in the blink of an eye, swam away toward an unknown direction. Fanny steeled herself, determined not to think that the location might be an outlet to a restroom sewer of Hogwarts. She focused and swam directly towards the central square of that village. Before a towering statue of a mermaid, she beheld its tail securely binding a row of individuals. Luna floated serenely in the water, her golden hair drifting, and, as predicted by Myrtle, wore a smile while releasing tiny bubbles. Without hesitation, Fanny cast a silent severing charm, slicing through the ropes that bound her. The other warriors had yet to arrive. Myrtle's shortcut had proven exceedingly efficient. In haste, she hoisted Luna onto her back and, while ascending, caught sight of the violently swaying water plants not far off. It was Fleur. A few Grindylows had ensnared her in the center, their slick skin and claw-like appendages ensnaring her robes. Her silver hair floated freely, the bubblehead charm faltering, and her wand movements grew sluggish and ineffective due to the water resistance and their assault. Fanny steadied Luna in her grasp and immediately raised her hand, unleashing several severing charms that swiftly tore a gap in the encirclement, alleviating the pressure on Fleur. She gasped for the remnants of air within the bubblehead charm, wielding her wand to fend off the remaining Grindylows, only to turn in panic. Fanny, carrying Luna, cast a reassuring glance with her azure eyes. "Let us go? Your sister is further down." She smiled, pointing downward with her free hand. The moment they broke the surface, Luna opened her eyes. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip around Fanny. Witnessing the girl instinctively shake her head, sunlight spilling down, making her dark hair cling to her delicate skin. Luna's golden strands intertwined with Fanny's dark locks. "Fanny, how did you manage to save me?" she asked, her eyes curving into a smile, and soon after, Krum and Cedric arrived, bringing Hermione and Cho to the shore. "Madame Maxime," Fleur exclaimed, cradling her sister Gabrielle as they clumsily swam to the bank, followed closely by a breathless Harry, dragging Ron behind him. It was Harry who waited at the bottom of the Black Lake, using a stone to cut my sister's ropes, attempting to rescue her. Her excited gaze quickly shifted to Fanny, and Fanny, she saved me from the water. She approached Fanny with a swift gait of 3 steps and 2. Just as Fanny had set Luna down, under the watchful gaze of Minnie, that resplendent face leaned in close to Fanny's cheek, her silvery strands cascading over Fanny's shoulder. In the next moment, The enchanting Miss Farong, with her exceptionally beautiful eyes, boldly pressed a kiss on Vanny's cheek. Chapter 171, The Battleground, Old Barty Stouts. A surge of warmth enveloped Vanny's face, leaving her momentarily stunned as the sweet breath of Farong brushed against her ear. I can't thank you enough, she said softly. Without you, I might have succumbed to those Grindylows, not knowing what fate awaited me. It seemed she wished to linger, to say more to Vanny. But Luna suddenly took hold of Vanny's arm. Miss Delacour, though it may be a bit forward, shouldn't we search for Madame Pomfrey first? Vanny's hair was still dripping with water. Farong hesitated, her grip on Vanny's shoulder faltering. Previously assailed by the Grindylows, her calves and the fabric above bore the marks of the monster's claws, revealing vivid wounds. Yet in the joy of Gabrielle's rescue, she felt little pain. She cast a grateful glance at Luna and, as she released her hold, her fingertips inadvertently brushed against Vanny's back, only to see Luna subtly step forward, effectively shielding Vanny behind her. You are right, Farong conceded, retracting her hand and striding directly toward Harry, wrapping her arms around his neck as if to kiss him. Wait, Harry stammered, turning his head awkwardly, his face flushed. I appreciate your kindness, Delacour. I mean, it's all right. His gaze darted hastily to Vanny, who was already holding Luna's hand as they headed toward Madame Pomfrey, gently pushing Farong aside. Farong was taken aback. In her 17 years of life, no one had ever so decisively dismissed her. Following Harry's line of sight, she suddenly burst into laughter, playfully patting Harry's shoulder. Little boy, do you fancy her? Harry's face turned an angry shade. Who is the little boy? Ah, the valiant fourth year, Farong teased, elongating her tone as she gestured toward Vanny. If you like her, go after her. You're both brave souls. You have much to discuss. Keep your voice down. Harry hissed. A heavy, plush blanket draped over him as Luna meticulously dried Vanny's drenched hair. With her left hand, she lifted a strand, while her right hand wielded a comb. Delicately working through the knots, water droplets cascading from the tips onto the floor, creating a rhythmic patter. I've never experienced the sensation of being underwater. She calmly recounted the events of the previous night to Vanny. The professor assured us we wouldn't be harmed. It was merely the treasure for the second task of the champions. But I know, Vanny, you like me the most, don't you? She squinted her eyes playfully. Vanny bored, twirled a lock of Luna's hair, nodding at her words. Indeed, you are my favorite, she replied. In her readings, Luna had always captivated her. A fellow free spirit from Ravenclaw, so pure and clear-headed, even her fanciful thoughts were particularly endearing, nearly mirroring her own. Vanny had purchased quite a few Luna-related items. After all, Luna's hair, too, was damp from the lake, and she grabbed a handful, allowing countless droplets to soak into her palm. Had it been her own hair, Vanny might have simply wrung it out like a cloth. But it was Luna's hair. Instantly, Vanny became cautious, her fingers replacing the comb, gently weaving through the strands, meticulously untangling the knots. Vanny, Harry has something to say to you. Farong raised an eyebrow and pushed Harry forward. Just moments after being wrapped in a blanket by Madame Pomfrey, Harry, his freshly covered blanket slipping halfway down, revealing his wet robe, blushed as he caught sight of Luna leaning toward Vanny, whispering something, causing Vanny to chuckle. A wave of frustration surged within Harry. But it was then that Vanny softly spoke. What is it, Harry? Her eyes sparkled. Do you want me to dry your hair? No, not at all. Harry's face turned crimson. I mean, not that it wouldn't be okay. No, what I meant was, you performed splendidly, Vanny. I believe you will surely receive the highest score. After uttering this, he regretted it, wishing he could bite his tongue. It sounded far too dry. Isn't it only natural for Vanny to receive the highest score? A mocking voice rang from the entrance as Draco sauntered in, hands in pockets. His gray eyes swept over Harry. Some people still have their own treasures left out in the open and are concerned about other scores. He scoffed. Potter, shouldn't you be more worried about your Weasley? Or is there someone here far more important than him? Theodore quietly approached Vanny, offering her a cup of hot cocoa. The Black Lake is cold. Drink this to warm your stomach. He paused, reluctantly handing another cup of hot cocoa to Luna. The bottom of that cup was laden with cocoa powder, clearly unpalatable. They are discussing the scores for the champions, Ron said, peering toward the judging panel. Look, Percy is still standing next to Old Crouch, bowing respectfully. I don't understand what he hopes to gain. Does Old Crouch even remember his name now? Weasley, he added with a smirk. If you ask me, he is now no different from the house elf that Crouch previously dismissed, bearing the same obligations. Ron, Hermione snapped. At least Percy is getting paid. The nature of a house elf is entirely different. Crumb, though not comprehending her rapid English, nodded along with Hermione. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Bagman's booming voice finally rang out. After careful deliberation among our judges, we have finally determined the scores for the champions. This is indeed an exhilarating moment. However, before he could continue, Old Crouch interjected sharply. casting a direct gaze at Fanny. Miss Curtis, I have a question, and I hope you can answer it honestly in front of everyone. He leaned forward slightly, enunciating each word. I am quite curious about the underwater spell you employed during this competition. What is its principle, and how did you come to invent it? Chapter 172. Shimmering, moody, is little Barty? This question felt excessively rigid and serious, more akin to an interrogation of a criminal than a casual inquiry. Bagman attempted to smooth things over. It appears that our Miss Curtis's underwater spell is indeed remarkable, even prompting our meticulous Crouch to seek further exploration. He chuckled awkwardly, turning to Fanny in an attempt to ease the tension. However, the brilliance of such an original spell likely depends on whether Miss Curtis is willing to share. No. Old Barty's face bore no smile. I am demanding she answer. Curtis, how exactly did you invent the underwater spell? Harry stepped forward protectively, shielding Fanny. Mr. Crouch, what do you mean by this? He coldly questioned. Fanny just executed a brilliant rescue. Are you interrogating her? This does not concern you. Potter, Old Barty retorted sharply. I am inquiring of Curtis. To my knowledge, this spell allows for movement underwater without any medium, and is remarkably agile. The only other similar spell is Voldemort's flying curse. Is it not? The atmosphere suddenly became charged with tension. Countless wizards drew in a sharp breath at the mere mention of Voldemort's name, while Karkaroff sprang up in terror. Ron could not contain his indignation. Absurd. Fanny was just kidnapped by those masked Death Eaters during the Quidditch World Cup. She nearly faced dire consequences. How could she possibly be allied with the Dark Lord? Are you suggesting that Fanny, who spends every day with me, has ties to Voldemort? Harry's expression remained impassive. Fanny, hiding behind Harry, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Draco stepped forward, his demeanor grim. Silence, everyone. Please, quiet down. Bagman attempted to regain control of the situation with a booming voice, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Crouch, I believe this is a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. Old Batty insisted stubbornly. I must get to the bottom of this. It concerns the safety of the wizarding world. He was acutely aware of Voldemort's tactics and all too conscious that his own son might be in Voldemort's proximity. Any anomaly associated with the Dark Lord sent shivers down his spine. Instinctively, he raised his wand, its tip directed at Fanny. Sir, a sharp, tearful voice pierced through the commotion. Shining dashed from the crowd, her face streaked with tears, and collapsed at Old Batty's feet, clutching his leg tightly. Please, sir, I beg you. Miss Curtis is a good person. She could never be associated with the Dark Lord. I stake my life on it. Get away, you useless creature. Old Batty's anger flared at this unexpected interruption, and he lifted his foot as if to kick Shining aside. An invisible force suddenly lifted Shining and placed her aside. Enough. Crouch. Are you truly going to speculate about a gifted student with your paranoia? The imposter Moody, limping toward the judge's table, his magical eye spinning wildly, added. Just because her spell is effective, you want to implicate her with the Dark Lord? It seems you are haunted by your own inner demons, Batty. Their gazes locked in the air. Curtis is my student, Batty, he stated emphatically, evading the astonished look Shining shot at him. Batty, Dumbledore interjected calmly. Your concerns are understandable. However, your methods are reckless and devoid of evidence. He turned to Fanny, his gaze gentle and profound. Fanny, if you are willing, please elucidate your diving spell. Of course. You have the right to remain silent. Hogwarts will protect your reputation. Fanny inhaled deeply. She genuinely had not anticipated that Old Batty's sharpness and suspicion would reach such a pathological level. Merely the effect of an original spell could lead him to associate it with Voldemort's flying spell. Fanny stepped away from Harry, the blanket still draped over her shoulders. Droplets of water clinging to her face. Mr. Crouch, she began clearly, as for my diving spell, I can breathe underwater based on ancient magical theories that extract oxygen from the water. Regarding the acceleration in the diving spell, I admit I did draw some inspiration from the flying spell, but... She paused, meeting Old Batty's gaze with unwavering confidence. It is not surprising that there are similarities in magical principles. After all, both the levitation charm and the flying charm involve anti-gravity. Does that mean all wizards who can perform the levitation charm have ties to the Dark Lord, who decreed that one cannot draw from certain energy manipulation principles? Is it a crime to learn or adapt similar magical theories? The students murmured in agreement. Indeed, who established that borrowing from other magical principles was wrong? Curtis, being knowledgeable about the future, would naturally understand the principles of the flying charm better than us. Crouch has become overly paranoid. Exactly. Fanny is so intelligent. It's not strange that she could devise something herself. Batty, Dumbledore spoke again, casting a meaningful glance at Fanny. Her explanation is clear and reasonable. To equate a brave young witch with Voldemort based solely on conjecture, in the absence of any substantial evidence. is not only unfair but also contravenes the most fundamental principles of procedural justice. Old Batty's face fluctuated between red and pale, his fingers widening as he gripped his wand tightly. He glared at Fanny, his lips moving silently before he cast one last furious glance at the still sobbing Shining. Bagman, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted, announced with unprecedented speed, Then, let us return to the exhilarating scoring segment. After the judges rendered their final assessments, the scores of the champions were announced. However, amidst the tumult, the ensuing scores seemed trivial, barely registering in their minds. As they departed from the noisy lakeside, Draco still wore a thunderous expression. That madman Crouch. What he just said was absolute nonsense. I must write to my father. The ministry must address this. Harry found himself reluctantly agreeing with Draco's sentiment. Though he was loath to admit it, Lucius's influence in the ministry might indeed make a difference. Shining, still in a daze, trailed closely behind Fanny, evidently yet to recover from the shock and indignity. Just as the group prepared to return to the castle, a gruff voice called out to them. Curtis, please hold on. Little Batty limped toward them. Potter, Malfoy, you three head back first. I need to speak with Curtis about, the protective application of that spell. He offered a grandiose reason. Harry and Draco exchanged frowns but hesitated, given Little Batty's previous defense of Fanny, and, under Fanny's reassuring gaze, reluctantly departed. Little Batty led her to his office, his normal eye growing deep and complex. He instinctively turned to Shining, intending to tell her to leave, but found himself staring into her wide, astonished eyes. Shining trembled, her lips quivering as she incredulously asked, Young Master, is it really you? Chapter 173, Freedom? A Mad Dog. Little Batty's face suddenly twisted in confusion. He abruptly turned to Fanny, both eyes fixed on her. Is it you? Curtis, did you tell her? He instinctively reached for his wand, but Shining's voice halted him. No, Master, it was not Miss Curtis. I discovered it myself. Fanny stepped back, maintaining a safe distance. To this day, she had not revealed any information about Little Batty to Shining, although she had long intended to utilize Shining as a pawn. At that moment, however, she was indeed innocent. Thus, she innocently shook her head. I truly do not know, Little Batty. Shining, how did you find out? Little Batty's disguise was crumbling. Shining recalled. When you are deep in thought, your left index finger unconsciously taps against your thumb side, just like now. Little Batty clenched his hand tightly, concealing it behind his back, his expression darkening further. Fanny suddenly laughed. It seemed even the most adept at disguise, Little Batty, could reveal cracks in his facade. She leisurely leaned against the wall. Enjoying the unfolding drama, Shining's early discovery was, in fact, advantageous to her. She idly stroked her wand. Most importantly, the way you look at Shining is different. Shining's voice trembled with profound sorrow. I can feel it. Little Batty's body trembled violently. After a prolonged period without consuming the polyjuice potion, his form began to shift once more. Seconds later, a pale, gaunt young man with tousled blonde hair and a handsome, yet deranged visage stood before them, eliciting an even more intense gaze from Fanny. Little Batty slumped in the office chair, his voice hoarse and strained. Shan, since you have recognized it, why speak of it? Such matters, once uttered, or even hinted at, only serve to endanger her further. Young Master, Shan exclaimed, rushing to cling tightly to Little Batty's leg, unafraid, her sole desire being for his well-being. Young Master, why do you disguise yourself as Professor Moody? Are you still working for that mysterious figure? Her body trembled instantly. Young Master, I beseech you to cease this. Though Father is stern, Shan recalled Old Batty's ghastly visage, her words caught in her throat. Helplessly, she could only repeat, please, return home, young master, return home. Reconcile with Father. Reconcile? Little Batty suddenly laughed, bending down to grasp Shan's frail shoulders. Return home. To mend things with that man. Shan, what are you thinking? His laughter deepened, a fervent madness igniting in his eyes. Tell me, does that man even acknowledge my existence as his son? In his eyes, I am eternally a disgrace, the sole blemish on his impeccable reputation. He bestows upon me a life, using my mother's final tears and pleas. Does he think that this showcases his grand paternal love? A mixture of delight and derision spread across his face, a surge of magic coursing through him. Little Batty's laughter grew louder, overwhelming him, until he sank to his knees on the floor, lost in ecstasy. This is utterly mistaken, Shan. Perhaps apart from my mother, he considers no one family. He imprisoned me, using the soul-sucking curse, treating me like a rabid dog, and cast you out. Do you truly believe I could ever reconcile with such a man? Old Batty was merely a conceited little man, a hypocrite cloaked in false sincerity. He cared solely for his career, his ministry of magic, his grand ministerial plans. What he sought was a perfect symbol, a son who would enhance his glory, not a living being with thoughts and emotions like me, Little Barty Crouch. No matter how hard he tried, he could never earn his approval, nor receive even a modicum of his concern. As for the Dark Lord, little Batty raised his face, a morbid fervor resurfacing within him. He was the only one who truly recognized my worth. Straw-gold hair clung to his forehead, and the youth's smile was utterly deranged. Little Batty covered his cheek, kneeling on the floor, his grin widening, tongue unconsciously licking his full lips. To speak of his first encounter with the Dark Lord? No. He felt no awe for this dark wizard. Years of his father's influence had instilled a natural aversion to Voldemort. Yet it did not quell his curiosity about the wizard who inspired such fear within the magical community. Would approaching him, joining him, earn him even a glimmer of attention from his father? Even if that attention manifested in disappointment? At that time, little Batty did not genuinely pledge loyalty to Voldemort. He was more of a perilous observer, a rebellious seeker of thrills and recognition. The acknowledgement Voldemort bestowed upon him, the appreciation for his abilities and the dark aspects of himself that differed from his father's expectations, was a sweetness he had never tasted from his father. However, to claim he assisted in any actual endeavors would be misleading. Until Voldemort's disappearance, everything seemed to revert to its original state. His rebellion concluded silently. His father remained exalted, even a step away from the position of Minister of Magic. A mad scheme took shape in his mind. If he mingled with Bella, and they tortured the Longbottoms in view of the ministry, how would his father react? Would he unhesitatingly choose to condemn his own flesh and blood? Or would he go to great lengths to find evidence to protect him? The coldness of Azkaban provided him with the answer. For the first time, he tasted regret. His father unflinchingly chose the former. No investigation, no retrial, only a lofty decree and a life sentence. Even his eventual release from Azkaban came at the cost of his mother's life, the price being over a decade of soul-sucking torment and a life akin to that of the living dead. Who allowed him to do this? Did he believe this was the deepest, most silent expression of love? It was mere self-deception. Only the master trusts and cares for me. Little Batty's voice suddenly rose. For he rescued me from a cage colder and more despairing than Azkaban. He granted me strength, endowed me with a genuine purpose, making me feel like a living being. He understood that Voldemort too bore the name of a loathsome father, recognizing his power, his ambition, and his cunning in winning hearts. In Voldemort, little Batty projected all his desires for his father. Voldemort's aspirations were his own, his will became his will. This fervor, at the moment of his salvation, thoroughly fused into his very being, becoming the sole meaning of his existence. With him, I am free, complete. He is my father, he acknowledges me, I need him, and I shall never betray him. The final words erupted from little Batty as if he were shouting. A sickly flush crept across his pale face, his arm, which had once supported Shanshan's shoulder, now fell powerless. Shivering, Shanshan leaned against the wall, while Fanny, propped against the wall, let out a gentle sigh. The sound resonated distinctly in the silent office. Ultimately, she returned her wand to her pocket and stepped forward, unhurriedly approaching little Batty, looking down upon him. The setting sun streamed through the window, elongating her shadow and completely enveloping the golden-haired youth curled on the floor. Little Batty suddenly looked up, and Fanny's finger gently pressed against his heaving chest. She leaned down, her voice soft. But little Batty, do you not perceive? You incessantly speak of freedom, yet have transformed yourself into another mad dog, shackled by even more ornate chains. What did you say? Little Batty's expression twisted into a grotesque snarl. Fanny stood transfixed, her finger unconsciously tracing the contours of his chest before languidly resting upon his trembling shoulder. To be fair, most individuals in the magical realm are remarkably handsome. Setting aside the few designated in the original text, each one possesses a striking beauty that is almost devastating. Even the likes of little Batty and Draco boast an exceedingly captivating facade. Had the system still been operational, she might have intentionally leaked this compliment. Catching little Batty off guard. Is there something wrong with what I said? She gently inquired. Is there any fundamental difference between obeying your father's words and following Voldemort's commands? Just because Voldemort is more powerful than your father, better able to provide you with emotional value, rescuing you from a lifetime of neglect, does that justify your willing acceptance of a more splendid guise, believing you have found freedom? It is akin to those starved for affection, who, in their future relationships and friendships, are habitually deceived and manipulated, perpetually seeking to please. Those with childhood traumas require extensive time to heal from their past. A person who has thirsted for clear water their entire life, in moments of desperation, would not hesitate to consume poison if it were offered, simply because that liquid could temporarily numb their parched throat. As for the consequences, they care not, or perhaps, they have long since lost the capacity to care. Vanessa's gaze swept over his pale, gaunt visage. Even after having escaped from the Crouch residence for a year or two, the skin of young Barty, long deprived of sunlight, remained hauntingly translucent, his bright eyes often unfocused, vacantly reflecting Vanessa's shadow. though he had graduated long ago, at the moment of his father's damning judgment. He was mindlessly imprisoned in Azkaban and subsequently ensnared by the soul-sucking curse for over a decade. His record was perpetually blank, his psychological age frozen at 19. Eternally caught in that belated rebellious phase. Suddenly, young Barty fell silent. His eyes roamed over Vanessa's features as he knelt on the floor, allowing her fingers to weave through his hair. "So what do you wish to say, Curtis?" "Vanessa?" The corners of his lips curled slightly. "What purpose do these words serve? Do you wish for me to betray my master, to return to this so-called justice? Or, more drastically, to submit to you?" His words were whispered lightly. His gaze fixed upon Vanessa's cerulean eyes. "My dear, you truly do not comprehend." He maintained his kneeling position but straightened his torso, inching closer to Vanessa's face, only to be pushed away by her hand. "I do not understand," Vanessa replied, standing tall and looking down upon him, her hand still caressing his cheek. "I do not grasp your father's cruelty, nor Voldemort's seduction, and I certainly do not understand why you willingly embrace this descent. However, young Barty," her voice suddenly softened. "I see you." His expression turned blank. "I see the soul that, after being utterly rejected by your father and cast aside by the world, continues to burn fiercely in the darkness. I perceive the astonishing purity and strength hidden beneath your reckless, self-destructive madness." Her fingertips rose once more, this time not to touch his body, but to gesturally point at the location of his heart. "Voldemort merely exploits your pain and desires, wielding you as a sharp blade. He adorns you with splendid chains, urging you to bite, and then pats your head, bestowing upon you a token of hollow praise. Is this the recognition you seek? Is this the value you pursue?" She gently shook her head, a smile curling at her lips. "What a waste. Your fervor, your recklessness, your intellect, these treasures that rightfully belong to your own soul, have been effortlessly stolen and distorted by him, used to fulfill his vile ambitions." Vanessa slowly crouched down to meet young Barty's gaze, her eyes piercing into the depths of his chaotic, pained, yet bewildered expression. "Freedom is not merely leaping from one cage into another, more resplendent one. Why not seek someone who truly cherishes you, who would not endeavor to tame you, but rather ignite the very flame of your soul?" Young Barty suddenly realized how dazzling Vanessa's eyes were. When she genuinely wished to engage with someone, her eyes seemed capable of encompassing all the world, as if they singularly possessed him, like the vast, boundless ocean, embracing every sight. In those chaotic, frenzied eyes, something seemed to shatter, and young Barty crawled forward a step, electricity coursing through his body. He yearned to probe further, to say anything, to touch anything, desiring to see Vanessa's deeper evaluations of him, to understand her character more profoundly. He instinctively tilted his body upward, longing to brush against Vanessa, or to feel her palm upon him. Anywhere would suffice, anywhere at all. Vanessa nimbly stepped back a pace. "So I ask, why not seek someone who truly values you?" she teased, a sly smile gracing her lips. "Or perhaps glance back and see who genuinely loves you, like Flash, like your former classmates, your friends?" Yet young Barty could no longer hear her. He continued to creep forward, his gaze filled with an almost instinctual obsession, until Vanessa turned the doorknob of the office. Unbeknownst to him, the sun had set, and moonlight graced her cheek as Vanessa gently cracked the door open. "It is getting late," she said, her eyes crescent-shaped. "I am weary today and must return to rest early. You can chat with Flash this evening, reminiscing about the past. I believe you miss her, do you not?" Before she could finish her sentence, she decisively closed the door. The corridor had grown silent, and Vanessa hummed a tune as she strolled towards the Ravenclaw Tower. Indeed, she excelled at analyzing others, a skill honed from her habitual novel writing and keen observation of the world. But then a sudden breeze swept through, the hidden magic within capturing her attention. Following the direction of the wind, she beheld two figures confronting each other in the nearby corridor. One was clad in a dark wizard's robe, casually toying with a ring that shimmered with an eerie light. Moonlight streamed through the tall windows, casting a soft glow upon his flawless profile. His exquisite countenance, caught in the interplay of light and shadow, revealed unmasked, blood-red eyes reflecting a silvery figure. "Headmaster Dumbledore." "It has been a while," Riddle remarked. Chapter 175, Confrontation, Riddle and Dumbledore. During this time of regaining his body and wandering alone, Tom Riddle had not been idle. He traversed the overturned alleys and the locales frequented by dark wizards, familiarizing himself with the actions of the main soul over the years while simultaneously delving deeper into dark magic, soul, immortality, and the profound intricacies of time magic. He roamed the broader magical world, aware that the main soul's reputation had plummeted to an abysmal low. Alone, he arrived at the location where the locket box had once been kept, sensing the lingering presence of Regulus. That fellow, while not purely loyal, certainly would not ally with the Order of the Phoenix and possessed decent abilities. just enough to serve as a test subject for him, to ascertain whether he could truly resurrect and graciously grant him an opportunity to use him post-resurrection. However, power was not the only thing occupying his thoughts. Riddle had always believed that, as the diary Horcrux, he would inevitably awaken to ensnare some Hogwarts student, compelling them to open the Chamber of Secrets, eliminate all the Muggle-born students, and gradually devour their souls until he acquired a new body. Yet, he encountered Vanessa, this witch who knew nearly all futures, resolutely unwavering in her goals to the point where even he could not sway her, and who maintained an unparalleled trust in him. She utilized him, studied him, and audaciously countered him during the resurrection ritual. Yet, strangely, she allowed him to exist, whimsically placing him at her side, repeatedly offending him. He silently observed Vanessa's performance in today's match, noting that she discerned the principle behind his water spell even before old Barty did. A smile unconsciously crept upon his lips as he concealed himself among the trees. Overhearing old Barty's subsequent skepticism, the connection between the flying spell and the water spell. Yes, it draws from my work, but so what? Potter has shielded himself, that brat. So bothersome. Wait, why did young Barty accompany him? Riddle was well aware that Moody was currently impersonated by young Barty, but given the tone of protection he had adopted, he understood that Flash and young Barty shared a close bond. But what was the nature of the relationship between young Barty and Vanessa? Tom, Dumbledore's calmness seemed almost excessive. It appears you have not only regained your body, but also retrieved some things that were not meant to be in your possession. Not meant to be in my possession? Riddle let out a soft chuckle, the bonds of his soul vibrating. He was now incapable of inflicting any true harm on Dumbledore. His peripheral gaze fell upon Fanny in the corner, his voice echoing down the corridor. Dumbledore, you have always relished in defining everything through the lenses of should and should not, just as you once decreed that I should not pursue immortality, nor explore the boundaries of magic. He took a graceful step forward, his eyes locking onto Dumbledore's. This is merely a trifle from my family. He paused deliberately, extending the ring towards Dumbledore, a malicious and beguiling smile gracing his lips. Aren't you the one who has been diligently seeking and destroying my Horcruxes? Here is one, readily available. Do you not intend to seize it and destroy it promptly? Dumbledore, of course, recognized the ring as the resurrection stone at first glance. His fingertips trembled imperceptibly. But Fanny suddenly shouted, "Don't touch it." She dashed from the shadows of the corridor, unhesitatingly positioning herself in front of Dumbledore. That ring is cursed. A most powerful curse that will claim your life within a year, Fanny admonished, gesturing towards the ring as she turned to Dumbledore. She was acutely aware of the horrors of the Gaunt ring, the very item that had poisoned Marvolo Gaunt in the original narrative. The languid smile on Riddle's face froze instantly. He narrowed his eyes at Fanny, who stood protectively before Dumbledore, a surge of anger and pain flooding his heart. "TSK." He sighed. "How disappointing, little Fanny. Why must you be so blunt?" Fanny responded with an innocent smile. "Good evening, Tom," she said, tugging at Riddle's sleeve. He slowly withdrew his hand that had offered the ring, his fingertips lingering on the cold surface, yet his gaze passed over Fanny, fixing directly on Dumbledore. "I was rather looking forward to the moment you donned it, Dumbledore." Dumbledore's gaze flitted between Fanny and Riddle. "How unexpected, Tom," he replied with a smile. "Rest assured, even without Fanny's recent warning, I would not fall for such a ruse." Fanny had informed him long ago that the Gaunt ring posed a threat. Not to mention, it was Riddle himself who had extended the ring. While he harbored nostalgia for some deceased relatives, he was not foolish. Riddle's personal delivery of the ring was a glaring indication of his ill intentions. Yet, this also proved that Riddle did not genuinely wish to harm him, for he would not resort to such an obvious method. Dumbledore's tone became solemn. "However, since you have mentioned Horcruxes and have voluntarily presented the Gaunt family ring, why don't we move to the headmaster's office? The refreshments there are delightful and might be more suitable for discussing certain topics." Riddle narrowed his eyes. Indeed, he was not surprised that his interaction with Fanny had been anticipated. He had likely known all along, merely waiting for her to appear in person. Fanny had always harbored strong trust and affection for Dumbledore. Delightedly so. He finally curled his lips into a smile, the coldness in his eyes remaining unchanged. Chapter 176. The photograph that breached Riddle's defenses thrice. In the headmaster's office, the warm glow of candlelight flickered, and the air was infused with the sweet aromas of hot chocolate and lemon sherbet. Fawkes dozed on his perch. Dumbledore sat behind the expansive desk, 3 steaming cups of lemon honey tea before him. Fanny obediently took a sip from one cup, while Riddle, without a glance, pushed his aside. "If I recall correctly, I mentioned that I detest you referring to me by that name." His brow furrowed, malice thick in his gaze. As for the lemon honey tea, it was one of his most loathed concoctions. "Professor Dumbledore, may I add a bit more sugar?" Fanny asked. Her face contorted in a mask of discomfort as she lifted the teacup. Ever since she had taken to wandering into Dumbledore's office for no particular reason. He had taken to preparing lemon honey tea tailored to her taste. Yet this time, the honey seemed rather sparse. The tanginess of the lemon was overwhelming. She was not one who could tolerate sour flavors. Very well, Dumbledore cheerfully waved his wand, conjuring a cup of sugar for her. You may add as you wish. Riddle merely observed. Fanny beamed as she added a heaping spoonful of sugar, only to frown after taking another sip. It seems I may have added a tad too much sugar. Is he the one you mentioned from your diary period? Dumbledore inquired. Indeed, Fanny supplemented. I found him at Malfoy Manor. I believe I've known him for about 2 years. She continued. I sincerely apologize, Professor Dumbledore. When I first learned that my thoughts had been exposed, I acted out of desperation, thinking that aside from seeking your protection, I ought to find a more proactive path myself. Thus, I decided to invite Tom. She deliberately used the affectionate term, disregarding the sudden drop in atmospheric pressure around them. I employed some minor tactics to ensure that he could not harm me, and ideally, that he would also be somewhat restrained. Dumbledore's sharp gaze fell upon Riddle, noting the subtle differences in his soul. Currently, he was entangled in ancient magical texts, rendering him incapable of causing her harm, and indeed, unable to harm anyone at Hogwarts. Studying alchemical texts from LeMay, as well as engaging with Hogwarts legacy, has greatly expedited my understanding of complex magical runes and enabled me to establish spells concerning the soul. Moreover, I find being with Tom quite comfortable, she remarked, her voice light and playful as she winked. At the very least, he is pleasing to the eye. Serving as a quiet backdrop or magical advisor is rather pleasant. Before she finished her thought, she reached into her pocket, swiftly producing an old photograph, shaking it in her hand, a deepening smile on her face. Look, I even took a commemorative photo of him, she exclaimed, eagerly turning the photo towards Dumbledore, ensuring that Riddle could also appreciate it. The image depicted a soul-shaped youth, expressionless before the camera, appearing compelled, forming a peace sign, with a doll resembling him sitting on the table beside him. Dumbledore and Riddle exchanged glances. In that moment, a profound silence enveloped the headmaster's office. The world's most renowned white wizard and the resurrected Dark Lord were both rendered speechless. The previously simmering undercurrents of hostility dissipated entirely. As Dumbledore instinctively adjusted his crescent-shaped glasses, a smile threatening to escape his lips, Riddle remained frozen in place, incredulously turning to her. Fanny, when did you have this photo developed? Is that not permissible? Fanny blinked innocently, the photo having been taken, so why could it not be developed? Look at this. She thrust the photograph closer to Riddle's face, emphasizing its sentimental value. A doll that looks exactly like you, and it's not an unflattering image either. She glanced at it herself, continuing to stress. This photo accentuates your beauty. I have studied photography, and the lighting and composition are exquisite. It must be lovely. Yet the image captured him in a pose that was both forced and humiliating, entirely incongruous with his usual demeanor. A suspicious flush crept up Riddle's ears, his jaw tightening as his chest subtly rose and fell. Even if she truly managed to obtain the collection, why should it be shown to Dumbledore? Moreover, her recent action of retrieving it from her pocket was executed with remarkable finesse. You carry this with you? His lips trembled slightly. Little Fanny, do you keep such photographs in your pocket every day? His heart began to race unnaturally as he met Fanny's cheerful gaze. Well, more or less. She hummed lightly, adding, not just this one, but I brought many others. It was as if she had opened Pandora's box, reaching into her pocket once more, and with a flourish, she spread a thick stack of magical photographs across Dumbledore's expansive desk. Countless images materialized before them. There was Harry, clutching a cotton doll, shyly smiling with his bright green eyes. Draco appeared, his ears flushed, awkwardly posing in his Quidditch uniform alongside a clay figurine. Luna posed with her crochet counterpart, Mafalda with a ghostly doll, and Theodore with a movable clay figure. She had always enjoyed collecting, capturing every notable character from the school, and even intended to create a doll photo collection for Fleur and Crumb in the future. Riddle, this truly elicited a laugh from Dumbledore. Well, these photos are quite delightful. But I must admit, Fanny, I am curious. How do you manage to select precisely the one you desire from these? Just as you did with Tom a moment ago. This was indeed a question Riddle wished to pose. Upon hearing the inquiry, the boy quickly lifted his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on Fanny. It's quite simple, she replied nonchalantly, flipping Harry's picture over to reveal the embossed names on the back. With a careful touch, one can easily discern which photo corresponds to which individual. Riddle's lips flattened at once. Oh, he remarked dryly, I must thank you for your ability to so swiftly and accurately identify my photograph. Fanny, resting her chin on her hand, looked puzzled. It's not difficult, you see. Riddle's photo merely bears 3 letters on the back, short and clear, the most distinguishable of all the photographs. However, Fanny wisely refrained from voicing this observation, knowing it would only deepen Riddle's displeasure. His expression was off. The usual facade of a smile had vanished. His lips were pressed tightly, brows furrowed. Even the elegant curve of his brow radiated a sharp anger. There was an unexpected charm to his angry demeanor, and Fanny momentarily lost her focus. Were Dumbledore not present, she would have been tempted to poke his cheek. At that moment, Riddle and Fanny sat side by side, with Dumbledore across the expansive desk. The space beneath the desk conveniently formed a blind spot in the old man's line of sight. Fanny's eyes darted around. She maintained an innocent expression on her face. Yet her actions beneath the table grew bolder. She surreptitiously slid her hand down the armrest of her chair, tentatively entwining her fingers with the empty space of Riddle's hand resting under the table. Riddle's fingers were long, distinctly knuckled, and pleasantly warm. Fanny pressed her index finger against his palm, wrapping the rest of her fingers around his wrist like tendrils, while also bending her index finger to mischievously circle it in his palm. Riddle's body stiffened instantly, yet Fanny tilted her face upward, silently mouthing to him, "Don't be angry, Tom." Chapter 177, Jealousy and Affection for Little Barty. Riddle lowered his gaze. Although Fanny's lips formed an apologetic shape, her azure eyes sparkled with mischief. She was deliberate in her actions, intentionally presenting this photo to disrupt the tension of the negotiation. Furthermore, she aimed to provoke him into behaving in a manner inconsistent with his usual demeanor. As Fanny continued to twirl her finger in his palm, Riddle enclosed his hand around hers, gently grasping her finger. He exerted no pressure, yet the corners of his mouth involuntarily curled upwards. Dumbledore observed them with keen interest. He timely lifted his cup of lemon honey tea, leisurely sipping a large mouthful to mask the deepening smile at the corners of his lips. How intriguing, exceedingly intriguing. He had not anticipated that Riddle and Fanny would develop such a rapport. Admittedly, at this moment, Riddle may not have fully comprehended or was deliberately avoiding the complex entanglement between himself and Fanny. Yet during those long stretches of time when it was only Riddle and Fanny, isolated from the world, he possessed nothing. His power restrained, relying solely on Fanny. Through their conversations, he sought to gauge her thoughts to maintain his sense of existence, and a subtle dependence quietly blossomed. Riddle faced a Fanny who was well aware of his original fate, filled with caution, yet brimming with whimsical ideas. His usual manipulations and schemes met with constant obstacles, compelling him to shed some of his facade and attempt to approach her with a more genuine demeanor. Habit is a formidable thing. Some intimate relationships, even if they begin as mere testing and manipulation, can, over time, intertwine with genuine feelings, not to mention Riddle's current reliance on Fanny. Dumbledore had reached a conclusion in his mind. Riddle, in Fanny's hands, would not come to harm, nor would he rise to power anytime soon. Clearing his throat, he placed his teacup back onto its saucer, successfully redirecting their attention. Now, let us return to the matter at hand, Tom. You've come today to present the ring. I presume, not merely for nostalgia? Riddle inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult of emotions within him, releasing his hand, yet allowing Fanny to continue entwining her fingers with his palm. Certainly not. He allowed a cool, humorless smile to grace his lips. This ring, along with the inconsequential fragment of soul within it. His tone dripped with disdain. I can leave it to you to handle. However, my stipulation is that you must return the soul fragment to me upon the destruction of the Horcrux. Riddle tilted his head slightly. Though his mouth still bore a smile directed at Fanny, the mirth did not reach his eyes. As you can see, he helplessly extended the hand not held by Fanny. I am currently restricted and unable to act recklessly, am I not? To relinquish a Horcrux that only I can locate and demand the return of the soul fragment that rightfully belongs to me seems quite reasonable, does it not, Dumbledore? After all, if you refuse, then they would be left with a life for a life, Riddle maliciously mused. He had long since placed curses upon both the ring and the diadem. Whoever destroyed them would meet their demise. This represents my greatest compromise for little Fanny. He sighed softly. The main soul, that fool, has tarnished his reputation too severely, and through the future glimpsed via Fanny. Riddle understood that relying on Horcruxes for immortality is a dead end. He needed a new identity and platform. Using the strength of others to first eliminate the main soul and the other Horcruxes, the greatest obstacles and rivals to his legacy, before plotting a more perfect path to immortality. Fanny's contractual limitations and their current relationship provided him with an excellent and temporary excuse to lie low. Dumbledore's deep-set eyes seemed to penetrate Riddle, who casually pushed his cup of lemon honey tea toward Fanny, who had just finished her own drink. A rather constructive proposal, Tom. Dumbledore finally spoke slowly. Shall we proceed now? He drew forth his wand, willing to cooperate. Riddle elegantly nodded. Upon witnessing this, Fanny retrieved the diadem she had previously preserved. The delicate strands of magic were deftly manipulated by Dumbledore, merging into the Horcrux, successfully extracting the soul fragment and embedding it within Riddle's being. Under the intentional control of the spell, these fragments exhibited little autonomous consciousness. They naturally fused with Riddle, enhancing the integrity of his soul while bestowing upon him a haze of elusive memories, akin to fleeting illusions. Having concluded the affairs concerning the Horcrux, Fanny departed the headmaster's office alongside Riddle. The night had deepened, fully embracing the hour for nocturnal wanderings, and the corridor lay deserted. The handsome youth felt the lingering warmth in his hand as his gaze drifted toward Fanny's pocket, pondering utterances yet to be formed. When suddenly a sharp crack echoed through the silence. "Master!" Shanshan's eyes widened in shock as he turned to Fanny, then stared in astonishment at Riddle behind her. The master's lover. When had he been permitted to leave the master's quarters to stroll outdoors together? Confusion swirled within Shanshan. Had his standing been elevated? Had he attained the privilege of roaming freely within the castle? "Shanshan, what troubles you?" Fanny paused in her steps. Shanshan cast a furtive glance at Riddle. Hesitating to voice his thoughts, Riddle clicked his tongue. "You wish to keep him in the dark, do you? Shall I take my leave?" Sensing the cool gaze behind her, Fanny curved her lips into a subtle smile. "It's nothing, Shanshan. Feel free to speak candidly. Tom is aware of little Barty's identity, so there is no need for concealment. After all, he is one of his Death Eaters." Shanshan's eyes widened in disbelief as he glanced at Riddle. The master had confided little Barty's true identity to this man? Had their relationship grown so close that such secrets could be shared? But master, Shanshan anxiously twisted the tea towel draped over him. Would this pose a danger to little Barty? What if? He dared not contemplate the repercussions of this enigmatic man revealing secrets. Fanny reassured him, he won to speak. Little Barty, after all, is a Death Eater of Voldemort, among the most capable of his ranks. More importantly, he is unconcerned with his half-blood status and is aware of his true appearance. Even if Riddle desired to bring him under his banner, he would be among the first to comply and the most obedient. It would be a folly for Riddle to expose such a valuable ally. Such immense trust? Shanshan was utterly bewildered, his gaze toward Riddle filled with awe and deeper confusion. "Very well, master," he sighed. "I shall heed your request and remain here to attend to young Master Barty." Shanshan prepared warm milk and soothing cookies for young Master Barty. Yet the young master did not touch a single bite. He sat motionless on the carpet by the fireplace, in the very spot where you had conversed with him earlier, his knees drawn to his chest. Shanshan mimicked little Barty's curled-up posture. When Shanshan spoke to him, he merely responded with the occasional murmur until finally, he inquired about Shanshan's understanding of the master and whether he possessed any of the master's books. Shanshan puffed out his chest proudly. "Of course, I brought them. I carry all the books written by the master with me." He began to extol the master's virtues, only to have the young master snatch the book from his hands. And then, Fanny inquired, already envisioning the scene. Then the young master began to read, letter by letter. His fingers gripped the pages tightly. Sometimes he would suddenly burst into laughter, other times biting his lip, his gaze fixated and his face flushed. Shanshan's expression turned anxious. "Do not fret, Shanshan," Fanny replied lightly. Given little Barty's character, it is not surprising that he would want to know more about her after their earlier conversation. As for the sudden laughter and flushed cheeks, well, that is simply the effect of shipping. I find nothing peculiar about it. Let him read at his leisure. Those books are substantial enough to keep him occupied for quite a while. Perhaps I should procure a few more of her merchandise. Dumbledore's salary for him is quite generous." "You have done well, Shanshan," she said with a gentle smile, bending slightly. "I know you wish to provide little Barty with even more care. Now, go back and attend to him." "Yes, master." Shanshan bowed deeply in gratitude to Fanny, disappearing with a soft pop. The corridor fell silent once more. Just as Fanny prepared to continue her path, a soft hum echoed from behind her. Riddle leaned against the wall, the moonlight illuminating half of his profile. His striking features half in light, half shrouded in shadow. With his arms crossed, he spoke languidly. "So little Fanny, when did our loyal little Barty begin to grow so close to you?" Chapter 178. Taming. Is he also a serpent? Fanny was taken aback. Had she not just relied on her disguise to deceive little Barty? Had she not been captured by him at the Knot residence? When had their relationship become so amicable? Surely, it couldn't be that Fanny had charmed him into friendship during her capture, transforming an enemy into an ally? Fanny's expression stiffened. Could it be attributed to the pretense of sharing merchandise? She halted, turning back to find Riddle tilting his head, his gaze ensnaring her entire being like a tangible force. Though his expression bore a smile, it lacked any genuine warmth. Perhaps it was when he first arrived. She instinctively stepped closer to Riddle. After all, little Barty had posed as Professor Moody at Hogwarts. He must have had some ulterior motive. Understanding this beforehand, it was only natural to leverage this information to persuade him into assisting her while engaging in casual conversation, was it not? She spread her hands in resignation, her smile playful. Communication is indeed the bridge that fosters any relationship. Riddle lazily raised an eyebrow. This tactic sounds rather familiar, does it not? Leveraging future knowledge of the diary's identity to command him to protect you, while casually conversing during your time together. How many others have you employed this strategy with? Fanny feigned innocence. Not at all. I merely enjoy engaging in conversation to ease any tension, and my words are always sincere. She curved her lips and took a couple of leisurely steps forward. Tom, do you not think that broaching profound, philosophical topics regarding values would be more conducive to deepening mutual feelings, allowing for that exhilarating sensation of piercing through defenses and touching the soul? Fanny had always relished heart-to-heart conversations, not mere exchanges of information, but a thorough dissection and analysis at the level of the soul. She thrived on extracting the essence of another's being from their most subtle body language and casual remarks, weaving together a complete tapestry of their innermost self. Those hidden scars, twisted desires, and unspoken sorrows, she reveled in delving into others' wounds, dissecting their souls, and openly expressing her interpretations of their essence before them. It was akin to peeling away the vibrant skin of an apple to reveal the raw, vulnerable flesh within. Friends who had previously undergone her analytical scrutiny often remarked on her remarkable insight. She had relied on this ability to conjecture characters online, leaving behind numerous highly praised posts. Each time she engaged in such discourse, such analysis, Fanny felt a thrilling tremor coursing through her entire being. Yet she had always concealed the essence of her own soul, desiring to unveil it. Yet fearing the gaze of others, she longed for someone to glimpse her core. Thus she chose to obscure her own truths, merging them beneath her analyses of others. Tom, do you not think, Fanny pressed, placing a hand on Riddle's shoulder, that little Barty resembles a serpent? Riddle's gaze shifted to the shoulder being restrained. Little Barty belongs to Ravenclaw. Yet, this does not prevent me from likening him to a serpent. Fanny interjected. A particularly gifted serpent. Cunning, intelligent, and vigilant, yet riddled with insecurity. It may strike fiercely at the slightest misstep. However, a serpent is not inherently untamable. Her hand gradually glided from Riddle's shoulder to his wrist, the crux lying in one's ability to accurately pinpoint its source of warmth, its desires, its fears, its vulnerabilities. Can you offer an irresistible temptation, coaxing it to willingly emerge from its shadowy lair? Can you, in the moment it attempts to attack, swiftly evade its lethal strike, sidestepping its sharp fangs while applying the perfect amount of pressure? But above all, it is crucial to understand it, to comprehend its habits, to provide it with its most cherished offerings, allowing it to entwine itself around you with deep and abiding affection. Fanny spoke eloquently, her fingers unconsciously mimicking those movements upon Riddle's wrist. A gentle touch, a light grip, a glide followed by a soft pressure. Riddle listened quietly, feeling the force of Fanny's hand on his wrist, his eyes darkening with intrigue. Suddenly, he let out a low chuckle, revealing an unmasked delight. Is that so? Riddle broke free from Fanny's grasp, turning to press his hand onto her shoulder. Leaning slightly closer, he elongated his tone. So, in your eyes, little Barty is a serpent that can be tamed. He paused, his crimson lips curving into a beguiling, mischievous smile. Then, my dear little Fanny, what of me? Am I also a wild serpent, one that can be subdued? Chapter 179. Riddle, the dark-haired boy, certainly ought to be likened to a cat. He paused deliberately, moonlight caressing his striking features, his fingertips grazing her shoulder. Fanny looked up, her gaze met with Riddle's exquisite brows and the sonorous voice of a youth just past puberty, brushing against her ears and igniting a slight itch. How could there be a demand for animal likeness? Fanny's attention was captivated by Riddle's blood-red eyes, his silky, dark hair obediently framing his ear. She found herself momentarily entranced, ultimately arriving at an uncanny conclusion. Fanny, you resemble a kitten. Fanny, a charming black cat. Languid, indifferent, adept at disguise, and most importantly, possessing an exquisite exterior. In this world, which dark-haired boy would not be likened to a cat? Perhaps the only one unfit for such a comparison would be little Sirius. Riddle elongated his tone, suddenly chuckling. So harmless, is it? Fanny raised her head in compliance. At least in many tales, black cats are often symbols of malevolence. Moreover, the feline creature, while capable of being domesticated, has never been one to recognize its master. She spoke softly. They are proud, relishing in your offerings without gratitude. They are independent, coming and going at their whim. They are cunning, skilled at beguiling their prey with their appearance. They revel in the process of manipulation, watching their quarry struggle futilely before devouring it piece by piece. Fanny sighed softly thus. The methods of nurturing a cat and a serpent differ entirely. To raise a cat, one must place it on an equal pedestal. It enjoys being observed, so one must generously acknowledge its sharpness and beauty. If it prefers control, one should intentionally withdraw a measure of dominance when it believes it has succeeded. There is no need to revolve around it daily, yet when it occasionally graces you with its presence, one must conveniently offer what it desires, allowing it the choice to remain. Fanny's eyes narrowed with mischief. Suddenly, she reached out, gently tugging at Riddle's sleeve, nonsensically gesturing for him to bend down. To lower his head, Riddle raised an eyebrow, instinctively complying, bending down to present his flawless profile and sleek dark hair before her. Most importantly, she lifted her hand, effortlessly intertwining her fingers within his hair, her voice soft. When a black cat is upset, it requires someone to stroke its fur. Just like this, gently. Caressing along its sleek coat, Riddle's body froze in place, the light hum he intended to release caught in his throat. An indescribable sensation of tingling and shivering swiftly engulfed him, a rosy hue creeping up to his ears, nearly provoking a laugh. What absurd theory, Riddle internally scoffed. Merely seeking a grandiloquent excuse to take advantage of him. He could see through Fanny's obsession with appearances, her keen concern for his ostensibly unremarkable face. Yet, Riddle did not shy away. He allowed her soft fingertips to linger in his hair, even inclining his head slightly in acquiescence. Is that so? He lazily curled his lips, his eyes glancing sideways at her near visage, sounding quite considerate. Shall I then lift my shirt, baring my belly for your touch? He teased. After all, the belly is the softest and most vulnerable part of a cat. Fanny, is there such a delightful prospect? Her eyes sparkled. Isn't this pure indulgence? Riddle, a rush of heat surged to his head, his strikingly pale face visibly reddening at an alarming rate. He abruptly straightened, creating distance between himself and Fanny. The movement tinged with an unusual haste. Coughing lightly to mask his fluster, he averted his gaze, even attempting to turn his back to her. Lift my shirt? Expose my belly? Merlin's beard. He had intended to make Fanny feel embarrassed. No, what had he just uttered? The previous atmosphere regarding little Barty had long dissipated due to this incident. It was getting late. He feigned calmness, but if one listened closely, they could catch a hint of tension. I'll escort you back to your dormitory. He refrained from mentioning anything further about cat or serpent comparisons, eager to conclude this excruciatingly awkward encounter that had set his heart racing. Fanny blinked slowly. Oh, all right. I should have just acted earlier. The two gradually made their way toward the Ravenclaw tower, the moonlight casting elongated shadows of the pair. Fanny answered the question posed by the eagle ring, offering Riddle her final farewell. As she stepped inside, barely closing the door, Luna slowly descended from the stairs. Her gaze shifted to the door, and only when it was completely shut did she quietly address Fanny. Fanny, congratulations. Currently, you are the overall leader in the Triwizard Tournament. Riddle, still in a state of emotional upheaval, hardly noticed Luna's keen observation. He leaned silently against the wall, closing his eyes, the blush having faded significantly under his deliberate composure. Fanny, this girl truly is something. After the second round of competitions, the third round would not commence until the end of June, allowing Fanny ample time to relax beforehand. She rearranged her fanfiction, picking up her quill to begin a new story. It was inconvenient to create for Dumbledore and Grindelwald, two of the living titans. But she could easily give them new names and craft a sprawling tale of love and enmity between the White Wizard and the Dark Wizard. Fanny also fashioned a clay QQ doll for Fleur, who, ever grateful, eagerly accepted the doll and agreed to a photo request, not forgetting to bestow a kiss upon her cheek. Dumbledore, passing by, could not help but smile, evidently recalling Fanny's earlier collection of photographs. Fanny, when you return to see my new work, you won't be chuckling anymore. Are you truly intent on joining my mother's comic club to publish some of your works? Mafalda exclaimed, leaning eagerly towards her cheek, her hands gripping Fanny's slender wrists tightly. Indeed, Fanny replied, using her other hand to gently push Mafalda away with a sigh. The audience in the magical realm is ultimately too limited. She yearned for a broader stage, for an increasing number of people to engage with her creations. Moreover, if countless muggles read her works and developed a longing for magic, might humanity's malice towards the magical world diminish and acceptance increase? Fanny also realized that the so-called affection value of the system pertains to the love of all. Even the affection a muggle might feel for her could contribute, thus amplifying the need to expand her audience. Dumbledore discovered that when the system's affection value reached its zenith, it could indeed manifest a magical circle that would allow Fanny to return to her original world. However, since the system had already been rendered inoperative by her and Dumbledore's efforts, reviving it would require certain ancient magical scripts. But that was not a concern. Dumbledore expressed that if they were to utilize this magical circle more extensively, they might even preserve a passage from the magical realm to her original world. He welcomed her anytime. Why don't you come to my house this summer? Mafalda's eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. I'll show you my parents and my estate. Why does everyone in this world live in an estate? Chapter 180, Future Events, Delivering Felix Felicis to Harry. At the end of May, Hogwarts had entered a tense period of final exam preparations. The library was bustling with students clad in their house robes, and Fanny adeptly navigated through the throng, successfully locating Hermione, who was buried in her studies in a corner, alongside two boys who wore expressions of distress. I genuinely feel disheartened that I cannot partake in the final exams this year, Fanny lamented sincerely. It appears that Hermione will likely be the top student of the year. Why can't the champions selected for the Triwizard Tournament take the final exams? They are clearly well-versed in the subject matter. At that moment, Ron and Harry, who were both struggling with their notes and studying complex spells, looked up in alarm. Please spare us, those of us barely scraping by, Ron said, his expression wooden. Harry added, I think it's great that the champion doesn't have to take the finals. At least he still has much to learn in terms of magical history and theoretical knowledge. Hermione's face flushed with indignation. Well, that's because you both tend to slack off during classes and assignments, especially you, Ron. She lightly tapped the table. Every time I want to discuss strategies for the Triwizard Tournament with Harry, you are the first to interrupt me. You even had the audacity to say that if I didn't take notes diligently, you wouldn't have anything to copy. Ron looked utterly despondent. That's only because Fanny's notes are so abstract that only she can understand them. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the library entrance, and Ron immediately frowned in annoyance. As expected, spotting the tall figure weaving through the crowd towards them, Crumb hesitantly paused beside Hermione's desk, his words stumbling. Hermione, he said, offering her a hefty tome. I found a reference book on ancient runic variants. It might be of assistance to you. Hermione's cheeks flushed instantly. Oh, thank you. Victor, this is just, Ron slammed his own pitiful book shut with a loud thud, glaring at Crumb with suspicion. Wondering if he was using the guise of delivering a book to probe into Harry's preparations for the third task. Hermione immediately turned in anger. Hey Ron, I never. Oh, is that so? Fanny said with a mischievous smile, her eyes glinting as she casually linked her arm with Harry's wrist. In that case, I shall take Harry away. And that should resolve any issues, right? In the original text, Crumb was indeed quite kind to Hermione. As for Ron or Crumb, it was ultimately up to Hermione to decide. Ron. Harry, feeling dazed, was pulled to his feet by Fanny, stumbling a few steps away from the library. Wait, Fanny, where are we going? His voice trembled slightly. To a place that is sufficiently quiet, just the two of us. Harry, huh? Sufficiently quiet. Just the two of us? Is that right? His cheeks suddenly flushed, feeling the warmth where she held his wrist. Fanny did not look back, hastening their pace through the corridor. You'll know when we arrive. They hurried up the stairs, and Harry stole glances at her profile, his thoughts swirling chaotically. Why did she suddenly want to take him to a quiet place? Was it something of great importance? Or perhaps, it was not until Fanny halted before a stone wall that Harry snapped back to reality. The room of requirement? He sighed in relief, yet felt a strange sense of loss. But before he could steady himself, his back unexpectedly collided with the wall. Fanny leaned in close to his cheek, rising onto her toes to deftly produce a crystal vial from her pocket. This was the moment Harry struggled to focus on the dazzling vial containing a golden liquid rather than Fanny's hair. Professor Snape brewed this Felix Felicis. Drink it 5 minutes before the third task begins. She tossed the vial into Harry's palm. Felix Felicis? Harry gasped. Professor Snape, how could he do this? Harry finally recalled Fanny's heartfelt confession at the beginning of the school year, that Professor Snape had loved his mother dearly. Although he had consistently deducted points and given him low marks over the years, perhaps he was merely strict. Yet, this didn't feel right. Isn't this cheating? He instinctively thought of returning the vial. So you're the chosen one? Fanny swiftly shoved the Felix Felicis back into his hand, her fingertip brushing over his palm. Her expression turned earnest as she lowered her voice. Listen, Harry, this is not cheating. You know, I have some knowledge about future events. Her tone was unprecedentedly serious. In the depths of the maze during the third task, Voldemort and his servants will lay traps. Their target is you, Harry. Such matters were best known to Harry. She believed that with his character and the courage etched into his very being, he would never allow himself to falter. Thus, rather than letting him stumble blindly into Voldemort's trap, it was better to arm him with the means to counterattack. They will utilize the maze's key to transport you to Little Hangleton Graveyard, where Voldemort will be resurrected. Harry jerked his head up, his voice tight. Voldemort is coming back? Yes, but it's all right. She pressed down on his shoulders. So, you must drink the Felix Felicis and wait for Professor Dumbledore to arrive and assist you. Stay vigilant. Trust in the Felix Felicis and believe in yourself. She had always believed in this boy who faced dark magic since he was in his cradle. In the heart that beat for justice within him, which was strong enough to endure all the darkest moments. After parting ways with Harry outside the room of requirement, Fanny turned a corner and was immediately confronted by a hurried Moody. The imposter Barty Crouch Jr. abruptly halted, his gaze landing on Fanny's cheek. His throat bobbing as he spoke in a gruff voice. Curtis, come with me to my office. Chapter 181. Barty's Attachment. Rescuing the Real Moody. This was Fanny's countless visit to Barty's office. She followed him into the office with an almost instinctive familiarity, scarcely registering the residual trepidation that had once governed her during her years at school. The moment Fanny ceremoniously closed the office door, the frail figure of the elderly man before her quivered abruptly. His wooden leg clattered to the floor, and his enchanted eye was drawn towards the desk, his broad shoulders beginning to wither, while strands of straw-like, pale yellow hair sprouted forth. Fanny paused mid-turn, sensing an intense gaze upon her back, prompting little Barty to curl his lips into a smirk. Through their recent interactions, he had discerned her penchant for aesthetically pleasing visages. For instance, she always seemed to draw closer during their interactions when he appeared in his original form, indulging in physical contact, whereas, when he donned Moody's countenance, she maintained a carefully measured distance. He had deliberately timed the effects of the polyjuice potion to revert to his true appearance just as Fanny closed the office door. Little Barty languidly settled into the office chair, the slanting rays of the setting sun illuminating his handsome yet pallid features, tousled golden hair, cascading over his smooth forehead. The third item, he began, do not touch the trophy. Fanny's gaze locked onto his. Why? She inquired, her eyes curving with curiosity as she sauntered closer. Leaning one hand on the desk, Barty tilted his head back to meet her gaze. Are you truly unaware? He scrutinized the innocent veneer upon her face, almost able to envision her calm analysis of the future's intricate details, all while engaging in this unspoken pantomime with him. Barty leaned forward eagerly, an unusual flush blossoming upon his pale cheeks, his light-colored eyes ensnaring Fanny's attention in an almost tangible web of intrigue. The trophy of the third item will deliver you directly to the master, he murmured with a low chuckle, his tongue unconsciously wetting his lips as the distance between them diminished. Though the master harbors a profound interest in you, it is Potter who is the indispensable offering for his resurrection ritual. Thus, even if Fanny did not lay her hands on that key to the door, considering that the Triwizard Tournament typically yields a single victor, Voldemort would scarcely hold him accountable. He might only be commanded to apprehend Fanny personally. However, even if he failed, taking into account his past merits and Fanny's own formidable abilities, such negligence might not preclude him from the master's generous forgiveness. So, you wish for me to survive? Fanny arched an eyebrow, assessing the sudden proximity of Barty's face. At times, she genuinely admired these social butterflies, who seemed unbothered by the closeness of their heads, fearless of causing offense. Yet, Fanny was not one to shy away from beauty. She had always been drawn to the allure of attractive forms, instinctively reaching out to caress soft textures, be it the hair of a doll, the backs of kittens and puppies, or even the tail of a snake once owned by a classmate during her youth. She boldly extended her hand, resting it atop Barty's head. Her soft fingers wove through his hair, sending a tingling sensation cascading down her spine. Barty's throat tightened, his heart racing violently within his chest. I apologize, she said, deliberately smiling at him. I have a penchant for ruffling others' hair. I hope you don't mind? Barty's thoughts spiraled into chaos. Mind? How could he possibly mind? During this time, he had reread every piece Fanny had penned, word for word, without exception. In the past, he had viewed her works through a tainted lens, perceiving the exquisite theories and applications of dark magic as mere reflections of the Master Voldemort, casting a similar shadow over the entire narrative. Yet, upon shedding his preconceived notions and immersing himself once more in the worlds crafted by her words, he was struck by the stark contrast. Words are the reflection of the soul, the most sophisticated form of disguise. They can embody one's thoughts with an unparalleled capacity for deception. Through mere phrases, one can obscure truths and shape perceptions, allowing individuals to genuinely fall in love with someone through the written word. Through her ornate and stark phrases, he felt the pulsating rhythm of Fanny's thoughts, her wisdom, her intellect, the foundational hue of her soul. Even her preferences regarding the myriad characters enamored with the protagonist were laid bare before him. His soul trembled as if he had tasted the essence of another being from but a handful of books. It was as if a key had unlocked a rusted door. A parched fish rediscovering water. Barty's gaze became unfocused, his pupils dilating, an overwhelming desire to cover those yellowed pages with countless kisses, enveloping them entirely. I don't mind, he breathed, his voice hoarse, nearly squeezed from his throat. Fanny's fingers glided down his hair, brushing over his pale forehead. I heard from Shiny that you sought out those books I wrote. Her fingertips grazed his taut earlobe. Having read my works, do you still believe I am the type to obediently heed warnings and shy away from danger? Avoiding danger? She would certainly weigh the pros and cons. But to evade it entirely? That had never been her style. Danger itself often presents the greatest opportunity. Barty suddenly raised his head, his eyes brimming with an almost sacrificial fervor. No, you are not. You understand better than anyone how perilous that is. Yet, you would still choose to stare it in the face, even to master it, just as you wrote in your books. His body trembled with excitement. Nearly unanchored from the chair, he leaned forward, disregarding all boundaries, pressing against Fanny. Fanny, he whispered, his voice fragmented and yearning. He longed to hear more of her insights about him, to follow her, to converse with her. Little Barty's body was nearly fused to hers, her hand, which had lingered in his hair and upon his cheek, naturally slid to the nape of his neck. The gesture was gentle, akin to the tender caress of the most intimate lover, soothingly reassuring. Her flowing dark hair cascaded over Barty's shoulder, her fingertips kneading as his wand lay abandoned on the distant desk, leaving him completely defenseless. The magic coalescing at her fingertips swiftly pierced Barty, a silent, wandless stunning spell. His tall form collapsed like a marionette severed from its strings, falling limply towards Fanny. She had anticipated this, skillfully supporting his descent with her shoulder and arm. The waning rays of the sun filtered through the window, casting a small fan-shaped shadow upon her lowered eyelashes, as the corners of her mouth curled into a smirk, her eyes gleaming with coldness. Gently, she eased him into the office chair. In the next moment, she retrieved the enchanted eye. Extracting a set of keys from Barty's pocket, her gaze shifting to the locked box beside her. With a click, the heavy lid of the box creaked open, revealing an unfathomable darkness beneath, as well as the entrance to the basement where the true Moody lay imprisoned. Chapter 182. Harry, the last Horcrux has vanished. Bellatrix and young Crouch were in perfect sync. Inside the headmaster's office, Moody's remaining eye bulged wide and bloodshot as he struck his wooden leg against the floor in frustration. They ambushed me from behind while I was inspecting a suspicious package. How despicable and shameless. His hair was nearly sheared by little Barty, while nearby. Fanny gently presented the eye of Agamotto. Moody took the eye, instinctively attempting to insert it into his hollow eye socket. Wait a moment. He suddenly halted. Something felt amiss. When did this I become capable of perceiving so many things? Fanny's lips curled into a smile. I managed to persuade little Barty to optimize the eye's functions further. Although little Barty has committed numerous errors, it is undeniable that he is one of the few graduates from Ravenclaw College with straight O's in all 12 subjects at Hogwarts, ranking among the top tier in both knowledge and ability. Enlisting his assistance saved us considerable effort and to find suitable materials. Little Barty even painstakingly sought out Professor Snape's office. Just as Fanny uttered these words, Snape pushed open the office door. Fanny's words abruptly ceased as Snape's dark eyes swept over them. She instinctively hid behind Dumbledore. Fanny, Professor Moody. Harry trailed closely behind Snape, equally subjected to his penetrating gaze. Snape, his expression impassive, tossed a vial of restorative potion to Moody. So it was you who instructed Crouch to pilfer from my office? Harry interjected. Crouch? That's not. We're referring to little Barty Crouch. Dumbledore's blue eyes sparkled with a bright light. Old Barty's son, a Death Eater. Fanny, where have you placed little Barty? I utilized the same method he employed against Professor Moody, casting a spell to confine him in a box, Fanny replied. He must experience this feeling himself. I never agreed with old Barty's methods of interrogating Death Eaters. Moody frowned at her words. In fact, even he believed that little Barty might have merely found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Yet old Barty never granted an opportunity for interrogation, callously tossing his own son into Azkaban. As a father, he could say nothing further. He merely opposed old Barty's tactic of releasing certain Death Eaters to induce them to betray their comrades. But now, he was indeed working for Voldemort. Moody's voice turned abruptly severe. Regardless, after Voldemort's demise, he must face a just judgment. Yet that judgment would likely be far more lenient than old Barty's handling back in the day. Fanny silently scoffed. Currently, the head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement is Amelia Bones, the epitome of fairness and integrity, so she had no concerns regarding that. Harry, Dumbledore gently beckoned him. There's no need to be anxious. We have just invited the real Professor Moody back. Besides understanding the situation, there is another matter requiring his assistance, which pertains to you as well. He gestured to Moody. Alastair, please utilize your new eye to scrutinize Harry closely. Moody's magical eye immediately began to whirl wildly, its pupil narrowing as it focused on Harry. Dumbledore, this boy harbors something within his soul. Indeed, Dumbledore replied calmly. When Voldemort attempted to kill Harry, a fragment of his shattered soul inadvertently latched onto Harry, which is also the reason Harry possesses the ability to speak Parseltongue. He turned to Harry. What we must do now is safely extract this fragment of soul that does not belong to you. This will not harm you, I assure you. Alastair's eye will aid us in precisely locating and stabilizing the extraction process, while Severus will assist at the side. Threads of magical energy emanated from the tip of Dumbledore's wand, gradually penetrating Harry's forehead scar. His body trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his brow, and Fanny steadied his arm beside him. The extraction process was lengthy and silent. Finally, an exceedingly fine black thread was meticulously coaxed out by Dumbledore. It was gently directed into a small vial made of mother of pearl, which had been prepared in advance, and the mouth of the vial was instantaneously sealed with a powerful enchantment. All done, Harry. Dumbledore stowed away his wand. It is finished. How do you feel? Harry lowered his hand, which had been covering his forehead, gasping for breath. It seemed as though something had been lifted from him. He instinctively glanced towards Fanny, who, unbeknownst to him, had produced a handkerchief and was gently wiping the sweat from his cheek with a smile in her eyes. Fanny, he stammered, wanting to say I can manage on my own, but the words halted on his lips. Her fingertips brushed against his warm skin, and Harry suddenly realized that his hand was still tightly gripping her other arm. Feeling the pressure on that arm ease slightly, his ears turned red. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Feeling shy? Just moments ago, during the extraction, you were holding onto my arm quite firmly. Ahem. Snape's icy gaze pierced through the air. Now that the matter has been resolved, do not linger here. Thus, with all the Horcruxes obliterated, Voldemort is now as mortal as any other. Fanny and Harry ultimately bid farewell in a corridor, as she returned alone to the silent halls of the Ravenclaw Tower. Moonlight poured through the high windows, casting a serene glow, and just around a corner, a tall figure emerged silently from the shadows, lazily leaning against the wall. Is the task complete? Riddle raised an eyebrow slightly. Guess who I met tonight? Riddle strode alongside her, his voice laced with amusement. Lucius Malfoy. TSK. You should have seen the expression on his face when he saw me. It was truly splendid. This was the easiest one to deal with, as Lucius is among the few Death Eaters familiar with his true form. Riddle had ventured out in recent days to preemptively handle those Death Eaters who had evaded capture by Azkaban.